Chapter 1. Drift of the Triple Change Transformers. February 13th, 2009. New York, Manhattan. Morning. Through the teachings of the character Zhao Helen, your cultural knowledge has increased by 1. You have obtained the Drift license, which is fully processed and parked in the underground garage. After a night of teaching, Dr. Zhao Helen was still fast asleep. The books strewn across the bed and the messy clothes evoked a sense of nostalgia in Gu Li. The pleasant notification sound in his mind made him reflect. Drift, huh? Not a bad reward for all those days of Zhao's earnest teachings. Although he had learned a lot of cultural knowledge, it was quite a headache for him, especially since he was somewhat of a slacker academically. After all, Dr. Zhao Helen was a PhD. Turning on the TV, Gu Li lit a morning cigarette, and as he exhaled, memories from the past 20 years flashed through his mind. He was a traveler, having crossed over exactly 20 years ago. Of course, like any typical traveler, he had a system, but it was a bit absurd. Besides the starter pack that included a Turkish kebab restaurant in Manhattan and a small villa in a neighborhood, he had nothing else. No powerful physique, no mutant abilities, and certainly no extraordinary fairy powers. If he wanted to obtain more rewards, he had to study cultural knowledge with characters from the storyline to achieve Cultural Knowledge 1. Yes, studying cultural knowledge. Please don't lock me in a small black room. I beg you. This study included many aspects. For example, techniques, postures, relaxing massage techniques, and the swing posture in golf, among others. Although compared to his previous life, American culture was relatively open. The education he received growing up taught him to love himself and to avoid taking on more than he could handle, leading to missed opportunities for useful rewards before he turned 18. Only after turning 18, 2 years ago, did he finally obtain his first superpower. And this time, the reward for studying cultural knowledge was Drift. The character Drift, reminiscent of Miyamoto Musashi wielding dual swords, was originally a member of the Decepticons. However, due to being a huge fan of Optimus Prime, he later switched sides and became an Autobot. He was one of the few Autobots with 3 transformation forms. In car form, he transformed into a blue-black Bugatti Veyron in flight mode. He became a military S-97 Raider helicopter, and in battle form, he turned into a flashy blue and gold samurai. As Zhao Helen woke up in bed, stretching her arms lazily, the curve of her body made Gu Li's heart race. He rubbed his nose, contemplating whether to study a bit more. He recalled the last time a girl taught him knowledge. The rewards were quite generous when her cultural knowledge was high. It was precisely because Gu Li loved learning so much that the girl eventually ran away whenever she saw him. "Hey, handsome, don't I have more allure than those books?" This was the last thing Sharon Carter said before turning to leave. Gu Li rubbed his forehead in frustration. Surviving in this dangerous world was really too difficult. He swore he wasn't trying to be unromantic, he just wanted to live. Was that wrong? After a busy morning in the kitchen, Gu Li prepared 2 heartfelt breakfasts. Zhao Helen emerged from the bathroom, wearing a bathrobe and rubbing her head. She playfully winked at Gu Li. How could she be so charming? This was hard to resist. "Zhao, come eat." In order to learn cultural knowledge better in the future, Gu Li suppressed his inner impulses, turning his head away to avoid staring at her alluring curves and long legs. After breakfast, Gu Li entered study mode again. Through the teachings of the character Zhao Helen, your cultural knowledge has increased by 1. You have obtained a regeneration pod, which has been stored in the system space. A regeneration pod? Ultron? But at this time, that guy who stood shoulder to shoulder with gods in a mortal body probably hadn't become Iron Man yet. Wasn't the regeneration pod coming a bit early? "It's all your fault, I'm going to be late for work." Zhao Helen glared at Gu Li with a look of grievance, having never seen a man like him before. Didn't this guy just want to learn? You probably don't need to go to work for a while, your boss seems to have been kidnapped. Gu Li pointed at the news playing on the TV. "We interrupt this program to bring you breaking news. Renowned entrepreneur Tony Stark, who just won the Extremis Award, was attacked while inspecting in Afghanistan." Erase the detailed report. Gu Li checked his phone. February 13th, 2009. The day of the arrival of the head of the planning office was getting closer, and with that deadly snap of the fingers, who could guarantee they wouldn't vanish as well? Gu Li wasn't the lucky guy with a bow and arrow, he was just a hardworking little guy. Even if the purple potato monster didn't come, the upcoming battle in New York was inevitable. Playboy kidnapped? Zhao Helen stared at the TV in shock. Her new boss was indeed quite the player, having slept with every cover girl from the magazines for a year. But unfortunately, Tony Stark was not her type. She preferred guys like Gu Li, muscular and handsome, even if he was a bit younger. But he was really strong and loved to learn. A few minutes later, she suddenly looked downcast and said, "It's over, I just bought Stark Industries stock." Although Tony Stark was a playboy, he was the soul of Stark Industries, and with this news spreading, the stock price would likely drop for a while. "Wow, didn't know you were such a little rich woman, Zhao." Zhao Helen swayed forward, once again touching Gu Li's muscular chest, her eyes dreamy. "Appa, how do you stay in shape?" At that moment, stars seemed to sparkle in her eyes. Gu Li shrugged helplessly, of course. It was thanks to the 50-50 serum he received as a reward from his previous teacher. His former teacher, Sharon Carter, was the niece of Peggy Carter, the former girlfriend of Captain America. When his cultural knowledge was sufficient, he obtained the 5050 serum. "Just natural. Come on, eat, I still need to go to the store later." Sitting next to Gu Li, Zhao Helen quietly ate her breakfast, but her gaze kept wandering toward him. After breakfast, Zhao Helen lay back down in bed, too tired after the previous night. Meanwhile, Gu Li went down to the underground garage and circled around the blue-black Bugatti, examining it. The drift he had transformed into was a Bugatti Veyron Grand Sport Vitesse, featuring a blue-black color scheme. By the way, does the Marvel Universe even have Bugatti? Gu Li shrugged. The system should be able to handle this issue. Drift, parked in the garage, curiously observed its new master. The kid in front of him looked so weak. Though he had just arrived in this world, from the information he gathered since connecting to the internet, this world seemed quite strange. The key point was that he was just in front of his idol, teaching Bumblebee a lesson, when he was suddenly transported here. Cool, cool, clack, clack. With a roar of mechanical transformation, the blue-gold mechanical warrior appeared in the underground garage, dual swords in hand, looking down at the curious Gu Li. "Bro, your way of learning is quite unique. I'm really sorry, but due to review reasons, I had to change the golden finger to cultural study. I hope everyone understands." Chapter 2. The Turkish kebab shop owner in the underground garage, a blue and gold transformer, reminiscent of a cherry blossom samurai, wielded twin blades. Adorning its left leg were the 4 Chinese characters representing loyalty and righteousness. Yet its words playfully mocked its master. Jiu Li was taken aback for a full 2.5 minutes upon hearing the remarks. He suddenly pondered. Could it be that all future self-aware reward entities would behave in such a manner? If he were to receive a Daedara as a reward in the future, would that fellow bring art to New York? "You're quite bold, Drift." With a gentle wave of his hand, the mechanical warrior holding twin blades was instantaneously contorted into its automotive form by an irresistible force. Sorry, master." Observing this, Gu Li opened the car door and inquired, "You can speak Chinese, right?" Fortunately, the transformer before him was a product of the system, and he could exert complete control over it. Were it not so? Dealing with the temperamental Drift, even with a 50-50 serum, would not be an easy feat. It was no wonder, given that this creature hailed from the Decepticons and had a rather violent disposition. Although Drift had later dug his own grave and defected to the Autobots, one's nature is hard to change. Indeed. Greetings, Master. Autobots, Drift reports to you." After the car door closed automatically, Gu Li chuckled softly. "Good lad. With this fellow around? At least the days ahead would not be too dull." It was just a pity that Crosshairs was not present. Otherwise, they could form a comedic duo, given that both had their fair share of memorable moments. "Dear Master, where would you like to go?" "Old Gu's Turkish kebab shop." Drift responded with a pause. To be honest, the name of the reward shop was indeed quite peculiar, to the point of rendering one speechless. Suddenly, the roar of the engine erupted, and the striking blue-black figure sped towards Old Gu's kebab shop with the swiftness of the wind. "Keep it low-key, Drift," Gu Li instructed helplessly from within the car. As this fellow was simply too conspicuous, at present, his abilities were still not sufficient to warrant a diet devoid of beef. "OJBK?" After freeing his hands, Gu Li leaned back in his seat. One must admit, the Autobot's self-driving feature was truly impressive, and it would certainly enhance his chances of charming the ladies in the future. Perhaps he could even try placing a can of Red Bull on the dashboard. However, it was a pity that the interior space was somewhat cramped. It was difficult to stretch out. "Drift, can you transform into a screen?" As soon as the words left his mouth, a screen approximately 10 inches in size gradually materialized beside him. Witnessing this, Gu Li began scrolling through recent news articles. Meanwhile, in another building in New York City, Nick Fury, the then director of the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics, was shouting into the phone, Natasha, your vacation is over. Tony Stark has been attacked and is missing. You and Coulson need to head to Afghanistan. After hanging up the phone, Nick Fury focused intently on the computer screen with his remaining eye. The screen displayed a series of photographs, all of which depicted suspicious individuals Tony Stark had encountered prior to his disappearance. Sliding the mouse over the images, Nick Fury let out a long sigh. Beside him lay the complete dossier of that playboy. Over the past few weeks, Nick Fury had read it countless times. He even felt a strange sense of familiarity, as if he understood Tony Stark better than Stark understood himself. The reason for this meticulous scrutiny stemmed from years of valuable experience. To truly control a person, one must first understand them completely. Tony Stark had a penchant for cheeseburgers. He entered MIT at the age of 14, where he met his best friend, James Rhodes. After the untimely death of his father, he took over the vast family empire, Stark Industries, and became its chairman, a genius, billionaire, playboy, philanthropist, arms manufacturer, and a crucial partner of the Department of Defense. These descriptors barely encapsulated the essence of Tony Stark. Of course, what made this situation even more pressing was the fact that Stark was the sole heir of Howard Stark, one of the founding members of the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics. Yes, the only child. Howard Stark had no other children or adopted heirs. Motherfucker, Nick Fury suddenly cursed, perhaps due to exhaustion, as he felt his thoughts spiraling. Shaking his head, he returned his gaze to the screen, occasionally pondering and jotting down names on a piece of paper. After a significant amount of time, Nick Fury picked up the paper, which contained the list of suspicious individuals he had just recorded. Obadiah Stane? One of the founders of Stark Industries and a shareholder. He had worked alongside Howard for several years and assisted Tony in managing the company after Howard's passing. Aldrich Killian, the founder of A.I.M., had previously collaborated with Tony Stark's secretary, Pepper Potts. Although it was not immediately clear what motive Killian might have regarding Stark's assault, Nick Fury's instincts as an agent made him suspect that this individual was quite dubious. The final person on the list was Zhao Helen, a newly joined scientist at Stark Industries. Zhao Helen, a Korean scientist, was said to possess scientific prowess and intelligence that rivaled Tony's. She had only recently accepted Tony Stark's invitation to join Stark Industries. And the very next day, Tony was attacked in Afghanistan. Though her likelihood seems slim, let us have Barton investigate her, Nick Fury decided as he promptly dialed another phone number. Meanwhile, inside Old Goo's Turkish kebab shop. Good morning. Majia, oh, little Peter is here too. Come here for an uncle's hug. The charming May Parker smiled gently. Slept in until the afternoon again. Have you eaten? As for Gu Li's request for Peter to call him uncle, she merely took it as a jest. Little Peter, born in 2001, was now barely 8 years old, and perhaps due to the growth cycle of boys, he appeared to be a pudgy 5 or 6-year-old. Meanwhile, her boss, young Gu Li, was a striking 20-year-old lad who had once lived with her family for a time during his childhood. Yes, I ate at home. I'll help out, Majia. The two of them, in perfect sync, busied themselves in the kitchen, while little Peter, sprawled on the table doing his homework, sensed that things might not be so simple. The glances exchanged between Aunt May and Uncle Gu were peculiar, reminiscent of the tension between the lead characters in a film, stretching the strings of fate. Gu, are you free after work? There's a family movie, May Parker began, but Gu Li nodded. Sure, let's go together. Gu Li cherished the ambience between them, a blend of flirtation and excitement. This was precisely why he frequently visited the shop. As for school, what was the point? What could one learn there? With the family planning office director on the verge of arriving, it would be far better to devise ways to obtain more rewards. I simply desire the system's rewards. Moreover, May was 30, and any normal man would find it hard not to fall for her. Chapter 3. Peter S. Startle at the First Cinema of New York. After the movie had ended, Gu Li and May Parker held little Peter's hand as they leisurely walked towards the parking lot. An awkward silence enveloped them, primarily because they had not anticipated that a family movie would contain romantic scenes. It seemed that American openness was truly extraordinary, starting from a young age. Let me take you back first. Gu. The transformed Bugatti Drift could only accommodate two, and they had arrived at the cinema in May's small car. Let us return little Peter first. The little guy is almost asleep. Upon hearing this, May Parker's cheeks flushed slightly. The ride was filled with silence, and perhaps it was due to the heat inside the car, as tiny beads of sweat began to form on May's forehead. Concerned that little Peter, who was sleeping in the back seat, might be disturbed by the wind, they refrained from opening the windows. May Parker experienced a strange blend of emotions, simultaneously fearful of crossing the boundaries of their relationship yet yearning for a deeper connection. However, she was already 30, and there was a 10-year age gap between them. Moreover, they were old acquaintances. Ghoulie had lived with her family for a while during his school days. Stealing a glance at the handsome man in the passenger seat, May felt an indescribable sensation, akin to an inexplicable sense of guilt. Likewise, Ghoulie was enveloped in a peculiar feeling. He had been adopted shortly after his arrival in this world. The couple who had taken him in were neighbors of May. Thus he had known her from a young age. After his adoptive parents went missing, he had stayed with little Peter, who had also lost his parents, in May's home for a period, until he moved into a small villa in the Manhattan district. They remained silent, each lost in thought, as they arrived at May's home. Just as Ghoulie carried Peter into his small bedroom, he heard May say, "Goo, I put some toys in your room for Peter. I'll tidy up a bit. I'll help out too." The two busied themselves, and as May, holding a toy box, walked out, she suddenly tripped over a nearby coat rack, causing Ghoulie to instinctively reach out and catch her as she fell. In that moment, they both felt each other's heartbeats. Amid rapid breaths, May's entire body rose and fell with the rhythm. Ghoulie swallowed hard, feeling an intense dryness in his throat, a flame igniting within him. After they set down the toy box, he still did not release his grip. "Goo hum." May's words were abruptly silenced by his lips. With a swift motion, they tumbled onto the bed, embracing tightly. Under the silent night sky, Ghoulie retrieved a copy of full-time English simulation exercises from behind him. "Sister, how do you pronounce this sentence in English?" "God is a girl." Thus, the eager learner Ghoulie fervently practiced his English pronunciation late into the night, exclaiming, "OMG!" Under the tutelage of the character May Parker, your cultural proficiency increased by 1 level, earning you the reward, Spider Sense. Spider Sense, also known as Peter's Tingle, it grants the ability to foresee imminent danger and react accordingly. I adore reading. I cherish learning. Time slipped away unnoticed until May, unable to withstand her fatigue, succumbed to a deep slumber. Through the instruction of the character May Parker, your cultural proficiency increased by 1 level, earning you the reward, Incredible Strength. Observing May's peaceful repose, Ghoulie suddenly felt a parching thirst. This was truly exasperating. To survive in the Marvel Universe, he was expending every ounce of effort to learn. Thankfully, he was bolstered by the serum of 50-50 luck. Otherwise, it would be uncertain whether he could endure nights of relentless study. But of course, this was merely his excuse. Deep down, he understood that this time was different. He harbored no ulterior motives for rewards. He simply yearned to be in May's company. Moreover, he discerned that the rewards obtained at an adequate level of cultural proficiency might be linked to the individual providing the instruction. His former mentor, Sharon Carter, shared a close bond with Captain America, being the niece of the captain's girlfriend, Peggy Carter, and would eventually engage in a romantic relationship with him. Thus, the first reward he received was the 50-50 serum. Dr. Helen Zhao, a genius scientist, had previously developed a new robotic body for Ultron in the films. Upon reaching a sufficient cultural level, he received the rewards of the transmogrification and regeneration cradle. In line beside him, the illustrious Aunt May, the famed Spider-Man's guardian, rewarded him with Spider Sense and Spider-Man's incredible strength. If his suspicions were correct, then to successfully resist the director of the family planning office, whom should he seek to learn from? Hela? With her smoky eye makeup and violent tendencies, approaching her could very well lead to being fed to Fenris the wolf. Furthermore, Hela was currently imprisoned deep within Asgard by Odin, a realm he could not access with his current abilities. Ancient One? Well, the Supreme Sorcerer was indeed a possibility, but she might not take an interest in him. Despite both being of Eastern descent, she was the Supreme Sorcerer, while he was merely a minor calamity. Captain Marvel, she was currently occupied seeking a new home for the Skrulls, leaving no opportunity for encounter. Yet, based on recent events and the people he had encountered, it was evident that he resided within the cinematic universe. Within this universe, few women could impose justice upon the Purple Yam, such as Wanda, who was still affiliated with Hydra. He found the Ancient One to be quite appealing, especially since she was born in '89. The same year as Ghoulie. The Scarlet Witch and Invisible Woman, Susan, were also quite impressive, not to mention Max. Considering all this, His target seemed plentiful. After stowing away his English books, Ghoulie tucked the blanket around May, ensuring she was warm. Subsequently, he lay quietly beside her. Let it not be said that the protagonist solely focuses on study. It is all for the sake of assessment. Meanwhile, in a distant cave in Afghanistan, the unconscious Tony Stark had just opened his eyes. After pulling a long tube from his nostrils, he struggled to sit up, attempting to reach for the water jug on the stone table. Just a day ago, he had received the Extremis Award, vibrant and full of life. Yet now he was tattered and worn. After a painful fit of coughing, he suddenly noticed a bearded man beside him. As he tried once more to grasp the water jug, the man, facing away, remarked, "If I were you, I wouldn't do that." Turning to look, Tony finally realized the wires connected to his chest, prompting him to frantically tear at the bandages wrapped around him. Before his eyes lay the electromagnet affixed to his chest, connected to a car battery. After some time, fully grasping his predicament, Tony gazed at the surveillance camera within the cave. "You saw that, huh? Smile for the camera." After a brief pause, Ethan continued, "We met once at the Burn Technology Conference in Switzerland. I don't remember." Tony Stark began to contemplate his current situation. "You definitely wouldn't. If I were as drunk as you, I probably wouldn't be able to stand." Suddenly, the iron door of the cave swung open, and several burly men entered, chattering in a cacophony. Upon hearing Ethan's translation, Tony Stark, hands clasped atop his head, opted to refuse their demands, declining to manufacture missiles for them. Only to be met with a brutal beating, however, when he was dragged from the cave and beheld the mountain of Stark Industries armaments amassed outside. A smile crept across Tony's face as he shook hands with the small-time leader. An idea suddenly lingered in his mind, refusing to dissipate. Chapter 4, Soundwave. April 29, 2009, Manhattan District. After bidding farewell to Dr. Helen Zhao with a kiss, Ghoulie reclined on the sofa, lost in thought. He recalled numerous Marvel films he had watched in his previous life, particularly the perplexing nature of the timelines and absolute points in time. Absolute points in time are pivotal moments along a timeline. Any forceful alteration could yield irreversible consequences. Among the most famous events at these absolute points was the mischief wrought by the Sorcerer Supreme from a parallel universe. In that universe, the Sorcerer Supreme, in a desperate attempt to save his beloved Christine, utilized the Time Stone to forcibly alter the circumstances leading to her death. Yet, no matter how many times he attempted to change it, he could not alter the fate of her demise. Ultimately, his repeated manipulation of the Time Stone led to the collapse and destruction of that universe. In that universe, Christine's death was the absolute point in time. Of course, these were not occurrences within the cinematic universe, but they prompted Ghoulie to genuinely ponder the matter. It was this morning, under Dr. Zhao's guidance, that he had received a new reward, Soundwave. Soundwave, the chief intelligence officer of the Decepticons, was currently transforming into a military satellite above America, drifting in the skies. Through Soundwave surveillance, Ghoulie witnessed the situation within the cave where Tony Stark was being held captive. Based on the timeline of Tony and Ethan, it was estimated that within a couple of days, they would complete the Mark I prototype. At that point, Ethan would be slain by the freedom fighters within the cave, attempting to buy Tony some time. The death of Ethan was a predetermined fact in the film, yet with the acquisition of Soundwave, Ghoulie wished to explore the consequences of saving Ethan. Would it lead to the collapse of the universe? Or perhaps some other unforeseen event? Naturally, having mastered the art of survival, Ghoulie would not venture to Afghanistan himself. That would be too conspicuous, as if he were afraid others might catch on. With Soundwave's presence, there was no need for him to take matters into his own hands. It was crucial to remember that Soundwave often concealed himself in the depths of space to gather intelligence. As long as cameras existed, nothing occurring on Earth could escape his watchful eye. Not only that, but he also harbored a covert team of spies within his metallic form, the mechanical dog that had caused Optimus Prime endless troubles. Extracting countless steel balls to seize fragments of the Allspark with the dog on his side, dealing with the freedom fighters, who were merely a band of small-time calamities, would be exceedingly effortless, requiring no direct involvement from him. Over the past 2.5 months, Ghoulie had also deciphered the rules governing the system's rewards. The growth of cultural proficiency encompassed a variety of sources, including but not limited to physical books, e-books, and everyday skills. Once he determined to act, Ghoulie issued commands to Soundwave, initiating the plan to rescue Ethan. Time flowed like a gentle stream, quietly passing by. Each day, Ghoulie would spend some time at the store with May, learning, and in the evenings, he would return to accompany Dr. Zhao in her studies. As for the potential for disaster, he would cross that bridge when he came to it. After all, he had bound himself to this peculiar system. Reflecting upon others whose systems seemed intent on providing sustenance, fearing their hosts could not ascend to greatness, he found his system to be rather reticent, offering only a brief introduction and an ever-present holographic display without uttering a single word. May 1, 2009. Afghanistan. Within a cave, Tony and Ethan, working in tandem, were on the verge of completing the Mark I prototype after 2.5 months of labor. That is, unless unforeseen circumstances intervened. Just as Tony donned the prototype, the bald leader observed him via surveillance. The small-time calamities, chattering incessantly, attempted to break down the iron door, behind which was a makeshift bomb attached. With a resounding boom, the simple bomb detonated, leaving the two small calamities obliterated. The explosion prompted the freedom fighters to swiftly converge upon the cave. "We need to establish power commands," the two men, fully aware of the imminent arrival of the freedom fighters, instinctively grew tense. "All right. Tell me what to do," Ethan quickly instructed from his position at the computer. "Press F11 and let me know when you see the progress bar," he directed. After a flurry of operations, it should be displaying now. "It's up," Ethan replied, his hands trembling. "You need to tell me when you see it." It's there," he confirmed. "Press Ctrl-I, then hit Enter, and hurry to help me finish tightening the screws." Breathing heavily, Ethan hurriedly twisted the screws, exclaiming, they're coming. "Just finish it. Tighten every screw," Tony reassured him in a hushed tone. "Wait until I confirm it's safe before you come out." "All right, Ethan." At that moment, Ethan, fixated on the progress bar on the screen, murmured, "We need more time." In that fleeting second, he made a pivotal decision. "Hey, Tony, I'll buy you some time." With that declaration, Ethan seized the machine guns discarded by the small calamities and charged forward. Behind him, Tony's loud shout echoed, "Stick to the plan, Ethan." Never before had Tony been so unrestrained. He yearned for his prototype to spring to life. He understood that Ethan, his companion of 2.5 months, who had just turned to leave, was likely to encounter unforeseen peril. Meanwhile, Ethan, surrounded by a cadre of freedom fighters with guns drawn, wore a reassuring smile, for he knew he had succeeded. He had bought time for his friend. Perhaps in the next moment, he would meet his demise, yet he felt no regret. To witness such a magnificent invention was worth it. Above all, he was exhausted, truly fatigued. With a smile, he closed his eyes, oblivious to the sound of gunfire, attuned instead to the rhythm of his own blood flowing. When he opened his eyes, he found several blade-like robotic mantises circling the corpses of the freedom fighters. Ugh, a mere glance at the gruesome scene made Ethan double over in nausea. The freedom fighters who had once surrounded him lay in dismembered heaps. Only the bald leader remained, trembling on the ground, his bloodshot eyes betraying his terror. One of the mantis robots, its blade crackling with electric energy, suddenly plunged into the bald leader's chest. Zzz. After stunning him, the robotic mantis tilted its head in confusion. They did not comprehend why their master had issued such a command. Obeying their master's orders was their sole purpose. Observing the bespectacled human unharmed, the mantis robots swiftly darted towards the cave's entrance. Their second-in-command was currently wreaking havoc outside. Such a fortunate event should not be monopolized. As for the chief, he hovered high above the earth. Boom, boom, boom. The incessant explosions resonated from outside the cave. Ah, ah, ah. The cries of distress reverberated from beyond. Thud, thud, thud. Clad in his prototype suit, Tony Stark hastily approached his friend, gazing at the dazed Ethan. "Ethan, are you all right?" Chapter 5. The Briefcase. "Ethan, are you all right?" Upon noticing the bloody remains not far from Ethan, Tony's stomach churned violently. After a few minutes, he suppressed the urge to vomit and continued to inquire, "What happened?" Ethan, having regained his composure, pointed shakily towards the cave's exit and stammered, "Tony, robots, robotic mantises. Wait for me to confirm it's safe outside, then I'll call you out." With that command, Tony strode towards the cave's mouth. mentally preparing for a fierce battle. The thought that 2.5 months of effort was about to prove its worth filled him with a sense of audacity in that moment. He once again regained his poise, however. Upon reaching the cave's entrance, he was shocked to discover a silver mechanical dog leading several blade-like robotic mantises in a slaughter. Like butchers in an abattoir, they were brutally exterminating the freedom fighters. Wang Defa. This scene utterly surpassed his comprehension. He had never believed anyone could create such advanced and intelligent robots. A robotic dog. The silver mechanical dog unleashed a barrage of bullets from its side-mounted weapons. As if defying the laws of physics, Tony Stark stood there, astonished and transfixed, as the freedom fighters were decimated. When the mechanical dog approached him, he awkwardly raised his hand in greeting, realizing from Ethan's earlier state that these advanced robots were allies, not foes. Hey! The mechanical dog anthropomorphically shrugged its forelimbs and then gestured towards the blade mantises, in Tony's wide-eyed astonishment. Several of the mantises transformed into a pool of metallic liquid, merging into the mechanical dog's form. Wang Defa. His eyes ignited with fervor. This technology was simply astonishing. When he saw the laser display a message reading, "You are temporarily safe. You may leave," Tony's mind began to swirl. Could it be that the dog was being remotely controlled? As he gazed at the mechanical dog, it suddenly morphed into a briefcase, which displayed a rotating message. "Give me a ride back to New York." The dog longed for its master, Tony. In just 2.5 minutes, he had experienced an overwhelming array of stimuli. Leaving him standing in place, dazed for quite a while, countless thoughts flashed through his mind, coalescing into a singular resolve. He must acquire this technology. It was only when the briefcase emitted a sound, reminding him of Ethan still hidden in the cave, that he snapped back to reality. "Ethan, it's safe now. We're heading home." The explosions outside had also captured the attention of the U.S. military base in Afghanistan. Tony's friend, Colonel Rhodes, piloting a helicopter, spotted Tony conversing with a stranger. Having shed his armor, a broad smile slowly spread across Rhodes' dark face, revealing his bright white teeth against his complexion. On May 1, 2009, Tony Stark, who had been missing for 2.5 months, was rescued and returned to the United States by the military. Accompanying him to New York were Rhodes, a bespectacled man, and a silver briefcase that never left his side. Rhodes found it perplexing how attached Tony was to that briefcase, akin to a child fearing that someone might snatch away their beloved toy. Tony held the briefcase as tenderly as one would embrace a lover. Knowing about the Blade Mantis robots, Ethan had not originally intended to return to America, but upon hearing Tony's account of his extraordinary experiences, he readily agreed to join Stark Industries. On the private jet, Ethan sat beside Tony, his gaze equally fervent as he fixated on the silver briefcase cradled in his friend's arms. Both understood that this briefcase could very well be the most significant discovery of the century, potentially altering the world's landscape. Rhodes, observing this, felt an increased perplexity. He could comprehend Tony's fascination, but this odd scientist's equally frenzied state served as a wake-up call. Rhodes suspected that both Tony and Ethan might be suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder. The severity of PTSD could vary greatly, and if someone like Tony, a high-ranking arms dealer, were truly afflicted, the implications could be dire. This was a serious matter. Internally, Rhodes resolved that upon reaching New York, he would ensure both Tony and Ethan received medical attention. Their close friendship with Tony naturally extended to Ethan, whom Rhodes also considered a good friend. Meanwhile, in Afghanistan, Natasha and Coulson, who had been tirelessly searching for 2.5 months, received a call from the director. "Natasha, Stark is almost back in America. You two should return." After hanging up, Natasha suddenly punched the air, startling Coulson nearby. He only heard the newly inducted attractive colleague utter several of the director's catchphrases. As the director's trusted aide, he could only smile wryly. What could he do? He was not the director of the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics Support. He was just a mere agent, a small-time agent named Coulson. Unless one day he became the director, this routine would likely persist for quite some time. Just as he was about to return to New York, another task was assigned from above. On March 6, 2009, while he and Natasha were searching for Stark in Afghanistan, several incidents of suicide bombings had occurred in New York. The department had investigated for nearly 2 months without results. Looking at Natasha, who was emotionally unstable, Coulson hesitated before deciding to return to New York to inform her. Otherwise, he genuinely feared this colleague known as the Black Widow might go on a rampage in Afghanistan. At this moment in New York, Ghoulie, driving a blue-black Bugatti, could hardly imagine that two individuals were obsessively fixated on his mechanical dog. He had just picked up young Peter from school, and the boy's loquacious nature was on full display. "Uncle Goo, this car is so cool. Can I touch it? Can I really? When I grow up, can I borrow it to drive? Can I really drive it?" Ghoulie sighed, one hand on his forehead while the other feigned resting on the steering wheel. As for the drifting autopilot matter, he had only one thought at that moment. He must not let the chatty young Peter find out. Otherwise, the entire New York would know that Ghoulie had a self-driving car. Better to avoid trouble, especially since he had yet to overcome his aversion to beef. After much anticipation, he finally hoped to spend some time with Mei Jia while picking Peter up from school. However, little did he know, Peter Parker could truly talk. He was non-stop the entire way, and Ghoulie couldn't fathom how that little mouth could babble so incessantly. Taking a deep breath, Ghoulie encouraged himself, for the reward endure. Chapter 6. The Stock Market Expert, Ms. Zhao in New York. Having just disembarked from the private jet, Tony declined Rhodes' suggestion to go to the hospital for a checkup. First, he bought a cheeseburger, then immediately convened a press conference. His harrowing experiences in Afghanistan had opened his eyes to the harm that Stark Industries' weaponry inflicted on the world. Amidst thunderous applause, Tony gracefully took the stage. Just as the long-awaited Coulson finally located him, standing below, gazing adoringly at Tony was Pepper Potts. "Miss Potts, I am Agent Coulson, working for the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics Support." As his eyes remained fixed on Tony, Pepper took the business card from Coulson, remarking, "That's quite a mouthful." Coulson found himself at a loss for words regarding the matter. He had heard it far too many times before. We are working diligently to resolve the issue." Pepper expressed her exasperation, stating, "The Department of Defense, Phobler, and the CIA have all contacted us." From the moment Tony disembarked from the private jet, various departments frantically reached out to them. With the boss indifferent to the situation, it fell upon her, as his secretary, to manage the inquiries. "We are an independent department and would like Mr. Stark to elaborate on the escape process." "I will arrange that. Is that acceptable?" Observing that Pepper had no intention of continuing her remarks, Coulson nodded in appreciation. "Thank you." Naturally, the agent's vigilance prompted him to discreetly retreat to a less conspicuous location. In a sudden flash, Tony, seated at the press conference podium, retrieved yet another branded cheeseburger from his pocket. "I witnessed young compatriots being slain, perishing beneath the very weapons I created to protect them. I have had an epiphany, realizing that my contribution to this world should be to create value rather than merely produce weapons of destruction. Thus, I have decided to shut down Stark Industries' weapons manufacturing division, effective immediately." A palpable buzz swept through the press conference venue, as a collective thought surged among the reporters. This news would be explosive. Under Stan's cover, Tony escorted Ethan, carrying a briefcase, back to his seaside villa. The two resolved to delve into their astonishing discovery, the wildly advanced mechanical dog. However, as fate would have it, an unexpected twist occurred. The mechanical dog, transformed into a silver briefcase, suddenly vanished. "Ethan, have you seen the briefcase? Wasn't it in your arms the whole time?" The two exchanged bewildered glances until, with the aid of the artificial intelligence Jarvis, they managed to spot the stealthily escaping mechanical dog on surveillance footage. "Jarvis, can you track the dog's location?" In a manner akin to Vision's distinctive voice, the AI promptly shifted to a video feed. "Sir, it has disappeared on a street in Manhattan." Tony fixed his gaze intently for a brief moment. "What is that place? Can it be purchased?" "Sir, it is a residential neighborhood." "Oh dear, the stock is likely to plummet again. Should I sell tomorrow?" Ghoulie gently ruffled Zhao Hailuan's hair, genuinely surprised to discover that Teacher Zhao was, in fact, an adept stock trader. The news of Stark's rescue and return spread like wildfire, causing Stark Industries' stock price, which had been in relentless decline for the past 2.5 months, to surge to levels that triggered a market halt. The American stock market does not impose limits on price fluctuations, commonly referred to as the limit-up system. However, it does enforce a mechanism known as a circuit breaker. When a stock's price fluctuates excessively within a given time frame, it may trigger a circuit breaker, halting trading to at present. Selling stocks was no longer an option. Meanwhile, the lovely Ms. Zhao Hailuan, upon witnessing the initial rise in Stark Industries stock price, acted with fervor, making substantial purchases. In the words of stock trading expert Ms. Zhao, all in on stocks, a villa by the sea. It is conceivable that with the news from the press conference regarding Tony's closure of Stark Industries' weapons manufacturing division, the stock price would likely continue to plummet. It's all right if it comes to it, your father will take care of you. Noticing that his comforting words had little effect, Guli embraced teacher Zhao and began to sing a lullaby, preparing to lull her into a peaceful slumber. After a considerable time, a faint smile graced Zhao Hailuan's lips as she drifted off to sleep. After gently covering her with a blanket, Guli made his way to the living room. Following the events, he relished a cigarette, feeling as though he had transcended the mundane. Not to mention, he could also take some time to play with the dog, though he was perplexed as to how the pup had arrived in New York all alone. It struck him as incredible that the dog had traveled such a vast distance from Afghanistan to America, coinciding with Tony Stark's arrival. You, pup, will henceforth be entrusted with the duty of guarding the house. Although this villa was also a reward from the system, Guli had lived there for many years without discovering anything particularly special. Not long ago, the luck-bringing king, armed with a bow and arrow, had been observed surveilling the vicinity of the villa for a time. Suddenly, Guli felt his body tense, akin to a startled cat, as every hair on his body stood on end, spider sense. His heart raced, and his brain began to send frantic alerts, his instincts urging him to flee the premises. A burst of flame unexpectedly erupted in the living room, coalescing into a fiery portal. Could it be? Is it that woman? If it were indeed that woman, he was utterly unprepared to confront her. She was a celestial being of the same caliber as Odin, the All-Father. During her time on Earth, even the director of the Population Control Office dared not approach her. As Guli watched, a figure cloaked in a yellow robe and bald head stepped slowly through the portal. Do not be alarmed. I merely came to take a look. The sorceress bore a subtle smile, her gaze shifting from Guli to the mechanical dog with keen interest. This very man and dog before her left no trace detectable even with the time stone. Were it not for her fortunate presence at the New York sanctum today, she would have never discovered the mechanical dog stealthily escaping under the cover of night. Are you a deity? Guli spoke in Chinese, but even he felt his performance was lacking, overly contrived. I assumed you would recognize me, the sorceress replied, her smile widening. Guli quickly inquired, is this magic? Can you teach me? Upon hearing his question, the sorceress regarded Guli with a serious expression, before gently shaking her head. You possess no magical aptitude. After a brief pause of several seconds, she had intended to inquire why he had saved that doomed scientist. Yet the words caught in her throat as she observed the young man's 2.5-minute display. She realized that she would not glean any insightful information from him. Rather than pursuing this line of questioning, it would be more prudent to remain at the New York sanctum for a while, waiting for him to lower his guard and inadvertently reveal his intentions. With this resolution, the sorceress nodded gracefully. Farewell. I hope I haven't disturbed your rest. She then turned and departed, the fiery portal in the living room dissipating along with her presence. Guli collapsed onto the sofa, the tension in his body easing as the spider sense warning faded away. What a pity. This powerful being is unwilling to impart her knowledge to me. Yet the sorceress's actions served to inform him indirectly. Altering Ethan's fate had not led to any irreversible consequences. After a moment of reflection, Guli suddenly pondered another question. Could it be that Ethan's death is not an absolute temporal point in the cinematic universe? Chapter 7. Making Money. May 25, 2009. As most had anticipated, Stark Industries stock price continued its relentless decline, plummeting by a staggering 56.5. The stock trading expert, Ms. Zhao, who had invested all her assets, was significantly impacted by the crash, her mind wandering throughout the day. During this period, even her beloved cosmetics had been downgraded. Aware of the unfolding narrative, Guli spent countless nights comforting Ms. Zhao. Frankly, this was the opportune moment to invest in Stark Industries stocks, and Guli was eager to seize the opportunity. However, he soon faced the disheartening realization that he lacked the funds. The profits from his Turkish kebab shop barely covered his daily expenses, let alone the substantial taxes owed on the villa in Manhattan. As for his foster parents' house, It had been rented to a lawyer named Matthew, who had been in arrears for nearly 6 months. All these circumstances had led to Ghoulie saving very little money over the past 2 decades. Prior to acquiring the drifting and transforming Bugatti, his mode of transportation had been a rather ordinary Mazda. On his way to Old Goo's kebab shop, Ghoulie sat in his blue-black Bugatti, contemplating how to acquire a sum of money. Upon hearing his master's dilemma, the drifting Bugatti volunteered, "Master, why not sell me, and then I can sneak back?" At this suggestion, a spark of inspiration flickered in Ghoulie's eyes, but he quickly shook his head. Such manipulation was feasible, yet he required a substantial amount of money. Frequent sales would undoubtedly attract scrutiny from the relevant authorities. As for the reason behind his urgent need for funds, it stemmed from the sense of urgency instilled by the visit from the Ancient One that fateful night. Ghoulie despised the feeling of having his fate dictated by others. Had he not been bound to the system, he would have chosen to lay low and let events unfold as they may. But having traversed into this new realm, with a system attached, he was determined to be the one who refrained from consuming beef. Yet his current abilities did not permit such a stance. And if he wished to strengthen his powers, he needed to find a new mentor. This, however, led to another dilemma. His current mentor, Zhao Hailuan, lived with him, while his romantic partner, Mei, resided in Queens. If he were to add 1 or 2 more individuals to the mix, he would have nowhere to go. Staying in a hotel would leave a trace, which contradicted his desire for discretion. Renting out the house to the lawyer was even less feasible, as it was too close to his lover's residence. Risking exposure in light of all this, Ghoulie concluded that the most effective solution would be to purchase several more properties throughout New York and even in other cities. This necessity for funds was the crux of his situation. Lost in thought, Ghoulie failed to realize that his hands had left the steering wheel, now resting across his chest. Due to the splendid weather, the drift-transforming Bugatti had kindly morphed into a convertible version of the Veyron. This transformation left Tony Stark, seated nearby and wearing sunglasses, utterly astonished. The Audi R8 beneath him, operated by the AI Jarvis, was capable of autonomous driving as well. Could it be that the dashing young man inside the blue-black Bugatti possesses an artificial intelligence akin to Jarvis? Just moments ago, that very vehicle executed several automatic drifts along the road. Realizing the situation was more complex than it appeared, Tony stealthily followed suit. Upon witnessing the young man park in front of a barbecue restaurant, Tony promptly declared, "Jarvis, in 1 minute. I require a complete dossier on this individual." In no time at all, a cerulean holographic display materialized before Tony inside the Audi. Ghoulie, 20 years old, of Chinese descent, adopted by a couple at a young age, currently a student at New York University. Ex-girlfriend Sharon Carter, current girlfriend Zhao Helen, a Stark Industries scientist. With his hand resting on his chin, Tony chuckled. This lad's ex is Aunt Peggy's niece, and his current girlfriend is none other than Helen Zhao. A strange sensation suddenly washed over Tony, as if this young man had a penchant for targeting those close to him. Old Goo, owner of the Turkish barbecue restaurant, resides in Queens, Manhattan. The final piece of information instantly captured Tony's attention. Jarvis, that mechanical dog's last known location. Indeed, sir, it coincides with Mr. Goo's residence, and based on the condition of that vehicle, there is a 60 probability. I see. I happen to be a bit hungry. Yes, quite hungry. Convincing himself, Tony exited the vehicle and made his way toward the barbecue restaurant, utterly confident in his charm. Just as he entered the Turkish barbecue establishment, he was greeted by an exclamation. "Oh, my goodness, Mr. Stark, is that truly you? Could you please give me an autograph?" The 8-year-old Peter Parker, his eyes sparkling with admiration yet tinged with shyness, pursued Tony with a flurry of questions. "Mr. Stark, is it true you created a circuit board at the age of 4? Reports say you built a V8 engine at 6. Is that accurate?" Casting a glance at the small boy dressed in pajamas who was encircling him, Tony inhaled deeply and asked, "Little pajama boy, what are the restaurant's special dishes?" Young Peter nodded and shouted toward the kitchen, "Uncle Goo, Aunt May has a guest." The little fellow was oblivious to the fact that Miss Sky, who usually worked the front desk, had taken the day off. As Ghoulie and May emerged from the kitchen, Tony felt a sudden jolt of recognition. Just 2 seconds later, Tony politely remarked, "I must say, I would never have guessed you both had a nephew." "Thank you," May replied with a beaming smile. After all, she was quite conscious of her age when with Ghoulie. This billionaire before her clearly knew how to engage in conversation. Ghoulie, too, had not anticipated encountering a superhero of such stature in this manner. He recalled that the Avengers had visited the Turkish barbecue restaurant following the battle in New York, leaving behind quite a memorable scene. Indeed, the flutter of his little butterfly wings had caused a slight shift in the narrative. "Mr. Stark, what would you like to order?" I'd like to try the special dishes. It's my first time here." Tony gestured toward the menu hanging on the wall. Ghoulie nodded and called into the kitchen, one order of donkey meat flatbread and a plate of cold donkey meat, who decreed that a Turkish barbecue restaurant must exclusively serve Turkish barbecue. Unaccustomed to hamburgers and fried chicken, Ghoulie had boldly revised the menu a few years back. Meanwhile, May settled beside Peter, guiding the little one through his homework. American elementary school assignments are generally not extensive. But in order to expend Peter's energy and help him sleep earlier, Ghoulie had purchased a hefty stack of English editions of 5 years of college entrance exams, 3 years of simulated tests. After all, he still needed to enjoy some tender moments with May that evening. Moments later, Tony Stark gazed in astonishment at the donkey meat flatbread before him, an unusual dish reminiscent of a hamburger. There was also a plate of unidentifiable meat, emanating a delightful aroma. To investigate the whereabouts of the mechanical dog, Tony silently encouraged himself, "It's just a plate of meat. You can do this." Chapter 8, Boss. Help. In New York, at Old Goo's Turkish barbecue restaurant, Tony speared a piece of meat and chewed thoughtfully. He initially planned to swallow it whole, but he couldn't resist the curious gaze of the pajama-clad boy fixated on him. Mere seconds later, he widened his eyes in shock. He had not anticipated that this peculiar meat would be so delectably flavorful, chewy and rich in texture. The meat itself bore a subtle fragrance unlike anything he had encountered in years. After several hearty bites, Tony puffed his cheeks and inquired, "Hey, what kind of meat is this?" Ghoulie promptly responded, "Donkey meat. You should try that flatbread. It's a Chinese hamburger." Tony picked up the flatbread wrapped in greaseproof paper and took a generous bite. The flavors exploded in his mouth. The crispy exterior of the flatbread combined with the tender, fragrant donkey meat was nothing short of sensational. They say donkey meat is the second most delicious meat. The first is dragon meat. But dragons don't exist, so technically, donkey meat is the best. This was something Ghoulie had heard in his previous life. It seemed out of place in the Marvel Universe, as dragons indeed existed in this world. Whenever the moment arose where he could claim not to eat beef, he would surely need to slay a couple of dragons for good measure. Tony nodded in agreement with Ghoulie's explanation. Remembering Pepper and Happy, who were busy at the company, he quickly added, "Pack some for me to take away." Ghoulie nodded. "This dish is best enjoyed while hot. It's best to eat it here." "Not a problem. This place is quite close to the company." "Oh, by the way, do you offer delivery?" Upon hearing this, Ghoulie instinctively glanced at little Peter, who was frantically scratching his head under Aunt May's watchful eye. What a shame, for before him stood the young version of Spider-Man. If it were the Tobey Maguire version, he might have considered sending him to deliver food. Regaining his composure, Ghoulie shrugged, "Not at the moment." After finishing the food before him, Tony wiped his mouth and handed over a business card. "When you start offering that service, remember to give me a call." Watching Tony Stark turn to leave with several orders of donkey meat flatbread, Ghoulie discreetly stowed the business card in his system space. This fellow certainly arrived under peculiar circumstances. While Stark was a skilled actor, the curiosity in his eyes was unmistakable. Ghoulie pondered. He had not exposed anything recently that would have drawn Stark's attention. Perhaps he should simply call the front desk to inquire why Miss Skye was absent again. "Hello. Skye, did you go to school today?" Suddenly, a frantic shout erupted from the other end of the line. "Help, boss!" Ghoulie furrowed his brow, instantly connecting it to the sound of the Decepticon Soundwave hovering above Earth. Soundwave. Switch the video feed to Skye's location. Through the video on his phone, Ghoulie saw Skye desperately driving her little van, fleeing from several pursuing vehicles. "Aunt May, I need to step out for a moment." The drifting Bugatti sprang to life. Following Soundwave's instructions at full speed, Skye, whose real name was Daisy Johnson, was an exceptionally intelligent hacker who dropped out of school at 17 and occasionally worked part-time at Ghoulie's restaurant. She would later become the renowned Quake, primarily featured in the Marvel series Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. In the comics, she was one of the few agents, alongside Nick Fury and Natasha Romanoff, who possessed a level 10 security clearance. However, at this point, Skye had yet to join S.H.I.E.L.D. She was merely a wandering minor hacker. Jiu Li's actions also prompted Tony, who had been monitoring him, to exclaim in excitement, "Let's see who you truly are." Tony leaned back in his chair, intensely focused on the surveillance footage on the screen. Finally, after speeding through several streets, the blue-black Bugatti executed a drift and came to a halt. At the end of the street lay a dead-end alley, where poor Sky hid within her van while several burly men in black were vandalizing the vehicle. "Hey, lady, hand over the information." Gu Li awkwardly rubbed his nose, realizing that these thuggish assailants had dismissed him entirely. "Hey." Upon hearing a voice from behind, one of the thuggish men, resembling a certain assassin from Gu Li's past life, shouted arrogantly, "Another yellow-skinned monkey has arrived." However, before he could finish his sentence, Gu Li punched him, sending him flying several meters, crashing into the wall of the dead-end alley. "Wang Defa," came the exclamation from Tony, who lay in his office. "Mazafak," echoed Nick Fury from the S.H.I.L.D. office. The only reason Nick was aware of Gu Li was due to his surveillance of Tony Stark. This had been his assessment of Stark, but he never anticipated an unexpected surprise. With a thud, the fallen thug twitched a couple of times before lying motionless on the ground. "Oh dear, I miscalculated my strength," Gu Li thought to himself. Ever since gaining Spider-Man's superhuman abilities, he had refrained from engaging in combat. Soundwave, black out all nearby surveillance. Soundwave, the chief intelligence officer of the Decepticons, is a man of few words and fierce demeanor. He does whatever his master commands, executing his tasks with remarkable swiftness. Just as the two individuals were engrossed in their clandestine observation, the surveillance before them suddenly transformed into a blizzard of static. J.A.R.V.I.S. What is happening? Tony inquired with a grave expression. "Sir, all surveillance surrounding M.R.G.U. has been compromised." "You truly are an anomaly," Tony mused, stroking his chin. "Is there any cached footage from the recent surveillance?" "Sir, the cache has also been purged." Lost in thought, Tony Stark's fingers rhythmically tapped against his desk. "We can now be 100% certain that the mechanical canine belongs to Gu. Yet I cannot fathom how a mere 20-year-old could possess such advanced technology." JRVIS expressed its own confusion, noting that Mr. Gu's residence was akin to a fortress. No signal could penetrate it. Mark II. Mark II, Tony muttered before rising to leave his office. He refused to concede. Although the competition had yet to commence, his pride would not allow him to accept that his creations could be inferior to those of Gu Li. Meanwhile, Nick Fury wore a broad grin, his gleaming white teeth strikingly prominent against his dark complexion. He believed the disappearance of the surveillance was due to Stark's discovery. But even if he has discovered it, what can he do? This remarkable M.R.G.U. had ultimately been unearthed by his discerning gaze. Nick Fury promptly called Coulson, instructing him to manage the situation with Tony Stark effectively. He then made another call. "Natasha? Your vacation is over. A new mission requires your attention." After hanging up, a sly smile danced at the corners of Nick Fury's mouth. A 20-year-old youth. How could Natasha not handle this with ease? Meanwhile, in her apartment, Natasha smashed a watermelon on the dining table with a punch. Mother-f***er. Chapter 9. The dishwasher in New York, in a certain dead-end alley. Following a thunderous explosion, the traces left by Sky were incinerated by Gu Li. More accurately, they were obliterated by a blast. After being with the esteemed Ms. Zhao Hailuan, he acquired skills such as the 3 transformations of the Diamond Drift, the Rebirth Cradle, Soundwave, and the Blue Giant Star Annihilation Cannon. The Blue Giant Star Annihilation Cannon, utilized by Thor and Valkyrie in the universe of the Men in Black, is a stellar cannon with the Blue Giant as its core weapon. Even as Gu Li drove away with Sky, he still felt a twinge of fear. Thankfully, he had only harnessed a trillionth of its energy. Otherwise, it could have very well perforated the Earth. Though it appeared small, its power was undeniably formidable. Leaving a bottomless pit in the dead-end alley, truly, it lived up to its reputation as the strongest weapon in the realm of firearms. Regrettably, on Earth, he would likely never witness the full might of the Blue Giant Star Annihilation Cannon during its prime. Of course, the surveillance of their departure had also been entirely blacked out by Soundwave. "Boss, you are incredibly handsome. What should I do? I might accidentally fall in love with you." Sky, seated in the passenger seat, gazed at Ghoulie with starry eyes, her hands tightly gripping his ARM. To her, Ghoulie appeared, youthful, handsome, and robust enough to send someone flying with a single punch. Not to mention that dazzling blue glowing weapon. Simply too cool. How did they set their sights on you? Sky sighed with resignation, pausing for a moment before saying, I stumbled upon a small secret of IM and hoped to earn some extra cash. But I never expected it to escalate like this. You are quite brave. A point is the notorious organization behind human bomb development, specifically the one researching the extremist virus. While it may not rival the likes of Stark Industries, Hammer Industries, or Osborne Technologies, it is still a considerable player in America's capitalist landscape. A.I.M. or Advanced Idea Mechanics, primarily features in Iron Man. One of its founders, Aldrich Killian, is the same character who appeared in Iron Man 1. Leaning on a cane. Sky, for now, stay at a hotel, Ghoulie said, knowing she often resided in her van, which had just been destroyed. All right, will food and lodging be provided? Sky fixed her gaze on her young boss. Born in 1992, she had just turned 17 and had mostly been drifting since dropping out of school. Sitting next to Ghoulie now filled her with a long-lost sense of security. Ghoulie also noticed the stars in Sky's eyes and other emotions, but she was too young. Perhaps it was best to wait. Although he greatly desired the shockwave superpower, he felt a twinge of conscience. Well, though not substantial. Despite the surveillance footage being entirely erased by Soundwave, the tremendous explosion had still garnered the attention of the NYPD. When a group of officers arrived at the explosion site, they were utterly dumbfounded to find a bottomless pit before them. The officers quickly realized they were dealing with a monumental case, with promotions and pay raises within reach. However, when they attempted to retrieve the nearby surveillance footage, they were shocked to discover that all recordings from a certain time frame within a 3-kilometer radius were missing. The scene bore no trace, completely obliterated. Ultimately, they had to contact the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics, a cumbersome organization charged with handling all extraordinary matters. The director of this mysterious organization was currently perplexed as he answered the phone. Natasha, why do you need such a large budget this time? Humph. Do you know where Ghoulie lives? In Manhattan's most expensive villa district? How can I get close to him without renting a place? After a 2.5-minute silence, Nick Fury finally spoke. Doesn't his barbecue restaurant need a front desk cashier? Natasha, why don't you apply? You'd have no trouble. Fury, go to hell, Natasha exclaimed, as she smashed a watermelon before her, the juice splattering enticingly onto her white T-shirt. In 2008, Natasha was persuaded by Hawkeye Barton and defected from the Red Room to join HIELD. Over the past year and a half, she had diligently fulfilled the tasks assigned to her. Yet, for reasons unknown, since Stark was attacked in Afghanistan, her career as a spy had taken a dismal turn. Alongside the endearing Coulson, they had spent 2.5 months searching in the Afghan desert. And what was the result? Their target had simply boarded a private jet and left. After finally returning to New York, she was tasked with investigating the human bomb explosion. The most infuriating part was being told to apply for the front desk cashier position at a barbecue restaurant. Natasha bitterly thought that perhaps she should have chosen to go undercover at Stark Industries. At least she could have sat in an office. What on earth is the job of a front desk cashier? Meanwhile, the S.H.I.L.D. Let's refer to it this way to spare the readers from my verbosity. Received tips from the NYPD.IT was rare for director Nick Fury to personally lead a team of trusted agents to the explosion site. Motherfucker. Upon receiving the measurements, Nick Fury's mind raced with thoughts. He had witnessed alien weaponry firsthand, yet nothing compared to this. A pit over 2,000 meters deep, that S6 Eiffel Towers stacked. What about the surveillance? Nick Fury turned to the agent beside him. Director, the surveillance within a 3-kilometer radius is completely gone. Nick Fury's expression darkened as he stared at the deep pit, the name Ghoulie flashing through his mind, igniting a fierce spark in his eyes. It seems I have underestimated that fellow. As one of the two individuals aware of the explosion's cause, Nick Fury did not divulge this information. He initially intended to meet the man with the Eastern features personally, but knowing little about Ghoulie's situation was not in line with his usual style of control. He resolved to wait for Natasha's update. Meanwhile, our Black Widow Natasha had changed into plain clothes and arrived at Old Goo's Turkish barbecue restaurant after getting off the subway. Boss, I am here to apply for the front desk cashier position. Gu was not in the restaurant. After dropping Sky off, he had gone shopping with Ms. Zhao Hailuan. Natasha was greeted by May and Sky. "I'm sorry, but we already have a cashier." May pointed to the smiling Sky beside her. May's words struck Natasha hard, and she suddenly felt her life dim and bleak. The illustrious Black Widow could not even secure a cashier job? Yet, her sense of responsibility as a spy compelled her to ask, "Are there any other job opportunities?" "I just lost my job." May, a kind-hearted woman, couldn't help but notice the pitiful appearance of the girl before her. "How about a dishwasher? Is that acceptable?" Chapter 10. On the matter of making money in New York. At Old Gu's Turkish barbecue restaurant, Diuli leaned languidly against the window, having pondered for several days without arriving at a swift method for earning money. Lacking skills, funds, and connections, he was utterly impoverished. Yet, for the sake of his studies and to strengthen his survival, he had to continue seeking financial support. After all, seizing the opportunity to buy Stark Industries stock at a low price was one of the few chances available. Sky sat behind the cash register, occasionally stealing glances at Gu. She felt herself falling in love. The more she looked at Gu, the more handsome he appeared. Meanwhile, our future failure, the 8-year-old Peter, was under Aunt May's watchful eye, struggling with an endless pile of homework. He truly could not fathom how he had offended Uncle Gu to deserve such punishment. If Gu were aware of Peter's thoughts, he would surely advise him, "If you go to bed early, there wouldn't be any issues." Since being with Gu, Aunt May had grown increasingly beautiful. At the age of 30, May felt as though her life was blossoming anew. Meanwhile, the infamous Black Widow was diligently fulfilling her role as a dishwasher in the kitchen. Gazing at the towering pile of plates before her, Natasha's eyes dulled with regret for not having gone undercover at Stark Industries. Gu had just lit a cigarette when he suddenly sensed two piercing glares directed at him, May and Sky. With a resigned shrug, he made his way to the parking lot outside the shop to indulge in his smoke. Who could have imagined that such a humble barbecue joint would host nearly half of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s superheroes? Spider-Man, Quake, Black Widow, not to mention the young Archer across the street, keeping watch. Does he even have a job? Gu was fairly certain that Stark's previous visit had been unintentional, as this fellow had not returned since. Each day, it was the cool, sunglasses-clad Happy Hogan who came to collect takeout, a loyal patron of the barbecue establishment, always ordering 3 portions, as for the sudden appearances of Natasha and the young Archer. Gu was uncertain what had drawn the attention of the egg-shaped figure. In truth, the taciturn Soundwave, one of the Transformers hidden in the skies above, knew the reason. It was aware of Tony Stark's and S.H.I.E.L.D. surveillance of its master. However, since its master had not inquired, it refrained from divulging any information, maintaining an air of aloofness. "It will be a while before Stark Industries stock prices soar. How about we plan a heist tonight?" Upon hearing its master's musings, the excited Drift emitted a series of roaring sounds. After giving Drift's tire a gentle kick, Gu climbed into his vehicle and began searching for a target. New York City, broadly speaking, comprises 5 major districts, including the borough of Brooklyn, where even Captain America couldn't afford a home, Queens, where May and young Peter resided, and Manhattan, where Gu made his abode. The other 2 districts were the Bronx and Staten Island. Below Manhattan lay a smaller area officially known as Clinton, which is also home to Hell's Kitchen. As his finger traced the Hell's Kitchen area on the screen, Gu pondered for a few moments. Kingpin, he thought. Kingpin, a behemoth with over 90% muscle mass, was one of Daredevil's and Spider-Man's primary adversaries. Given Gu's current abilities, which were a mix of serum and some of Spider-Man's powers, facing that individual would be quite the challenge. Unless he employed the Blue Hulk's annihilation cannon, but that could inadvertently obliterate the Earth. Just then, Gu's phone morphed into a small robot, Lu and the mechanical dog, Laserbird, and Robot Bat all belonged to the Soundwave's army of Transformers, typically concealed within the Soundwave's chest. Now, they were hidden beside Gu. "Master, I have a method to make money," Lu proclaimed. Glancing at the mischievous and slightly deranged little robot, Gu hesitated before asking, "What do you have in mind?" "Master, I can directly transfer money into your account." It was indeed capable of this, considering that in its universe, it had infiltrated Air Force One to steal data and uncover the whereabouts of the Decepticon leader. Megatron.it could be said that Megatron's return was largely due to its efforts. Is it really that simple? Won't it be traced? Rest assured, Master, it will absolutely go undetected. Ghoulie chuckled as he patted the little creature's head. Just go for Kingpin. And if necessary, have Soundwave lend a hand. If more intelligent robots were to appear in the future, Ghoulie might just become a walking drilling machine. Just think of Ultron. With a mere blink, $20 billion vanished from Tony Stark's account. There was much to be done. It seemed he would need to spend more time with Lady Zhao Hailuan tonight to secure additional rewards. Suddenly, Ghoulie felt a twinge of pain in his lower back. Though stock market expert Zhao was his lucky star, and being with her had resulted in high-tech rewards, increasing their intimacy was proving to be quite the challenge. He needed to be a thoughtful and responsible boyfriend to boost that intimacy even slightly. Ding dong, your Wells Fargo account ending in 89757 has received a deposit of $1 million. Balance $819,527. The notification from M. Luin caused Ghoulie to exclaim, "So quick! You didn't just transfer it directly into my account, did you?" "Master, it was transferred several thousand times before finally reaching your account via the family trust fund." Hearing this, Ghoulie gave M. Luin a thumbs up. The little creature might not be powerful, but it turned out to be quite the technical marvel. With that, it seemed his plans could proceed. The stock market venture, the property acquisition, the pursuit of romance. Ultimately, he would not go hungry. Ding dong, ding dong. Glancing at the incessantly ringing M. Luin, Ghoulie instructed, "Turn off the notification sound and transform back into a phone." And so time passed in a cyclical rhythm. With the people of New York City perpetually engrossed in their daily hustle, Ghoulie drifted between Zhao Hailuan and Mei, gradually enhancing his own abilities. Meanwhile, with the assistance of Dr. Ethan, Tony Stark was developing the second generation of the Mark suit at his seaside villa. Ethan had become fond of the donkey meat he received through Happy's Takeout, and if not for Tony's insistence, he would have been tempted to visit in person. Of course, his primary interest lay in meeting the mysterious figure with the mechanical dog. Black Widow continued her role as a dishwasher at the barbecue joint, unable to find an opportunity to approach Ghoulie. The monotonous task of washing dishes had led her to curse Fury countless times in her mind. She had also noticed the ambiguous connection between Ghoulie and the enchanting Mei, as well as the way Skye, the receptionist, looked at Ghoulie. It was enough to make any woman feel uneasy. After weeks of surveillance, Hawkeye Barton was assigned a different task by Nick Fury. Coulson continued his attempts to connect with Tony Stark, though he too faced misfortune, as he never encountered Stark directly. Every time he visited Stark Industries, it was Pepper Potts he met instead. Finally, on the 9th month of his relationship with stock market expert Zhao Hailuan, November 15, 2009, the familiar notification chimed again. Through the teachings of narrative character Zhao Hailuan, your cultural level has increased by 1, earning you Quintessa. Chapter 11, Quintessa. Through the teachings of narrative character Zhao Hailuan, your cultural level has increased by 1, earning you the reward, Quintessa. The mining function has been activated. You may dispatch intelligent beings to mine, randomly obtaining rewards. As he observed Zhao, who was organizing his study materials, Ghoulie internally scoffed. "So I've crossed paths with the Transformers, huh? If only I could summon a cosmic emperor next time." As if sensing Ghoulie's emotional fluctuations, Zhao Hailuan gently traced her fingers across his face and inquired, "Darling, what's the matter?" Taking her hand in his, Ghoulie replied, "You should get some rest." This was something that was difficult to explain. Quintessa, who claimed to be the creator of the Transformers, was likely a falsehood. Aside from the Primus, Ghoulie couldn't fathom who else could be their creator. This Quintessa was among the few Cybertronian beings capable of transforming into a humanoid form. Apart from her, the only other was the Decepticon Alice. These were the only two who had ever transformed into human shapes, and both were female. However, the extent of Quintessa's power remained perplexing. One might argue she wasn't formidable, yet she was the only one who had slapped Optimus Prime without facing any retaliation. Most adversaries of Optimus had met their demise. Megatron had been defeated multiple times as well. Conversely, one could argue she was powerful, yet she was easily driven off by Bumblebee's blast. Was she subjected to a forced 50-50 split in power by Cybertron? Under Zhao Hailuan's guidance, Ghoulie had received numerous system rewards, most of which were related to the Transformers. Given this pattern, the next reward was likely to be a matrix of leadership, or perhaps a cosmic emperor, or even Primus himself. However, he desired rewards that would enhance his own strength, such as the Phoenix Force, Chaos Magic, or Fairy Magic. Regrettably, there had been no reports of mutants on Earth. Jiu Li was confident in this belief, having secretly infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D.'s database the day he acquired Soundwave. Information on characters like the Hulk and Skrulls was readily available, yet there was not a single mention of mutants. Jiu Li believed that if mutants existed, he could undoubtedly gain the Phoenix Force from the Phoenix. However, all of this remained a fantasy. The Phoenix Force was out of reach unless he ventured into other multiverses. Presently, he was tethered to Earth, let alone traversing the multiverse. Chaos magic, or perhaps chaos powers. Were opportunities worth exploring, Wanda? She was likely still with Hydra at this moment. As for the Black Widow Natasha, who was lurking in his establishment washing dishes, Ghoulie felt no need to pursue. She likely held nothing of value. After the New York battle, both Black Widow and Hawkeye's abilities had gradually diminished. It was a tough position for these two mortals to be in, surrounded by a throng of superpowered beings. The other mortal, Stark, at least had a variety of Mark suits at his disposal. The later nano-armor Mark 50 could break through even the defenses of the Vision. Young Skye would turn 18 next year. Ghoulie stored his notes in the system's space and gradually drifted into slumber, entirely unaware that the recently rewarded Quintessa was floating in his home, curiously observing the Earth beneath her. In her universe, Earth was the embodiment of a cosmic emperor. Yet beneath this planet lay another formidable entity. The mere trace of a presence had already sent shivers down her spine, akin to the aura of the primordial celestial being in peak form. Quintessa also discovered that a kind of binding had been inscribed upon her, reminiscent of the time she had enslaved the Transformers on the planet Cybertron, almost identical in nature. The only discernible difference seemed to be that this binding appeared unbreakable, having fused seamlessly with her very essence. Within the confines of this modest abode, there lingered several familiar auras. Are those military robots from Cybertron? A flash of blue light flickered around Quintessa, and upon its extinguishment, she had transformed into the guise of a human woman. Clad in a flowing purple robe, she smiled charmingly and made her way towards a room on the second floor. Meanwhile, on the other side, at Tony Stark's seaside villa, after 6.5 months, with the assistance of his friend Ethan, the formidable Mark II had finally been completed, far surpassing the original timeline. Ignoring the protests from Ethan and J.A.R.V.I.S., Tony soared above New York City in the Mark II armor. Ah ha 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 ha, he laughed heartily within the suit, never having felt such joy before. After all, flying was humanity's dream, and mechs were the epitome of a man's romance. J.A.R.V.I.S. What is the record for the State Route 71 Blackbird reconnaissance aircraft? Sir, the record for fixed-wing flight is 85,000 feet. Records are meant to be broken. Let us go. At that moment, Tony's laughter was completely genuine. If all went according to plan, this might be the happiest he had ever felt in his life. The scene shifts back to Ghoulie's quaint villa. Just as he lay soundly asleep, he was abruptly awakened by an insistent force. The cause? A seductive woman in a purple robe was gently caressing his chest, while beside him, Ms. Zhao Hailuan lay unconscious, or perhaps simply in a deep slumber. Quintessa? I am Quintessa, the great creator. Upon seeing her, Ghoulie waved his hand dismissively, a mysterious power stemming from his system tossing the woman onto the sofa. Anyone stirred from slumber in such a manner would naturally feel irritable, especially when confronted with a woman exhibiting such haughty and arrogant airs. How dare you assault the great creator? Creator my foot, Neil. Ghoulie was inexplicably filled with morning ire. Quintessa, Quintessa, how could he not deal with her? It is well known that humans are most irritable when forcibly awakened. After a few moments of hesitation, Ghoulie looked at Quintessa. Teacher, teach me some Cybertronian culture. He was uncertain whether learning from Quintessa would indeed elevate his cultural level, thereby granting him a reward, as the creator of Cybertron was not among the characters of the Marvel Universe. Yet, after a considerable time, the system's melodious notification chimed in unexpectedly. Through the teachings of the special character Quintessa, your cultural level has increased by 1, and you have received a random reward, the Card of Destiny. Ghoulie, could it possibly be the ability of the mutant card dealer? He quickly glanced at the skill description. Utilizing dark magic, it could switch between stunning, launching, and absorbing modes, inflicting significant damage upon enemies. However, the magical power required to activate this skill was, shockingly, borrowed. The system had even kindly signed the contract on his behalf. Contract subject, Dormammu. Ghoulie rubbed his temples in exasperation, feeling conflicted about this reward, which seemed a bit of a trap. No. It was a glaringly evident trap. Why, you ask? Because borrowing magical power in the Marvel Universe was a bottomless pit. It wasn't merely a matter of repayment. It was whether one could afford to repay it. This was far more terrifying than usury. One could easily find oneself utterly ruined, as Dormammu was hardly a benevolent figure, of course, unless one borrowed and chose not to repay. Chapter 12. $300 million. New York, Manhattan. Morning. Ghoulie stood in the kitchen, his mind wandering as he pondered the reward he had received after his cultural level had risen one under Quintessa's tutelage. He felt conflicted, knowing that those who signed contracts with Dormammu often ended up unrecognizable, akin to Uncle Ben with his smoky makeup. Quintessa, reputed to be the creator of Cybertron, was also among the most powerful rewards he had obtained, second only to the Blue Giant Star Destroyer. However, the Star Destroyer was exceedingly unstable. A single misstep could obliterate the Earth. Yet, one must admit, it was indeed surprising that Quintessa could transform into a human. I have truly fallen. Regret, frustration, unwillingness, and sorrow all waged a war upon Ghoulie's visage. If heaven were to grant him another chance, he would surely— well, never mind. Learning was paramount. He could always indulge later once he grew stronger. Moreover, the mining function the system had opened yesterday required physical miners. So having the unruly Quintessa occasionally assume the role of a miner seemed quite appealing. As a competent boss, Ghoulie resolved to appoint Quintessa as his personal secretary. After all, there is a saying in his previous life, when in need, let the secretary handle it. System. Access the panel. Name. Ghoulie race. Human. Age. 21. Powers. 50/50 serum. Spider sense. Super strength. Card of destiny. Items. Vibranium shield. Little cricket handgun. Regeneration cradle. Blue Giant Star Destroyer. Affiliations. Drift. Sonar. Tape Legion. Quintessa. Contract subject. Dormammu. Upon seeing this, Ghoulie awkwardly rubbed his nose, noting that more than half of his system rewards stemmed from Ms. Zhao Hailuan. However, that made sense. They had known each other for a year and had lived together for over 9 months, nearly exhausting the household's collection of books. The reward of 50 cultural points, the little cricket handgun, also derived from the film Men in Black, was a compact weapon barely the size of a palm yet possessed incredible recoil. As for its power, it was equivalent to the explosive force of a grenade, with the added benefit of infinite ammunition. Undoubtedly, a fine product of the system. As for the vibranium shield contributed by his teacher, Sharon Carter, he had kept it in the system space all these years, as there had been no opportunity to use it. After all, he couldn't very well dress as Captain 50/50 on Halloween. Naturally, he had disposed of various trivial rewards, such as Captain 50/50's diary. A wisp of dark energy coiled around his fingertips, gradually transforming into a blue energy card. Ghoulie toyed with it for a moment before a sudden realization struck him. Oh no, that woman might still be in New York. Realizing this too late, Ghoulie hastily withdrew the dark magic. He had no desire to confront the Ancient One once more, even though she wielded powers from the dark dimension and had extended her life through them. Allowing her to live for centuries, she was ultimately a top-tier powerhouse, while he was merely an ordinary superhuman. The powerful could light a fire. He, for now, could not. As for his contract subject, Dormammu, it posed a significant problem. Dormammu, the ruler of the dark dimension, was at least of the same caliber as the Ancient One. Well, there's no use fretting now. Let's see how much money I've made. When Ghoulie opened his phone to check his bank balance, he was left utterly astounded and rooted to the spot. Balance, $302,389,757. 300 million. Ghoulie counted 10 times before finally confirming it was indeed over $300 million. Little Miluan. Did you rob the Kingpin family? A mechanical arm emerged from one side of the phone, affectionately nuzzling Ghoulie's arm like a kitten. Ever since encountering Quintessa the previous night, the mechanical dog and Little Miluan had increasingly taken on the characteristics of beloved pets. Ghoulie mourned for the Kingpin for 2 seconds. Considering the time, the Mark II should be nearing completion. After Tony and Ironmonger battled, he would personally acknowledge his identity as Iron Man. And with the launch of the Clean Energy Project, Stark Industries stock price would surely skyrocket once more. Little Miluan, invest all this money into Stark Industries stock. Meanwhile, in New York's Fable building, has Kingpin gone mad? What on earth does he intend to do? A weary group of Fable agents looked towards their director, who was equally at a loss, as no one knew why Kingpin had suddenly gone berserk. In recent days, the most powerful underground crime lord in New York, Kingpin, had been attacking rival gangs with reckless abandon, resulting in dozens of casualties. Though the deceased were merely low-level thugs, the repercussions were far from favorable. Especially for them at Fable, Kingpin's actions were like a slap in the face. Can anyone tell me what exactly is happening? Silence met the Fable director's query, as the agents had spent several days investigating, even covertly contacting numerous informants, yet still turned up empty. Faced with this, the Fable director had no choice but to make a call. Hello, we require your assistance with the situation. Upon receiving Fable's plea for help, Nick Fury's brow furrowed slightly. He knew of Kingpin, just a crime lord, nothing more. Having witnessed countless storms and even extraterrestrials, Nick Fury found Fable increasingly inept. Is Fable unable to handle such a minor issue? It seemed that, in times of crisis, he still had to rely on S.H.I.L.D. Recently, he felt an increasing weight on his shoulders. Those damn politicians in America would be better off allocating all their funds to S.H.I.L.D. What use was Fable? Merely a decorative vase. Clint, head over to Hell's Kitchen and investigate what Kingpin has been up to lately. Hell's Kitchen, once a notorious slum on Manhattan Island, was primarily inhabited by the working-class Irish immigrants. It was infamous for its dismal living conditions, severe racial conflict, and high crime rates. Kingpin, who had garnered the attention of both Fable and Ed, sat there, cigar in mouth, his demeanor growing increasingly grim amidst the swirling smoke. Clad in a pristine white suit, Jean Bing appeared extraordinarily robust, his weight seemingly several times that of an average individual. He gripped a black cane tightly, rhythmically striking the ground with an erratic cadence. Clang, 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 that a cadre of silent gang members stood before him, their expressions devoid of words. At this moment, Jean Bing was not just irritable, but also enveloped in a profound sense of despair and helplessness. It was unclear when his inheritance intended for his son had mysteriously diminished to such an extent. A staggering $300 million had vanished from his accounts, representing the entirety of his hard-earned fortune amassed over the years. Just like that, it had disappeared without a trace or a hint of warning. When he inquired at the bank, the response was, "Sir, our records indicate that these transactions were all conducted by you personally." Personally? How utterly absurd that I am simply overweight, not foolish. Who in their right mind would casually donate $300 million? Who? Tell me, who would do such a thing? Bai Yin. Have you uncovered anything from that group of hackers you hired? Bai Yin, a mercenary and a key lieutenant under Jean Bing, replied, "It may take a bit more time. The perpetrator seems to be a seasoned criminal who has left no trace." Upon hearing this, Jean Bing's countenance darkened as he extinguished the cigar in his hand. A seasoned criminal, you say? With so many enemies over the years, who could it possibly be? Chapter 13. The Cradle of Rebirth, New York. Late at night, Jiuli reclined on the sofa, embracing his primary girlfriend, while the television before them broadcast the explosion of Stark Tower. The reason for the sudden emphasis on primary girlfriend stemmed from an unexpected incident. Half a month prior, Zhao Hailuan had secretly arrived at a barbecue restaurant after work, intending to surprise Guli for his birthday. However, she unexpectedly caught him in a flirtatious encounter with Sky. What was meant to be a surprise turned into a shocking revelation. That night, Guli endured a barrage of biting remarks. Subsequently, Zhao Hailuan asserted her claim over him. As for the explosion on television, it was the handiwork of Iron Man and Ironmonger. If all went according to plan, Tony would publicly acknowledge his identity as Iron Man at tomorrow's post-battle press conference. Thus, the curtain would rise on the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Had it been in his previous life, Guli might have invited a couple of friends to witness this event with admiration. Mechas, after all, represented a man's romance, and he too appreciated them. Yet now, having traversed into this narrative, particularly after the visit from the Ancient One, Guli harbored only one thought: to survive until he could exclaim, "Ha ha ha, I do not consume beef." Having been a slacker for half his previous life, he no longer felt the need to compromise himself, especially with his newfound advantages. Of course, survival remained paramount. After all, this was America, a land rife with calamities. Were it not for the system's stipulation that he could only accept instruction from characters within the Marvel narrative. Why would he endure this predicament? He still recalled Fan Xiaoping by the shores of Daming Lake, and it seemed he made an appearance in Iron Man as well. He would have to ask Soundwave to investigate. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Gu Li's mind. With Ironmonger recently deceased, could he not explore the assets of this old fellow? After all, he was one of the shareholders of Stark Industries. Surely, he must possess considerable wealth. After lulling Zhao Hailuan to sleep, Gu Li, accompanied by his little companion, ventured into the basement. The villa rewarded by the system boasted a basement of approximately 200 square meters, where the mechanical dog and its entourage frolicked. Little Me Luan, do some research and see if we can acquire Ironmonger's assets. Let's open a virtual account this time. Ironmonger was undoubtedly richer than Jean Bing. However, the sudden transfer of such a substantial sum would likely draw attention. The previous transfer involving Jean Bing's money had been executed under the family trust of Gu Li's adoptive parents. He wondered where those two had gone to enjoy themselves. They had nearly vanished for 10 years. Now, Gu Li could finally purchase the adjacent building and bring Sky over. After all, Zhao Hailuan had already expressed her understanding of his situation. Such actions could hardly be deemed morally questionable. One might eloquently argue. For the fate of humanity and the survival of half the universe's beings, I, the unparalleled General Gu Li, would not hesitate to traverse mountains of blades or seas of fire. In less sophisticated terms, I am simply craving her company. The main point, however, was that Sky had just turned 18. If all went according to plan, she was about to acquire her first group attack ability. Whether it be the 50-50 blood serum or Spider-Man's super strength, both merely enhancing her physical form. The cards of destiny, they could be quite extravagant. As for Sky's future superpower, wave manipulation, it could be likened to Whitebeard's Tremor fruit. By vibrating and distorting objects, she could achieve destruction or manipulation of them. Yet her powers did not stem from the X gene, meaning she was not a mutant. Rather, she was half-inhuman. In simpler terms, mutants and Eternals were created by the Celestials based on ancient humanity, while Inhumans were crafted by the Kree. I almost forgot. There is a celestial baby within the Earth's core, Gu Li chuckled bitterly. In this light, the plan to annihilate half of the universe's beings by the director of the Family Planning Office might have some connection to the celestial baby beneath the Earth's surface. The Marvel Universe was not the only realm beset by calamities. The very Earth beneath their feet was likewise troubled. The Chitauri sought to invade Earth, Dormammu aimed to conquer it, and Thanos desired to consume it. After a fleeting vision of the purple-robed woman who transformed that night, Gu Li suddenly thought of another woman. Circe, an Eternal who had lived on Earth for 7,000 years. She should be working at a museum in London at this very moment. Gu Li lit a cigarette, contemplating whether he should take a trip to London to purchase a house, then perhaps become acquainted with this ageless woman and see if she could impart some knowledge to him. After all, Circe's former boyfriend was Ikaris, the most powerful member of the Eternals on Earth. This fellow, aside from not gaining strength from sunlight, possessed an array of superpowers strikingly similar to Superman's, flying through the stars, emitting laser beams from his eyes, essentially a replica of Superman. As for which of the two was superior, that was a matter of perspective. Master, the funds have been secured. Impressive. Gu Li affectionately ruffled little Me Luan's head, finding the texture quite satisfactory. However, he soon realized a concerning issue. The little one's body seemed rather fragile. Not only little Me Luan, but also Drift and Soundwave exhibited similar vulnerabilities, after all. In the cinematic world of Transformers, even the firearms of that technological caliber could shatter their mechanical forms. How much more vulnerable would they be in the current Marvel Universe? This was one of the reasons Gu Li remained steadfast in his resolve to survive. He believed that Drift and Soundwave, together, would struggle against Tony in a Mark suit. The Mark suit had withstood a tank shell in Afghanistan without a scratch, while Drift and Soundwave's physical resilience was evidently lacking, not to mention little Me Luan, whose frail body could be bisected by a chainsaw. What should I do? Gu Li pondered. The Transformers Drift and the Decepticon Soundwave hovering above Earth, along with the mechanical dog and its tape army, comprised his few subordinates. Was he to relegate them to support roles in the future? Specializing in intelligence gathering, financial acquisition, and transportation could work, he mused softly. If only I could replace their bodies with vibranium. Vibranium's strength would be sufficient to make them competent warriors. rather than mere support. Suddenly, an idea struck Ghoulie. He retrieved a vibranium shield and the enormous cradle of rebirth from the system's space. My goodness, is the cradle of rebirth really this large? Since acquiring it, he had never seen it, but upon witnessing it firsthand, he was momentarily taken aback. This unusually large cradle occupied nearly half the basement space. Ghoulie even felt that the space within it could accommodate 2 drifts. Could it be that the cradle of rebirth was genuinely prepared for the Transformers? Seeing the rapid green light flashing from the system, Ghoulie's face broke into a joyous smile. Little Me Luan, let's test it out with the vibranium shield. Chapter 14. Journey to London, following the operational guide of the Cradle of Rebirth. Ghoulie placed the vibranium shield and Little Me Luan in their respective positions. The moment the power was activated, the brilliantly illuminated New York City was plunged into darkness. Of course, this darkness lasted only 2.5 minutes. Perhaps it was due to Little Me Luan's small size and the relatively modest dimensions of the vibranium shield. Another peculiar occurrence was that the entirety of New York experienced a blackout. Yet Ghoulie's small villa's basement remained aglow. The Cradle of Rebirth, shimmering with a radiant blue light, slowly opened, and the mechanically gleaming Little Me Luan excitedly leaped out. In that instant, it felt extraordinarily powerful. Indeed, aligning itself with its master was the wisest decision it had ever made. Seeing Little Me Luan's exuberant demeanor, the mechanical dog and bird hastily rubbed against Ghoulie's arm, glancing at the 2 pet-like companions. Ghoulie sighed, "There's enough for everyone, but please wait a while." As for vibranium, he had none left. It seemed necessary to carve out some time to visit Wakanda, he thought. Purchasing vibranium was out of the question. At $10,000 per gram, his modest fortune could not accommodate such an expense. Moreover, those funds were reserved for future power enhancements and should not be squandered on vibranium. Given this situation, he had no choice but to seek a zero-cost acquisition in Wakanda. In the movie, vibranium was formed from a meteorite that fell to Earth 10,000 years ago, landing in 2 locations, one in Antarctica and the other in the Black Panther's homeland. Wakanda. Perhaps I should take the dog to Antarctica. If we can find vibranium, there would be no need to go to Wakanda. Ghoulie patted the dog's head. After all, a zero-cost acquisition in Wakanda could very well lead to detection, as the film established that the technology in that wretched place was the most advanced on Earth. Upon discovery, an inevitable great battle ensued. First, we must go to Antarctica. As for metals that surpass vibranium, it must be the URU metal from Asgard. That knife wielded by the purple sweet potato essence is rather impressive as well. Alas, Ghoulie sighed heavily, lamenting his own inadequacies. He was still too feeble, unable to even fly beyond Earth. How could he venture into the cosmos to gain experience? After stowing the regeneration cradle into the system space, Ghoulie picked up the phone transformed by the little chaos and booked a flight ticket. He intended to try his luck in London. What if he succeeded? After all, she was the girlfriend of Akaris, the pinnacle of the Eternals' combat prowess. Given the system's tendencies, the rewards or superpowers would likely be related to the individuals who guided him. If he tried a few more times, perhaps fortune would smile upon him, granting him various superpowers of the Eternals. Returning to his room, Ghoulie embraced Zhao Hailuan and drifted into slumber. With a 50-50 chance of recovery, a night without sleep had little effect on his body, yet it weighed heavily on his psyche, leaving him feeling inexplicably unwell. The next morning, after bidding farewell to Zhao Hailuan, Ghoulie hailed a cab to New York Airport. A spontaneous journey was a dream once beyond his reach in his previous life. In retrospect, his transmigration had its perks. At least he had a car and a house. With this thought, Ghoulie couldn't help but chuckle. His trip to London had been a sudden inspiration, as he had not previously entertained any travel plans. Meanwhile, at a Stark press conference, Tony had just proclaimed, "I am Iron Man," when, apart from a certain blonde, long-legged woman who had once shared a night with him, all the journalists present rose to their feet. The flashbulbs erupted in a frenzy, and the microphones seemed eager to be thrust into the man's mouth. Tony intended to say a few more words, but was interrupted by Jarvis's voice in his ear. "Sir, Mr. Gu has just boarded a flight to London." Prompted by the mechanical pup's provocation, Tony had recently devoted all his energy to the development of the Mark armor. He instructed Jarvis to monitor Ghoulie's movements, confident that he could prove the Mark armor superior to the mechanical canine. His confrontation with Stan the previous night had brought the Mark armor into the public eye, leading to the current press conference. Tony departed the venue, eager to uncover the mysterious man's purpose in London. Truth be told, he was unsure why he felt compelled to do so. Perhaps it was a kinship between two geniuses? He had always believed that the mechanical pup was a creation of Guli. Natasha, who had belatedly caught wind of Guli's journey to London, had received her intel through indirect channels from Sky and May. After several months of working as a dishwasher, Natasha found herself teetering on the brink of emotional collapse. The demanding nature of her dishwashing job, coupled with her spiraling self-doubt, weighed heavily upon her. The root of her turmoil lay in her failed attempts to get closer to her target, Guli. Despite considering herself quite attractive, she had made her intentions abundantly clear, yet he remained utterly indifferent. She even pondered if Guli might not be fond of women, but quickly dismissed that notion. Just days prior, she had witnessed him being caught in the act by his girlfriend while flirting with another woman. But why? Natasha couldn't fathom it. After all, she was the Black Widow. Why did he show her no interest whatsoever? Taking advantage of an errand to shop, Natasha prepared to report Guli's departure to London. Upon receiving her call, Fury was taken aback. Since the undercover operation commenced, Natasha had not proactively reported anything in quite some time. The target has left New York, off to London. What could he possibly want there? The reason is unknown. Furied, I might have failed my mission this time. Natasha's confidence wavered. In her career as an agent, she had never experienced such uncertainty. All right, I understand. After hanging up, Nick Fury rose slowly. He needed to prepare early to cultivate an air of mystery for his encounter with Iron Man. Meanwhile, in the New York sanctum, the Ancient One opened her eyes as the green glow of the time stone faded from her chest. She had attempted several times recently but had been unable to glimpse Guli's future, a phenomenon unprecedented in her long life. A little one whose future eludes clarity. Could you be a variable? Through the sanctum's mundane connections? The Ancient One had also investigated Guli's background. Steady and unremarkable, he had maintained average grades since his schooling and shunned the limelight. From all appearances, he was an ordinary individual. Had it not been for that fateful night when she glimpsed the mechanical pup, the Ancient One would have likely remained oblivious to Guli. Since then, she had stayed in the New York sanctum, observing him until she finally discerned that the dark magic he wielded in short bursts emanated from Dormammu's dark essence. Yet, this was precisely what puzzled her. The last time she had seen Guli, he had exhibited no trace of magical aura. Right under her nose, Guli had signed a pact with Dormammu, even employing a form of magic she had never encountered. Perhaps I should visit the sanctum in London for further examination. Chapter 15. Molecular Restructuring. London, known by many monikers, is most famously referred to as the Fog City. This designation arises from two primary factors. Geographically, London resides in a basin along the lower banks of the River Thames in southeastern England, where autumn and winter air stagnation facilitates the formation of dense fog. Additionally, since the early 20th century, coal became the primary fuel for most households, leading to substantial smoke emissions. This smoke, in conjunction with London's climate, created the notorious London fog. Upon leaving the airport, Guli initially intended to visit a nearby agency to begin house hunting, especially after recently striking it rich through Iron Tyrant. However, the pervasive fog in the air made him hesitate. The system's limitations dictated that to acquire more rewards, he needed to seek guidance from more narrative figures. Most of the narrative figures within the Marvel Universe resided in America, apart from his current target, the Eternal, Circe. The origins of the Eternals on Earth trace back to 5000 BC, when the celestial Erishem selected 10 Eternals with superhuman abilities and dispatched them to Earth to combat the Deviants. For millennia, the Eternals defended humanity against the Deviants' incursions. After the last of the Deviants was vanquished in 1521, a schism arose within the Eternals regarding the continuation of their protection over humanity. Ultimately, the 10-member team decided to separate and await the celestial summons. 500 years ago, after parting ways with her ex-boyfriend Ikaris, Circe had lived in London alongside one of the team's members, the water sprite. As for the Deviants, like the Eternals, they were also intelligent beings created by the Celestials. Initially, the Celestials placed the Deviants on Earth to nurture the celestial offspring within the planet. As the growth of these divine infants required vast amounts of energy from intelligent life, at that time, humanity had not yet ascended to the apex of the food chain to ensure humanity's better propagation. The first batch of Deviants assumed the role of guardians, tasked with eliminating those predators that preyed upon humans. However, unforeseen circumstances arose, and those who were supposed to safeguard humanity became the new predators themselves, feeding upon humans. This encapsulates the backdrop of the Eternals and deviants within the Marvel Cinematic Universe. The narrative involving the 10-member team of Eternals unfolds after the conclusion of the Avengers Endgame. Despite the brevity of the film, it felt as though little was conveyed, a cinematic endeavor that fell far short of expectations. Returning to London, Ghoulie approached the museum with a sense of fortuitous anticipation. As for the plethora of street food, he decided to forego it. After all, wasn't there a saying that the top 10 restaurants in London were predominantly French cuisine? His target, Cersei, possessed the extraordinary ability to reshape the molecular structure of objects. In layman's terms, it was akin to turning stone into gold or reminiscent of the powers of the reality stone. In the film, Cersei transformed a speeding truck into a flurry of rose petals. One word encapsulated it: beauty, an utterly breathtaking superpower. Regrettably, to acquire this ability, he would need to request Cersei's instruction once or several times. Although Ghoulie bore a striking resemblance to the readers, often hailed as the most handsome in New York, he still felt a twinge of insecurity, considering that she was a woman who had lived for over 7,000 years. Who could say what peculiar preferences she may have developed over such an expanse of time? At the museum entrance, Ghoulie clenched his fists and inhaled deeply. Age is but a number. Keep your spirits high, old Goo. The Natural History Museum of London, officially opened in 1881, houses 75 million specimens of flora, fauna, and fossils, making it the largest natural history museum in Europe. Ghoulie wandered through the museum like an ordinary visitor for a considerable time until he caught sight of a man on the phone. Prompting a sudden recollection, he seemed to have mistaken Cersei's employment. She did not work at the museum. That man was Dane Whitman, an employee at the museum who was currently pursuing Cersei. A rival, he mused. What a cheeky fellow. Seizing the opportunity while her husband is missing. From what Ghoulie overheard in the phone conversation, it appeared that Dane had not yet succeeded. Perhaps the long-lived Cersei was currently in a state of emotional seclusion. Fortunately, Ghoulie had eavesdropped on their plans for the evening. He quietly stood behind Dane, feigning interest in the exhibits before him. How about a classic street encounter, perhaps a hero saving a damsel in distress? Since the visit from Master Ghoulie has been enveloped in a prolonged state of tension and anxiety. He is fervently eager to acquire greater power to confront the inevitable threats that lie ahead. Given his current strength, evading the impending conflict in New York would certainly not pose a challenge. However, he cannot hide indefinitely, especially with the system to consider. Over the years, he has brought considerable shame upon the predecessors among the Traversers. Reflecting upon those predecessors who began their journeys with invincibility, effortlessly completing tasks and wielding powers like the Phoenix Force and the Kryptonian's indestructible physique, it is disheartening. Moreover, those predecessors steadily ascended to the pinnacle of strength from their youth. Yet here he is, engrossed in the pursuit of academic knowledge. Bah! Who was the dimwit that thought of such a thing? In previous years, he was oblivious, solely focused on studying diligently at school. It was only during his freshman year that he realized the knowledge he had sought independently was of no use. Rewards could only be obtained through the guidance of others. Furthermore, there were restrictions. The mentors had to be narrative characters, neither too many nor too few, but as an ordinary person, he had no chance of encountering them. He was fortunate to have met Sharon Carter. Without a decade of incompetence, he would never have conceived such a ludicrous system. Hello, would you like me to introduce you? After regaining his composure, Ghoulie nodded toward the mustachioed Dane. The exhibits before you come from. For an entire afternoon, Dane meticulously guided the eager Ghoulie through the museum, his voice nearly giving out. Yet, he could not resist, as New York University had inspired Ghoulie's passion for natural history. He felt compelled to elaborate on the origins of each exhibit in detail. Eventually, night descended. Thank you, Dane. Now I can finally return to write my thesis. Shall we grab a bite to eat? Upon witnessing Ghoulie's sincere gaze, Dane responded apologetically, I'm sorry, Goo, but I have plans tonight. How about tomorrow? I can take you to experience some culinary delights in London. If he hadn't already made arrangements with Cersei, Dane would have undoubtedly accepted Ghoulie's invitation. It was simply because Goo was exceptionally handsome, and they shared a mutual interest, natural history. Sounds good. They exchanged numbers and parted ways, each with a newfound admiration for the other. Watching Dane drive away, Ghoulie couldn't help but smile slightly. Brother, I'll just follow your example once, or maybe 5 times. Chapter 16 Enjoy. Hey, Goo, over here. Ghoulie turned towards the sound and saw the mustachioed Dane waving at him from across the restaurant. He hurriedly approached, feigning a bit of confusion. Oi, Dane, what a coincidence. In truth, he wasn't sure if he had been noticed while loitering near the restaurant. Regardless, as long as he remained unembarrassed, the awkwardness would fall upon others. Dane, thrilled to introduce his new friend to Ghoulie, said, Goo, this is Cersei, my friend. Cersei, this is Goo, who just arrived from New York. Dane was exceptionally welcoming, yet his hospitality suddenly stirred a pang of guilt within Ghoulie, albeit fleeting, as his desire to grow stronger quickly overshadowed it. Hello, Ghoulie greeted in Chinese. Hello, Cersei replied, also in Chinese. Dane felt a sense of serendipity between him and Ghoulie, having met in the afternoon and now encountering each other again by chance that evening. Let's sit together. Goo. Perhaps due to Ghoulie's unexpected arrival, Cersei appeared slightly uncomfortable, quietly listening as Dane and Ghoulie discussed ancient architecture. Although she had personally experienced the construction of these buildings, the situation was amusing from the elevated perspective of an Eternal. Stonehenge suggests the celestial alignment of the 9 stars at that time. Goo, I didn't expect you to think that as well. Ghoulie certainly held that belief, as in the Marvel Cinematic Universe's lore, approximately 5,000 years ago, celestial bodies aligned, connecting the 9 realms on the world tree, and humans constructed Stonehenge based on that phenomenon. After reflecting for a moment, Dane lamented, the paper I previously published, which involved elements of Norse mythology, was dismissed by my professor as sheer fabrication. Perhaps your professor places greater faith in science. In Ghoulie's view, the Norse gods within the Marvel Universe were merely powerful extraterrestrial beings. Considering the timeline, it seemed that a certain Brazilian lady, Thor, the powerhouse from the early Avengers, would soon make an appearance. Time was of the essence. Their delightful dinner concluded, the trio strolled through the streets of London. However, lurking not far away, several shadowy figures spotted Ghoulie and swiftly approached to encircle them. Wearing sunglasses, an Italian mobster stuttered at the 3 Steal. Steal, IC, IP, IQ cards, tell me the passwords. Upon hearing this, Ghoulie felt a wave of regret wash over him. The mobsters he carelessly chose before entering the restaurant appeared somewhat mentally unstable. Observing this, Dane quickly shielded Cersei behind him. The gentle Cersei glanced around, confirming the absence of others before she intended to step in. Just then, a cheeky voice echoed from above, Hey, dear Goo, looks like you're in a bit of trouble. The group looked up to see Tony Stark descending in his Mark III armor, leaving the mobsters bewildered. Their boss hadn't mentioned anything about this. They had already received payment. How could they proceed now? Similarly confused, Ghoulie had no idea why Tony was appearing on the streets of London. At this moment, Tony should have been home, facing that long-awaited boiled egg, shouldn't he? The instant he spotted the armored figure, Ghoulie's heart sank. Oh no. Originally, according to his plan, he had hired a few mobsters before arriving at the restaurant to stage a robbery, intending for Ghoulie to heroically step in and save the damsel in distress. Although a glitch, it should have yielded some effect. The primary reason, however, was his underlying anxiety about seeking assistance through books. He had psychological scars from past experiences. For instance, Sharon Carter's resolute expression when she turned away had caused him heartache. His relationship with his current girlfriend, Ms. Zhao Hailuan, was built on his audacity, bolstered by a serum that granted him an impeccable physique. His connection with May was rooted in years of friendship. Reflecting on this, he lamented the waste of his reader-like visage. What good was being New York's most handsome if he still resorted to such cliché approaches? On another note, he had become too impatient after being spurred on by Master Gu Yi, practically eager to dive into studies. After learning, he would address matters of the heart. Or perhaps he was simply indifferent to romance. All he desired was extraordinary abilities. The mobsters came quickly and left just as swiftly as they departed. The little mob boss even raised an eyebrow at Ghoulie, as if to say, although we didn't succeed, the money is non-refundable. Ghoulie, feeling a mix of melancholy and gratitude, pressed his forehead in thought. At that moment, they were still clinging to their code of ethics, clearly not blinded by the beating they had received from him recently. He should have gone a little easier on them. Mustachioed Dane shook hands with the similarly mustachioed Tony, expressing heartfelt gratitude. Mr. Stark, thank you. Thank you. He had narrowly avoided embarrassment in front of the person he admired and a newly made friend. And his appreciation for Tony was genuine. Tony shrugged innocently, looking at Ghoulie with wide eyes. Your friend? Ghoulie nodded. He's my friend. How did you end up here? The exchange between them flowed effortlessly, reminiscent of old friends reuniting. Tony patted Dane's shoulder and discreetly glanced at the dark-haired lady beside him, a glimmer of realization crossing his eyes. In a wonder he came to London. It was for the girl. Cersei, however, did not quite fit Tony's aesthetic, as he preferred blonde, leggy, voluptuous women. Remembering Ghoulie's current girlfriend, Zhao Hailuan, Tony felt he had uncovered a truth. Was it perhaps due to their shared Eastern heritage? Hey, I happen to have a manor in London. Shall we grab a drink? Tony proposed. Aiming to play the wingman, Ghoulie nodded, feeling somewhat dejected and in need of a drink, suspecting that Cersei's powers might be off the table now. Dane also agreed, partly due to his newfound friendship with Ghoulie, and partly because making connections with someone as influential as Tony Stark could benefit his family's business. Only Cersei hesitated, glancing at her watch. My sister is home alone. I'm a bit worried. No worries. I'll go pick her up, Tony assured, determined to make a solid assist. Thus, the four of them made their way to Tony's London manor. The Water Sprite, Cersei's sister, was also a member of the Eternals' Tin-Man team. Due to certain circumstances, she had maintained the appearance of a 10-year-old for thousands of years. Lacking companions, she quickly connected with Tony. Goo, you're the most handsome person I've seen in years, the Water Sprite remarked. Little girl. What do you know? No hair on the lips, unreliable in action, Tony retorted in response. The equally mustachioed Dane wholeheartedly agreed. He had only just realized that the two women beside him were continuously casting glances at Ghoulie. Dane, who considered himself decent-looking, felt dwarfed in comparison to Ghoulie. Ghoulie's facial contours are sharply defined, akin to a masterpiece sculpted by a master artisan, with every line perfectly placed. His eyes shimmer like the stars in the night sky, captivating all who gaze upon him. Standing tall and well-proportioned, he exudes an irresistible charm. Responding to the compliments from a few individuals, Ghoulie merely smiles, asserting, with looks like mine, there are over 1 billion back in my hometown. Chapter 17. The true superpower in the stillness of the night at Stark Manor in London. Ghoulie sat quietly in the courtyard, observing the drunken antics of Tony and the Water Sprite. Their intoxicated state and nonsensical babble were indeed grotesque, making it hard to watch. In truth, he had long since abandoned hope of learning from Cersei. He had come merely for a drink. Yet unexpectedly, he found himself successful in his endeavor. A few hours prior, Dane had abruptly received a phone call and departed, seemingly to attend to a family matter, leaving only Tony, the Water Sprite, Ghoulie, and Cersei to drink in the courtyard. Perhaps due to the effects of the inferior liquor, Ghoulie mistakenly entered the wrong room. Under the watchful and perplexed gaze of Cersei, he retrieved a comprehensive guide to ancient Egyptian script from his pocket. After a lengthy explanation, Cersei, somewhat dazed, began to elucidate the intricacies of ancient Egyptian writing, being well acquainted with Earth's ancient scripts after living for over 7 millennia. After a few hours of study, the system notification chimed. Through the guidance of the character Cersei, your cultural level has increased by 1. Reward. Superpower. Molecular restructuring. Molecular restructuring. By rearranging and recombining molecules, one can transform matter into any other substance. Goodness, this is the epitome of a true superpower. Reflecting on his past life, Ghoulie remembered the superheroes in the Marvel Cinematic Universe who opted for close combat, such a pedestrian choice. And to think, a ranged mage pretending to be a barbarian. Does he believe everyone is Gandalf? As for the molecular restructuring ability, Ghoulie felt he could indulge in it for a lifetime. Perhaps even perfecting it. Seizing the moment while no one was paying attention, he hurried to the restroom to experiment with his newfound power. Initially, he thought his heroic rescue plan had been thwarted by Tony's interruption, leaving him with no hope of learning. Little did he know, he had underestimated the allure of being the most handsome in New York. Truly, his looks rivaled even the most dashing of characters. What could a 7,000-year-old Eternal possibly do? TSK, TSK, TSK. Watching as the tap water in his palm gradually transformed into a block of gold, Ghoulie felt an exhilarating rush, pure ecstasy. Turning water into gold? Would he ever lack for money again? This was simply marvelous. The various objects in the restroom soon met their fate. Toothpaste morphed into a rose, the mirror transformed into an ink wash painting, and the toilet became a ceramic statue of Tony. After indulging for an hour and a half, Ghoulie's eyes sparkled with delight. "This is astonishing," he admitted wholeheartedly. Molecular restructuring was undoubtedly the coolest superpower ever conceived, bar none. How had he not realized the utility of Circe's powers before? Had he known how advantageous they were, he would have rushed over without hesitation. The best part? This ability had no cooldown and seemed to require no energy. Akin to a conceptual rule. The only drawback? It required physical contact with the object. If only I could restructure the internal molecular structure without contact, that would be perfection. Suddenly, a brilliant idea flashed through Ghoulie's mind. There were indeed ways. Chaos magic or the reality stone could alter things without physical contact. It was time to take action. Regaining his composure, Ghoulie quickly sat beside the inebriated water sprite and pulled out a comprehensive guide to ancient Babylonian script. "Hey, could you help me decipher these?" Ghoulie asked, brimming with excitement. This night held the potential for a cultural level increase of 2, indeed. It wasn't long before the system notification sounded once more. Through the guidance of the character water sprite, your cultural level has increased by 1. You have acquired the superpower of invisibility. Invisibility, one of the water sprite's abilities from the Eternals' 10-member team. Her other power was illusion creation. Ghoulie discovered that this system could indeed fragment abilities. Spider-Man's powers alone had been divided into several distinct abilities. Having been with May for nearly a year, Ghoulie had yet to collect all of Spider-Man's powers. Reminiscent of a certain penguin from his past life. To be precise, it was slightly better than the unscrupulous penguin, as the system merely fragmented powers rather than generating superpower shards. As for the invisibility ability, it turned out to be less useful than he had imagined. In a world devoid of superhumans, it might have been advantageous, perhaps for sneakily observing a bath. But in the Marvel Universe, teeming with superpowered beings, invisibility felt rather out of place. Meanwhile, in the London sanctum, the Ancient One wore a perplexed expression. She never anticipated that Ghoulie had come to London merely to seek a girlfriend. Today's youth certainly had a flair for the extravagant. Frustrated, the Ancient One conjured a teleportation circle, thinking, "This young man is utterly aimless and devoid of ambition." She felt no need to continue monitoring him. However, as she stepped into the teleportation circle, she remained bewildered. Why had Dormammu's choice of candidates suddenly declined? In this day and age, could it be that the dark dimension was also in decline? Far away in New York, S.H.L. Director Nick Fury shared the same confusion. The air of mystery he had meticulously crafted hours earlier had all but dissipated. He had not even awaited Iron Man after the press conference concluded. Tony had discreetly followed Ghoulie, leaving New York without a word. Oblivious to the situation, Fury sat alone in Tony's seaside villa, waiting all night without seeing Tony. Damn Stark, has he gone off chasing girls? This corresponds to the post-credit scene of Iron Man 1, where Tony returns home to find the egg waiting for him. The egg's jibe was indeed accurate. Tony was indeed with a woman. However, this woman was far too young for his taste. A water sprite from the Eternals who appeared to be no older than 10, forever youthful and yearning for love, especially harboring feelings for Ikaris. She lived with Circe, clinging to the hope of perhaps encountering Ikaris at any moment. Little did she know, Ikaris had been absent for a full 500 years, his whereabouts still unknown. The reason for Tony and the water sprite-ass drinking session was a wager regarding how long Ghoulie could study. In the end, both lost. The water sprite believed a normal person could study for no more than 2.5 hours, though Ghoulie was indeed strikingly handsome, the most beautiful man she had encountered in her long life. She had miscalculated. As for Tony, based on his investigation, he concluded that Ghoulie was a habitual truant who likely had little love for learning. Thus, he too lost. Initially, Tony had advised the water sprite not to drink, insisting she was too young for alcohol. Yet for some reason, upon hearing the words "young girl," she transformed, insisting on a drinking contest with Tony. And thus, they spent the entire night indulging in revelry. The two, now hung over, leaned against each other in the courtyard. Hey kid, I'll make you a miniature Mark suit when you're sober. A tipsy Tony chuckled. He had done all he could to support Ghoulie, even going so far as to have J.A.R.V.I.S. distract the little mustached Dane. This Stark suit is useless. Even Gilgamesh could smash it to bits. Tony slammed his glass down on the table, belching. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The Mark III could withstand a tank's cannonball. Yet it could be shattered with a single blow. What a jest. Chapter 18. Vibranium and Antarctica. Circe departed from Tony's estate with the water sprite, as if the events of the previous night had merely been a sudden indulgence of emotions restrained for 5 centuries. Meanwhile, the water sprite playfully winked at Ghoulie, even exchanging contact information. Handsome, we'll come find you in New York, she said. Ghoulie signaled an okay gesture, watching as they walked away. Goo, you're worse than I am, Tony. Still dazed, patted Ghoulie's shoulder, candidly voicing his thoughts. So, what brings you to London? Tony's sudden appearance in London was certainly for a reason. He could not recall such a subplot occurring post-press conference. Hey, Goo, don't you have a mechanical puppy that goes bayou? Are you spying on me? Ghoulie inquired. Tony quickly waved his hands. No, you forgot. The puppy is one I brought back from Afghanistan. Recalling his earlier curiosity, Ghoulie nodded in realization. In a wonder, he found it odd that the dog had made its way from Afghanistan to New York almost simultaneously with Tony, who had flown back on a private jet. Tony. That creature is technically an extraterrestrial being, not a product of earthly technology. Tony's eyes widened in shock. An alien? He glanced at Ghoulie, his expression betraying his confusion. Yes, an alien. How about this? Take me to the outskirts first. Then we'll head to Antarctica. All right. Tony Stark grasped Ghoulie's hand, ascending into the sky, soaring through the heavens. As the wind rushed past his ears, Ghoulie hesitated for a moment before suddenly asking Tony, You've been in your suit all night. What if you need to use the restroom? Tony. Well, that joke certainly fell flat. Flying high above was undeniably exhilarating, as a human who hasn't dreamt of soaring through the skies. Regrettably, among the myriad of extraordinary abilities bestowed upon Ghoulie, none grant him the freedom to soar through the skies. In the cinematic universe, the female superheroes capable of unassisted flight include the Supreme Sorceress Goo-E, Captain Marvel Carol, the Scarlet Witch Wanda, the Goddess of Death Hela, Phoenix Jean, and the Dark Witch Agatha Harkness. Firstly, we can dismiss Phoenix Jean, as Ghoulie's world does not harbor mutants. Next, there is no need to consider the Supreme Sorceress Goo-E, for she does not align with his aesthetic preferences. A sentiment echoed for the Dark Witch Agatha Harkness as well. Presently, Carol is absent from Earth, and Hela is imprisoned deep within Asgard. The sole candidate left to endow him with the ability to fly is Wanda, who currently resides at the Hydra base in Eastern Europe. With a resounding thud, the Mark suit landed, and Tony cast a puzzled glance at the enigmatic man beside him. What brings you here? Ghoulie looked skyward, jesting. I'm here to introduce you to an extraterrestrial. The Soundwave, lingering in the depths of outer space, upon receiving Ghoulie's command, plunged into the atmosphere like a meteor. As it descended, friction ignited a lengthy tail of flames around it. When Tony followed Ghoulie's gaze upward, he beheld a streak of fire plummeting from the heavens towards them. What the hell? The sudden descent was immediately detected by MI-13. MI-13 is an agency akin to H.I.E.L.D. in the Eagle Nation, dedicated to safeguarding and managing bizarre occurrences involving mysterious extraterrestrials and superhumans. Its key members include Blade and Captain Britain. With a thunderous crash, the Soundwave struck the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. According to the law of smoke and no injury, both Tony and Ghoulie emerged unscathed, as the Soundwave landed not far from them. The towering, 6.7-meter black and white mechanical behemoth knelt on one leg. Respectfully addressing, Master, Soundwave reports to you. The scene before Tony ignited an intense fervor in his eyes. For a genius scientist like him, what could be more exhilarating than the unknown before him, with a series of mechanical sounds? As Soundwave transformed into a Cybertronian stealth aircraft, resembling the F-117 Nighthawk, Tony blurted out, Transformers. This defied the laws of physics, and that was the only thought racing through Tony's mind. It was utterly absurd. The events that transpired in merely 2 minutes left Tony in a state of awe that took him a considerable time to quell. He had believed that with the Mark suit crafted alongside Ethan, he had reached the pinnacle of the world. Yet now, he realized that there existed many things beyond his comprehension. For instance, the colossal entity that had just morphed into a fighter jet before him. Ghoulie boarded the aircraft, turning back to the dazed Tony and inquiring, "Oi, bro, are you flying over or coming up?" As for whether the Eagle Nation would discover them, with Tony Stark around, what could they possibly do? Ghoulie had little faith that the Eagle Nation would dare to provoke his brother, America. The moment the Cybertronian stealth aircraft powered up, it vanished from MI-13's radar. As Ghoulie anticipated, MI-13 only saw Iron Man Tony Stark and a massive steel suit. During their journey to Antarctica, Tony remained surprisingly quiet, not bombarding Ghoulie with questions. Inside the aircraft, he examined and touched everything, akin to a child who had stumbled upon a rare toy, unable to let go. "Dear Goo, is this what you call an extraterrestrial? By the way, how do they manage that transformation?" Ghoulie, feeling somewhat helpless, shrugged. "I'm not sure. What are we doing in Antarctica?" Ghoulie retrieved his phone from his pocket, giving it a gentle tap, and it instantly transformed into a small, chaotic form. Tony's envious gaze conveyed his admiration. "That's so cool. I want one." "Take a look at this metal," Tony approached, using the scanner on his Mark suit to examine it for a moment before expressing confusion. "Vibranium? My father had records of a similar alloy, but vibranium isn't exactly common on the market. A portion of the Stark Tower in the future would indeed contain vibranium, but only a billionaire like Tony could afford it at the rate of 10,000 per gram." Ghoulie nodded. "We're heading to Antarctica to find this metal." "Is it very hard?" "Extremely hard. Not just hard, but arguably one of the hardest substances on Earth. However, the vibranium in Antarctica differs somewhat from that of Wakanda." Ghoulie couldn't quite recall the specifics. During their flight, Ghoulie suddenly realized that his mode of transport needed an upgrade. At the very least, he could find a spellbook to learn a teleportation spell. It would certainly be faster than relying on an aircraft. Although Soundwave was swift, it couldn't compare to the convenience of a teleportation portal. As they traversed the lengthy journey, the two engaged in casual conversation. Finally, after crossing several seas, Soundwave landed them on the icy expanse of Antarctica. With a resounding mechanical sound, it transformed back into its combat form. Soundwave scanned for nearby metals. The appearances of Antarctic vibranium in films are rather scarce, but Ghoulie vaguely recalled it having some connection to adamantium, the alloy within Wolverine. After several hours of searching, the trio finally located their target. "Goo, it's down below." Chapter 19. Antimetal Antarctica. Tony Stark glanced at Ghoulie, who seemed somewhat anxious. "Hey, Goo, you seem a bit restless." He couldn't comprehend why the discovery of vibranium warranted such excitement. Ghoulie's expression even bore a hint of madness. The reminder from his companion prompted Ghoulie to lapse into contemplation while standing on the glacier. Since Ghoulie's visit, his mindset had undergone subtle shifts. What was he so anxious about? Odin and Ghoulie were still alive, and the purple potato spirit wouldn't be descending upon Earth anytime soon. He had ample time to prepare for any eventualities. Indeed. Why should I be anxious? Ghoulie chuckled to himself before turning to Tony and saying, "Thanks. The target is beneath the ice. I'll cut through." Tony stepped forward, ready to activate his Mark suit. Ghoulie quickly interjected, "Let me handle it." He had just acquired his superpowers and needed to experiment with them. "You guys stand back." Ghoulie crouched down, placing his hands flat against the Antarctic ice. Under Tony's watchful gaze, the hard ice instantly transformed into fluttering white petals. "Holy crap!" Ghoulie exclaimed as he unexpectedly fell into the ice cave below. With a thud, a resounding crash echoed. Ghoulie landed in the cavern beneath the ice. He realized he needed to utilize his newfound superpowers more frequently. Otherwise, such blunders during combat could prove fatal. As the Mark suit descended, a voice inquired, "Goo, was that magic?" The sight before him was akin to an enigma. Every time Tony believed he understood Ghoulie, the latter would redefine his comprehension. Just moments ago, the solid ice had morphed into delicate white petals. This scene was decidedly illogical. "I suppose it could be considered magic. I'll explain it to you later. Let us check the vibranium first." Tony, clad in the Mark suit, nodded and picked up a piece of vibranium ore. Suddenly, an alarming event unfolded. The moment Tony made contact with the vibranium, his Mark suit began to dissolve like melting ice. Ghoulie promptly grasped Tony's arm, instantly transforming one of the suit's arms into swirling snowflakes. Tony, still shaken, glanced at his Mark suit, now missing a mechanical arm. Goo, can this mineral melt metal? It was as if it was tailor-made to counter Tony. The earlier incident also reminded Ghoulie of the distinction between Antarctic vibranium and Wakandan vibranium. Antarctic vibranium is known as antimetal. Unlike Wakandan vibranium, this type does not absorb vibrational waves. Rather, it emits a vibrational field that weakens the atomic and molecular bonds of nearby metals, causing solid metals in the vicinity to liquefy. A small piece of Antarctic vibranium can turn any metal into a liquid or near-liquid state. Due to this property, Antarctic vibranium is often employed as a catalyst. True adamantium seems to be a fusion of steel, Antarctic vibranium, Wakandan vibranium, and other metals in specific ratios. Tony, stand back. This stuff is too unstable. If he accidentally melted the arc reactor in Tony's chest, Ghoulie dared not contemplate what the Marvel Cinematic Universe would become without Tony. Before them lay a sprawling vein of ore, scattered with variously shaped stones, seemingly enveloped by a unique force field that isolated other metals. Observing the extensive deposits, Ghoulie pondered how best to utilize Antarctic vibranium. He currently lacked the formula for true adamantium and was not an expert in the field. It posed quite a challenge. Thankfully, he hadn't summoned Soundwave down. Otherwise, most of his subordinates would likely have been melted. One must remember that the entirety of the Transformers, aside from the Allspark, consisted of metal. Antarctic vibranium appeared to be the nemesis of all metals, forbidding the existence of any solid metal in its presence. Undoubtedly, it was the Zhao Ruolong of the metal realm. Yet when used as a catalyst, it could be combined with other metals to create the incredibly durable adamantium alloy. Contemplating the formidable Wolverine filled Ghoulie with fervor. If he could utilize the regeneration cradle to transform the physical materials of his subordinates, the myriad of Transformers, into adamantium, one could only imagine the magnificent potential it would unleash. Alas, he lamented the absence of the formula for adamantium. Considering the properties of this substance for melting metals, Goo, is there any method to extract it? The two fell into deep contemplation, as the nature of this material indicated that metallic drill bits would be utterly ineffective. In fact, any mining machinery that approached would likely meet its demise. Tony, perhaps we should gather the scattered ore and take it back. Once you have conducted your research, we can return to attempt extraction. Upon hearing Ghoulie's suggestion, Tony voiced another concern. How shall we bring it back? They had arrived via aircraft, entirely unprepared with any tools for storage or transport. You need not worry about that. Just wait for me up there, Ghoulie said as he effortlessly tossed the Mark armor upwards. After all, he was a man of extraordinary capabilities. With the existence of a system space, collecting some scattered ore posed no challenge. After gathering all the vibranium ore near the vein, Ghoulie crouched on the icy surface and gently reached out to touch the solid ice. Like a magic trick, a series of spiraling steps materialized at his touch. Gazing at the dreamlike scene before him, Ghoulie sighed, if only I could fly, that would be even better. The urgency of flight abilities weighed heavily on him. Their arrival had been hasty, and their departure was equally swift. After recovering the ice cave, they boarded the aircraft bound for America, in New York. At the office, Nick Fury stared blankly at the information on his screen after hanging up the phone. The image displayed was of Tony Stark clad in Mark armor, accompanied by a towering figure beside him. A large suit of armor. This far surpasses Ironmonger in size. Truly, Stark is remarkable. The reports from the intelligence agency further solidified Nick Fury's determination to recruit Tony into HIELD. On one hand, the agency was in dire need of a major financial backer, who could be more suitable than a diamond bachelor like Stark. With such a benefactor, Fury would be empowered to undertake more meaningful endeavors. On the other hand, both Nick Fury and the politicians and military behind him recognized the immense potential of the Iron Man armor. This weapon possessed the capability to alter the world's balance of power, and it must be wielded by America. Otherwise, they would prefer to see it destroyed. Additionally, held valuable items left to Tony by Howard Stark, items of significant importance to him, potentially drawing him back to their cause. The moment Fury laid eyes on the imposing figure beside Tony, he had already forgiven him for the previous night's wait. Although it had been a long night, the wait was deemed worthwhile, especially for a benefactor of Tony's stature. Perhaps I should pay another visit this evening? Chapter 20. The unreasonable inventor in Manhattan. Tony stood before his villa, momentarily stunned as he watched the departing vehicle. Just moments ago, the aircraft that had returned them had transformed before his eyes into a Mercedes-Benz Thelus AMG. Could it be that I need to change my research direction? No, I should first call Ethan and discuss this when we meet. Ghoulie, driving away, could hardly fathom that his inadvertent actions had sparked a notion of changing Tony's research trajectory. Meanwhile, Tony's heart yearned for Ms. Zhao, having missed her greatly over the past few days. Shifting back to Tony's seaside villa, he exclaimed, "Hey, Ethan, you won't believe what I just saw. A mechanical canine. No, far beyond a mere dog, a colossal machine life form. All right, I'll wait for you at home." After shedding his Mark armor, Tony stretched and approached the liquor cabinet. Pondering over his recent discoveries, transformers from the extraterrestrial planet Cybertron, as Ghoulie had informed him, and the Antarctic vibranium antimetal. This substance must have its circulation controlled, or else the next iteration of Mark V could be based on this material. Of course, what filled him with envy were Ghoulie's myriad of peculiar superpowers, the ability to alter the state of matter, and the method through which Ghoulie stored the vibranium ore, merely a flick of his wrist. And a pile of, or appeared out of nowhere, it defied the laws of physics. Could that fellow be a deity? At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed in the darkened living room. A deity? Stark, this world is not what you think it is. I am Iron Ma and Dio, you think you're the only superhero in existence? Mr. Stark, there are many like you, though you remain unaware. Who are you? Tony knew he wasn't alone. As the hero accompanying him these past days was indeed a superhero, after squinting into the darkness for some time, he finally realized he had forgotten to turn on the lights upon illuminating the room. He was astonished to find a one-eyed, muscular man standing inexplicably in his living room. Was this person out of his mind, trying to show off in another's home? Nick Fury, director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Oh. Several minutes later. Much like in the original narrative, Nick Fury awkwardly departed after being rejected by Tony. After much deliberation, he dialed another number. Natasha, your vacation is over. I need your assistance. No, not as a dishwasher this time. The Eastern individual, Ghoulie, proved to be more troublesome than Fury had anticipated. Given Natasha's charm, it was astonishing that her undercover efforts had failed. The most pressing matter now is to invite Stark to join the Avengers. Taking a deep breath, Nick Fury thought to himself, Natasha, I'm counting on you. Meanwhile, Ghoulie retrieved nanotechnology from scratch from his system space. After Ms. Zhao had fallen into a deep slumber, he hurried to the basement, spurred by the recent system notification. Through the guidance of the character Zhao Hailuan, your cultural level has increased by 1. Special reward, Grey Wolf. A top-tier scientist, Grey Wolf is renowned for his unconventional inventions. Ghoulie was momentarily speechless. He could not fathom why the insufferable system always interrupted him at the most engrossing moments. And this time the reward was a concept-level Grey Wolf. Grey Wolf was the type of unreasonable inventor who deemed whatever he found reasonable as justifiable, completely disregarding Newton and the laws of physics. Upon entering the basement, Ghoulie was met with Grey Wolf's complaints. I mean, boss, our place is rather small, isn't it? It was no wonder Grey Wolf felt discontent. After all, he had previously resided in a grand fortress, a complete castle on the lush green prairie, far beyond the modest villa Ghoulie owned. Nearby, mechanical pets and the little chaotic one nodded in agreement with Grey Wolf's sentiment. Even the drifting in the underground garage responded with a few beeps. Ghoulie remarked, I feel somewhat offended. Let us upgrade to a larger residence. Little Chaos, see if there are any larger houses for sale. After arranging the housing matters, Ghoulie produced a piece of vibranium ore. Mr. Grey Wolf, could you examine this antimetal? I wish to forge an alloy based on it. Tony had left several pieces of vibranium ore for Ghoulie, but far more remained in his system space. Not that. Boss, this laboratory is rather rudimentary. I'll take a look, but I cannot guarantee success. Grey Wolf, empty-handed, produced a pair of sunglasses from seemingly nowhere and began fiddling with the vibranium ore. A few mechanical pets attempted to approach. Ghoulie quickly interjected, Hey, you lot, stay back. you might get melted. These little creatures were merely idle. Once they relocated to a larger house, they could be assigned tasks, one for cleaning, one for security, and perhaps they could use a cook as well. Access system interface. Name, Ghoulie race. Human, age, 21. Superpowers, 50/50 serum, spider sense, super strength, fate cards, molecular reshaping, invisibility. Items. Cricket handgun, regeneration cradle, blue giant star destroyer. Affiliates. Drift, Soundwave, Tape Legion, Grey Wolf, Contract Entity, Dormammu. After several chapters of effort, I have only acquired 2 superpowers? Ghoulie sighed heavily, realizing that the path to becoming powerful was laden with challenges. The following morning, upon arriving at the barbecue shop, Ghoulie learned from Mei Jie that the dishwasher, little Natasha, had resigned. However, he paid it little mind. Black Widow's romantic history was far more chaotic than his own, which is why he chose to ignore Natasha's advances. Moreover, he believed he could not derive anything beneficial from her. Her sudden resignation likely stemmed from her inability to uncover useful information. Perhaps Hield had resumed their busy activities? Boss, did you bring us any gifts from London? In truth, the trip to London had been so rushed that he hadn't considered the matter of gifts. Nevertheless, Ghoulie calmly pulled 2 cigarettes from his pocket, which, amid 2 gasps of surprise, transformed into 2 vibrant bouquets of roses. For the 2 lovely ladies. May accepted them with a smile, while Sky, in a frenzy, clung tightly to Ghoulie's arm. Boss brother, teach me how to do that. Clearly, both of them assumed it was magic. However, Ghoulie saw no need to clarify. Let it be magic. Sky, I have purchased a house and there are numerous vacant rooms. How about you move in? It is quite unsafe for you to stay alone in a hotel. Upon hearing this, Sky's eyes flickered as he replied, I cannot afford the rent. I will leave the housekeeping to you. Thanks, Moo-in. Ghoulie hastily pushed Sky away, who was attempting to lean in for a kiss. Hey, what are you doing? Mei Jie's right here. Although they were both aware of each other's existence, it would not bode well to bring it to light. As night fell, Ghoulie hurriedly took Sky to their new home. The newly acquired residence, bought by Xiaomi Wan, is situated on Manhattan Island, approximately a kilometer from Tony Stark's seaside villa. The 3-story main building, along with the basement, spans a generous 4,000 square feet, ample enough for a few Transformers to frolic. The basement has been transformed into a dedicated laboratory by Grey Wolf, renowned as the greatest inventor in cinematic history. Grey Wolf was the first-place winner in the physics and chemistry competition at the Green Pasture. He is affectionately referred to as the best science student. Grey Wolf. In a previous life, Ghoulie had often mentioned wanting to visit the Green Pasture, hoping to treat Grey Wolf to a bite of lamb. However, when Ghoulie actually brought a whole roasted lamb to find Grey Wolf last night, the creature unexpectedly wept and firmly refused the lamb, stating that he does not eat lamb. He prefers beef. Chapter 21. The New York Sanctuary, February 14, 2010. It was both the Spring Festival and Valentine's Day. Upon returning from Antarctica, Ghoulie found himself in a state of painful yet joyful existence. Zhao Hailuan and Sky's younger sister, who also bore an Eastern visage, got along splendidly, but they were relentless in their pursuit of Ghoulie. On Valentine's Day, Ghoulie finally prepared to embark on his grand endeavor to cultivate superpowers. However, an unexpected visitor disrupted his plans. In New York, on Manhattan Island, the reactor on his chest saved Tony's life. Yet it also plunged him into a different kind of distress. Due to prolonged wear of the arc reactor, he suffered from palladium poisoning, which could only be alleviated by chlorophyll juice. After days of fruitless searching for a solution, Tony, on Ethan's suggestion, rang the doorbell at Ghoulie's residence, as it was not far from his seaside villa. Upon learning of Tony's purpose, Ghoulie solemnly stated, Tony, my friend, I know a place that may cure your palladium poisoning, but you must first promise me not to disclose that I informed you. Tony pondered quietly for half a minute. All right, I promise. 177A Brick Street, Manhattan. Go there and tell the gatekeeper that you wish to support Kamar Taj. The amount you contribute is up to your discretion. Ghoulie, relishing the excitement, divulged the address of the New York Sanctuary to Tony. Goo, what kind of place is this? Are you certain it can cure palladium poisoning? He had tried countless methods in the past few days, all to no avail. Without a doubt, go Tony, they have everything you desire. It is the city of dreams, Kamar Taj. The reason Ghoulie led Tony on was twofold. On one hand, he wished to thwart the plans of the Ancient One, to prevent this formidable figure from visiting him unnecessarily, and on the other hand, he was confident that someone at Kamartaj would possess the means to resolve the palladium poisoning issue, and perhaps Tony might even become the Sorcerer Supreme. Having returned from a fruitful journey to Antarctica, he was now ready to plot his next steps. Should he seek out Wanda at the Hydra base first? Or should he accompany Sky to learn hacking techniques? That was the dilemma. It was crucial to note that Hydra was currently at its zenith, with countless fervent believers, an army, and numerous politicians within its ranks. They even controlled the Hydra branch. SHIELD, the leader, Alexander Pierce, was not only a minister of the World Security Council but also a close confidant of Nick Fury and the overseer of the Winter Soldier. Venturing there recklessly could pose significant risks. Adhering to the principle of taking advantage of proximity, Ghoulie decided to first accompany Sky to learn hacking techniques. Once he acquired the ability to manipulate vibrations, he could then approach the Hydra Eastern European base with greater confidence. How exciting! The reward from Wanda was chaos magic, or perhaps chaos power. If fortune smiled upon him, it might even be chaos power. However, he mused, I do not consume beef. Yet, it was more likely to be chaos magic, as only the Phoenix Force had made an appearance in the Marvel Universe, specifically the fragments from Jean Grey. The complete set of the three great powers was likely lost to time. Upon hearing of a potential cure for his palladium poisoning, Tony wasted no time in bidding farewell to Ghoulie and drove towards Brick Street, New York, 177A Brick Street. Here lies one of the three great sanctuaries of Kamartaj within the Marvel Cinematic Universe. The New York Sanctuary. It is also the place where the Ancient One frequently appears. Apart from Kamartaj, perhaps because she enjoys observing the circumstances of the next Sorcerer Supreme from time to time. On this day, the Sorcerer Supreme, the Ancient One, was basking in the sun at Kamartaj when she suddenly received a message from the guardian of the New York Sanctuary. Master Daniel Drum, Tony Stark, the chairman of Stark Industries and a world-renowned billionaire, wishes to support Kamartaj. The Ancient One felt conflicted upon receiving the message. Kamartaj indeed required funds. Artifacts, the sustenance and living expenses of apprentices, all necessitated considerable financial resources. Had it been anyone else seeking to provide support, she might have readily agreed. But Tony Stark was a different story. As the guardian of the Time Stone, she had glimpsed many futures and understood that Tony Stark was a pivotal figure at a certain absolute moment in this universe. Although the Ancient One had contemplated retirement, she did not wish to become too entangled. What troubled her further was how Tony Stark had come to learn of Kamartaj and the location of the New York Sanctuary. It shouldn't be, the Ancient One sighed, casually drawing a portal. Meanwhile, within the New York Sanctuary, Tony sat pensively on the sofa. The gatekeeper, Daniel Drum, informed him that the person in charge was unavailable and requested him to wait a moment. Am I perhaps a bit too desperate? Tony thought to himself. Moments later, a bald woman clad in a yellow robe descended the wooden stairs from the second floor. A subtle smile graced her lips, and her eyes sparkled with wisdom. In an instant, Tony was convinced that Ghoulie had not deceived him. This was undeniably the image of a sage. Perhaps she was an esteemed practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine? Mr. Stark, thank you for considering supporting us. I have a small request. Tony nodded and replied, Please. Go ahead. Could you tell me how you learned about Kamartaj and this location? Tony suddenly froze for a few seconds, his gaze drawn to those wise, gleaming eyes that were fixed upon him. Can I refrain from answering that? Seeing the woman in the yellow robe maintain her gaze, Tony attempted to resist a little longer. I promised not to reveal the identity of the person who informed me. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the room grew tense and Daniel Drum, standing off to the side, silently smoked his cigarette. Tony found himself caught in a struggle, torn between his life and his promise. After about 2 minutes, the Ancient One seemed to arrive at a significant decision. Mr. Stark, tell me, and I will honor your pledge of support. She speculated for a moment, but was met with a veil of fog that obscured her view. Though she had an inkling of the target, she still wanted to confirm personally whether it was indeed that mischievous boy. I'm sorry, I refuse. At that moment, Tony felt as though he were surrounded by a radiant holy light. He held steadfast to his promise to Ghoulie. Upon hearing this, the Ancient One was taken aback, though it was not entirely unexpected. Or, Mr. Stark, how about this? I will name a name, and if it is not the one you are thinking of, You simply shake your head. Tony looked at the woman, who also bore an Eastern visage, with confusion. Could it really be played out this way? The people from Gu's side were so intriguing. After pondering for half a minute, Tony nodded and said, "All right, let us proceed as you suggest." At the very least, he had not disclosed Gu Li's identity. Is it Gu Li? Upon seeing Stark frozen in place with an expression of shock on his face, the Ancient One sighed heavily. This mischievous boy must be dealt with. Chapter 22. Vibration Wave. On the evening of Valentine's Day, Gu Li found himself obliged to spend time with Grey Wolf. Zhao Hailuan and the female Vibration Wave had become inseparable best friends after months of camaraderie. As night fell, Gu Li had yet to initiate his learning plans when Zhao Hailuan kicked him out of the room. "Boss. Don't be disheartened. Sometimes my gal does this too. Just remember, a slap is affection, a scolding is love." Grey Wolf, sporting sunglasses and a cigar, directed his mechanical pet army while offering words of comfort to Gu Li. Looking at Grey Wolf, who had amassed a score of 10 from over 20,000 people, Gu Li felt a wave of shame wash over him. Compared to this individual, he, Gu Li, was undoubtedly a scoundrel. He recalled the reviews stating, "Grey Wolf is the most patient father, the most loyal husband, the greatest inventor, and the most respected Wolf King." When Grey Wolf declared his love for frying pans, all other confessions paled in comparison. Gu Li sighed heavily. It was all the fault of the system. In his past life, he had read countless novels but had never encountered such a peculiar system. To become stronger, one must seek knowledge from different women. It was hard to fathom which fool came up with such an idea. Wasn't he this simply a scoundrel simulator? After all, with his striking handsomeness, it is inevitable that he would attract the attention of others during the course of his studies. Regardless, little Sky, no, little Daisy, has already become the apple of his eye, and there is no rush for him to claim her. After months of living under the same roof, Sky revealed her true name to Gu Li, Daisy Johnson. "By the way, boss, I've synthesized a new metal from those samples last time. Take a look and see if it meets the requirements." Upon hearing this, Gu Li swiftly approached the testing station. After a brief examination, Gu Li gave a thumbs up to Grey Wolf. Truly, he is worthy of being called the greatest inventor in cinematic history. In just 2.5 months, Grey Wolf successfully fused Antarctic vibranium into adamantium, all while simultaneously constructing the laboratory. To be precise, Grey Wolf performed a reverse fusion based on the material used for Little Misleading Spotty, which is the same material as Captain 50/50's vibranium shield. As for the Wakandan alloy required for the experiment, it was a small piece that Gu Li had borrowed from Tony. Now, everything was in place. They were merely awaiting the Wakandan alloy. Once Gu Li acquired Daisy's seismic superpower, he would possess the means to mine Antarctic vibranium. At that time, a trip to Wakanda for a zero-cost acquisition would be in order. Feeling optimistic about life, Gu Li and Grey Wolf clinked their glasses, unaware that the Supreme Sorcerer had once again set her sights on him. Sometimes, life unfolds in such a manner that the more one tries to evade something, the more it seems to pursue them. Surprises and unforeseen events arrive without warning, as Gu Li found himself staring in shock at the half-open door of Daisy's room when called upstairs. After Ms. Zhao Hailuan pinched him a few times, she returned to her room and shut the door. "I really am a scoundrel." After a moment of self-deprecation, Gu Li slipped into Daisy's room and pulled out Senior Hackers Starting from Zero to begin learning hacking techniques. Warning: minors are advised to leave. Under the silvery moonlight, Gu Li sat beside Daisy, engrossed in watching her practice how to breach S.H.I.E.L.D.'s protective network. The arduous study of that night only served to deepen the ambiguity between the two. Observing the pile of books on the bed, Daisy sighed helplessly. "Bro, are you sure you're a university student? I've never seen anyone as clueless as you." Gu Li scratched his head awkwardly. In truth, he had intentionally skipped classes. It was akin to a student who could only score 0. Even a point would be considered progress, while a student who scored 100 could hardly aim for 101. Meanwhile, within the New York sanctum, it was unclear what conversation took place between Master Gu Yi and Tony, but Tony left with a beaming smile on his face. After seeing Tony Stark off, Gu Yi also displayed a joyful expression. After a series of negotiations, she had secured an annual sponsorship of $50 million for Kamartaj. With financial worries alleviated, Gu Yi opened her phone and began purchasing a plethora of living supplies. She intended to enhance the quality of life at Kamartaj. Once she had settled everything, She casually conjured a light curtain, but upon seeing the scene within, Gui's expression shifted dramatically as she exclaimed, "What on earth? Is this kid a stud, or what? Which villa? Which one in Queens? Which one in London? And now, he has found another. Teske, this reckless boy truly lacks ambition. It seems that Dormammu's investment this time is destined to fail." Given Gu Li's attitude, he hardly has the time to delve into dark magic, let alone let darkness envelop the world. Gu even began to reconsider whether her recent decision was wise. In her agreement with Stark, aside from helping him resolve the palladium poisoning issue, she had also proposed one condition: to bring Gu Li over to learn magic. In her perspective, those chosen by Dormammu likely possess some extraordinary qualities. Although she did not observe any magical aptitude in Gu Li during her last visit, his uniqueness lay in the fact that even with the Time Stone, she could not glimpse this boy's future. His future was entirely shrouded in mist, and it was even beginning to affect the trajectory of this universe. The last time Gui visited Gu Li, his influence was still minimal, but now, Gu Li's impact on this universe had become increasingly significant, compelling Gui to contemplate the potential threat he posed. Yet now, she found herself feeling somewhat regretful. Perhaps she should wait a little longer? Let the troubles be dealt with by Stephen Strange instead. With a smile of understanding, Gui glanced at the dawn breaking in the east, casually conjured a portal, and returned to Kamar-Taj as the sun rose. Heralding a new day, the bustling activity resumed at the sanctum. However, at that moment, Daisy had yet to rise. Grasping her hair in frustration, she seemed to have an endless stream of complaints. "Bro, you're unbelievably slow. With me teaching you like this, I'm losing the will to work. No worries, I'll take care of you. Please, bro, let me just go to work." All right then. After what felt like an eternity, the eavesdropping Ms. Zhao Hailuan could no longer contain herself. "Dinner's ready." Daisy, hastily putting on her clothes, finally returned to her usual demeanor. Ji also took a moment to open the system notification. Through the guidance of the character Daisy Johnson, your cultural level has increased by 1. And you have gained the superpower, Seismic Wave. Seismic Wave, the ability to generate powerful shockwaves that cause targets to vibrate, additionally granting immunity to any damage caused by vibrations and immunity to mental attacks. Truly, this superpower can shatter the earth and even grants immunity to vibrations and mental assaults. It is practically the nemesis of psychic powers. Ji couldn't help but lament that such a formidable superpower seemingly went underutilized by Daisy in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Perhaps it was necessary for the plot. If Daisy were to rampage through the series, the director would likely find it impossible to continue filming. After all, this is a power akin to that of Whitebeard's Tremor Fruit. In a buoyant mood, Gu Li decided to take a short break, indulging in a few days of idleness before embarking on the venture to mine Antarctic vibranium. Little did he expect that Tony would ring the doorbell once more. Chapter 23, Journey to the New York Sanctum. What? Master Gu Yi wants me to come over? At the villa entrance, Gu Li glared at Tony in exasperation. "Bro, you promised me. What about your principles?" Regret surged within him. A profound sense of remorse for even considering the idea of aggravating Gu Yi now. Whether Gu Yi would be annoyed was uncertain, but he was certainly feeling quite frustrated. This realization made him aware of his inherent disadvantage in the confrontations with the esteemed sorceress. After all, she possessed the ability to flip tables, while he did not. She is a celestial-level powerhouse, while he is merely an individual with some abilities. Observing Tony in a state of self-reproach, Gu Li helplessly remarked, "Let us go. I'll accompany you." His curiosity piqued. He wondered why someone of her caliber would need to send someone to relay a message if she intended to deal with him. She was the supreme sorcerer, unmatched on Earth. It was precisely this curiosity that drove Gu Li to the New York Sanctum. Eager to uncover what schemes that woman had in store, on the way to the sanctum, Tony suddenly said, "By the way, Gu, Ethan has been wanting to thank you in person. Are you free for dinner tonight?" He finally recalled that this was something Ethan had repeatedly urged him to inquire about. Upon hearing this, Gu Li smiled and asked, "Sure. How is he doing now?" Ethan was the scientist Gu Li had saved during his first attempt to alter the timeline. He is working at Stark Industries now. But most of the time, he is collaborating with me on the Mark Suit.0. And I recently hired a secretary who, in your words, is quite fabulous. As they discussed women, the two found common ground once more. "Really? Aren't you worried about your former secretary getting jealous?" At this point, Tony and Pepper Potts were still in a state of flirtation, their relationship not yet formally established. Pepper, I'm planning to appoint her as the chairwoman and CEO of Stark Industries. She'll undoubtedly excel in that role. This way, I can free up time to focus on the Mark suit and vibranium. Speaking of vibranium, Ghoulie promptly interjected, by the way, I've secured the alloy ratios for Antarctic vibranium. We can proceed with secret mining. You found a way to extract it in large quantities? Previously, Tony had considered airlifting some hydraulic mining machines, but he deemed the target too conspicuous, which would attract attention. Well, I didn't think of it last time, but it occurred to me recently that I might give it a shot. First, they would secure Antarctic vibranium, then head to Wakanda for a zero-cost acquisition, and subsequently, use the regeneration cradle to alter the metallic composition of his transformers, AS, for replacing the transformers' bodies entirely with adamantium. Whether it was feasible or scientifically sound, the answer lay within the regeneration cradle produced by the system, very reasonable and very scientific. After all, if a system connecting characters from the plot could exist, what could be more unreasonable than that? Goo, is that Master Gooey really powerful? Tony hesitated for a long time before finally speaking up. Ghoulie sighed and replied, it's not a matter of whether she is powerful or not. You see, she is the kind of person who stands at the pinnacle of humanity. To put it bluntly, she is the most formidable being among Earth's inhabitants. In Tony's eyes, Ghoulie was an enigmatic man. And now another enigmatic woman had entered the picture. Especially with the recent people and events he had encountered, he was gradually becoming more composed. How strong is she? Stronger than you? Me? Ghoulie pointed at himself. Then chuckled wryly as he said, when she is in a good mood, she could probably take on 100 of me. If she is in a bad mood, I de-estimate she could take on 1,000. Even one mirror dimension wouldn't allow Ghoulie to escape, let alone face her in combat. In the Marvel Cinematic Universe, the Ancient One has never truly fought with full force, and her demise is equally perplexing. How can one believe that a godlike master could be pierced by a mere dagger? Possessing the Time Stone, even if she were indeed stabbed, she could instantly recover. Consider the moment in Avengers: Infinity War when the newly empowered Doctor Strange, having recently acquired the Time Stone, demonstrated extraordinary manipulation of time. It is evident that the Ancient One harbored a death wish. Among the two godlike figures introduced in the earlier phases of the cinematic universe, one is lazier than the other. The Ancient One desires death, while Odin remains in a perpetual slumber. Did they truly think they were without defenses? Odin was merely defeated in the past by the combined might of the celestial beings, which shattered his fighting spirit. Had it been only the celestial group that confronted him, Odin would likely have emerged victorious. Alas, the celestial beings stand at the pinnacle of the universe, not only boasting formidable individual strength, but also lacking any sense of honor in battle. They arrive in numbers, overwhelming their opponents. This is precisely why Ghoulie seeks to enhance the strength of his transformers. One must have influence and a solid backing. While personal combat prowess is indeed significant, the abilities of one's subordinates are equally crucial. The transformers produced by the system are unwaveringly loyal to him, with the exception of the replaced Quintessa, who is a rather obsessive character, that moment. An Audi R8 pulled up once more at the entrance of the New York sanctum. Tony, wearing sunglasses, and Ghoulie, in casual attire, strode inside. After exchanging greetings with the gatekeeper, the sorcerer Daniel, the two found themselves momentarily frozen in place. The Ancient One has returned to Camarta. She asked me to inform you both that there is nothing to worry about. Is that all? With a sense of resignation, they drove away once more. Ghoulie felt an inkling of unease. Yet he could not pinpoint what was amiss. Is she playing me? I shall endure. But what choice did he have? He was utterly outmatched. Goo, where are you headed? Allow me to give you a ride. Ghoulie pondered for a moment, realizing he had no other plans for the day. Daisy was recovering at home from her injuries, and he had recently hired a few new employees at the shop, making his presence unnecessary. How about visiting your company? I'd like to see Ms. Zhao at work. The savvy stock trader, Ms. Zhao Hailuan, had become quite wealthy after investing all her assets into Stark Industries stocks. However, as a scientist, her interests extended beyond Ghoulie. She was also passionate about her research in life sciences and nanotechnology. This was the very reason she joined Stark Industries, where she leads her own research lab. Meanwhile, in distant Brazil, Factory worker Bruce Banner arrived at the soda plant as usual. An accidental gamma ray leak had caused genetic mutations due to radiation, forcing the scientist Bruce Banner to seek refuge here. Whenever Bruce felt anger, the beast within him would be unleashed, resulting in uncontrollable violent tendencies that transformed him into an immensely powerful green giant. However, Bruce did not wish to become such a monster. Even though he could gain extraordinary powers, he would rather return to a normal, mundane life. He feared harming those around him, terrified of losing his sanity and humanity. Having fled to Brazil, he learned meditation and deep breathing to temporarily suppress his rage, all while seeking ways to heal his poisoned cells. Suddenly, he accidentally cut his finger, and the irradiated blood dripped into the soda below. Chapter 24. Superpower Evolution Card at Stark Industries. Guli quietly stood outside the research lab, admiring the sight of Zhao Hailuan hard at work through the glass. It is often said that a man looks most handsome when he is diligently working. This holds true for women as well. In that moment, Zhao Hailuan, engrossed in her work, appeared uniquely beautiful to Guli. He recalled a saying, "Every individual is a distinct entity, and no one is a mere appendage of another." Zhao Hailuan is not. Mei is not. Daisy is not. And Cersei is not. Fortunately, they respected each other's choices and did not interfere with one another's preferences. When Zhao Hailuan finally noticed Guli standing outside the glass partition, she beamed a smile and blew him a gentle kiss. It was then that Guli suddenly remembered he had not yet graduated. Should I go back to school and check? I hope I haven't been expelled. However, this thought lingered for only 2 seconds. In this Marvel world, who cares about such trivialities? He was not aspiring to be Dr. Banner, a man with 6 doctoral degrees. His wish was simply to survive. Find a few wives, have some children, and continue the legacy of the Gu family in this alternate world. As for finding a job after graduation, he could kindly dismiss that notion. Having toiled for so many years in his previous life, the idea of working was utterly out of the question. He was not skilled in business and could only sustain himself by relying on a bit of chaos to redirect others' fortunes. Guli felt no turmoil regarding this situation. Wasn't it delightful to live off someone else's success, even if that someone happened to be a robot? "My dear, what brings you here?" Zhao Hailuan exclaimed, happily wrapping her arms around Guli. He playfully pinched her soft cheek. "Come on, let us skip work and go for a stroll." At that moment, Guli suddenly felt an urge to learn magic from the Ancient One. At the very least, he wanted to master the art of creating teleportation portals. This way, he could whisk his girlfriend away to explore the wonders of the world in an instant. It would surely be an exhilarating experience. Just then, Tony approached with 2 secretaries striding confidently behind him. "Pepper, this is Gu, who saved me and Ethan in Afghanistan." Although Tony had been donned in the Mark I suit at the time, he understood that while he could likely escape, Ethan would most likely remain behind, which is why he introduced Guli as their savior. "Hello, Gu. Thank you for saving Tony and the others." "I am truly grateful," Pepper expressed sincerely. Upon noticing Guli and Zhao Hailuan holding hands, she added, "Hailuan, you two look really perfect together." "Thank you." After exchanging pleasantries, Natasha, standing behind Tony, attempted to remain inconspicuous. She never expected to encounter her previous undercover target at Stark Industries. How awkward. Thankfully, after Guli and Tony arranged a dinner gathering, he and his girlfriend left Stark Industries together. "Tony, Gu is really handsome. You should have introduced us sooner." For some reason, Tony felt as if something had sprouted on his head upon hearing Pepper's words. However, after exchanging an unintentional glance with Pepper, his worries dissipated. He could see that the love in Pepper's eyes had not wavered. On the other hand, as Guli and Zhao Hailuan arrived at the underground parking lot, a large bouquet of delicate roses suddenly materialized in his hand, prompting a startled scream from It was unclear whether she was frightened or overly excited. "Darling, how did you do that? That's incredible," Zhao Hailuan inquired. Her cheeks flushed. "Your man has always been remarkable. Haven't you experienced it firsthand?" Seeing Guli's cheeky demeanor, Zhao Hailuan immediately pounced on him for a flurry of kisses. After a tender moment, Guli finally started the car. "Let's grab some dinner first, then we can go shopping and catch a movie." "Sounds good." Indeed, love requires nurturing and affection. At that moment, Zhao Hailuan looked at Guli with eyes brimming with love, no longer reminiscent of the morning's jealousy. The two enjoyed an afternoon akin to newlyweds, dining, shopping, and watching films. The hours passed swiftly, and upon returning to their new home, they embraced tightly from the moment they entered the underground parking garage. Akin to two seals fighting over grapes, kissing incessantly. Of course, once inside the room, they held each other close. At tea that moment, Daisy, having heard the commotion, opened the door, exclaiming, "I'm so sorry. I must have come at the wrong time." The scene before her suddenly reminded Ghoulie of a certain skilled swordsman from his past life. Unfortunately, he could not articulate that particular phrase. The author's power had undergone scrutiny 4 or 5 times, yet he remained unable to utter those words. Each attempt resulted in rejection. After a considerable time, Ghoulie gently waved his hand, causing 2 large bouquets of roses to appear out of thin air, a gift for his beloved girlfriend. Daisy's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Brother, is this magic?" Ghoulie shrugged and revealed his secret about possessing superpowers. Thanks to his honesty, little Daisy became ecstatic. That evening, Ghoulie held a copy of Hacker from Scratch, constantly conjuring roses, lilies, and morning glories until Daisy, exhausted from playing, stretched and retreated into her blankets. Ghoulie gazed towards the screen. His thoughts drifted to a certain individual still trapped in a small dark room, and he sighed in resignation. "I understand you. Be more careful in the future. Should the opportunity arise to visit DC?" He would certainly seek out Supergirl for an exchange. Alternatively, finding a woman beyond the celestial realm would also be a possibility. Upon opening the system, a melodious prompt echoed once more, through the guidance of the character Daisy Johnson. "Your cultural level has increased by 1, and you have obtained a superpower evolution card, intermediate, allowing you to evolve any one of your superpowers." Ghoulie stared blankly at the purple superpower evolution card within the system space. This time, the system reward was not another superpower. Yet, if he were to evolve one of the superpowers he currently possessed, it was undeniable that he would choose to restructure his molecules, and no matter how much the serum evolved. Could it possibly transform into an iron body? As for spider sense and super strength, they were sufficient to handle the earlier phases of the cinematic universe. As for the fate cards and invisibility, it was better to leave them as they were. Instead, it was the reshaping molecules obtained from the eternal being Circe that reminded Ghoulie of the Molecule Man, his arch-nemesis. That individual is a cosmic-level entity, albeit rather unstable in the comics. To prevent the Beyonder from annihilating Earth and destroying the multiverse, Molecule Man engaged in a fierce battle with the Beyonder and ultimately succeeded in obliterating him. Subsequently, Molecule Man also triumphed over the Dark Avengers and Sentinel, yet after his first kill of Sentinel, he was counterattacked by the resurrected dark persona of Sentinel, known as Null. However, none of these characters have ever made an appearance in the cinematic universe. Of course, it is possible that after his arrival here, these characters may emerge in future films. Nevertheless, Ghoulie harbored deep skepticism that the superpower evolution card could elevate the reshaping molecules to the level of Molecule Man's strength. After all, it was merely a mid-tier item. System: Evolve Reshaping Molecules. Chapter 25. Abstaining from Alcohol. System: Evolve Reshaping Molecules. As Ghoulie whispered these words, the purple evolution card gradually dissipated, and the system's notification sound echoed once more: Evolution successful. Reshaping molecules. By rearranging and recombining molecular structures, matter can now transform into other substances without any contact restrictions. Indeed, it merely lifted the contact limitations without evolving to the subatomic level. Molecules, atoms, and subatomic particles represent different hierarchical structures of matter, with molecules formed from 2 or more atoms bonded covalently. Atoms are the basic building blocks of matter, consisting of a nucleus and electrons surrounding it, where the nucleus contains protons and neutrons. Subatomic particles are even smaller entities, including protons, neutrons, and electrons. In contrast, the capabilities of Molecule Man have already reached at least the subatomic level. Regaining his composure, a faint smile graced Ghoulie's lips. "The direction is correct. I just wonder when I will acquire the next superpower evolution card." Indeed, human desires are insatiable. Having just obtained a superpower evolution card, he was already fantasizing about the arrival of the next one. Exhausted in body and mind, Ghoulie gradually drifted into slumber. For several consecutive days, he immersed himself in the book Hacking from Scratch. He had completely forgotten about money, lost in the depths of his studies. Tony had called a few times to arrange a dinner. But he had declined each time. Whether or not to mine vibranium in Antarctica seemed inconsequential. Dining was secondary. This relentless pursuit continued until Master Gui called him, interrupting his endeavors. "Gu, come to the New York sanctum. I need to discuss something with you." Beep. Beep, beep. Guli looked at his phone in confusion. Surely, this woman wouldn't be so childish as to play tricks on him again after their last encounter? Yet, despite a million reluctances in his heart, Guli obediently drove to the New York sanctum. There was no way to refuse. He simply could not contend with her. Upon meeting Master Gui, the elder regarded him with an inexplicable gaze. "Have you been on a diet recently? You seem to have lost quite a bit of weight." Guli stood in bewilderment for a moment until he glanced into the mirror at the New York sanctum. The reflection was still handsome. Yet he appeared somewhat hollowed out. Guli murmured to himself, "I have been wounded by indulgence. How could I look so haggard? From this day forth, I shall abstain from alcohol." Regrettably, without a wine glass in hand, Guli could not dramatically shatter a glass to signify his commitment. Seeing this, Master Gui sighed, one hand pressed against her forehead. "You never mention the indulgence. Gu, the reason I summoned you is that I need you to run an errand for me." With his newfound resolve to abstain from alcohol, Guli felt invigorated. "Master, whatever you require, I shall not refuse. However, could you teach me a spell? Just one will suffice." Gui hadn't anticipated Guli's willingness. A spell? Perhaps a portal? Yes, exactly that. Learning this will suffice. Gui nodded slightly, gracefully gesturing, and an ancient tome appeared in her hands, which she then handed to Guli. "You see, there is a witch in Europe with whom I share some history. She has been up to no good lately. Just go and teach her a lesson." Curious, Guli inquired, "A witch? History? Is it Agatha?" Now it was Gui's turn to be intrigued. Her interest peaked as she gazed at Guli. "You know Agatha? Her mother was an acquaintance of mine from many years ago. I will rely on you for this task." No sooner had she finished speaking than Gui vanished through a golden portal, leaving Guli exasperated. "Great one, at least tell me where she is." Europe is not insignificant, but given the multitude of countries, navigating borders could be a hassle. "Once I become formidable, I shall delegate everything to my subordinates." Guli understood Gui's unreliability. After all, she was a powerful figure with her quirks. Agatha, full name Agatha Harkness, made her debut in the Marvel miniseries, WandaVision. In the comics, she served as Scarlet Witch's mentor and once acted as a nanny for the Fantastic Four. In the Marvel Cinematic Universe, she is depicted as a supervillain, having murdered her mother Ivanora and the Coven of Witches simply because they sought to execute Agatha for employing dark magic. It wasn't that the storyline was premature. Rather, these characters had always existed in this world, just as Hydra had long been embedded within S.H.L.D. The time for revealing their identities had simply not yet arrived. What puzzled Guli was why Gui was so confident in his ability to confront this dark witch. Could it be that I am under surveillance by the Great One? Surely not. I have obtained numerous superpowers lately, but I haven't taken much action. Unable to comprehend, Guli decided to stop pondering and booked a flight for the day after tomorrow to London. As for today and tomorrow, he intended to continue living joyfully. Meanwhile, at a point in New York, founder Aldrich Killian glared grimly at the information displayed on the screen. "So, a woman has obtained our experimental video? And you lot failed to notice?" The truth behind the human bomb incident in New York on March 9th of last year was that it stemmed from AIM's secret experimentation with the extremist virus. However, due to the virus's incompleteness, unforeseen incidents had occurred. "Boss, since it has not been made public, Killian approached the speaker and delivered a resounding slap. "Not made public? Do you intend to wait until someone else exposes it before taking action? I'd be better off raising a dog than paying you lot. Now, immediately, find that woman." "Yes, boss." The subordinate, clutching his half-turned face, hesitated for a moment before asking, "What do we do once we find her?" Killian bellowed, "Kill her." Exhausted, Killian truly felt drained. Had nurtured a cadre of inept individuals, and their current standing was entirely reliant on the existence of the extremist virus. If that video were to leak, it would deal a fatal blow to the company. He could not allow such an occurrence. Therefore, the woman must die. For some reason, he suddenly found himself envying Tony Stark. his former idol, the man he once waited on a rooftop in the biting cold for an entire night on New Year's Eve. The man whom his beloved had always pursued, Tony Stark. The memories of working alongside Pepper were the most beautiful moments of his life. His perseverance and hard work over the years were all aimed at proving to Tony Stark, "I am no lesser than you. You merely had a better start." Chapter 26. Ambushed Boss. Have you been drawing circles all morning as part of some ritual? Grey Wolf found himself perplexed, observing his boss's increasingly peculiar behavior. It resembled some sort of shamanistic ritual performed on the verdant pastures. Upon hearing Grey Wolf's inquiry, Ghoulie glared furiously at the book, The Complete Guide to the Kamartaj Portal. The magical book provided by Ghoulie should have posed no issues. The problem lay in his inability to master the portal. He could not fathom why the most fundamental spell of Kamartaj, the portal, was proving so exasperatingly difficult. In a wonder Ghoulie had once remarked that he lacked the talent for magic. It shouldn't be. How could someone chosen by the system be a failure? By all accounts, hosts selected by the system were destined individuals. Such chosen ones ought to possess considerable talent. I refuse to believe it. Ghoulie extended one hand while the other mechanically traced circles in the air. Round after round, he persisted throughout the entire afternoon. Grey Wolf, with a cigar dangling from his mouth, lounged on the sofa with his legs crossed, accompanied by a mechanical dog and a mechanical bird. The trio spent the entire afternoon watching their boss, while Grey Wolf remained vigilant. Mechanical bird. Is the master exercising? Mechanical dog. I believe the master is practicing a form of martial arts. Grey Wolf. Do you think it's possible that the boss is summoning something? That makes sense, they both replied in unison. After all, they had been summoned here quite abruptly, with no chance to resist the forceful call. Truly, their master was great. Perhaps, having not summoned anything new recently, he felt the need to practice diligently. As night fell, Ghoulie languished on the sofa, utterly defeated. He had diligently drawn circles all day, yet had produced not a single spark. It was exceedingly frustrating. You are that person, that person, that person. A mechanical chime resounded, and Ghoulie hastily seized his phone. On the other end, he heard the anguished cries of little Peter. Uncle Goo, Aunt May and Sister Sky are hurt. Hurry, come quickly. Suddenly, the basement trembled violently, and Ghoulie's aura resembled that of a volcano on the verge of eruption. Soundwave. Ascend to the heavens, quickly. Drift away. The drifting force that surged from the underground garage smashed through the garage door, and once Ghoulie entered the vehicle, its speed skyrocketed to its limit. Meanwhile, Soundwave rushed toward outer space. From the moment he received the news, Ghoulie's body trembled incessantly. He was engulfed by fear, terrified of losing May and Daisy's rationality gradually faded. Ghoulie loathed himself for not mastering teleportation, for carelessly leaving Soundwave in the garage. Faster, drift. Soundwave should take me there. In his chaotic thoughts, Ghoulie began to blame himself. If Soundwave were still hovering above the earth, even if it had little chaos monitoring the vicinity of the barbecue restaurant, at least it could provide a warning. What should have been a 30-minute drive took only 7 minutes in the drift. Yet for Ghoulie, those 7 minutes felt like an eternity. Upon seeing the crowd gathered in front of the barbecue restaurant, his mind buzzed, and he felt a chilling wave wash over him. The uncontrolled shockwave had even cracked the pavement of the street. Fear and regret haunted his heart, and he couldn't recall how he rushed into the restaurant. It was only when he saw that May and Daisy were still alive that he regained a semblance of composure. With tear-streaked cheeks, Daisy dashed into his embrace, and feeling the warmth of the person in his arms, Ghoulie finally became fully aware. Sir, there's no need to worry. The two ladies have only sustained minor injuries. Following the voice, Ghoulie had never found a police uniform to be as endearing as he did at that moment. I am George Stacy, Chief of the New York Police Department. There are some matters that require your cooperation for documentation. Moments later, having learned the details of the incident, Ghoulie remained rattled. Not long ago, a few shadowy figures had entered the restaurant, coincidentally encountered by Chief George, who was dining with colleagues. As a result, the gunfire that erupted in the restaurant led to the death of one patron and injuries to several others. May and Daisy had sustained cuts from the shattered glass. Fortunately, the presence of the officers before him had prevented further tragedy. Ghoulie shook George's hand, sincerely expressing his gratitude. Thank you, thank you. It's my duty, sir. Have you had any recent conflicts with anyone? The inquiry lasted about half an hour. The delayed ambulance transported the injured patrons to the hospital for treatment, and Ghoulie generously covered all medical expenses and compensations for the guests. He also granted his employees a 6-month paid leave. Deciding not to reopen the barbecue restaurant at least until the current crisis was resolved, it would remain closed. Observing May, who had her arm bandaged beside him, Ghoulie firmly took her and little Peter to his new home. Sister May, there are plenty of rooms at home. You and Peter can stay here for now. I cannot bear the thought of losing you. Upon hearing such candid words, May cast him a resentful glance. Thankful that Peter was currently wandering about in the living room. After calming the two women, Ghoulie reached out to Soundwave, which was still hovering over the earth. Soundwave, have you investigated the origins of those individuals? Master, the 4 assailants are from the security department of A.I.M. Corporation. Upon learning the truth, Ghoulie instructed his drifting and mechanical pets at home. After ensuring they would guard the house, he swiftly set off towards A.I.M. under the cover of night. He was consumed by a singular thought: to eradicate them all. At the New York Police Department, Chief George Stacy was meticulously reviewing suspicious individuals captured on surveillance. The assailants involved in the gunfire at the barbecue restaurant did not appear to be ordinary gangsters. Finally, through comparisons of the surveillance footage and the police department's internal system, George discovered that the gunmen were actually retired soldiers. It seems this matter is far from simple. The gunman's target did not seem to be the owner of the barbecue restaurant. But how could a little girl have provoked such a group? As George pondered this, a sudden exclamation of surprise broke the silence. Chief, that restaurant owner is quite generous. He just donated $10 million to our department. Is the barbecue restaurant so profitable? It's making me consider a career change. Upon hearing this, George couldn't help but chuckle and scold. That man's car cost several million. I suspect the barbecue restaurant is merely a hobby. The $10 million donation, George surmised, was likely due to the little girl's significance to Ghoulie, perhaps even immensely important. Being a father himself, George found Ghoulie increasingly likable. He was handsome and of good character. In a society where money reigned supreme, Ghoulie's actions at the barbecue restaurant were decidedly uncharacteristic of a capitalist American. The unpaid leave for employees, covering all medical expenses and mental compensation for the patrons, and the $10 million donation to the police department all painted a picture of a man who did not fit the mold. Furthermore, the sudden cracks appearing in the street were highly unusual. Reminiscent of seismic activity, yet New York had not experienced any earthquakes recently. Chapter 27. Unpolluted.at The New York S.H.I.L.D. Director Nick Fury was presiding over an important meeting, discussing task assignments with several agents. Black Widow also attended, her undercover identity within Stark Industries still undisclosed. The atmosphere in the conference room was tense, and Director Fury's serious gaze scrutinized each agent. Ross has discovered the whereabouts of the big player, who is willing to take a trip to Brazil. Bruce Banner was also someone Nick Fury had long wanted to recruit, while Ross was his potential rival, primarily due to his control over the super soldier program. Suddenly, a trusted agent burst into the meeting room, his expression grave as he reported, "Director, a serious firefight has erupted near the A.I.M. building." Nick Fury raised his hand to halt the meeting, instructing, "Switch to the footage." Meanwhile, at the A.I.M. building, Ghoulie had descended into a frenzied eye in the game. Friends who often engaged in killing understood that this was an addiction. Waves of abysmal virus soldiers surged forth like a tide, and the thunderous sound of armed helicopters circled overhead, resembling a flock of iron beasts in the sky, their engine roars deafening, as if they intended to tear the world asunder. The rampant gunfire illuminated the battlefield like streaks of lightning slicing through the night sky. The center of the battlefield, Ghoulie gently waved his hand. In an instant, everything vanished. The battlefield fell silent. Inside S.H.I.L.D. Hawkeye Clint and others stared at the surveillance footage for a long time. In all his years as an agent, Hawkeye had never witnessed such an elegant yet eco-friendly display of violence. Ghoulie's movements were devoid of any flamboyance. He merely waved his hand gracefully. The helicopters hovering above and the myriad of bullets and gunfire suddenly transformed into swirling snowflakes. It was a display of absolute cleanliness. Yet, when it came to killing, he showed no hesitation, a true embodiment of violence. The soldiers, whose bodies resembled molten lava, had not even approached before they inexplicably metamorphosed into dancing snowflakes. The scene before him shattered his long-held perceptions. A transformation of matter at will? How is he achieving this? Even Superman might not be capable of such feats. Indeed, within the Marvel Universe, there exists the concept of Superman in comics. The agents, stunned by the spectacle in the conference room, remained silent for an extended period. Eventually, Nick Fury gravely stated, "He'll elevate his threat level to 10. The perspective shifted back to the A.I.M. building. After dispatching the minions of Killian, Ghoulie extended his hand towards the A.I.M. building and clenched his fist, sending a continuous wave of shock through the entire structure. With a resounding crash, the building's glass curtain wall shattered, and the structure began to sway precariously at that moment. An urgent plea echoed from a distant Iron Man suit. "Goo, stop. The outside is swarming with fabulas. Leave the rest to me." After what felt like an eternity, Tony breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Ghoulie cease his assault. He thought to himself, this guy is truly dangerous when he goes mad. In just a matter of 10 minutes, he had penetrated the A.I.M. headquarters. Had it not been for the swift flight of the Iron Man suit, Tony had no doubt that this building would have been obliterated by Ghoulie. Although the reasons behind the incident were still unclear, Tony instinctively believed that someone must have offended Ghoulie. After all, to him, Ghoulie resembled many Eastern individuals, elegant, reserved, and polite. Typically, he would never initiate trouble. "Thanks, I'll just kill one more person and leave." Ghoulie had not forgotten the principle of eradicating the root cause. The incident targeting Daisy stemmed from the actions of Killian, the founder of A.I.M. Corporation. However, whether or not it was Killian's direct orders had become irrelevant. Although tonight's actions did not align with his usual cautious demeanor, Killian's caliber was not something that could compel Ghoulie to exercise restraint. Did he think he was Ancient One or some sort of purple sweet potato essence? Upon entering the elevator and ascending to the top floor, Ghoulie finally confronted Killian. This antagonist from Iron Man 3 appeared surprisingly unperturbed. He even smiled as he began to speak. "Esteemed Mr. Goo, how about we make a deal? How much would it take to buy my life?" In America, hatred was of little importance. In this degenerate society, money ruled supreme. Killian believed that the powerful Ghoulie, having grown up in New York, would inevitably be tainted by the societal fabric. He possessed an unwavering belief that he could purchase his own life with wealth. Yet, he remained blissfully unaware that, even if Ghoulie were to take his life, the money would still belong to Ghoulie, for he had the most sophisticated thief in history, Xiaomi Luan, at his disposal. And this sophistication was unparalleled until the advent of Ultron. The only response to Killian's plight was a single phrase that echoed the agony of his heart being torn apart. "In your next life? Open your eyes wider." With a resounding thud, it seemed as though his heart had burst, and Killian's lifeless body gradually dissipated until it vanished completely. Ghoulie exhaled deeply, feeling a slight tremor within his heart for having taken a life for the first time across 2 lifetimes. Fortunately, his methods were not excessively bloody, and his victims were all reduced to mere remnants, granting Ghoulie a surreal illusion as if he were living within a game. As for the potential troubles that might ensue, Ghoulie waved his hand, and the transformed Xiaomi Luan, now resembling a mobile phone, proactively sent the video of the absolute despair virus explosion, previously obtained by Daisy, to Tony. Upon viewing the footage, Tony was instantly filled with confidence. "I will ensure your safe exit from here, and shortly thereafter, I shall convene a press conference at Stark Industries." Suddenly, the Mark armor seized Ghoulie and burst through the thick floor, sending a cloud of dust and debris into the AI. Ghoulie, resigned, activated his powers to disperse the dust from his face. Indeed, Tony had not forgotten how Ghoulie had previously thrown him out of an ice pit. This made him even more resolute in his belief. He must master the portal. No formidable force would rely solely on their own legs to traverse such distances. Could one still be deemed a master if they lacked the flair of a grand entrance? Although he could utilize his shockwave ability to glide over short distances, the inability to fly in the immediate future made the portal the optimal choice. An hour later, Stark Industries held a press conference where Iron Man, Tony Stark, sternly condemned AIM for their inhumane human experimentation and acknowledged that he had personally neutralized the threat posed by the absolute despair virus. Additionally, Iron Man pledged Stark Industries will consistently uphold the principles of sustainable development, contributing to the rebuilding of America. The video unveiled at the conference effectively sealed the fate of the New York human bomb incident. The conflict at AIM Tower officially concluded, leaving no trace aside from shattered glass, as if the skirmish had never occurred. Meanwhile, within the headquarters, the atmosphere was heavy. Nick Fury believed that Ghouli's destructive capacity could rival that of the Hulk, with the primary distinction being that one caused physical destruction while the other employed magical attacks. Natasha, continue your work at Stark Industries. Coulson, take a trip to Brazil. Clint, make contact with Ghoulie. After assigning these tasks, Nick Fury let out a heavy sigh. These three individuals are each more troublesome than the last. Chapter 28. Undercover. Recently, New York City has experienced a series of peculiar occurrences, with a significant number of citizens mysteriously vanishing, prompting a mobilization of police, the FBI, and agents. However, despite their exhaustive search over several days, they found no clues. It was as if these individuals had evaporated from existence, leaving behind no trace. The most disconcerting aspect was that all the missing persons were associated with AIM. The true culprit behind these disappearances was Ghoulie, who spent a month meticulously eliminating the remnants of Killian's faction within AIM, ensuring that the roots were thoroughly eradicated. Ghoulie understood that SHIELD would inevitably uncover the truth behind the disappearances, and the Hydra operatives hidden within SHIELD would also catch wind of it. He wanted them to discover the consequences of crossing him. I am a madman. You may do as you please. In this perilous world, mere survival was insufficient. One must occasionally reveal their fangs. The incidents surrounding AIM served as his warning to S.H.I.E.L.D, Hydra, and the powers behind them. Do not provoke me. At that moment, within S.H.I.E.L.D, Hawkeye Clint Barton and director Nick Fury conveyed their intentions. Fury. That guy is a lunatic, a complete lunatic. If he can locate AIM's personnel list, he can surely find my home. Assign someone else to this task. Nick Fury nodded helplessly. Take a break, Barton. Rest for a few days. Over the past month, SHIELD had made steady progress in its various endeavors. Tony Stark had been invited to become an advisor for S.H.I.E.L.D, but he imposed two conditions. First, S.H.I.E.L.D must cooperate in concealing the truth regarding the events outside AIM's tower and refrain from using this to target Ghoulie. Second, S.H.I.E.L.D must return all items left by Howard Stark. Without much thought, the egghead acquiesced to Tony's conditions, reasoning that although Ghoulie was somewhat unhinged, there remained the opportunity to reason with him during his more lucid moments. This alone was an advantage over the Hulk. Furthermore, the belongings rightfully belonged to the Stark family, so returning them posed no loss to either him or S.H.I.E.L.D. However, one aspect surprised him. He had not anticipated the close relationship between Stark and Ghoulie. When had these two become acquainted? Consequently, Hawkeye's mission to contact Ghoulie was deemed a failure, and Agent Coulson's journey to Brazil yielded no sight of Bruce Banner. Upon learning of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s movements, Ross preemptively attacked the soda factory, prompting Bruce to transform into the Hulk and escape. Fortunately for Fury, Bruce Banner stealthily returned to Culver University, providing him with an opportunity to make contact. Meanwhile, at Stark Tower, Ghoulie, who had been invited to dine with Tony and Ethan, was preparing for his journey to Europe. A month prior, he had promised the Ancient One to seek out Agatha, and given the unexpected delays, it was becoming increasingly unreasonable to postpone his visit. His primary concern was to avoid inciting the Ancient One's wrath. Though he had learned from films that the Ancient One typically refrained from interference unless Earth faced a dimensional invasion, that was merely the portrayal of the Ancient One in the movies. The reality he faced was the living Ancient One. In the films, Ethan had perished, yet now, after Ghoulie had saved him, he was thriving. Thus, some things could not be judged solely by conventional logic. Goo, are you ready? Tony inquired regarding their expedition to Antarctica to mine vibranium. Tony, my friend, I must first head to Europe to find someone, and then we shall proceed to the mining. Tony suddenly became intrigued, fixing his gaze on Ghoulie. A woman, perhaps? To be precise, a woman. Agatha, a woman nearing 4 centuries of life, appeared somewhat eccentric due to her mastery of dark sorcery. I will accompany you. It just so happens that Mark V can now transform into a briefcase like that mechanical dog. It was during their experience outside that cave in Afghanistan, witnessing the mechanical dog transform into a briefcase, that Tony and Ethan instinctively directed the development of Mark V to resemble a briefcase. Come, let us raise a toast to our grand undertaking. Tony Stark's integration into SHIELD was the result of a collaborative decision among the three. The explosion of the Absolute Despair virus, coupled with the enigmatic Ghoulie and the equally mysterious Ancient One, made Tony realize that this world might not align with his previous perceptions. Thus, he conferred with Ethan to establish an organization to counter superhuman threats, and the first person they invited was none other than Ghoulie. However, due to the limited personnel in their organization, certain mysterious events may not be promptly detected. Hence, Tony was tasked with infiltrating S.H.I.E.L.D. as an undercover operative. After all, Ethan was a confirmed bachelor, with no family and lacking superpowers, making him an unlikely candidate for S.H.I.L.D. Meanwhile, Ghoulie, with his propensity for violence, was not well suited for undercover work, as a sudden outburst could lead to chaos within S.H.I.E.L.D. As for the organization's name, the three self-proclaimed naming failures had yet to settle on one. While the base of operations was temporarily established at Tony's seaside villa, Ghouli's agreement to join stemmed from the incident at the barbecue restaurant. Had it not been for Director George fortuitously dining there, he shuddered to think of the outcome. Despite the presence of numerous villains in this world, those desiring to dominate the globe, consume the earth, or annihilate half of the universe's life, there were still many ordinary individuals like George. Having entered this world, Ghoulie was unbothered by the prospect of engaging in actions he could easily undertake. Goo, once again, thank you for saving me and Tony. To be honest, that was one of the greatest inventions I have ever witnessed. Ghoulie understood that Ethan was referring to the mechanical dog. He raised his glass towards the toot. While being a superhero may be exhausting, individuals like them who acted freely without violating their principles perhaps found it less burdensome. With the presence of sound waves monitoring from beyond and the artificial intelligence J.V.I.S, they could effortlessly pinpoint most anti-human activities. Moreover, they had S.H.I.E.L.D.'s intelligence network, which, although now infiltrated by HYDRA, remained a valuable resource compared to their trio. Since Tony was undercover to gather intelligence, his safety should not be a significant concern, unless Hydra suddenly went rogue. Speaking of HYDRA, Ghoulie suddenly recalled the leader of HYDRA, that Inhuman known as Hive. Considering the timeline, that individual would soon return to Earth. Meanwhile, Bruce Banner had returned to America, attempting to locate his original research materials to resolve the gamma radiation-induced blood mutation issue. Thanks to Ghoulie's interference, the Ancient One temporarily suppressed Tony's palladium poisoning, and the materials left behind by Howard had been reclaimed by Tony from SHIELD. Without the palladium poisoning threat, Tony should no longer indulge recklessly. Of course, the timeline self-correction might shift the battle originally set in Morocco to London. Chapter 29. A return to London. When discussing the timeline, one cannot overlook the Time Stone and the Time Variance Authority. Of course, there is also that enigmatic being responsible for the green hue of the Time Stone. The god of stories, Loki. At this moment, the Time Stone remains in the possession of the Ancient One, while the whereabouts of the god of stories are uncertain. At this juncture, my powers are insufficient to glimpse my future self. Perhaps my future self is gazing back at me now. Time is an abstract concept, a manifestation of the movement of matter, the continuity of change, and the sequence of events. Perhaps at this very moment, the god of stories is peering from the end of the temporal river at the present multiverse. I know I must become that kind of deity. For you, for all of us. Ghoulie is convinced that he, too, can attain such divine heights. After all, he is a player with extraordinary advantages. With the presence of the Casanova simulator, he truly believes no one can thwart him. If pushed to the brink, he could always resort to self-destruction. Once his soul is drawn to the underworld, he would cling to Death's leg, and with his title as the most handsome man in New York, he would surely make the purple sweet potato spirit wear a green hat. Is worth noting that Death embodies the concepts of eternity, infinity, and annihilation, standing alongside them as one of the four great abstractions. As for the Planet Eater, that is merely a unit of measurement. Goo, your laughter is somewhat unsettling, remarked Tony. Ha ha ha, Ghoulie chuckled hastily. I suddenly thought of something amusing. I'll head home now. Remember to arrange the private jet for tomorrow? Not a problem. I've already made plans with the water sprite. I'll be bringing her a set of battle armor. In the original timeline, Tony had only gifted the Mark armor to Rhodey and Pepper. Although War Machine had taken it himself, he wouldn't have dared without Tony's consent. For some reason, Tony has always had a fondness for the young water sprite. Perhaps he is simply a natural-born daughter-s slave. Julie, thinking of Cersei who lives with the water sprite, felt a deep longing, however. Before heading to Europe, he needed to pacify the three ladies at home first, an evening filled with scandalous VIP chapters. The following afternoon, Tony spotted the listless Ghoulie aboard his private jet. Goo, why do you suddenly look so haggard? Did you not rest well last night? When they parted the previous day, Ghoulie had appeared quite well. Now, merely a day and a night later, he resembled a drug addict. His face gaunt with dark circles under his eyes, revealing a profound fatigue. Strangely enough, this feeling seemed eerily familiar to Tony. I'll be fine after a nap. Just wake me when we arrive in London. His exhaustion was genuine. But fortunately, he had reaped abundant rewards. After a year and a half, Ghoulie had finally acquired all of Spider-Man's superpowers. Now, he possessed a serum that balanced his health, combined with Spider-Man's physique. Yet, for reasons unknown, he still felt somewhat inadequate in front of his three girlfriends. It seems the Iron Body is urgently needed. However, this is the Marvel Universe, and he has no way of seeking out Wonder Woman from DC. After a flurry of thoughts, Ghoulie's mind raced like a wild stallion across endless plains, eventually returning to the stable in a state of exhaustion. Being young is truly wonderful. Seeing Ghoulie lie down and fall into a deep slumber without hesitation, Tony felt a pang of envy. Born on May 29, 1970, Tony was now 40 years old. However, he did not perceive himself as old. After all, a man at 40 is like a flower in bloom. He merely felt that he was no longer youthful. 4 hours later, at London Airport. Upon seeing the water sprite and Cersei waiting to greet him, Ghoulie hurriedly approached and opened his arms for a warm embrace. Brother-in-law, how long do you plan to stay this time? The water sprite's eyes sparkled with mischief in her mind. The more stable the relationship between Ghoulie and Cersei, the greater her chances with Ikaris. Ghoulie ruffled the young girl's hair. I've come to take care of some matters. We may be here for quite a while. Well, don't you think there's a spot for Uncle Tony in your eyes? The water sprite playfully punched Tony's chest, producing a delightful jingling sound. In the long span of 7,000 years, the water sprite had always felt a deep sense of inferiority due to her inability to grow physically. Apart from her eternal family, she had no other friends. Yet, despite their brief acquaintance, she inexplicably harbored a fondness for this quirky uncle and relished his company. Meanwhile, Cersei maintained her usual calm demeanor, as if nothing could stir the depths of her soul. However, her gaze was evasive, unable to meet Ghoulie's. During this trip to London, Tony and Ghoulie chose not to stay at Stark Manor, but rather at the water sprite's home. As for their reasons, each harbored their own secret thoughts. Ghoulie believed it was safer for Tony to remain here while he sought out Agatha, considering there were two Eternals present. Tony, on the other hand, was preparing to play the role of a supportive ally once more. Cersei and the water sprite prepared a sumptuous welcome feast, with the table adorned with delicacies from various countries. These dishes, a feast for the senses, resembled exquisite works of art, tempting one's appetite. The advantages of living for an extended period finally revealed themselves, as both women excelled in the culinary arts, effortlessly mastering both Chinese and Western cuisines. Tony genuinely gave them a thumbs up, saying, "Girl, your and Cersei's cooking is truly remarkable. It surpasses Ghoulie's barbecue joint." Upon hearing Tony's praise, the water sprite sighed, a hint of regret in her expression. "Unfortunately, we don't have time to savor it. How about this? When school is out, I'll have the private jet pick you both up." At Tony's suggestion, the water sprite's expression darkened, losing its earlier sparkle. She felt a sense of helplessness, unsure whether to tell Tony that she would never grow up and had never attended school. Sensing the shift in the atmosphere, Ghoulie interjected, "Sister, perhaps if you view things from a different perspective, it may not be such a bad thing." As he spoke, the chopsticks in Ghoulie's hand gradually dissolved into flowing particles that danced around his fingertips. In the astonished gazes of Cersei and the water sprite, the particles reformed into a lily and a rose. After placing them in their hands, Ghoulie continued, "When you confront your abilities and flaws, you will discover that you are like a diamond, shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight, while your flaws serve as your honing stone, making you more resilient and radiant. The scene before them was familiar to Circe and the water sprite. Reminiscent of Circe's own superpowers, the water sprite rose, exclaiming, "Brother-in-law, are you also an Eternal?" Chapter 30. The Tin-Man Squad, Brother-in-law, are you also an Eternal? The water sprite quickly shook her head after speaking. She knew well that the Eternals who arrived on Earth 7,000 years ago comprised only the 10-member team led by a Jack. A Jack? Circe, Ikaris, Athena, Gilgamesh, Kingo, Phastos, Druig, Macquarie, and herself. I am human, a pure-blooded human. Circe, on the other hand, appeared noticeably more vigilant. She regarded Ghoulie with suspicion, voicing her inner turmoil. Why are you deliberately approaching us? What do you truly want? Circe's gaze was filled with wariness and anticipation. Akin to an injured creature, torn between staring at Ghoulie and yearning for a truth that might not align with her suspicions. Her emotions swirled like a tumultuous ocean, leaving her restless and uncertain. The day I met you was the most beautiful accident of my life. From the very first glance, I knew I had fallen for you. Whether it was love at first sight or mere infatuation, I simply fell for you. In that moment, Ghoulie transformed into the most romantic figure in New York, secretly giving himself a silent thumbs up. Accidental, perhaps, but a frequent occurrence could certainly be deemed reasonable. Upon hearing Ghoulie's confession, a faint blush crept across Circe's cheeks as she resolved to temporarily ignore the man. Observing the standoff between sister and brother-in-law, the water sprite cleverly redirected the conversation. Brother-in-law, how did you know we are Eternals? Indeed, Goo, what are Eternals? Some kind of branch of humanity? Faced with their inquiries, Ghoulie shrugged helplessly. You said it. Dear sister, I had no knowledge of your status as Eternals. The water sprite's lips twitched as she recalled that it was indeed her own words. Then why did you comfort me as if you knew about my and Circe's superpowers? Well, I possess the innate ability to sense the energy fluctuations within others. Ghoulie felt a swell of pride within, pondering how perfect this excuse was. If someone else in this world had said the same, they might have been met with skepticism. But for him, as a transmigrator, he had a fair understanding of most superpowered individuals in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Indeed, upon hearing Ghoulie's words, a flicker of understanding passed through the eyes of Circe and the water sprite. At that moment, Tony, who could not comprehend the conversation among the three, hastily inquired, "What exactly is the Eternal? Does that little girl and Circe possess superpowers as well? Goo, you must be joking, right?" Observing the silence among them, Tony felt a sudden pall of gloom envelop his existence. Why, during this period, had he surrounded himself with beings endowed with extraordinary abilities, while he, Tony Stark, so exceptional, remained merely an ordinary man? Why indeed? Ghoulie clasped Circe's hand, gazing deeply into her eyes. May I speak, Circe? Ghoulie was resolute in his intentions, the slaughter before the A.I.M. headquarters having fully awakened his true nature. For an ordinary person, the myriad dazzling superpowers were utterly intoxicating. When one can only be an ordinary person, it is best to embrace that role. Yet, when the opportunity arises to ascend to divinity, who would decline such an offer? Circe, resigned to her fate, ceased her struggles, allowing Ghoulie to intertwine their fingers. The Eternals arrived on Earth 7,000 years ago. All these years, we have safeguarded the security and proliferation of human civilization. After a considerable time, upon learning of the connection between the 10-member team of the Eternals and the history of humanity, Tony's understanding was once again transformed, and he murmured in disbelief. So, you little girl have been alive for over 7,000 years. Indeed, Uncle Tony, and I have always appeared this way, forever unaging, replied the water sprite, sinking once more into a melancholic state. The inability to grow up meant that she would forever be deprived of the joys of love. Yes, the Eternals were largely driven by matters of the heart. Tony placed a comforting arm around the water sprite's shoulders, unsure of how to console this child of over 7,000 years. After all, he, Tony, was merely a child of 40. Witnessing this scene, Ghoulie hesitated repeatedly but ultimately decided to remain silent. The water sprite was not eternally unable to grow. If she relinquished her powers, she would have the chance to mature. As night deepened, The group engaged in light conversation before retreating to their respective rooms. However, a shadowy figure stealthily approached Cersei's door, deftly sliding past the lock and entering. Thereafter, this figure skillfully retrieved a copy of a comprehensive guide to ancient Egyptian writing and began to study. "Why was there a familiar energy fluctuation about you just now?" Ghoulie gently pinched Cersei's cheek and retorted, "Perhaps it is simply that we have grown accustomed to each other's energy signatures." As for the reason behind Cersei's sudden sense of familiarity with Ghoulie, he too felt helpless. He could hardly admit, "I just acquired the superpower of your ex-boyfriend." Regrettably, once again, it was not the ability to fly, but rather a power akin to Cyclops from the X-Men, capable of emitting golden beams of cosmic energy from his eyes. Through his interactions with Cersei, Ghoulie developed a notion. Given a year, he could very well acquire all the superpowers of the 10-member team of the Eternals. Among them, Cersei possessed the ability to restructure molecular structures, yet it fell far short of the subatomic prowess of Molecule Man. The little girl, the water sprite, wielded the powers of illusion and invisibility. Ikaris resembled Superman from the DC Universe. Sans a cape, he could fly at light speed and project cosmic energy beams from his eyes. Tina, known as the Master of Weapons, could manipulate cosmic energy to create various energy weapons, including swords, spears, and shields, and was exceptionally skilled in combat. Gilgamesh, akin to a one-punch man, could utilize cosmic energy to manifest powerful gauntlets. Kingo, who claimed to be the uncle of Thor, could unleash cosmic energy projectiles and beams from his fingertips. Phastos, the Black Man, could invent various weapons and technologies using cosmic energy. Druig possessed the ability to manipulate the thoughts of others. Macgary, the female Flash, though not reaching Barry Allen's time-traveling capabilities. Jack, the leader of the 10-member team, had the power of self-healing and could heal others with cosmic energy. If Ghoulie could consolidate all 10 Eternals' abilities within himself, he would likely have the strength to deliver a few solid blows to Thanos. The path of learning is indeed a long and arduous one. Chapter 31. Dynamic Lightwave for 3 consecutive days. Ghoulie was engrossed in a comprehensive guide to ancient Egyptian writing. Lost in its depths and unable to extricate himself, it was only upon receiving a reminder from his brother Tony that he jolted back to reality. Recalling his mission to locate Agatha, however, he was far too preoccupied, striving to attain the power of flight. So busy was he that he scarcely had time to sip tea, let alone traverse Europe in search of that madwoman. Thus, he unhesitatingly made the most prudent choice. "Hello, Master Ghoulie, it's Little Goo here. Could you please assist me in locating Agatha?" In his memory, Kamartaj possessed a marvelous artifact ideally suited for locating individuals. On Miami Beach, Ghoulie, clad in casual attire and sunglasses, frowned upon answering the call. She had indeed tasked Ghoulie with reprimanding Agatha, but that was a month and a half ago. This brat has clearly not taken it to heart. Though she was reluctant to engage with Ghoulie nonetheless waved her hand, and in an instant, the mirror dimension isolated her spirit from the world. She formed another seal, and a luminous screen materialized, revealing the eccentric Agatha. With a snap of her fingers, Ghoulie's spirit returned to her body. Sokovia. After hanging up, Ghoulie promptly purchased a ticket to Sokovia. Through his recent lessons with Cersei, his cultural knowledge had significantly improved, yet he still had not acquired the ability to fly, nor had he mastered the creation of portals. He was left with no choice but to opt for this most rudimentary mode of travel. During the flight, Ghoulie reclined in his seat, studying the system panel. Name: Ghoulie. Race: human. Age: 21. Superpowers: 50/50 serum, spider totem, fate cards, molecular restructuring, invisibility, dynamic lightwave. Items: little cricket handgun, regeneration cradle, blue giant star destroyer cannon. Affiliation: drift, soundwave, tape legion. Grey wolf, contracted entity, Dormammu. After acquiring the full abilities of Spider-Man, the corresponding section on the system panel transformed to Spider Totem.as. For the Spider Totem, it serves as the source of power for all Spider-Men across the multiverse. More details will follow. Ghoulie's newly acquired superpower, Dynamic Lightwave, stemmed from Ikaris' radiant golden heat vision, enabling him to emit golden beams of cosmic energy from his eyes. It must be said, in terms of the high status he always sought, the golden effects of Dynamic Lightwave certainly elevated his aesthetic appeal. Just imagine, While his enemies were merrily enjoying a hot pot and singing, he could launch a surprise attack. Bayou Bayou Bayou. The beauty of this ability lay in its versatility. It was effective in close combat as well as mid to long-range engagements, and there was absolutely no cooldown, as long as his eyes remained functional. He could keep firing Bayou indefinitely. Should anyone in the future dare to say, "You look at me again," Ghoulie would undoubtedly respond, "I would be delighted." Within the realms of Marvel and DC, those endowed with luminous ocular abilities include the well-known Superman, Destroyer, Icaris, Cyclops, and the mute version of Deadpool. Of course, there is also Darkseid's Omega Beam, which is somewhat more enigmatic, as it possesses the ability to curve. Additionally, the beloved character Zeo from his homeland also possesses glowing eyes. However, if one were to compare these heat vision abilities, Icaris's would certainly be inferior to Darkseid's Omega Beam, yet stronger than the laser eyes of Cyclops. The mute version of Deadpool and Zao.as for a comparison with Superman and the Destroyer, it is difficult to ascertain. If he ever has the chance to venture into the DC universe, he would certainly relish the opportunity for comparison, especially considering that Marvel and DC occasionally engage in character crossovers within various multiverses. Upon acquiring the ability of Dynamic Lightwave, Ghoulie began to feel that even if he never pursued a romantic relationship with Supergirl, he could potentially become a plus version of Superman purely through system rewards. I wonder what that madwoman is up to in Sokovia. Once he located Agatha, he was determined to test the power of Dynamic Lightwave. Bayou Bayou Bayou, it was bound to be exhilarating. Sokovia, a seemingly inconspicuous Eastern European nation, plays a pivotal role within the Marvel Universe. In 1999, Sokovia erupted into civil strife. A bomb struck the Maximoff residence, resulting in the tragic demise of Wanda and Quicksilver's parents. Shortly thereafter, a second missile landed before the siblings, fortuitously failing to detonate. The two remained frozen in fear of triggering the bomb for 2 days. Fixated on the bomb's emblem, Stark Industries. From that moment forth, the seeds of hatred had quietly taken root. Another significant event was the climactic battle between the Avengers and Ultron, the Battle of Sokovia, which served as the catalyst for the Sokovia Accords, ultimately leading to the subsequent division and civil war among the Avengers. Ghoulie surmised that Agatha's objective might be to uncover the hidden Hydra base within Sokovia. Regarding the Hydra organization, its most famous motto is undoubtedly, "Cut off one head, 2 more shall take its place." Throughout Hydra's history, notable figures include Hive, Red Skull, Dr. Zola, Winter Soldier, and Baron. Among these, Dr. Zola, the diminutive figure, left a particularly profound impression on Ghoulie. Zola, a genius devoid of any superpowers, was the intellectual backbone of Hydra. The technology for consciousness uploading networks has been developed, enabling the artificial brainwashing and control of the Winter Soldier for decades, as well as the creation of weapons capable of storing the energy of the Tesseract. In Marvel's What If, when Zola and Ultron competed for a body, Zola emerged victorious. After the conclusion of World War II, Hydra's major bases were obliterated, and Zola was subsequently recruited into S.H.I.E.L.D, where he proceeded to reconstruct Hydra, effectively infiltrating SHIELD. This explains why, from the end of World War II until the signing of the Sokovia Accords, despite Hydra's apparent demise, traces of the organization persisted. The current iteration of Hydra has transformed SHIELD to a Civ.it. Must be acknowledged that Nick Fury's ability to rise above the Hydra ranks to become the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. is indeed commendable. Although Hydra's plans for global domination have repeatedly failed within the cinematic universe, there have been instances of success in other multiverses, such as the infamous Hydra leader, Captain Butterfingers. But that is a discussion for another time. After departing from the Sokovia airport, Ghoulie wasted no time following the leads provided by the Ancient One to locate Agatha. Meanwhile, in Virginia, at Marvel University, Bruce Banner, having fled from Brazil, returned to his long-lost school. Memories flooded back like a deluge, overwhelming him. The visage of his girlfriend Betty, the minutiae of his work, and the initiation of the military's super soldier program. The accidental leak of gamma radiation had transformed him into a monstrous green entity. These recollections flashed through his mind like a series of vivid images. Bruce's visit to the school was imbued with hope, as he sought out previous research materials to address his mutation. His aspirations were modest. He merely wished to reclaim his former, ordinary self. Chapter 32. Hydra Base in Sokovia, at the Hydra Base. Just as no dog would touch a burnt fruit, Ghoulie suddenly mused that the ability to become invisible might no longer be of use. Why did he think this? Because, having infiltrated the Hydra base while invisible in search of the witch, he failed to locate her and was instead detected by thermal sensors. This invisibility was far from genuine. His current state of mind was one of utter incredulity. Regardless, invisibility was one of the powers of the Eternal's water sprites, yet he never anticipated being discovered by thermal sensors. Now, he found himself confronted by a throng of Hydra soldiers, weapons drawn, forcing him to relinquish his invisibility. Absurdity had reached new heights. "Is that you?" spoke the masked leader among the Hydra soldiers. His reaction indicated he recognized Ghoulie. Now it was Ghoulie's turn to be curious. Am I really that famous now? A mere few seconds later, he realized that Hydra must have obtained intelligence from SHIELD regarding his capabilities. "Since you know me, this should be straightforward. I'm here to find someone." The small leader remained silent for about half a minute, during which Ghoulie prepared himself for any eventuality. Suddenly, he heard a hesitant, "All right." "What kind of person is Ghoulie?" Ghoulie was astonished. Certain he had not misheard. The small leader had indeed said, "All right." However, this only deepened his bewilderment. Come on, they were Hydra, the globally recognized malevolent organization, infamous for their attempts to dominate the Earth and notorious for their brutal killings. How could they be so accommodating? If he weren't utterly convinced he was at the Hydra base, he might have doubted his location. Ghoulie scratched his head in confusion. Under these circumstances, he couldn't afford to act aggressively. Respect is mutual, and since Hydra had shown him respect, he wasn't the type to disregard social niceties. "Mr. Goo, who are you looking for? I can have someone bring them to you." Given their demeanor, Ghoulie decided against being overly dramatic. "Agatha." Upon hearing this, the masked small leader abruptly fell silent. Yet Ghoulie sensed hesitation from the small leader upon mentioning Agatha. After a few seconds, he swiftly retrieved his phone and made a call, seemingly reporting the situation. After a brief interval, the small leader saluted the phone with a formal Hydra salute. "Yes, my leader." "Mr. Goo, please hold on." "No, take me with you. I'm quite curious about what this madwoman is up to." Ghoulie had never anticipated that Agatha had such ties with Hydra. Was it a collaboration? The Dark Witch and Hydra, remarkably fitting. Indeed, revealing one's teeth has its advantages in situations like this, where dialogue could resolve matters. It was preferable to avoid violence. Even though dispatching the Hydra soldiers before him would be effortless for him, he opted for a more diplomatic approach. Under the small leader's guidance, they proceeded down the base's corridor for approximately 5 minutes, until Ghoulie finally laid eyes on the eccentric witch.at that moment. Agatha appeared to be performing a wild ritual, arms outstretched, chanting, "Ayaheya, seemingly engaged in some arcane ceremony. With the sacrificial offerings, a group of children, a flash of anger crossed Ghoulie's eyes as he scanned the surroundings. Nearby, several larger iron cages contained humanoid creatures covered in gray fur, with a massive being lying in the cage, its species indiscernible. Observing this, Ghoulie raised an eyebrow, a flicker of golden light glimmering in his gaze. Under different circumstances, Agatha would have met her demise, and the Hydra members would not have escaped unscathed. However, considering the presence of children, he was uncertain whether forcibly interrupting the ritual would jeopardize their safety. "Have her halt. I have questions for her." The small leader nodded. Ordinarily, anyone speaking to him so arrogantly would have sealed their fate, but this Mr.Gu was a different case. He was the individual that the leader had explicitly chosen to recruit, and he might very well become his superior in the future. "Shall I grant a favor to a potential future leader?" After a brief bout of self-encouragement, the small leader instructed Agatha, who was in the midst of her incantation, to cease. Enraged, the mad witch approached and shouted, "I didn't come here for you to interrupt. Why halt the lycanthropy ritual? Don't forget, there are no suitable offerings nearby." Upon hearing this, Ghoulie mused, "So it's lycanthropes. In the Marvel Universe, werewolves and vampires do exist, though they primarily reside in Europe, much like the legends of werewolves and vampires that predominantly circulate through various European nations. Blade, a member of MI-13 in London, is a renowned vampire hunter. Given the current circumstances, Ghoulie speculated that the Dark Witch Agatha had been invited by Hydra to conduct a lycanthropy ritual akin to human experimentation. If that were the case, it would be best to eliminate them all As Agatha and the small leader engaged in a verbal clash, Ghoulie subtly moved his fingers, in an instant, the Hydra soldiers within the base began to disintegrate. As if Thanos had snapped his fingers, their bodies gradually transformed into vibrant red petals, seemingly drenched in blood. A gentle breeze carried the crimson petals, bestowing upon them an unusual beauty, akin to Ghoulie's current method of eliminating foes. There were no cries of anguish, no splattering blood. The slain were oblivious to their impending demise, simply succumbing to lifelessness. Though this marked his second instance of taking a life, Ghoulie felt no discomfort. Instead, he perceived that his technique required further refinement. 2.5 seconds later, the Hydra base in Sokovia was left with only a group of unconscious children and a defiant Agatha. Ghoulie's eyes gleamed, a brilliant golden light radiating toward Agatha, sending her hurtling back into unconsciousness. The reason he refrained from eliminating the deranged witch was that she was backed by a formidable ally, the Supreme Sorcerer. The Ancient One. It is essential to recognize that the Supreme Sorcerer not only governs Kamar Taj, but also oversees the three great sanctums in Hong Kong, London, and New York. The entire realm of magic and sorcery on Earth falls under the Supreme Sorcerer's jurisdiction. Indeed, having a powerful backing makes a significant difference. I am quite incensed right now. Do not misconstrue, Ghoulie's anger did not stem from a desire for vengeance. Rather, he was outraged by Agatha and Hydra's use of children as sacrificial offerings. Just then, an aura that ignited a sense of yearning within him suddenly emanated from Agatha. Ghoulie hurried forward and uncovered a tattered book from the witch's chest. No way, could it be that one? Chapter 33. The Darkhold clutching the book imbued with an ominous aura. Ghoulie found himself in a state of disbelief for several minutes. He could scarcely fathom that this unassuming, tattered tome was one of the copies of the Darkhold, the very book sought by Wanda in her quest for identity. The Darkhold, originating from the dark god Thawne, is the source of all dark magic, serving as the antithesis to the Book of Vishanti from Kamar Taj. This book is immensely powerful and malevolent, containing nefarious spells of ancient deities and numerous formidable dark magics. It ensures that anyone, regardless of their language, can fully comprehend the mysteries contained within it. Is worth noting that Wanda, after delving into the Darkhold, transformed into a vastly different entity compared to her former self. Before her studies of the Darkhold, Wanda possessed the potential to tear Thanos apart, yet she remained unstable and inconsistent in her strength. However, after her engagement with the Darkhold, Wanda single-handedly decimated Kamar Taj and forced Doctor Strange to flee in terror. What was initially Doctor Strange 2 had been turned into Wanda, a search for identity. Subsequently, she adeptly wielded dream-walking sorcery to successfully control Wanda from Universe 838, single-handedly annihilating the entire Illuminati. It is noteworthy that Wanda from Universe 838 was merely an ordinary individual devoid of any superpowers. That battle transformed Captain Carter into the supreme leader of the elite squad. In that encounter, the Black Falcon had yet to utter a word before he was vanquished. During that clash, the cunning trickster also morphed from Mr. Fantastic into Noodle Man. Of course, we mustn't forget the unfortunate meat pie Black Panther, who was nearly crushed to death by a boulder. The Illuminati of Universe 838 were no mere weaklings. They had successfully eliminated Thanos from their realm. Yet, even such a formidable Illuminati proved no match for Wanda, who had mastered the Darkhold. Thus, it is evident that this tome is indeed quite suitable for Ghoulie to enhance his prowess. However, at present, he clutched the Darkhold yet found himself engulfed in hesitation. Surely, this is not a test devised by Ancient One for me. It is hardly surprising that Ghoulie posed such a question upon reflecting on the entire sequence of events. The Darkhold's replica was unearthed from Agatha, who was specifically sought out by Ancient One. Furthermore, it was during his manipulation of the Destiny cards that Ancient One mentioned he might indeed be eavesdropping in New York Sanctum. Indeed, this was a test directed at him. Ghoulie, I shall not fall for it. Resolutely, Ghoulie decided to hand over the Darkhold to Master Ancient One. Such a perilous artifact was better left for Kamar Taj to deal with. Yet, merely 2.5 seconds later, Ghoulie began to waver once more. Was he truly willing to surrender the Darkhold so easily? He was undeniably reluctant. He felt akin to having others place meat into his bowl while he dared not partake. Not only would he refrain from consuming it, but he was also expected to return the meat. What sort of logic was that? Although the Darkhold served as the vessel for the return of the dark god Shumagorath, which could very well corrupt the user's soul. The dark magic inscribed within was undeniably potent, stirring Gu Li's desire. Moreover, he had already forged a pact with Dormammu, and a confrontation with him was inevitable. For he had no intention of returning the borrowed dark powers. Viewed through that lens, having an additional Shumagorath seemed inconsequential. Gazing intently at the unconscious Agatha for a moment, Gu Li was struck by an idea. What if I eliminate the madwoman, leaving no witnesses? Just then, a prickling sensation coursed through his body, and his spider sense activated. Sizzling golden light gradually coalesced into a circle, prompting Gu Li to swiftly stow the Darkhold away in the system's space. Once an item was acquired, returning it was simply illogical. Dormammu, just like Ancient One, would not be spared. After waiting for a moment, no one emerged from the portal. Instead, Ancient One's voice resonated from the other side. Throw her over here. Gu Li promptly kicked Agatha towards the portal, and an immense surge of magical energy rippled forth from the other side. This was a grave mistake. Just as Gu Li contemplated whether to truthfully submit the Darkhold, Ancient One's voice echoed again. You have 2 little ones with you. Do not harm them. Master, you must be mistaken. Little Gu is a benevolent individual, a true paragon of goodness. After a moment of exasperation, the golden portal vanished in an instant. Gu Li quickly wiped the sweat from his brow. Pondering, is Ancient One truly that powerful? And who might these 2 little ones be? Suddenly, a thought struck him with delight. Could it be the twins? Oh, what a delightful surprise. Chaos magic, here I come. Yet, upon seeing the small child lying unconscious on the ground, Gu Li sighed and dialed Tony's number. The ringing on the other end was accompanied by a series of clattering sounds. Hey Gu, I'm a bit busy right now. Gu Li, puzzled, inquired. Aren't you worried about Pepper finding out? Beep. Beep, beep. Is there a problem? Cut to the visuals. Through the video feed on his phone, Gu Li witnessed Tony in his Mark V suit engaging in battle with a familiar figure, while the water sprite anxiously made a call nearby. Electro Ivan? He actually tracked us down to London. Prior to arriving in London, he had anticipated this possibility, and it had indeed come to pass at that moment. Gu Li belatedly realized that his minor interventions had led to a series of unforeseen complications. For instance, what was meant to transpire at the Moroccan racetrack, an attack by Ivan on Tony, had morphed into an ambush while Tony and the water sprite were enjoying a leisurely day in London. Furthermore, the gunfight that had previously erupted in the barbecue joint was another consequence of his actions altering the course of events. The advantage of his godlike perspective as a traveler had dissipated, increasingly exceeding his comprehension. Of course, with the presence of the Cadman simulator, the necessity of a godlike perspective became moot. Rather than complicate matters further, it would be more prudent for him to refrain from interfering. Everyone should simply go about their own business. In simpler terms, whether he was present or not, the world would continue to exist. Indeed, the Chitauri would be defeated, Hydra would be vanquished, and Thanos would ultimately be bested. His goal was to grow stronger through connections with various female narrative characters. In summary, Gu Li ultimately resolved. To pursue women, he would intervene minimally, while for matters unrelated to his pursuits, he would let them unfold as they would. Regarding Agatha, if it truly came to it, eliminating her would be as effortless as squashing an insect. However, it seemed more prudent to spare her life and allow her to continue playing her role. After all, Gu Li was well aware of Agatha's future actions. She would become neighbors with Wanda, nearly meet her demise, and even deliver a copy of the Darkhold. If Gu Li were to kill Agatha now, according to the tendencies of this world, the role she was meant to fulfill could very well be assumed by a complete stranger with whom Gu Li had no familiarity. The timeline had a tendency to self-correct. Forget it. I shall rescue the children first and then seek out the twins. Chapter 34. The Hammer in Sokovia. Deep within the Hydra base, Little Chaos was diligently hacking the base's defense system, while Gu Li engaged in a remote conversation with Mr. Grey Wolf through another phone. Boss, remember to bring that back, and the one behind it too. He had initially intended to obliterate the Hydra base outright, but Little Chaos informed him that some of the equipment within was quite valuable and might be needed by Mr. Grey Wolf. Among Gu Li's subordinates, Grey Wolf held a solid position as the leader. For who could refuse a scientist adept in all fields, particularly with the mechanical life forms? Little Chaos, Dog, and the mechanical bird had all undergone enhancements by Grey Wolf. The cannons at Dog's hindquarters had been upgraded to laser cannons. And even a language system had been added, allowing Dog to speak, a feat previously exclusive to the mechanical bird. Grey Wolf's inventive prowess was indeed extraordinary. Whatever he deemed reasonable would invariably become so. As for how Ghoulie acquired Grey Wolf, it was purely by chance. On that particular day, Ms. Zhao had styled her hair up. "I'll empty the base. When we return home, you can choose for yourself." The sheer volume of items within the Hydra base was overwhelming. Perusing each one would take an eternity. Thus, Ghoulie opted for the simplest approach: leave none behind. "Master, there are 2 individuals locked in a room." Following the path provided by Little Chaos, Ghoulie ventured deep into the base and discovered Pietro and Wanda Maximoff. Confined within a specially designed cell, upon seeing them, Ghoulie was instantly captivated. The now 21-year-old Wanda was truly radiant. That very glimpse ignited his resolve to take action. While chaos magic was indeed formidable, Wanda's beauty was equally compelling. Such a win-win scenario was rare. After all, the other powerful women had proven somewhat daunting. Perhaps, if they were not pushed to the brink, it was best to wait for a moment of no choice. The siblings were understandably wary upon Ghoulie's sudden appearance, maintaining their guard even as the cell door swung open. "Who are you?" Pietro shielded his sister behind him. Wanda peered out from behind Pietro, her expression laden with disdain as she regarded Ghoulie. "I can sense your ill intentions towards me." The scene before him left Ghoulie utterly flummoxed, casting doubts on whether his prior gaze had been too fervent. Their awkward introduction had left a poor first impression. "Come help, there are a few children outside who need looking after." Ghoulie promptly turned to leave, reflecting, "How could I have committed such a rookie mistake?" It was best to let things unfold naturally. He should focus on nurturing his relationship with Cersei and consider other matters once he acquired the ability to fly. Among the 4 children he had rescued, 3 remained unconscious, while the one who had awakened clung to Ghoulie's clothing, unwilling to let go. After locating a vehicle within the base, Ghoulie drove the children toward a nearby police station. The Pietro siblings followed along with wide-eyed innocence. "Thank you for saving us. What about the people in the base? They are dead?" Just then, Ghoulie's phone rang. "You are the one. Hey, Goo, I was a bit busy earlier. Are we heading out now?" Tony's slightly dejected voice came through the line. "Have you taken care of your side?" "Yeah, encountered a lunatic. He was extradited to America by the Department of Defense." As expected. Although the beginning had shifted, the subsequent events continued to unfold in the predetermined direction. "That's good. I still have some matters to attend to, but I should be back by tomorrow." "All right, Fury mentioned that a hammer fell in New Mexico. Once I finish with the vibranium, I plan to check it out." After hanging up the phone, Ghoulie took out 2 cigarettes and then glanced at Pietro, asking, "Would you like one?" After much hesitation, Pietro finally extended his hand to accept it. However, neither of them ultimately lit the cigarette, as Ghoulie suddenly remembered that there was a child in the car. "Damn it, the Brazilian girl has arrived. Surely the god of stories won't be far behind." Ghoulie's interest in Loki stemmed from 2 main aspects: the intricacies of the timeline and the concept of absolute temporal points. In his previous life, he felt a twinge of regret when he witnessed Tony snap his fingers. A mere mortal, Iron Man, should not have met such an end, and he wanted to explore the possibility of altering that fate. Yet, the catastrophic consequences of Doctor Strange's actions were still fresh in his memory. Loki, destined to become the god of stories and the god of time in the future, represented events that lay ahead. Ghoulie sought to ascertain whether the current Loki might already exist at the very edge of time. After all, the Time Stone had consistently manifested in green from the past to the present. This suggested that the entirety of the multiverse, its past, present, and future, might be influenced by that god of stories. It was all quite chaotic, reminiscent of those films released at different times yet unfolding their narratives almost simultaneously. After dropping off the 4 children at the police station, Ghoulie prepared to set off, as he was finally about to acquire the long-awaited Antarctic vibranium. Once he secured the vibranium, his next step would be to head to Wakanda for a zero-cost acquisition, followed by upgrading the materials for drift and sonar. The thought of transforming into a true adamantium transformer sent a thrill through him. However, upon noticing the siblings who had been trailing him, Ghoulie inquired, "What are you 2 following me for? Could you lend us some money?" Time rewound to a moment earlier in America, New Mexico, at Old Bridge Town. Late at night, the moonlight cast a faint glow on the streets, outlining the town's silhouette. Outside the town, a tranquil darkness enveloped everything. The still night breeze brought a coolness, gently swaying the leaves, as if whispering silent tales. Above all this, a massive magical circle suddenly appeared, its runes shimmering with fantastical colors. This awe-inspiring anomaly caught the attention of Jane Foster and her companions inside the vehicle, prompting speculation about the nature of this phenomenon and its potential impact. The trio drove their RV swiftly toward the source of the disturbance. Suddenly, a robust figure plummeted from the sky, crashing directly onto their RV. Boom. Moments later, a burly Nordic man, swaying like someone suffering from a hangover, shouted, "Where's my hammer? Where's my hammer?" Chapter 35. The emergence of system tasks in the Antarctic ice caves. Ghoulie and his companion once again returned to the vibranium mines, utilizing their seismic powers to extract the precious metal. Suddenly, Tony unexpectedly asked, "Goo, you seem quite interested in money?" Ghoulie halted his actions, staring incredulously at Tony within the Mark suit. "Stark, are you even speaking in human terms? Who doesn't like money?" However, sensing the gravity of the situation, he quickly followed up with, "Why the sudden inquiry?" It struck him as odd for Tony to bring this up out of the blue, as if something unknown to him had transpired. Tony remained silent for a moment before slowly responding, "Previously, Stan's assets mysteriously vanished, and JRVIS spent half a year investigating, only to find a connection to you." Awkwardness enveloped both Ghoulie and the little chaos in his pocket. The confidence he once had now felt like a slap in the face. "How many people know about this?" Tony shook his head. "I haven't mentioned it to anyone else." Ghoulie's expression shifted slightly, a thought suddenly popping into his mind. Perhaps he should silence them. Sensing the shift in the atmosphere, Tony quickly activated the Mark suit and distanced himself, hastily clarifying, "We're friends, right? Don't worry, I won't let it slip." For some reason, a thought surged in Tony's mind. Preventing Ghoulie from taking any drastic measures was imperative. "Goo, it would be wise to refrain from this in the future. What if traces are discovered by others?" Ghoulie nodded, "Thanks." It seemed necessary to find a different way to amass wealth. In truth, he was uncertain why he was so obsessed with money. His previous plans of wooing women and purchasing a house had hardly progressed. "I'll look into it once this period passes." Ghoulie spent the entire day mining with his seismic abilities, and neither of them had any idea how much vibranium they had extracted. Their mutual thought was simple: the more, the better. Tony intended to replace all his Mark suits with adamantium material, even aiming to create an iron army. For Ghoulie, the task was simpler, just upgrading the material for sonar, drift, and the dog was sufficient. As they chatted idly, Tony remarked, "A few days ago, that green giant appeared at Marvel University and was repelled by the military. And then there's the hammer incident in New Mexico. I think we need to recruit some manpower." Ghoulie nodded in agreement. Their team was indeed a bit lacking. The scale of S.H.I.E.L.D. struggled to handle 3 simultaneous incidents. Black Widow was undercover at Stark Industries, Coulson led agents to deal with the hammer in New Mexico, and Nick Fury was personally monitoring Bruce Banner. Yet he had already resolved to avoid dismantling and entering the fray. How would he explain this to Tony? While Tony possessed the awareness and responsibility to be a superhero, Ghoulie simply did not. His only desire was to enhance his strength and attract women. Their acquaintance began with Ghoulie's initial thought: would altering Ethan's death have irreversible consequences? Subsequently, Tony discovered traces of the mechanical dog that had once saved him and Ethan, leading him to take an interest in Ghoulie. Then, during their London trip, Ghoulie inadvertently assisted in diverting the attention of the mustached Dane. For Tony, Ghoulie opened a door to a new understanding of the world, revealing a realm where superpowered beings existed: Transformers, Kamar-Taj, the New York Sanctum, the Eternals, and the Deviants. He even had a hunch that the hammer incident in New Mexico would be known to Ghoulie as well. "It's just that this guy is preoccupied with women and money," Tony sighed inwardly. Feeling a striking resemblance to his younger self. As for Ghoulie, he contemplated not only strengthening his subordinates, but also what else he could do to enhance his own power. Training in the Darkhold had become somewhat complicated during the time when Ancient One was still alive. A single misstep could lead to his confinement. Even if Ancient One were reluctant to imprison him, Kamar-Taj triune entity likely would not permit such an occurrence. After much deliberation, The quickest way to bolster his strength appeared to be fostering a relationship with Cersei. After all, she was his most significant source of experience recently, possessing the powers of the entire Eternals team. Lighting a cigarette, Ghoulie leisurely enjoyed his brief mining career. The future is looking bright. At that moment, a sudden, urgent mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Warning, detection indicates that Goo's Turkish restaurant is about to be attacked by abomination. Please proceed promptly to prevent this. Task time, 30 minutes. Task failure, decrease by 10 centimeters. Ghoulie stood in stunned silence for a good 10 seconds. Dude, you're a scumbag simulator, not a task simulator. The abruptness of the system's announcement left Ghoulie's head buzzing, his thoughts spiraling into chaos. The penalty for failing the task was glaringly severe. If he were in New York at that moment, he could simply drive over and deal with abomination within 30 minutes, an insignificant challenge. But alas, he was currently in Antarctica. The thought of a 10 centimeters reduction in height was bearable, considering his 187 centimeters stature could still function at 177 centimeter, however, if it pertained to his other endowments that would render his future prospects bleak. Damn it. The countdown displayed in his mind was excruciatingly glaring. 29 minutes 26 seconds, 29 minutes 25 seconds. Ghoulie hastily ceased his mining activities, extending one hand into the air while using the other to draw circles in front of him, fervently repeating in his mind, "Please, please." His peculiar behavior promptly caught Tony's attention. "Goo, what are you doing? Just give me 30 minutes of silence." If he couldn't draw the portal within that time, what on earth would he do? His scumbag simulator was threatening a drastic reduction of 10 centimeters, a monumental loss. Time ticked away. 20 minutes 22 seconds, and still, he had not managed to sketch the portal. Tony stepped closer, secretly recording this moment, a video that would have significant repercussions for Ghoulie in the future. If given the chance to rewind time, he would never capture this scene. Remaining 13 minutes 14 seconds, 13 minutes 13 seconds, 13 minutes 12 seconds. Ghoulie's mind was consumed with two singular thoughts. One, praying for the portal to manifest, and the other, hoping that abomination would delay his destruction of his restaurant. There were plenty of streets in New York. Surely, he could target somewhere else first. At worst, I will cover the compensation. 8 minutes and 28 seconds remaining. However, Tony's subsequent words caused his expression to change drastically. "Goo, there are two green behemoths near your barbecue shop." Ghoulie's hands trembled uncontrollably. His complexion turned ashen, devoid of color, and his eyes lost their luster as he murmured, They have already arrived nearby? My precious 10 centimeters. Chapter 36. The Abomination, 6 minutes and 16 seconds remaining. Ghoulie's current state was perilously close to madness. He even briefly entertained a wildly reckless thought. If time was truly running out, he might as well shatter the earth. Yet, it was merely a fleeting notion. After all, should the earth be destroyed, his barbecue shop would vanish, and his 10 centimeters would be lost as well. Fortunately, your barbecue shop hasn't opened yet. The neighboring establishments were struck by cars hurled by those two green giants. Upon hearing this, Ghoulie took a deep breath and retrieved the ancient tome of darkness from his system's space. There was no time to ponder further. He rapidly flipped through the archaic pages, as if the knowledge contained within was the key to saving his life. The characters danced like lively notes within his mind, imprinting each word and sentence deep into his consciousness. 5 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. Closing his eyes, Ghoulie calmed his thoughts, allowing his hands to fall naturally to his sides. He adjusted his breathing, concentrating his will as if entering a profound and mysterious state. In that moment, he felt as though he had become one with the world. He could hear the rhythm of his heartbeat, the steady pulse of life resonating powerfully. Not far off, the heartbeat of Tony within the Mark suit reached his ears. On the icy surface, the heartbeats of the penguins sounded like tiny notes. Dancing gracefully and deep within the earth, the slow, profound heartbeat belonged to the deity Tiamat. In this extraordinary state, Ghoulie felt as if he could perceive the heartbeat of every living being on earth, each pulse shining with its unique brilliance, including that of the Hulk and the Abomination. Suddenly, sizzling flames erupted, and a golden portal appeared in an instant. Ghoulie hurriedly dove inside, disappearing without a trace, leaving Tony in a state of chaotic disbelief, stuttering as he pointed at the spot where Ghoulie had vanished. Gu Wang Defa. Meanwhile, on the streets of New York, the green giant abomination had completely transformed into a demolition crew. The two robust titans, for reasons unknown, had become ranged attackers, launching vehicles like projectiles that sped through the air, crashing into buildings and innocent passers-by. The wreckage of cars and clouds of dust filled the air. Resembling a frenzied apocalypse, the chaotic streets were filled with roars, wails, screams, and cries. This was the scene Ghoulie beheld upon arriving at the barbecue shop. Helicopters circled above, flames swayed from explosions, and in the distance, a group of reporters flashed their cameras incessantly, illuminating the two monsters and making them appear even more fearsome and grotesque. With a wave of his hand, Ghoulie transformed the cars hurtling toward the barbecue shop into a flurry of falling petals. The petals cascaded like butterflies dancing in the breeze, reminiscent of dandelion seeds carried away by the wind, creating a splendid shower of colors. Meanwhile, the aura surrounding him was as deep as an abyss, as vast as the ocean, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. These two wretched beings had nearly caused him to lose his 10 cm. Damn it, the moment his fingers glided gently. The cars on the street vanished as if enchanted, coalescing into a torrent of particles. This torrent surged forth like a silver dragon, claws bared, charging toward the two behemoths. Within the particle flow, chains materialized like serpents, swiftly wrapping around the monsters, binding them tightly and rendering them immobile. His eyes shimmered with radiant golden light, akin to two suns releasing streams of cosmic energy. These energies cascaded forth like a torrent, exuding an overwhelming majesty, aimed at the abomination that had just hurled cars at the barbecue shop. A howl erupted once more, but this time it was the abomination's lament as it thrashed in agony. Trying to tear apart the chains binding it, gradually, two voids appeared on its chest, and with a final blackout, it succumbed to unconsciousness. Ghoulie turned to the bewildered Hulk, flashing a devilish smile, as golden waves of energy surged forth once again. The reporters, witnessing this, hastened to click their cameras even more fervently. Oh my God! A superhero has appeared. Another superhero? He looks so young and handsome. By the way, why has he been shooting beams from his eyes for several minutes? The two monstrous figures, towering and muscular, resembled moving mountains, yet before the striking young man, they were utterly powerless. Finally, the infuriated Hulk broke free from his restraints, bellowing at Ghoulie as he repeatedly pounded his chest in defiance. Ghoulie had previously attempted to molecularize the abomination and the Hulk, but the two creatures' physical strength far exceeded his capabilities. Meanwhile, Ghoulie's new abode seemed shrouded in a veil of despair. Zhao Hailuan, Daisy, and Mei sat anxiously on the sofa, their eyes glued to the news on television, as if they wished to see the person they were so concerned about through the screen. Mei, when Ghoulie comes back, I must give him a good talking to. He doesn't take his safety seriously at all, Zhao Hailuan said anxiously, her voice tinged with concern and reproach. Such terrifying monsters, with fists as heavy as hammers, could easily crush Ghoulie into a pulp with a single blow on the screen. The green giant leaped into the air, his massive fist aimed directly at Ghoulie. The three women outside the screen instinctively shut their eyes, their faces pale as paper, their bodies trembling. Aunt May, Uncle Gu looks so handsome, piped up little Peter, squeezed between the three women on the other side of the sofa. Exclaiming in excitement, the scene returned to the front of the barbecue shop, where Ghoulie was enveloped in a faint white circular shield. He successfully deflected the punch with his shockwave ability, the golden light in his eyes once again pouring forth. Meanwhile, a golden energy card slowly materialized between his middle and index fingers. This is my first attempt. Hopefully, it will cause dizziness. The dazzling golden card struck the enraged Hulk, causing him to roll his eyes back and his body to sway unsteadily. One card isn't enough? Then I'll give you a few more. The golden cards began to rain down on the Hulk's massive frame like snowflakes. Finally, the Hulk could no longer endure and let out a furious roar. After glancing at his girlfriend Betty, he turned tail and fled. However, he ran like a drunken man, swaying unsteadily. With the threat gone, the reporters stood dumbfounded in place. What had transpired today was utterly astonishing. 2 mountain-like rampaging beasts wreaked havoc on the streets, only to be followed by a seemingly superhuman, dashing young man. Suddenly, a long-legged blonde woman raised a microphone and dashed toward Ghoulie. Ever since the last press conference, where Tony Stark revealed he was Iron Man, she had almost lost her job. Now, she was consumed by a singular thought. She must interview this superhero at the earliest opportunity. No matter the cost, as visions of Gu Li's handsome face flashed before her, the female reporter quickened her pace, while other reporters, regaining their composure, rushed forward as well. Seeing the frenzy behind him, Gu Li quickly drew a portal with his mind. If not now, then when? He had no intention of becoming a superhero. As Gu Li mysteriously vanished, the reporters grew even more frantic, determined to work overtime to finish their articles. Upon returning to the Antarctic ice cave, Gu Li was taken aback by the sight before him. There was Tony Stark, the Iron Man, hovering with one hand in the air while the other was drawing circles in front of him. Brother, what on earth are you doing? Chapter 37, Alliance. Oh my God. A new superhero is born. The Golden Hero battles the Green Monster. Shocking. The most handsome superhero in history is actually a student at New York University. Insane. My precious memories with the Golden Superhero. The New York media went wild. The next day, the headlines were dominated by news of Gu Li's battle against the Abomination and the Hulk. However, every edition featured images of Gu Li, who was crowned as the Golden Superman. It was also possible that images of the Abomination and the Hulk, which did not conform to conventional human aesthetics, were included. A powerful and handsome superhero would naturally appeal to a broader audience. Nevertheless, Gu Li felt it excessive to be called the Golden Superman. He was at least 4 abilities short of being a true Superman. Flight, an invulnerable body, a super brain, and the ability to grow stronger under sunlight. Among these, aside from flight, the other abilities were beyond his immediate grasp. A body strength akin to an invulnerable physique could perhaps be found in Captain Marvel. But he might not encounter her anytime soon unless he were to steal a pager from Nick Fury. As for the super brain, that was a game-breaking ability. Most importantly, the core ability of gaining strength from sunlight was fundamental to Superman's powers, and in the Marvel Universe, it seemed no character could gain strength simply by basking in the sun. However, Gu Li suddenly found himself curious about what brand of razor Superman used. After all, bullets couldn't penetrate Superman's cornea, yet a razor could shave his beard. The quality must be exceptional. As for Superman's vulnerabilities, there are two. One is kryptonite, and the other is his personality, which embodies all the luminous aspects of humanity. Fortunately, neither of these is my weakness, Gu Li remarked, rubbing his buzzing head. After returning home last night, he had been subjected to a session of psychological manipulation, and even with the sun well risen today, he still felt a bit dazed. Nevertheless, the experience was pleasurable, and the outcome was gratifying. From Daisy, he had received a new reward: 10 Terrigen crystals along with a corresponding activation device. Terrigen crystals are peculiar, naturally occurring mineral formations found beneath the city of Atlantean, capable of enabling the Inhumans or humans within human genes to unlock a variety of superpowers. The Shockwave Girl was about to return. He had intended to indulge in a tender moment with Daisy in his arms, but suddenly, he received a call from the Water Sprite. Brother-in-law, my sister and I plan to visit New York. Don't forget to pick us up. Gu Li's expression instantly changed. Realizing the predicament, he absolutely could not allow Cersei to cross paths with the 3 women at home. Otherwise, given her temperament, she would undoubtedly discard him without a second thought. Fortunately, the villa awarded by the system was still available, so he could arrange for Cersei to stay there for the time being. The troubles of happiness. In the minister's office of the International Security Council, Alexander Pierce sat in his chair, his demeanor grim, his fingers incessantly tapping on the desk surface. The rapid tapping echoed his tumultuous thoughts. Perhaps we should reconsider this decision, Pierce murmured. The destruction of the Hydra base in Sokovia forced him to reassess the feasibility of recruiting Gu Li. This incident also made Pierce realize that Gu Li was a capricious individual, driven solely by personal whims. Such a person is typically difficult to manage. Pierce's actions were rather peculiar. There were no other people present in the office. Nor was he on any calls. It was as though he was conversing with himself. After a while, the computer screen in front of Pierce flickered with static, and countless streams of green data coalesced into a human face. His actions are simply perfect. A year ago, he stole $300 million from Kingpin, then made off with $1.2 billion from Obadiah Stane, and this year, he vanished Killian's $800 million fortune without a trace. He is a man devoid of moral standards. Had he been around back then, we might have succeeded long ago. The Insight program requires the assistance of such a person. We can always offer him more money. Upon hearing Dr. Zola's words, a glimmer of insight flashed in Pierce's eyes. The Insight program, a grand initiative that he and Zola had been nurturing for years, was a crucial step towards Hydra's dominion over the world in the face of such a monumental endeavor. The destruction of the Hydra base paled in significance. Resolute, Pierce inquired of Zola, "Who should we send to approach him? The Winter Soldier?" That individual was exceedingly powerful, and there was no suitable candidate within the organization at that moment. As memories of the Winter Soldier, whom he had frequently relied upon over the years, flashed through his mind, Pierce suddenly felt a twinge of concern. What if that fellow ended up dead? The Winter Soldier was their ace assassin. "I'll go. He shouldn't be able to do anything to me in the short term." Doctor. Zola had been observing Ghoulie since last year, and in just a year and a half, that fellow had become increasingly formidable. However, through big data analysis, he concluded that Ghoulie was greedy and lustful. Lacking lofty moral standards, a born Hydra warrior, and no matter how strong Ghoulie was, facing off against Zola's virtually limitless artificial intelligence, he would likely find himself at a loss. This was precisely why Zola volunteered to personally recruit Ghoulie. Meanwhile, another individual determined to personally recruit Ghoulie was Nick Fury. He had watched the footage of last night's street battle countless times overnight to eye in his mind. Ghoulie was now second only to Carol in terms of super strength. After all, Carol could fly, while, according to the intelligence gathered by S.H.I.E.L.D., it seemed Ghoulie did not possess the ability to soar through the skies. However, Ghoulie wielded another superpower that captivated Nick Fury to no end: teleportation. This was an extraordinary weapon. Even though he was uncertain whether teleportation had distance or time limitations, just imagine the potential of mass teleportation. Before others even arrived home, their possessions could be whisked away. At this moment, Kamar Taj had yet to gain widespread recognition, so Nick Fury instinctively believed that teleportation was a form of superpowered. Of course, had he known teleportation was a form of magic that most people could learn, he would likely have gone mad with excitement. "Coulson, make arrangements for tonight. I'm going to meet this Golden Superman." One of his trusted agents, sporting two prominent dark circles under his eyes, hurriedly interjected, "Director, Agent Coulson and Agent Barton have been dispatched to New Mexico. Additionally, Mr. Goo's security is quite unique. We can't infiltrate his home like we did Stark's villa." Upon hearing this, Nick Fury frowned. If that were the case, then his grand entrance would be impossible. "All right, I understand." Nick Fury sighed heavily. With Coulson and the others absent, he felt a bit out of sorts. Perhaps Stark could make an introduction? Chapter 38. Working two jobs, wow. "Fury, what an unexpected guest," Tony quipped, in high spirits. The Antarctic vibranium that Ghoulie had sent enabled him to upgrade the Mark's suits successively. Had it not been for the lack of Wakandan vibranium to synthesize true adamantium, he would have been tempted to forge an army of Iron Men. "Stark, shouldn't you be addressing me as director?" The two had become quite familiar over time, having engaged in discussions since last year when Fury attempted to recruit Tony multiple times, until Tony finally agreed to join S.H.I.E.L.D. as a consultant. After taking a seat, Nick Fury said earnestly, "Stark, I need your assistance with something." As he poured the drinks, Tony casually asked, "What is it?" "Thank you," Fury responded, taking the glass Tony offered. Stark, S.H.I.E.L.D. is somewhat short on high-end talent. I'd like to ask you to arrange for Ghoulie. Upon hearing this, Tony swiftly covered his mouth with his hand, nearly spitting whiskey all over Fury. After drying his hands, he fixed Fury with a knowing look. The idea of recruiting Ghoulie for SHIELD was absurd. After all, that was someone who couldn't even be bothered to attend school. Unless SHIELD had an abundance of attractive women, he couldn't fathom any reason that would entice Ghoulie to join. "All right, I'll make a call, but I can't guarantee Ghoulie will come." "That's fine." On the other side, after hanging up the phone, Ghoulie chuckled, glancing at his computer screen. "Dr. Zola, you see how sincere S.H.I.E.L.D. is. You're putting me in a difficult position. Arnim Zola, the brain behind Hydra and an artificial intelligence entity, was currently in Ghoulie's home, or more precisely, appearing within Ghoulie's computer. Isn't it just 10 million a year? Hydra could offer you 10 million every month. What do you say?" Ghoulie pondered. Just how much wealth does Hydra possess? In the cinematic universe, Hydra's demise is inevitable. Rather than let others benefit, I might as well secure it for myself. Dr. Zola, your offer is indeed generous, but the difference between joining Hydra and S.I.E.L.D. is vast for me. Joining S.H.I.E.L.D. I'd be a revered superhero, adored by countless fans. However, if I were to join Hydra, I'd inevitably become a villain everyone despises. Forget about fans, I would struggle to find a partner. You need not worry. The organization can provide you with different women every day. They won't be inferior to the women around you. Ghoulie suddenly felt a flicker of temptation. Moreover, Goo, may I call you that? You actually need not make a choice. You can agree with S.H.I.E.L.D. as well. Ghoulie stood dumbfounded, realizing the brilliance of Zola's insight. Yet, he understood that he must not reveal his awareness of Hydra's infiltration of S.H.I.E.L.D. Doctor, how do you suggest proceeding? You first agree to join S.H.I.E.L.D. with Nick Fury, and you will understand everything later. Ghoulie stroked his chin, murmuring to himself, working 2 jobs? I like it. All right, Doctor. I'll be waiting with anticipation. The two continued to negotiate on benefits and related matters, ultimately reaching the following agreement. Ghoulie's annual salary would be $120 million, with his family enjoying the same treatment as S.H.I.E.L.D. employees, but with a higher priority. Gu Li's position within Hydra would be that of deputy leader, second only to Pierce, Zola, and a few others. Dr. Zola left, thoroughly satisfied. He did not disclose further information about Hydra to Ghoulie. Although Ghoulie had consented to join, the organization would still need to observe him for a period. Upon returning to S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury received a call from Ghoulie at 3:30 a.m. Mr. Fury, this is an extremely difficult decision for me. You know I cannot abide evil, so I hope you'll bear with me. It's all right. Goo, welcome aboard. Fury's heart surged with excitement, his thoughts momentarily chaotic. He understood that now was the time to reassure Ghoulie, yet his exhilaration left him at a loss for comforting words. Though he had encountered stronger individuals than Ghoulie, that person had never joined S.H.I.E.L.D. Now that his dream had come true, Fury felt a tumult of emotions within. After hanging up the phone, he still felt uncertain and slapped himself across the face. The sting on his left cheek, coupled with the slight numbness in his left hand, finally convinced him that this was indeed real. Ghoulie had agreed, and S.H.I.E.L.D. had gained a formidable ally, a superweapon. Natasha's long-cherished vacation now seemed within reach. Meanwhile, Ghoulie found himself plunged into deep contemplation, for after the call, he had once again heard the system's notification. Congratulations, you have triggered a special mission. Annihilate S.H.I.E.L.D. once. Adding to this was the task triggered earlier that day when Zola had visited. Congratulations, you have triggered a special mission. Annihilate Hydra once. It seemed he was working 2 jobs while also contemplating quitting a dead-end company. What had started as a mere scumbag simulator had abruptly evolved into a mission simulator. What on earth was happening? Nevertheless, considering the annual payout of $130 million, he might as well take a casual stroll through S.H.I.E.L.D. After regaining his composure, Ghoulie hurried to the basement. Wolfuncle, an artificial intelligence has breached my computer. When you have a moment, could you upgrade the home's defense system? Grey Wolf rubbed his eyes. Boss, don't you check the time? It's 3:30 in the morning. No capitalist is as greedy as you. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Ghoulie scratched his head. I was busy during the day and forgot to mention it. Grey Wolf rolled his eyes. Busy with what? Right, you were busy with your affairs. Just a moment, let me smoke a cigar. Every time the night grew quiet, Grey Wolf would reminisce about his wife and children back in Wolf Castle. Forget it. I signed a 3-year contract, and there's still a year and a half left. Grey Wolf donned a jacket, placed a cigar in his mouth, and began tinkering at the server. After about 2 minutes, he declared, Done, boss. I've traced that short pumpkin's whereabouts. Should we eliminate him? Ghoulie pondered for a moment before replying, Not for now. I'll work for a couple of years first. We can discuss it when I get my salary. Seeing that Grey Wolf had lost his sleepiness, Ghoulie ventured to the kitchen to slice 2 pounds of cooked beef and grab 2 bottles of beer. Wolfuncle, how did you get here? He wanted to see if he could discover a way to traverse the universe through Grey Wolf. He was eager for progress. The superpowers of Supergirl and Wonder Woman were tantalizing him. Gray Wolf glanced at the overly eager Ghoulie and exhaled a smoke ring. Boss, the contract states I can't tell you. If you want a traverser, I can make one for you later. At the mention of a traverser, Ghoulie immediately became excited, rubbing his hands together. Can it really cross the universe? Can I go back? If it were true, he could certainly take off from where he stood. What are you thinking? With the wall there, you definitely can't go back. Chapter 39. Joining SHIELD. Nick Fury beamed as he introduced Ghoulie to the various departments and their functions within SHIELD. Coulson and Barton are on a mission in New Mexico. Concerning that hammer in the news, Natasha, the reason for his enthusiasm stemmed from the fact that SHIELD now had only a handful of agents. At this moment, the high-tier Avengers Thor and the Hulk had yet to join. The newly added Ghoulie was now the face of ALD. Remembering Natasha, Fury hesitated for a moment before deciding to be forthright. It was better to clarify certain matters than to risk greater misunderstandings later. Goo, your former dishwashing employee at the barbecue restaurant, Little Na, is actually also a SHIELD agent. Ghoulie feigned surprise for a few seconds, giving a thumbs up. She is very dedicated. All the staff at the restaurant praise her for washing the dishes thoroughly. After this brief interlude, Fury escorted Ghoulie to the office assigned to him by S.H.I.E.L.D. This will be your office from now on. Mine is across the hall, but generally, people don't come here. Ghoulie nodded. Of course. They wouldn't come over, as they were all either undercover or on their way to being undercover. Who had the time to sit in the office? The office, approximately 20 square meters, was well equipped with all the necessary items, none of which were particularly inexpensive. The agency seems quite affluent, he remarked. All of this is provided by Stark. I heard that he'll be coming by later since you joined. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Ghoulie spotted a flashy Audi R8 through the window of the office. By the way, Goo, Minister Pierce from the International Security Council wants to meet you shortly. In truth, Fury was quite curious about why Pierce wanted to meet Ghoulie. However, out of respect for an old friend, he didn't dwell on it, assuming that Pierce was simply intrigued by this golden Superman. After all, the public, especially the students at New York University, were fervently enamored with Ghoulie. A comic book character had stepped into reality, and who wouldn't lose their composure? Though Ghoulie and Superman were somewhat different, he was still a sufficient figure of admiration. After Nick Fury left, Tony poked Ghoulie's arm in confusion. What made you change your mind? Aren't you supposed to be at home with the girl? He had previously suggested that they join SHIELD together to gather intelligence, but Ghoulie had firmly declined, stating that he would rather engage in exercise at home. In Tony's eyes, Ghoulie was nothing but a lecher. Ghoulie shrugged and responded wistfully, doing that sort of thing all the time becomes rather tedious. I just wanted to switch things up. He couldn't very well admit that he had joined to annihilate SHIELD and the Hydra behind it. Ghoulie firmly believed that if he uttered such a truth, it would undoubtedly be intercepted by certain individuals. SHIELD and Hydra were not to be trifled with. Had it not been for the sudden whim of the system triggering a special mission, he wouldn't have bothered coming to work at all. International Security Council. Following Zola's provided code, Ghoulie successfully met with Hydra's leader, Pierce. After some mutual boasting in front of a plethora of media outlets, they retreated to the minister's office. Goo, welcome aboard. Ghoulie nodded, glanced around the room, and solemnly stated, Mr. Pierce, Dr. Zola, there's a matter I need to discuss with you. Please confirm that this location is absolutely secure. Pierce's eyelids flickered. He began to suspect that Ghoulie might suddenly attempt to assassinate him. How careless of him, if this fellow did strike. Today would be his last. Noticing Pierce's unusual demeanor, Ghoulie smiled wryly. If I truly wanted to make a move, it wouldn't matter how many people were here. Hearing this, Pierce hastily chuckled. Goo, I trust you. He pressed a button on the table and continued, Now, our conversation will not be monitored by anyone. Ghoulie lit a cigarette, calming the turbulence within him, for what he was about to say had only just come to mind after meeting Fury that morning. There exists an extraterrestrial race residing in our home. Their numbers have been increasing over the years, and this extraterrestrial race possesses the ability to transform into any human being on Earth. Perhaps they could be you, Mr. Pierce, or even me, or the President of America, though. Of course, Dr. Zola is an exception. The artificial intelligence Zola noted that he felt somewhat offended. Upon hearing Ghoulie's words, Pierce initially displayed curiosity. He was familiar with the scrolls, having encountered them previously through Fury. Then came confusion. How did Ghoulie know of their existence? Ghoulie, however, was gazing at the visage displayed on the screen. Dr. Zola should be aware of their existence. Could you predict their population 10 years from now? Without waiting for Pierce to respond, Zola initiated a dense stream of data calculations. Approximately 2 minutes later, the expressionless face on the screen spoke. Approximately 120,000. Pierce's expression shifted dramatically, disbelief etched across his face. So many? This was far beyond his expectations. Over 100,000 aliens capable of altering their appearance, form, and even gender. Would they behave as mere guests on Earth? Pierce believed that, were he in their position, he would certainly not be content to remain a simple guest. After all, was that not how America came into being? In recent years, there has been a noticeable increase in Skrulls coming from off-world. Pierce fell into deep thought. Originally, he had intended to recruit the Skrulls. However, it now seemed that they harbored ulterior motives. Sensing Pierce's change in demeanor, Ghoulie interjected, "For the sake of Hydra, I absolutely cannot allow other intelligent life forms any opportunity to occupy Earth. They must either be exterminated or expelled from this planet. I certainly do not wish for a day to come when I am suddenly stabbed in the back by a Skrull disguised as Mr. Pierce." The reason behind Ghoulie's intense animosity towards the Skrulls stemmed mainly from fear. He dreaded the day when the woman he connected with turned out to be a green-skinned Skrull. Just imagining such a scenario made him feel nauseous. Pierce nodded in agreement, fully acknowledging the validity of Ghoulie's statement. It was indeed quite likely to occur. Perhaps it had already happened. Goo. This matter requires further discussion between the doctor and me. Welcome to Hydra. Both parties left the meeting feeling quite satisfied. Ghoulie felt he had found himself a group of free laborers to act as enforcers against the Skrulls, while Pierce sensed he had acquired a powerful ally. After all, Ghoulie's strength was evident to all. Otherwise, Fury wouldn't he have personally come to recruit him. Recalling the phone call he had received from Fury that morning, a slight smile crept across Pierce's lips. He is not from S.H.I.E.L.D. He is from Hydra. Hammer Industries. Justin Hammer bellowed. This is not what I desire. I seek wearable steel armor. Do you comprehend? After Ivan was extradited to America, Justin Hammer leveraged his military connections to secure Ivan's position at Hammer Industries, recognizing his remarkable research capabilities. Over the years, Hammer Industries had been overshadowed by Stark Industries, and his numerous confrontations with Tony Stark had rendered him a figure of ridicule, akin to a jester in the eyes of the world. Justin Hammer refused to accept this humiliation. He aimed to best Stark in his area of expertise and proclaimed to the world, "I, Justin Hammer, am the greatest." Chapter 40. The wealthy prodigy Peter in Manhattan. In Ghoulie's living room, the 9-year-old Peter reclined on the sofa, indulging in video games while munching on snacks, with several bottles of sugary soda on the coffee table before him. He epitomized a carefree and liberated spirit. However, upon catching a glimpse of Aunt May from the corner of his eye, he immediately sprang up from the sofa. Yet, young Peter felt no fear, for his beloved Uncle Goo was nearby. Sure enough, Ghoulie managed to coax May from the living room to the kitchen, employing a mix of pulling, hugging, and gentle persuasion. Playing games is beneficial for developing a child's brain, May retorted with a roll of her eyes. Your twisted reasoning is abundant. You bear full responsibility for Peter turning out this way. Ghoulie, mindful of the lesson learned from arguing with women, silently critiqued, only 31. Menopause has arrived a tad early. After venting her frustrations, May suddenly inquired, what if we let Peter experience a bit of hardship? It would at least aid in his future growth. Ghoulie gazed at the complaining May Parker, pondering how much adversity Peter had already faced in his life. If the original story unfolded as intended, Peter Parker would have lost his parents in childhood, subsequently lost his guardian, May, and even had his girlfriend forget him. That was undoubtedly enough suffering. May, you're sounding rather like a heartless stepmother, Ghoulie quipped, while reaching towards May's abdomen and teasingly asking, are you expecting? May, not amused, swatted Ghoulie's hand away. Get off it. I'm simply observing that since moving here, Peter has become increasingly indulgent. This trend is concerning. Their previous lifestyle was far less extravagant than the current one. Recently, The amount of pocket money Guli provided Peter was sufficient to purchase several cars. In other words, Peter was increasingly resembling a privileged child. With a sigh, Guli offered, "May, do you know what is most detestable in this world? It is the notion that one must endure hardship and toil. Suffering is suffering, and it does not lead to success, nor should it be pursued. Furthermore, one should not seek inspiration from the suffering of others. They endure hardship simply because they cannot escape it. Thus, there is absolutely no reason to impose unnecessary suffering on young Peter." Although Guli did not attend school or work, he had accumulated quite a fortune through his little escapades, if given the choice. Who would willingly choose to suffer from poverty? May seemed unconvinced, and out of the blue, she asked Gu, "Do you want to have a child?" In response, Guli swept May into his arms and headed towards the bedroom. Thinking is insufficient. Action is required. Wait. It's broad daylight, no? After an extensive VIP chapter, Guli rose to change his attire. Water Sprite and Cersei were arriving in the afternoon, and he needed to head to the airport to greet them. He wondered what had prompted their sudden visit to New York. Presently, Mrs. Zhao was still leading her team in research on life sciences and nanotechnology, while Daisy was learning hacking techniques from Grey Wolf. And the barbecue restaurant was still undergoing renovations and would take some time before reopening. Jiu Li was quite pleased with his recent state of affairs, but he understood that this tranquility was merely the calm before the storm. Cersei's temperament was markedly different from the three women at home. Mrs. Zhao held the status of the principal wife and was very career-oriented. Aunt May treated Guli with the affection of a neighborly sister to her brother, while Daisy held a certain admiration for Guli, albeit with a carefree demeanor. This was likely why Tony envied him. He had three women at home, yet they coexisted harmoniously. However, Cersei was different. She was a woman with deep empathy for humanity, but fragile and sensitive regarding her own emotions. A member of the eternal race. Glancing at the drifting cars in the underground garage, Guli suddenly remembered that a two-seater could not accommodate three people. He casually drew a portal and, upon arriving in Tony's underground garage, dialed his phone. "Hey, Tony, could I borrow a car?" "Sure, take your pick. The garage code is 89757. By the way, are you coming to the Stark Industries Expo tonight?" The audience, Mrs. Superman. After a moment's consideration, Guli replied, "I'll see how the timing works. Cersei and Water Sprite are on an afternoon flight. Make sure to say hi to them for me. Things are a bit hectic here. I'll hang up." Guli sighed. Resting his forehead in his hand, he was uncertain whether his interference would complicate matters further. After all, on the original timeline, Rhodey had already become War Machine by this time. Now, due to Tony's recent focus on upgrading the Mark armor, Rhodey had yet to obtain IT.AT tonight's Stark Industries Expo. If he recalled correctly, the notorious Ivan would be causing trouble. Surely, the real adamantium Mark armor should pose no issues. At that moment, the strength of the Mark armor Tony was wearing had significantly surpassed its original capabilities. Little Ivan would hardly stir any trouble. In Tony's underground garage, Guli casually selected an SUV and drove towards the airport. Initially, according to his plans, he intended to make a trip to New Mexico. He had overheard from Coulson while reporting on Mjolnir that a certain Nordic, long-haired giant was likely to be involved, and he was curious to see if he could lift the hammer, as it seemed every Marvel traveler had attempted. The hammer, having fallen to the ground, had become a pilgrimage site for Marvel fans. Yet, Guli thought it unlikely that he would succeed in lifting it. Tio put it bluntly, he lacked the resolve and determination to sacrifice himself to save the world, as well as the formidable power that Odin had bestowed upon the hammer. On another note, he wished to see the old man Stanley, who was rumored to be driving a truck to fetch the hammer. It was said that the old man was the embodiment of the one above all, and he hoped to glean some insights from him. Additionally, he was curious to witness if Jane Foster's friend, Max, was as legendary as rumored, large and fair. I wonder if successfully connecting with Max would grant me the power of Thor. As Guli exited the car, he was startled by his own thoughts. Managing 4 women was already quite a headache. Adding another would surely drive him mad. However, upon further reflection, he realized that maintaining a relationship with Max that involved only physical intimacy, without entangling their lives, might be feasible. He had come to the profound realization that during his previous affairs with 3 girlfriends, he had committed a fundamental error. He had given each of them a promise of a home. That was not the mark of a scoundrel. No, his actions were merely expressions of love. They could hardly be classified as that of a cat. After all, his dream was to provide each woman with a child. Before exiting the vehicle, Ghoulie donned a low-brimmed hat and sunglasses for a touch of disguise. After all, he bore the title of the Golden Superman, which made him somewhat of a celebrity. He needed to keep a low profile. Primarily, he was concerned about being discovered by Mrs. Zhao and the others, as he could already foresee the inevitable trio of PUA tactics they would employ against him. When will the system reward me with a pair of everlasting kidneys? Chapter 41. Flight, Part 1. Brother-in-law. Why are you wearing a hat? Water Sprite inquired from the back seat, playfully tugging at the hat atop Ghoulie's head. Had it not been for Cersei's recognition of Ghoulie's familiar aura, the two of them might not have spotted him, who was well concealed among the crowd. Driving, Ghoulie exasperatedly replied, I've grown weary of those paparazzi. They practically hover around me 24/7. If I were to be photographed just now, they might end up trailing you too as well. Stolen glances at their knowing expressions filled Ghoulie with a sense of self-satisfaction. I'm just looking out for you. Are you not moved? Ghoulie, how come you also have heat vision? Cersei remarked in Chinese. The reason for their visit to New York was to clarify why Ghoulie possessed heat vision akin to Akari's. The superpowers Ghoulie exhibited, molecular reconstruction and heat vision, seemed utterly absurd. It felt as though the abilities of the 10-member Eternal Squad had somehow amalgamated within him. After pondering Cersei's question, Ghoulie replied, Well, it seems that I inexplicably acquire a new superpower every now and then. As for why this occurs, I truly cannot fathom. Perfectly understandable. Cersei nodded, accepting Ghoulie's explanation. By the way, how long are you planning to stay, sister? Ghoulie inquired indirectly about Cersei's intentions. Brother-in-law, we plan to move here. Water Sprite's unexpected response left Ghoulie in a state of disbelief, leading to a mental whirlwind. After considerable contemplation, he became increasingly convinced that Water Sprite's statement could not possibly be true. Cersei greatly enjoyed her job. Well, that sounds splendid. If you two are staying, at least I'll have company. Who knows, maybe next year, sister, you might become an aunt, he teased. Who doesn't know how to tell a white lie? Really? Brother-in-law, are you planning to have children? Water Sprite exclaimed excitedly. Throughout the span of over 7 millennia, she, the Water Sprite, has perpetually held the position of the youngest among the Eternal Clan, and now, with the prospect of her lineage being significantly enhanced, it is only natural for her to feel a stir of emotions. Brother-in-law, you all must put in the effort, she remarked. I cannot do it alone. It requires the cooperation of Cersei. Before he could finish his sentence, his mouth was suddenly covered, and the atmosphere within the car was instantly filled with a jubilant spirit. They sped along the road, ultimately arriving at the quaint villa previously awarded by the system. Ghoulie had successfully taken leave under the pretext of attending the Stark Industries Expo. As night fell, Ghoulie casually sought an excuse to slip into Cersei's room, yet he was met with an unexpected statement. Not today. I feel a bit unwell. Upon hearing this, Ghoulie nodded in understanding. In that case, I shall read for a while. You only need to guide me a bit. All right, I have never encountered anyone quite so passionate about ancient Egyptian culture as you, Cersei responded, her confusion evident. Ghoulie explained, In truth, I harbor a curiosity for many cultures. Was he an avid learner? Not particularly. Rather, he was enamored with superpowers. Time passed, and as Cersei drifted into a deep slumber, Ghoulie gently caressed her cheek, his mind a whirlwind of thoughts. His long-cherished ability, now merging with his body thanks to the system's notification, made every cell within him rejoice. Through the teachings of the character Cersei, your cultural knowledge has increased by 1. And you have received a special reward, Contentment Card. Contentment Card. This will automatically convert into a Kari-style flight based on the host's current psychological state. Was it a loss? After all, flight was one of the superpowers he had long desired. Yet, if the Contentment Card had merely transformed into the Iron Body, it might also allow him to fly, potentially fulfilling his dream of perpetual motion. Another matter that troubled Ghoulie was Cersei and the Eternals' role in safeguarding humanity for 7,000 years. Cersei took immense pride in this, her love for humanity shining through. However, the truth is often the most brutal of realities. The Eternals on Earth believed their 7,000 years of efforts had successfully protected the continuity of human society. Indeed, their contributions were undeniable. Yet, If the Eternals were to uncover the truth, that all their endeavors merely served to facilitate the emergence of the celestial seeds, what then? The day the celestial Tiamat manifested within the earth would herald its destruction. Could Cersei accept such a reality? Certainly, there existed even harsher truths. Among the 10 members of the Eternals team, aside from the leader Ajak, the remaining 9 had undergone brainwashing. Their so-called homeland was nothing more than a cosmic crucible. And the Eternals themselves were mere automatons mass-produced by the Celestials. The first batch of deviants deployed to Earth to serve as guardians of humanity was also created by the Celestials. But their rebellion led to the birth of the Eternals. After learning from this experience, the Celestials would reprogram the Eternals to factory settings after each celestial emergence mission. Could Cersei accept this? She undoubtedly could not. Gazing at the sleeping Cersei, Ghoulie found himself at a loss for words. In a wonder, people often say that lies do not hurt, but the truth is a sharp blade. All of this was orchestrated by the Celestials, whose terrifying nature was, at least for Ghoulie in the present, profoundly daunting. After all, the automatons they produced were far stronger than he was currently. Well, let the chips fall where they may. The most important thing now is to experience the sensation of flight. In an instant, a crackling portal appeared at the head of the bed as his thoughts surged. Ghoulie, oblivious to the fact that he was clad only in sleepwear, dove straight into it. Soon, he was joyously soaring around the earth. After much planning and diligent effort, he had finally gained the ability to fly. Who among humanity does not yearn to soar through the skies and ascend into the clouds? At that moment, Ghoulie's emotions mirrored those of Tony as he piloted the Mark II over the skies of New York. His smile was akin to the vibrant fireworks that illuminate the night sky, radiating boundless joy and exhilaration. Oh ha 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 ha! Who does not relish the unrestrained, liberating embrace of the wind? Ghoulie reveled in the wind's caress. Every cell in his body, every mundane thought liberated at that moment. Free from constraints, he could finally fly. Suspended high in the air, Ghoulie inhaled deeply. The unique perspective only intensified his excitement. Perhaps the only distinction from Tony was that he was flying around the earth. Yet, he dared not fly too quickly. Ikari's maximum flight speed could reach the speed of light, a testament to his formidable physique. Data source. The Eternals film states that Ikari's flew from Earth to the Sun in mere minutes, essentially equivalent to light speed. As for Ghoulie, he merely possessed a body enhanced by the serum and the spider totem, which could not withstand the pressures of light speed travel. Among Marvel's female heroes, whose body can endure light speed? Perhaps Captain Marvel? She might be capable. Hela likely could as well. However, neither matched Ghoulie's aesthetic preferences. As for Scarlet Witch, her chaotic magic is indeed powerful, but she is a squishy mage, her physique lacking in robustness. Wait, I possess shockwaves. Chapter 42. Flight, Part 2. Shockwaves can induce vibrations from within an object, causing it to fracture, or generate powerful quakes that could potentially destroy a planet. Of course, shockwaves also have another function, the creation of a protective barrier. In Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., Daisy Johnson once surrounded herself with shockwaves to form a spherical shield. Ghoulie had previously employed a similar method to fend off a punch from the Hulk. However, he discovered that a spherical barrier significantly impeded his flight speed. Thus, he now aimed to manifest the shockwaves as a protective film on the surface of his skin, as he lacked biological fortitude. This was his only recourse to counteract the friction of air against his body while flying. After all, his current physical strength was somewhat inadequate to match the intensity of his superpowers. Much like molecular restructuring, shockwaves were one of the superpowers that Ghoulie valued greatly, though he had yet to master them to the extent of being able to obliterate a planet. He had only obtained the Superpower Evolution card once, and apart from enhancing his powers through this card, Ghoulie had yet to discover alternative methods of evolution. His system lacked a shop or a lottery. Previously, he only received simple connection rewards, but recently, the system had been erratic, triggering tasks under specific circumstances. For instance, while mining in Antarctica, Ghoulie had triggered a task to defend his barbecue shop when it was about to be demolished. Yet, the rewards he received upon completion were utterly disappointing, far inferior to that of the little cricket pistol. He vividly recalled the notification. Congratulations on completing the task of defending the barbecue shop. You have received the reward, Blue Flame Gatling. Regardless, every bullet fired from the little cricket pistol possessed the explosive power of a grenade. But what on earth was the blue flame Gatling supposed to be? Was the system intending for him to shoot at Thanos? At this moment, Ghoulie resembled someone donned in a silver, form-fitting protective suit, as shockwaves enveloped his skin. Once he resolved the potential hazards of flying too fast, he unleashed his full power, racing around the Earth. Let it be a ruckus. Let it be a ruckus. 2.5 hours later, having calmed down from the thrill, Ghoulie sat atop his house, smoking a cigarette. Ultimately, his physical strength fell short of the mark. His maximum flight speed barely reached 1% of light speed. Should he recklessly accelerate, his body could ignite from the friction. Among all the speedsters in the Marvel and DC universes, the well-known ones include Superman, the Flash, Reverse Flash, Quicksilver, and McGarry. Among them, Quicksilver and McGarry from the Eternals are generally in the same league. Comparatively slower than the others. In most cases, Quicksilver cannot outrun the Flash, though there have been instances of unexpected outcomes. In the Marvel and DC collaborative comic, Justice League vs. Avengers, Quicksilver was depicted as exceeding the Flash's speed. As for Superman, he is a multifaceted character capable of nearly anything. Theoretically, Superman can surpass light speed. During the Silver Age, he returned to the past by exceeding light speed. The Flash, however, is even more outrageous. His speed force is akin to a bug, lacking any upper limit, potentially reaching 10 times the speed of light under extreme conditions. After all, the DC reboot is not to be taken lightly. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Ghoulie couldn't help but laugh at his own greed. How ambitious! This is only a few chapters in. There is still ample room for improvement. Time for sleep. However, just as he lay down, his phone rang in a most inconvenient manner. "You are the one. The one, the one," as he answered. A cacophony of voices mingled with Tony's serious tone reached him. "Goo, there are too many people at the venue. We might need you to come over to help with the evacuation." Tony immediately thought of the portal. Selecting a formal suit from the system's space, Ghoulie was about to activate the portal when Cersei, awakened by the ringing, lazily snuggled into his embrace. "So late, are you going out?" Ghoulie gently brushed her nose. "Your superhero is about to make an appearance." Meanwhile, at the Stark Industries Expo venue, after hanging up the phone, Tony stared gravely at the several dozen Iron Machine troops from Hammer Industries before him. The crowd's cheers did little to alleviate his troubled mood. It must be acknowledged that the Electric Whip Prince is indeed a prodigy, having crafted an impressive array of remote-controlled toys in such a brief span of time. Although these contrivances do not align with Tony's aesthetic and philosophy, he knows that if he were to change the venue and given some time, he could swiftly eradicate this plethora of toys. However, the venue is currently teeming with ordinary people. Glancing over the densely packed crowd, holding countless support banners, some for Iron Man, others for the Golden Superman, Tony's eyes narrowed. What on earth is that Captain America banner doing here? He paused, clearly taken aback by the presence of a fan of that old-timer. Speaking of which, if he were to engage in a skirmish with the remote-controlled toys here, the consequences would be beyond his imagination and utterly unwelcome. From the moment he donned the marked suit, he recognized his responsibility to safeguard the Earth and humanity. Thus, upon arriving at the venue and assessing the situation, he promptly contacted Ghoulie, knowing that this fellow would surely have a way to minimize the damage. Just as this thought flashed through Tony's mind, a golden halo gradually emerged on stage. Instantly, the audience below, upon seeing that emblem, erupted into waves of cheers. "Ajo Superman! 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 Superman!" Stepping through the portal was Ghoulie, donned in a light golden leisure suit, a splendid choice that perfectly complemented his temperament and title, undoubtedly a testament to Ms. Zhao Helen's exquisite taste in fashion. To the onlookers, Ghoulie appeared as a radiant deity beneath the dazzling lights. The screams crescendoed, each wave surpassing the last. Ghoulie waved at the fervent fans below, initially believing that the chaos had already commenced, only to realize it was merely the beginning. However, unlike Azu, he had neither the desire nor the awareness to become a major star. Upon spotting Rhodey in the audience, Ghoulie felt an inexplicable pang of regret. Because of his presence, Rhodey had yet to transform into War Machine, and that iconic moment had simply vanished? Unforgivable. He must return to encourage Rhodey later. The atmosphere was vibrant on stage and off, the meeting of fans and idols exuding warmth, while Justin Hammer awkwardly stood at the podium. He could hardly fathom that Tony Stark had managed to invite Superman to grace the event. After all, Superman was currently the most celebrated superhero. Damn it, Stark, you sly fox, what happened to the promised contest of iron suits? Instead, Stark had leaped to another arena, competing in social connections. Although Hammer was also a fan of Superman, this was one of the few, if not the only, opportunities in his life to triumph over Stark. He would not relinquish this chance. Chapter 43. You continue speaking upon seeing Ghoulie at the expo. Ivan, who was remotely controlling the iron robots, raised an eyebrow. An unexpected turn of events, but it's not a significant issue. He had prepared a grand surprise for Tony Stark. Just then, the previously lively expo took a sudden turn. Dozens of iron robots on stage, under Ivan's remote control, soared into the air, transforming from guardians into executioners, launching an assault towards the crowd below. The abrupt change left the audience unable to react in time. Their gasps caught in their throats. Ghoulie merely swiped his finger, conjuring a grand spectacle before thousands of spectators. The iron robots hovering in midair, along with the bullets and artillery they spewed, transformed in the blink of an eye into a flurry of golden petals. A golden rain descended upon the scene. The audience, initially stunned by the turn of events, erupted into fervor once again amidst the golden floral downpour. Superman. Tony felt a twinge of regret. All the attention had been snatched away by Ghoulie, who was far too adept at playing the crowd, understanding precisely what they wished to witness. Nevertheless, Tony felt fortunate that this crisis had been averted before it even began, as he still had the electric whip prince to contend with. Goo, the scene is yours to manage. As the Mark suit ascended into the sky, Ghoulie approached the still-dazed Hammer at the podium. I have a task for you. Evacuate the crowd. Without waiting for Hammer's response, Ghoulie took off, vanishing into the air in an instant. Oh, I can't take it. It's too cool. Superman, 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 Superman. Hammer gazed upward, witnessing the audience's fervent expressions, flushed faces, excited shouts, and trembling bodies. At its headquarters, the one-eyed Fury, remotely directing Natasha, stood up in astonishment. He can fly? Could he truly be a Kryptonian? With heat vision, flight, and the ability to alter physical forms, Fury could conceive of no other possibilities aside from comic book Kryptonians. Moreover, these were merely the abilities Ghoulie had displayed. What else might remain concealed? Could it be akin to Carol's powers? Fury muttered gravely, I hope he genuinely wishes to join S.H.I.E.L.D. Recently, he had delved deeply into the files regarding Ghoulie within S.H.I.E.L.D. Unlike Tony Stark's sense of responsibility, Fury believed that Ghoulie harbored a more whimsical sense of justice. On the positive side, as long as Ghoulie adhered to justice, no one could impede him. On the downside, should he ever stray, no one could stop him either. With the Avengers initiative still in its nascent stages, Nick Fury was reluctantly faced with a dilemma. Should superheroes be restrained? It was akin to a mother and a girlfriend both falling into water. Whom would you say first? From an ordinary person's perspective, is it right or wrong for superheroes to inadvertently harm civilians while saving the world? And who should hold superheroes accountable? Those politicians in America. Should they become the enforcers of political agendas? The freedom of the powerful is defined by the vulnerabilities of the weak. Could those superheroes truly achieve that? Nick Fury fell into deep contemplation, so absorbed that he failed to notice the ringing phone nearby. Meanwhile, Iron Man, clad in the Mark suit, encountered Ivan, who was similarly adorned in his steel armor, at a scenic location. With revenge on the horizon, Ivan appeared in high spirits. Tony Stark, your nightmare has arrived. I thought you would create an army of iron, but instead, you've merely assembled a collection of remote-controlled toys. Unfazed by Tony's mockery, Ivan replied, humans make mistakes. Believe me, remote control is preferable. This was precisely why, even though he could manufacture an armor akin to Tony's, he had only produced one wearable suit, the rest being non-wearable iron robots. He did not subscribe to Tony's philosophy. Stark, you simply had a slightly better start and made some impressive friends. Ivan trailed off, unable to continue, utterly frustrated. Why was it that he was born a mule while Stark was born a Roman? Go on, continue speaking. I said, damn it. The same reactor powered their respective armors in combat. Yet Ivan quickly realized that his attacks, his electric whip, could not penetrate Stark's armor's defenses. What metal is this? If memory serves me right, it's called true adamantium. Tony elucidated, further adding, "Oh, and it was a gift from my rather impressive friend." Ivan's resolve shattered in that moment. "So you have friends, do you?" He, Ivan, had hardly any. That imbecile Justin Hammer was merely a pawn in his game. That instant, Ivan realized he needed to cultivate more friendships. The outcome of their battle was evident. The Mark suit, forged entirely of true adamantium, triumphed over the electric whip prince, Ivan. With War Machine Rhodey absent, Ivan was spared the fate of being obliterated in the ensuing explosion. "You lost, Stark," Ivan muttered inexplicably. Just then, the already damaged iron suit on Ivan's body began to flash red urgently. "Pepper," Tony murmured, suddenly enlightened, as the Mark suit soared into the skies, reaching its utmost speed. Boom! The explosion resonated, casting brilliant light and deafening noise across the entire scenic area. In the end, Ivan met his demise in the blast. The rapidly flying Mark suit ultimately ascended, cradling a stunned Pepper in its embrace. This time, the anticipated explosion did not occur. Tony belatedly realized that the other iron suits had already been transformed into golden petals by Ghoulie at the venue. On the rooftop where the two rested, Tony gazed affectionately at the emotionally charged Pepper. In that moment, he comprehended that the most significant person in his life had long been by his side. They shared a passionate kiss, lingering for an eternity before parting, their eyes filled with deep affection as they prepared to engage once more. Just then, two figures appeared on the rooftop, accompanied by a teasing remark, "Ghoulie and Rhodey, cloaked in invisibility. Goo, don't they resemble two seals fighting over grapes?" "Ah," Pepper gasped, while Tony shot a resentful glance at the unexpectedly arrived duo. "You two can leave now." Even though Rhodey had not yet become War Machine for some reason, the Marvel Universe's king of sarcasm was undeterred. This scene, which Ghoulie had not witnessed before, now struck him as profoundly resonant. With a mere thought, a buzzing golden portal materialized behind Ghoulie. "I shan't disturb you any further, Rhodey. Would you like me to take you back?" Upon hearing those words, Rhodey appeared genuinely tempted, eager to experience what it felt like to traverse through Superman's portal. However, when he recalled the matter that Ghoulie had suggested to him not long ago, he quickly shook his head. "Maybe next time. Good, I have a few matters to discuss with Tony." Chapter 44. The hammer is lost in the early morning. As Ghoulie and Cersei engaged in their morning exercises, they were suddenly interrupted by the ringing of a telephone. Ghoulie, feeling perturbed, waved his hand dismissively, utilizing his wave-manipulating abilities to disconnect the call, intending to resume their workout. Yet, the insistent ringing of the phone resumed. Vexingly persistent. "Answer it, perhaps it's something important," Cersei said, slightly breathless from exertion. Ghoulie nodded, and the phone, transformed by a small chaos, conveniently connected the call. "Hey, Superman, go check out that hammer." A familiar voice came through the line. Ghoulie retorted with annoyance, "Tony, you bastard. Just let me finish my run." He found Tony's suggestion utterly absurd. What was the point of looking at a hammer? It was neither precious nor soft. How could it possibly be more important than his early morning workout? As the ancients wisely stated, the early bird catches the worm. After instructing the small chaos to turn off the phone, the exercise sounds resumed in the room. 2.5 hours later, Ghoulie appeared at Tony's residence through a crackling portal. At first glance, two figures clad in Mark armors materialized before him, one of which belonged to Rhodes, whose excited grin revealed a dazzling set of white teeth. Clearly, Rhodes and Tony had come to some undisclosed agreement the previous night, and the War Machine was ready for action. "Do you still need to run?" Tony looked at Ghoulie, perplexed. Was a Superman in need of running? It was hard to believe. "I do 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and then run 10 kilometers every day. Otherwise, do you think I would be this strong?" Ghoulie proclaimed nonchalantly, though upon reflection, his daily regimen seemed far more demanding. Tony and Rhodes exchanged glances, intrigued by the prospect of achieving similar strength through such exercises. Didn't seem impossible. "So, are you two planning to fly over? Or shall we go together?" In response to this query, Tony clearly had other intentions. "How about we race to see who flies faster?" In Tony's mind, Rhodes was in the Mark 6, while he himself was in the more advanced Mark 7. There was no way he would be the last one to arrive. And perhaps he even had a chance to defeat Ghoulie for once. Rhodes nodded in agreement, still energized from flying throughout the night. "Are you sure you want to compete with me?" Ghoulie sighed, noting the eager expressions on their faces. "All right, let us go." The moment he finished speaking, the war machine activated, crashing through Tony's iron gate. "Rhodes, you old fool." The Mark 7 sped off in pursuit of Rhodes. Waving his hand to utilize his molecular reconstruction ability to repair the gate, Ghoulie soared into the sky, catching up to the two in less than a second. The surveillance department of the American military expressed their exasperation at the unfolding scene. One Iron Man had already been enough of a headache for them, disregarding air defense regulations. Now, with the addition of a Superman and their own Colonel Rhodes, it was truly a cause for concern. "I want one too," lamented a soldier responsible for monitoring, his frustration spilling over. Among the three figures flying side by side in the air, Tony laughed heartily. "At least this time you didn't surpass me." Heaven knew how many blows to his ego he had suffered since meeting Ghoulie. Apart from wealth, he seemed to fall short in every aspect. He was neither as young nor as endowed with superpowers. In fact, he had no superpowers at all. Tony Stark once prided himself as a prodigy. "Is that so?" Ghoulie smirked, activating his wave powers to accelerate instantaneously. The subsequent explosion of sound from the air was deafening. Tony and Rhodes were taken aback, and when they looked up, Ghoulie's figure had vanished. "Jarvis, what was Goo's speed just now?" "Sir, it's not entirely certain, but it is approximately 125ths of the speed of light, around 2,500 kilometers per second, or possibly faster." X2. They both silently agreed to never race against this freak again. Meanwhile, in New Mexico, just outside Old Bridge Town, seasoned SHIELD agent Coulson was attending to some aftermath. Beneath his feet lay the remnants of a scorched Rainbow Bridge array, while several accompanying SHIELD linguists were busy deciphering records nearby. He casually glanced up, feeling inexplicably perplexed by the sudden appearance of an additional individual. Superman, Coulson murmured, wondering when this figure had arrived, as he had not seen the characteristic golden ring. To the outside world, the golden portal was a hallmark of Superman. Coulson hurriedly approached with an outstretched hand, introducing himself. "Hello, I'm Coulson." This marked their first official encounter. Upon learning of Superman's joining S.H.I.L.D., he had nearly leaped for joy. Aside from Captain America, Superman was his second favorite superhero. However, these two, one had passed away, while the other existed only in comic books. "I am Ghoulie. Has Thor departed?" Coulson nodded in response. "He left about an hour ago." Their conversation piqued the curiosity of nearby S.H.I.L.D. agents, who were now keen on capturing a moment with Superman. Several female agents even blushed with excitement. Ghoulie glanced over, taken aback by their beauty. "Max, she is truly magnificent and astonishingly fair. I imagine it would be hard to control such a figure with both hands." Jane Foster, who shared a connection with Thor, gazed dreamily at the remnants of the Rainbow Bridge, well aware that this farewell could stretch for an indeterminate time. Her friend, Daisy Louise, whom Ghoulie referred to as Max, stood beside her offering comfort. Daisy raised her eyes, coincidentally locking gazes with Ghoulie. "Ah, Jane, Superman, look, it's Superman." Ghoulie nodded amiably. While he appreciated Max's striking beauty, he was not the sort to be overtaken by lust. Instead of indulging in idle fantasies, he preferred to engage in more exercise with Cersei. The powers of the Eternal team were formidable as well. The portrayal in the Eternal movie may have been slightly underwhelming, but they possessed numerous long-range attack methods, yet insisted on engaging in close combat. Perhaps this was due to the exorbitant cost of special effects. Nevertheless, within the Marvel Universe, there was no such concern regarding costly effects. His only worry was that the effects of superpowers might not be sufficient. The mirror dimension of the Ancient One, Daisy's wave abilities, Cersei's molecular reconstruction, the ancient magic recorded in the Darkhold, and even the blue giant star annihilation cannon within the system space. All these were potential sources for spectacular effects. About 2.5 hours later, Tony and Rhodes finally made their appearance. "The hammer is gone?" After hearing the news from Coulson, Tony looked up, only to find Ghoulie surrounded by two beautiful women, chatting and laughing. "This kid has returned again. Does he not fear his house burning down?" Chapter 45. Wakanda's Zero-Cost Acquisition, Part 1. In a motel in Old Bridge Town, New Mexico, Ghoulie was engrossed in studying astrophysics while the echoes of Max's excited shout from the previous night reverberated in his mind. Superman is my apprentice. The only regret he felt was that the reward was not a superpower related to Thor. However, that was to be expected. Max merely admired Thor's physique from a distance, especially since Thor was her friend Jane's boyfriend, and nothing had transpired between them. But with Ghoulie, Max had no such reservations. Through the guidance of the character Daisy Louise, your cultural level has increased by 1. You have acquired the Transformer, Colossus. Colossus, the mechanical Tyrannosaurus, leader of the Dinobots, possessed a colossal form of 25.6 meters in battle mode, making it a powerhouse among Transformers. Like Ms. Zhao Hailuan, Daisy Louise was also a research professional, possibly explaining Ghoulie's acquisition of another Transformer. A trip to Wakanda is imperative. The materials required for synthesizing true adamantium were already prepared by him and Tony. But they lacked vibranium from Wakanda. The reason for not yet journeying to Wakanda was twofold. First, recent events involving The Incredible Hulk, Iron Man 2, and Thor 1 had unfolded, along with sudden tasks from the erratic system. Secondly, there had been a divergence of opinions between him and Tony regarding acquiring Wakandan vibranium. While Tony wished to purchase it, Ghoulie aimed for a zero-cost acquisition. These factors had contributed to their inaction. Consequently, among the numerous Transformers he had acquired, only the small Chaos had replaced its form using a vibranium shield, while Drift, Soundwave, the Tape Legion's mechanical dog, mechanical bird, and the newly acquired Colossus all required material upgrades. With Drift standing 4.6 meters tall, Soundwave at 6.7 meters, and Colossus towering at 25.6 meters, if one were to factor in the Iron Legion Tony intended to create, Ghoulie estimated they might need hundreds of tons of Wakandan vibranium. At a price of 10,000 per gram, 100 tons of Wakandan vibranium would cost a staggering 100 billion. This price coincidentally matched the net worth of Iron Man, as reported by Marvel, which stood at 100 billion. Why not sell it, Tony? With a mere flicker of thought, the sizzling portal materialized instantaneously. This time, Ghoulie departed with an air of nonchalance, intent only on physical connection rather than entanglement in the complexities of life. After all, they were adults. Mutual consent couldn't truly be deemed as debauchery. Upon returning to Tony's residence, he disclosed the sum required for acquiring vibranium. Upon hearing the figure, Tony expressed his astonishment. What? 100 billion? Goo, are you jesting? Even if sold, it wouldn't suffice. In fact, selling you would yield just enough, Ghoulie quipped. Tony, always composed and rational, gazed at Ghoulie in confusion. You are referring to the cost of 100 tons of vibranium. But we have no need for that much. Although he envisioned the creation of an Iron Legion, he had not lost his sanity to the extent of fabricating thousands of armored soldiers. Firstly, the liquid assets at his disposal were dubious, and secondly, the American politicians would surely lose their minds, wouldn't they? Are you Stark contemplating rebellion? Ghoulie sighed in exasperation and continued to elucidate. 4. 6 meters of drift, 6.7 meters of sound waves, 25.6 meters of steel cables, mechanical canines, mechanical aviants. Calculate how much vibranium I require. Moreover, we ought to retain some reserves. Tony, upon hearing Ghoulie's analysis, experienced an unprecedented sensation. The billionaire? Tony Stark was genuinely short on cash. Was this even conceivable? Who would believe it? Even less believable was that the media referred to Ghoulie as the Golden Superman, the light of humanity, while he was preoccupied with zero-cost acquisitions. Goo, how much do you possess? Tony inquired, appearing somewhat amenable. I've invested most of my funds in your company's stocks. I probably have around 12 billion available. Should we sell some shares? Tony shook his head vigorously. Absolutely not. That would signal the end for Stark Industries. Liquidating shares as a major stakeholder would blatantly convey to the world that he was withdrawing from the game. The stock price would plummet, and that would merely be the best-case scenario. Sensing the atmosphere was ripe, Ghoulie continued to incite, then let us proceed with a zero-cost acquisition in Wakanda. Tony rolled his eyes, his face a canvas of resistance, and replied, Goo, we are superheroes. Ghoulie suddenly shouted, if that is the case, let us engage in a thorough discussion. Tell me loudly, Tony, what do we need Wakandan vibranium for? Although perplexed, Tony nonetheless responded, to synthesize true adamantium. He found it puzzling why it was referred to as true adamantium. Was there such a thing as false adamantium? Ghoulie then loudly inquired, Tony, what do we require true adamantium for? Of course, to forge an Iron Legion and your Transformers, Tony replied. Upon hearing this, Ghoulie was elated. Then tell me, what is the purpose of creating an Iron Legion? Goo, what on earth is wrong with you? Tony, evidently still oblivious to the undertone in Ghoulie's queries, believed Ghoulie was merely feigning ignorance. Ghoulie formally asked, please inform me, what is the reason? To protect the Earth, Tony said wearily. He resolved that he would later have Pepper inform Helen Zhao that her boyfriend was unhinged. Then Mr. Tony Stark, please enlighten me on the ultimate purpose of acquiring Wakandan vibranium. Initially, Tony's expression reflected resignation and confusion. But as he processed Ghoulie's words, it gradually transformed into gravity, culminating in shock as he stammered, we seek Wakandan vibranium to protect the Earth? Could it be interpreted in this manner? Was it reasonable? Ghoulie heartily clapped Tony on the shoulder, filled with gratification. Congratulations, you have answered correctly. Thus, the noble and virtuous Iron Man, Tony Stark, was successfully brainwashed by Ghoulie, who was hailed as the light of humanity. Together, they officially commenced the planning of the Wakandan zero-cost acquisition. As far as I know, Wakanda is situated in Eastern Africa, merely a backward agrarian nation, Ghoulie scoffed. Backward? Have you forgotten the value of vibranium? $1,000 per gram. After being influenced by Ghoulie, Tony felt as if his intellect was insufficient and fell into a contemplative silence. Ghoulie sighed and supplemented his knowledge. On the surface, Wakanda appears to be a poverty-stricken agrarian nation, but in reality, it is the most technologically advanced country on Earth. Our target, Wakandan vibranium, lies within their territory. At this, Tony furrowed his brow slightly. Are you truly certain they are the most technologically advanced nation on Earth? Chapter 46, Wakandan Zero-Cost Acquisition, Part 2. Are you truly certain they are the most technologically advanced nation on Earth? The great Tony Stark was unwilling to concede. Even if Ghoulie claimed the technologically superior Prince Ivan of the Electric Whip, but to assert Wakanda was the most advanced, he simply could not believe it. Faced with Tony's inquiry, Ghoulie pondered briefly, in comparison to you? They each have their merits. Although Wakanda's technology was formidable, it could hardly match the iron armor and arc reactor. Their nation is concealed beneath a protective shield. I will stealthily infiltrate, while you, Tony, devise a distraction outside to draw their attention. Tony nodded, a flicker of concern gracing his features. If their technology is indeed as advanced as you suggest, they must possess a plethora of high-tech weaponry. In response to this question, Ghoulie was too disinterested to retort and simply shook his head. Not at all. They adhere to primitive combat methods. In the Grand Wakanda, the finest materials were employed to create the most rudimentary weapons for the most primitive warfare. True, Wakandan spears could emit lasers, yet they chose not to. They pride themselves on their unyielding nature. Tony, your iron armor is far too conspicuous, and you are far too renowned. If they wished to conduct a covert zero-cost acquisition, it seemed a formidable challenge, as they would be instantly recognized as Iron Man. You are even more famous than I. Your fans in Europe have even established a church, worshipping you. Upon hearing this, Ghoulie rose and exclaimed, people die for wealth, birds perish for food. Now that we have resolved to proceed with a zero-cost acquisition, let us not hesitate. Let us go now. Tony promptly grasped Ghoulie's shoulder, advising, let us devise a plan before we act. Otherwise, let your canine assist me from the outside. He held a fondness for the dog that had once rescued him and Ethan. A dog, you say? Ghoulie murmured, suddenly struck by a better candidate. Not a dog, but a wolf. Tony, I will use the portal to send you over first. I will return home to fetch 2 helpers and then join you. 2 sizzling golden rings appeared in an instant. One leading to the East African savannah, the other to the laboratory of Grey Wolf. Almost instantaneously, Ghoulie arrived at the lab, where Grey Wolf was seated on the sofa, engrossed in a film. Wolf uncle, do me a favor. I need to retrieve something, but the area is heavily guarded. Grey Wolf, cigar in mouth, rose to grab a toolkit. Let us go, boss. We'll be quick about it. This werewolf versus 300 vampires is quite intriguing. With a crackle, the portal opened and closed. Ever since mastering the teleportation spell, Ghoulie's mode of travel had transformed dramatically. However, It took him a considerable time to realize that when Ancient One had gifted him the Kamartaj teleportation manual, it had not included the levitating ring. The levitating ring was essential for every novice magician, aiding in the concentration of thoughts during magical practice. Had it not been for the stimulation of a 10 centimeters reduction, he might not have learned the teleportation spell through the methods outlined in the Darkhold. Ancient One is indeed up to no good. Ghoulie thought fiercely, humph. Once you leave, I shall go bully your disciples. Far away in Kamartaj, basking in the sun, Ancient One inexplicably sneezed several times. Sensing something was amiss, she promptly rose to calculate. Moments later, she murmured in puzzlement, strange. Nothing significant is set to occur recently. The next event is still 2 years away. Ancient One glanced at her energetic disciples and sighed, reflecting, indeed, I am growing old. At this moment, in Eastern Africa, Wakanda was located in the East African savanna. If one were to reference the geographical location from a previous life on Earth, Wakanda's precise position was near the borders of Lake Turkana, adjacent to South Sudan, Uganda, Kenya, and Ethiopia, an area also known as the Elam Triangle. Grey Wolf, sporting shades and a cigar, coolly pointed in a specific direction. Boss. The area ahead exhibits significant energy fluctuations. The Wakanda you mentioned should be right there. Behind Grey Wolf stood Ghoulie's zero-cost acquisition crew, consisting of Iron Man Tony, the Transformers, Mechanical Canines, and Mechanical Aviants. Tony gazed incredulously at the talking wolf, his eyes nearly bulging out. While he could accept the existence of the Eternals and Kamartaj, the sight of this cool wolf was simply absurd and insane. This world was utterly mad. Even wolves could talk. What further bewildered Tony was that the wolf named Grey Wolf had effortlessly assembled a detector using the simplest of toolkits, and it was remarkably effective. Even so, within a mere span of 2 minutes, they deftly crafted several shielding devices to ensure they remained undetected by various surveillance methods. Such terrifying wolves, truly a genius, Tony remarked, his eyes shimmering with fervent excitement. As if he had encountered a kindred spirit, that moment, he yearned to engage in a profound discussion with this Mr. Wolf, casting aside any thoughts of vibranium. Beside him, Ghoulie's eyes sparkled with similar enthusiasm. Tony, my brother, Drift, you and Dog are on standby outside. I shall take Wolf Uncle inside. Remember, the shielding device's signal can only interfere with surveillance equipment. Let's not get caught. Rest assured, Dog and I will create some commotion outside to divert their attention, Ghoulie said. Learning from the previous encounter where thermal sensors had exposed them, he donned the shielding device and waved his hand, activating his invisibility powers to obscure both himself and Grey Wolf. With Wolf Uncle perched on his shoulder, he soared forward. Upon reaching the area indicated by Grey Wolf, he indeed discovered an imperceptible energy barrier obstructing his path. A forceful breakthrough would surely raise alarms within. Generally speaking, the energy barrier comprises an electromagnetic shield and a plasma shield. The electromagnetic shield is designed to deflect various high-energy particle weapon attacks, as charged particles are susceptible to electromagnetic fields that alter their trajectory. In other words, with the presence of an electromagnetic shield, high-energy particle weapons cannot strike their intended target. Meanwhile, the plasma shield serves to defend against neutral particles and kinetic weaponry. This shield constrains ultra-high temperature plasma through magnetic forces into a dense area, creating a thermal barrier. Thus, kinetic weapons and solid projectiles, upon contact with the shield surface, are incinerated or detonated prematurely. This explains why the firepower of Thanos' warship exploded above Wakanda's protective shield. As for the specifics of operation, Ghoulie admitted ignorance. He was merely a student at New York University, not a genius like Dr. Banner or Tony. However, this did not deter him from utilizing his molecular reshaping abilities to successfully traverse the energy barrier. Gliding towards the colossal statue of the Black Panther. Chapter 47. Wakanda's $0 Purchase, Part 2. Wakanda's vibranium, located within the subterranean canyons of the nation, is entirely extracted through mechanized mining and transported via underground rail cars. With a total storage capacity of approximately 10,000 tons, this marked Ghoulie's inaugural entry into Wakanda, and as he gazed around, 2 peculiar architectural styles immediately captivated his attention. The city nestled within the basin was adorned with futuristic skyscrapers interwoven with streets exuding primal tribal charm, creating a uniquely striking aesthetic. Yuli even spotted rooftops constructed entirely from pure vibranium. What immense wealth, he mused inwardly. Indeed, this city, built upon vibranium, was the kind of opulence that could move even billionaire Tony Stark to tears. Aside from its relatively small size, it surpassed America by several tiers of affluence. Descending through the cavern beneath the Black Panther statue, Ghoulie and Grey Wolf glided downwards. After navigating the depths of the cavern for a while, they emerged into a vast underground gorge. The gorge shimmered with azure vibranium veins, and a majestic rail line spanned across the canyon, seemingly endless. This must be the rail car transporting vibranium, he thought. Given the substantial quantity of vibranium he and Tony required, and considering that the vein beneath them was merely a branch of the larger deposit, he resolved to follow the tributary further. Finally, at the end of the branch, he located his target, the vibranium mine of Wakanda, its azure glow illuminating the entire cavern. Yuli rubbed his hands together in excitement, ready to harness his seismic wave powers and embrace the role of a joyful miner. While he could instigate an earthquake to swiftly shatter the vibranium deposits, he deemed such drastic measures unnecessary. As a competent $0 purchase participant, his aim was solely to acquire wealth without causing harm. 1 ton, 2 tons, 3 tons. When engaged in something one loves, time seems to fly by. What may feel like mere minutes can stretch into a considerable duration. Just like now, Ghoulie awkwardly realized he had become overly enthusiastic in his mining endeavors and had over-extracted the vibranium or piled high within the system's storage. When he glanced at the system's display, his mouth twitched in disbelief. A staggering 1,000 tons of Wakandan vibranium ore. Did I extract a mere tenth? Then am I not already the richest person on Earth? Ghoulie murmured to himself. Given the market price of vibranium at $10,000 per gram, he had unearthed a total worth of $1 trillion. That equates to the wealth of 10 Tony Starks. Indeed, one cannot become wealthy without unexpected windfalls. From now on, should Ms. Zhao wish to invest in any stocks, she should feel free, for he had the means. In high spirits, Ghoulie reluctantly cast a last glance at the azure vibranium veins, his inner devil urging him to grapple with temptation. What if I extracted it all? Grey Wolf, perched on Ghoulie's shoulder, sighed and cautioned, "Boss, excess can be counterproductive. It's just a heap of worthless stones. Once I decipher its molecular formula, you can transform it with your abilities," Ghoulie said, nodding in understanding. The only limitation of molecular reshaping was the inability to create something from nothing. Otherwise, he could freely convert any material. However, he had refrained from using this method on vibranium previously, as he was unaware of its molecular formula. This explained why, during battles, he often transformed objects into petals or snowflakes. Being a poor student, he was only familiar with the molecular formulas of petals and snowflakes. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Who's speaking? A black-skinned girl with dreadlocks scanned her surroundings warily. Upon observing the scene within the cavern, she hastily pressed a button on the device strapped to her arm. The piercing alarm echoed throughout Wakanda in an instant, and the girl quickly contacted her brother. Witnessing this, Ghoulie could only helplessly fly towards the direction of the protective shield. I was careless. Sound cannot be concealed. I shouldn't have spoken. Time rewinds to moments before. Atop a mountain outside Wakanda. Dog, it's about time. Should you come or shall I? Tony, stationed outside for support, inquired of the mechanical dog. Let me and the second brother handle this. The traces left by your weapon's explosion might unveil our position, Dog suggested. Among Ghoulie's entourage, the top scientist Grey Wolf ranked first, followed by the Slinger at second, the Echo floating in outer space at third, and Dog at fourth. As for the newly joined Cable, the Dinosaur King scoffed at mingling with them, preferring to operate independently. Hearing this, Tony shrugged in resignation. Dog's analysis was indeed sound, as the traces of Stark Industries on the weapons mounted in his Mark armor were glaringly evident. Should I incorporate some hammer weapons next time? A thought suddenly occurred to Tony. It seemed a viable option, allowing Hammer to take the fall during future $0 purchases. Tony was momentarily taken aback by his own idea. What has come over me? Why am I thinking of a repeat? I need to distance myself from Ghoulie. I am being led astray. The shells fired by Slinger and Dog detonated above the protective shield, promptly drawing Wakanda's attention. The Royal Guard, led by Captain Okoye, assembled, awaiting the king's orders. Upon learning of the invasion, Chaka, the then king of Wakanda, could only sigh in resignation. Ever since his brother had clandestinely sold vibranium, this foolish act not only betrayed Wakanda's faith, but also brought innumerable troubles to this once tranquil nation. Over the years, the ambitions and greed of the outside world had spread like wildfire, leading to an increasing number of factions coveting vibranium. The old king Chaka's heart grew heavier, for he understood that the existence of vibranium was a double-edged sword. It could bring prosperity and wealth to Wakanda, but it could also incite endless strife and conflict. Eliminate these invaders, he commanded, and with the king's order, the royal guard, armed with high-tech rifles, charged valiantly into battle. Meanwhile, Princess Shuri, having heard of the invasion, hurried to the underground gorge. Sensing that the situation was not as straightforward as it appeared, instinctively, she believed that the external attack might serve to disguise something deeper. Upon arriving at the cave with her guards, she was confronted with the previous scene. Before her, the vibranium mother vein within the cave had diminished by nearly a tenth, marking the most significant loss Wakanda had ever faced. Brother, a thief has taken the mother vein, stealing a substantial amount of vibranium. He can turn invisible, and likely possesses the ability to shield from surveillance. In mere seconds, Princess Shuri deduced the thief's abilities from the earlier scenario, her mind racing through the list of superpowered individuals on Earth. This revelation plunged Wakanda into a state of complete lockdown. Teams of royal guards raced like the wind towards the protective shield, their thoughts singular. The invader must not escape, especially one who dared to steal vibranium. At that moment, atop a mountain outside Wakanda, two hissing portals gradually dissipated, as the $0 purchase team vanished from sight. After a period of frantic searching, the guards were astonished to discover that, aside from the remnants of exploded shells, no other clues remained. It was as if the incident had never occurred. Seeing this, Captain Okoye commanded sharply, "Bring the fragments back for analysis. The rest follow me to search the nearby mountain." She was determined to uncover any useful leads. In the distant city of New York, Tony emerged from the portal, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he turned to Guli, exclaiming, "Goo, how much did you take? Is it enough for us?" Chapter 48. The true adamantium. Seeing Guli remain silent, Tony mistakenly assumed that his companion was disheartened due to not meeting their anticipated goals. Therefore, he hurriedly patted Guli's shoulder in a gesture of consolation, saying, "It's fine if you brought back a little less. Worst case, I can scale down the Iron Legion project." Regaining his composure, Guli shook his head and raised a finger towards Tony. He had momentarily lost his focus, realizing he had forgotten to procure some heart-shaped herb. After all, from what he had seen in the movies, the healing properties of the herb were astonishing. For instance, when Black Panther consumed it, his shoulder wound was healed almost instantaneously. Moreover, it would later be incinerated by Killmonger. So it was better for him to take some now. Although he himself did not require the heart-shaped herb, it could certainly benefit those around him. Ms. Zhao and Mei Jie were both ordinary individuals, as was Tony, and allowing them to consume the herb would undoubtedly bolster their health point 10 tons. That should suffice. And if it's not enough, I can always buy more later, Tony mused aloud, convinced that 10 tons would be barely adequate. Guli chuckled as he patted the Mark armor, saying, "How could I possibly return with just 10 tons? You need to think bigger." Upon hearing this, Tony's face lit up with delight, and he gave a thumbs up in admiration, exclaiming, "You actually brought back 100 tons? Impressive." He was now devoid of the previous dissatisfaction, feeling rather exhilarated by the concept of a zero-cost acquisition. Jiuli had once again proven to be reliable. Every time he made a move, success was assured. 100 tons? That's a jest. It's a full 1,000 tons, more than sufficient for your needs for a lifetime. Tony's eyes widened in disbelief as he blurted out, "Wang Defa? Did you clear out their entire stock?" Now he felt a twinge of regret. He had promised 100 tons but ended up with 1,000, which felt excessive, enough to evoke a sense of guilt. Yet, strangely, upon hearing the figure of 1,000 tons, he felt a surge of excitement. It's an unexpected windfall. Their total stock of vibranium is around 10,000 tons, so our taking 1,001 T significantly impact them. And besides, we're not selling it. We're merely using it to forge the Iron Legion to safeguard Earth. The thought of delivering a minor shock to Thanos made Guli's lips curl into a slight smile. However, noticing Tony's lingering guilt, he quickly added, consider it a debt between us. Rather than leaving it idle in the cave, we might as well put it to good use. Ever since Tony had become a superhero, he had excelled in every aspect, albeit with an excessively high moral standard. Upon hearing Guli's words, Tony sighed deeply. It seems we have no choice but to proceed this way. He even contemplated the possibility of earning $1 trillion in the future to send to Wakanda. This vibrational wave is rather potent, so I'll set aside a few tons for you. Once you've used them, just let me know. All right, I'll get to work then. Approximately half an hour later, Guli made a swift return to the underground canyon of Wakanda. Unlike his previous visit, there were noticeably more guards present, with a member of the Wakandan elite guard stationed at intervals throughout the canyon. After wandering around for a while, Guli finally located the nursery where the heart-shaped herbs were cultivated in a plot of land, roughly 6 or 7 square meters. Several dozen purple heart-shaped herbs stood quietly. He recalled that consuming the herb would transport one into a spiritual realm, and there were restrictions on non-royals consuming it, which seemed rather peculiar. After collecting 4 heart-shaped herbs, Guli quickly departed. Such anomalies were best entrusted to Grey Wolf, who was a ruler of the unreasonable. Now that he had acquired the final material required for synthesizing true adamantium, Wakandan vibranium, it was time to upgrade the Transformers. After all, the bodies of the Transformers were too fragile. Even ordinary firearms on Earth could inflict damage upon them, let alone the plethora of superpowered individuals in the Marvel Universe, where a moment's negligence could lead to their disassembly. Adamantium, it seemed, was an excellent alternative for their body material. He vividly remembered Captain America's shield, which could withstand lasers, cannon fire, and even Thor's hammer. Of course, there were even better materials, such as URU and the substance used to forge Thanos' massive blade. However, those were not readily obtainable in the short term. They could be pursued later as opportunities arose. After all, the regeneration cradle produced by the system, like Grey Wolf, was a bug-level entity. Upon returning home, Guli chuckled upon seeing Peter engrossed in a video game in the living room. Would the little spider become a Spider-Man under his guidance? Well, as long as Peter was happy, that was what mattered. For several consecutive days, aside from taking Cersei and the water sprite back to London, Guli had been occupied. Under Grey Wolf's direction, he and Daisy worked diligently on the fusion of true adamantium. The newly acquired cable was so massive that it barely fit into the regeneration cradle, resulting in a surge in demand for adamantium. Guli had initially thought their home was sufficiently spacious, but it now seemed inadequate in the face of the cable's size. To accommodate the towering structure of over 20 meters, he purchased a farm in the suburbs for renovation. The dinosaur-sized cable possessed only 2 forms, both of which were combat modes, mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex and gorilla form. Finally, on the 15th day following the zero-cost acquisition, the bodies of Drift, Soundwave, and Cable, along with those of the mechanical dog and bird, were all replaced with true adamantium. Gazing at his array of minions, their bodies gleaming with a cold light, Guli smiled contentedly. This hardness was beyond Wolverine's capability to contend with this moment. Aside from their cores, every part of them had been upgraded to true adamantium, rendering conventional artillery ineffective against them. There were very few superpowered individuals on Earth capable of causing them harm. Daisy, who had toiled alongside him for half a month, showed no signs of fatigue. She leaned against Guli's shoulder and playfully said, "This is just too cool, brother. Can you gift me one?" She spoke in Chinese, and her tone made Guli shiver involuntarily. "What's mine is yours. If you like one, just take it." Daisy immediately pouted. "I don't believe you. That woman of yours isn't a saint. I was too young and naive back then to board your pirate ship." Guli scratched his head to mask his embarrassment, wondering who would have thought he would be photographed by paparazzi at the airport, which had led to Cersei's presence being exposed to his 3 girlfriends at home. "Daisy, I need to discuss something with you." Guli retrieved the Terrigen crystal and the activator from the system space, explaining under Daisy's puzzled gaze, "You possess half-inhuman blood, and this can activate your superpowers." "Really? I can be a superhero too." At that moment, her eyes sparkled with anticipation as she eagerly grasped Guli's arm, completely oblivious to the implications of her inhuman heritage. "Something like that. Quick, tell me how to use it." Observing Daisy's impatience, Guli mischievously leaned closer to her ear and whispered a few words. Upon hearing this, her face flushed slightly, and then she glared at Guli, gritting her teeth as she replied, "Fine, it's just putting on some tights. There's no need to look at me like that." Guli expressed his confusion. Ms. Zhao was much better. She was like a treasure that could never be fully explored. All right, just stand inside. A cloud of smoke will appear shortly. If you feel uncomfortable, make sure to exit quickly. Following the instructions for the activator, Guli placed the Terrigen crystal into the device and pressed the start button. Instantly, a mist enveloped Daisy. Chapter 49. The Terrigen crystal. One must admit that the technological advancements of the Inhumans are somewhat skewed. In fact, the entire Marvel technological landscape seems a bit off. Take Wakanda, for example. Despite possessing such advanced technology, even capable of constructing spacecraft, they remain unwilling to modernize their agricultural practices. Then there's the Asgardian realm. They have interstellar warships but still wield ordinary spears as weapons. Couldn't they introduce some pulse or laser weaponry? If their arms were more advanced, they might not have faced the Dark Elves invading their realm. It's rather perplexing. The suburban farm. Guli lit a cigarette, patiently awaiting the effects of the Terrigen crystal. Once Daisy transformed into Quake, and if Grey Wolf could further study the heart-shaped herb, then at least a few of his girlfriends would possess some semblance of superpowers. Although Guli had never intended for them to engage in combat, this was the perilous Marvel Universe, and having some superpowers was certainly better than having none. After instructing Soundwave to return to outer space for surveillance, Guli began to contemplate the events that would unfold next. The current date was June 11, 2010. With the most recent major event being the Chitauri invasion of New York 2 years hence. By that time, Tony's true Adamantium Legion would likely be fully assembled. Would the Chitauri be able to withstand it? Almost forgot about Captain America being exposed. He'll be unearthed next year. This meant that there wouldn't be any significant events occurring in the next 2 years. No, wait, there was that detestable Skrull. He needed to ask Grey Wolf for assistance in creating a device to identify Skrulls. Guli recalled that in the comics, it was the clever Doctor Strange who invented the device that ultimately resolved the Skrull threat. The Skrull's shape-shifting abilities posed a substantial risk to human society. First and foremost, it could lead to a crisis of trust, where everyone would suspect each other of being a Skrull. Despite the fact that the Skrulls had never provoked Guli, he found them utterly repugnant and uncomfortable. Could it be that I harbor some form of racial prejudice? He couldn't help but wonder how Captain Marvel had consented to allow that group of green-skinned creatures to remain on Earth. After all, those who are not of one's kind often harbor different intentions, especially when dealing with a highly intelligent species endowed with the ability to shapeshift. This very capability seemed to seal their fate. They would either become the singularity of the world or face annihilation. As the smoke from the Tesseract crystal within the activator gradually dissipated, Daisy emerged with her eyes wide open. "Do you feel any difference? Is there any discomfort?" Guli hastily inquired. Daisy stood in silence for a moment, as still as a statue, seemingly channeling some unseen force. After a brief pause, she dejectedly asked, "Guli, why does my power have no effect on you?" She had previously endured Guli's shockwaves several times, which was utterly indescribable. "You little rascal," Guli replied, momentarily at a loss for words, delivering a playful slap to her behind. "Are you planning to commit spousal murder? Is this how one wields superpowers? With a boyfriend sacrificed to the heavens for boundless magic?" I was wrong. Daisy, who had been so brave just moments ago, now appeared utterly timid. Frustrated, Guli scooped up the pleading Daisy and slung her over his shoulder, conjuring a portal with a mere thought to return to their room. A lengthy IP chapter resonated rhythmically with the creaking of the bed. Meanwhile, on the distant East African savannah, the Wakandan guards had dug 3 feet into the earth over the course of half a month. Yet they had still found no useful clues. The only remnants they recovered were fragments of a shell, which provided no insight, just an ordinary projectile, one that was common in the market, making it difficult to trace its origin. The dejected guards returned to Wakanda, while the royal family wore expressions of deep concern. 4 precious heart-shaped herbs had gone missing, herbs of immense significance to the royal lineage, steeped in mystery since ancient times. Their loss was akin to the disappearance of vibranium. No traces remained around the heart-shaped herbs either. It was as if the thief were mocking Wakanda in silence. If he could steal vibranium, he could just as easily pilfer heart-shaped herbs. The protective shield, which Wakanda took pride in, proved utterly ineffectual before this adversary. Who could it be? Such a person cannot be an unknown. Prince T'Challa appeared weary. As the next heir apparent, he was tasked with investigating the loss of vibranium, and with the assistance of his sister Shuri, Chala had spent half a month without yielding any results. Shuri, have you identified any suspicious individuals? Upon hearing her brother's query, Shuri shook her head. Brother, I have yet to find any superpowered individuals with both motive and the ability to become invisible. She added casually, that thief might even be able to fly. If the culprit could not fly, how did they escape the underground canyon? This thought sparked a revelation, leading her to search through the list on her tablet. Superpowered individuals who can fly. Hulk, he probably can't fly. Although she dismissed the idea that Hulk had the ability to fly, she still noted his name. Iron Man, Mr. Stark, he can fly and has a motive. With a few strokes, she recorded Tony Stark's name. For who in the world was unaware of Iron Man's fame? As a fellow scientist, Shuri harbored aspirations of collaborating with Stark. Thor, the god of thunder from Norse mythology, he certainly fits the bill. He can fly and appears without a trace. Thor's name was also added to her notes, sourced from recent intelligence relayed by Wakandan spies. Superman can fly, can teleport, largely meeting the thief's criteria, but he possesses the ability to alter the structure of matter, making such theft unnecessary. The notion of altering material structures struck Shuri like a bolt of lightning. She realized the blind spot in her investigation. If that Superman opted to transmute vibranium, Wakanda's precious resource would no longer be rare, perhaps becoming as commonplace as pebbles. Shuri cast a worried glance at her brother, who, in turn, shook his head with a wry smile. Her concerns were valid, yet they had no means to address them. The reports from the spies dispatched by Wakanda indicated that the man was overwhelmingly powerful. To date, no one had witnessed his limits. Nor would anyone likely wish to, however. Chala found himself puzzled by one aspect. Why would such a formidable Superman choose to join S.H.I.E.L.D.? Was it truly for the sake of preserving peace? Ghoulie, too, was embroiled in such questions. After upgrading his Transformer companion, he finally found time to delve into the only two unfinished system tasks: annihilate Hydra once. Annihilate S.H.I.E.L.D. once. Familiar with the trajectory of events, he understood that even if he did nothing and waited for a few years, Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. would inevitably fall. Yet Ghoulie was unwilling to wait. He craved the rewards too fervently. If executed properly, I might even incite a conflict between them and the Skrulls. Just then, an unexpected call came through from his beloved university advisor, Dr. Eric Selvig. Goo, remember to return to school tomorrow. You've graduated. Chapter 50. Graduated? I've graduated? Ghoulie muttered. Dazed, after hanging up the phone, he had initially thought he would be expelled, considering he hadn't set foot on campus since his sophomore year. The reason he had enrolled in university in the first place was due to the absurd system he was bound to, which required him to connect with narrative characters to obtain relevant rewards. Although the system placed no gender restrictions on his romantic interests, Ghoulie was confident in his preferences. He only fancied beautiful women. However, the attractive older women in society were typically uninterested in a boy fresh out of high school, which is why he had hoped to take a chance at college. At that time, he had just turned 18, still youthful and naive, with not a single system reward to his name, merely an utterly ordinary person. Moreover, in the free-spirited America, gunfights occurred daily. These were not mere words. The outside world was indeed perilous for an average individual like him. All these factors led the ordinary Ghoulie to tearfully enter New York University. It was there that he encountered his first love and later ex-girlfriend, Sharon Carter, from whom he acquired the super soldier serum, a vibranium shield, captain's diary, and more. It was from that moment on that he began to gain the capital to unleash his potential. Has it really been 4 years already? Time truly is a blade that hastens one's aging. For fleeting years had passed, leaving their mark on him. New York's most handsome, the golden Superman, the light of humanity, with boundless wealth and striking good looks. It is with utmost certainty that one could say Ghoulie's current strength was the result of his own relentless efforts, without taking any shortcuts. I am indeed quite inspiring. Ghoulie admired himself in the mirror. Perhaps only you, watching from the screen, could rival my handsomeness. It is time to bid farewell to my past self. And this farewell would manifest in his graduation ceremony. From this point onward, he vowed to uphold Aquaman's fundamental principles, striving to ascend to the singular, multiversal, hyper-universal, and ultimately omniversal levels. until he reached the pinnacle of the entire cosmos. The road is long and arduous. I shall seek diligently. Gu Li's fervent emotions naturally affected the women around him. Daisy, who had been practicing her shockwave abilities for 2.5 days, had unknowingly destroyed countless objects since acquiring her powers. Sometimes, she would shatter the bed beneath her, and other times, the sofa would collapse as soon as she sat down. Even when tasked with washing dishes, nothing in the kitchen was spared from destruction. After much contemplation, Daisy volunteered, "Gu Li, I want to be a superhero like you. I want to join S.H.I.E.L.D." Since their acquaintance at 17, Daisy's life of wandering had come to an end, and she had not ended up in police custody for theft as in the original timeline. In the original course of events, she had been recruited into S.H.I.E.L.D. now, with her newly acquired shockwave abilities and influenced by her boyfriend Gu Li's superhero identity. The thought of joining S.H.I.E.L.D. had taken root in her mind. Looking at the adorable girl in his arms, Gu Li leaned back against the sofa, helplessly gazing at the ceiling. His own decision to join S.H.I.E.L.D. was, of course, motivated by the desire to complete the system tasks, to obliterate S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Hydra lurking behind it. As for Daisy, it was better for her to dismantle S.H.I.E.L.D. than to wreak havoc at home. "Well, if it makes you happy. All right, I'll give the boiled egg a call." Gu Li promptly dialed the number, knowing that procrastination could convey a lack of regard for her. "Hi, Gu. Coincidentally, there's a task that requires your execution," came Nick Fury's enthusiastic voice from the other end of the line. Upon hearing the word task, Gu Li couldn't help but smirk. The disparity between S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra was starkly evident. He had almost simultaneously joined both organizations, yet Hydra had never required him to execute any tasks, even prepaying his salary for the entire year ahead. And S.H.I.E.L.D.? Just a few days in, and they were already asking him to carry out a mission, with his salary for this month set to be dispersed next month. No wonder Hydra was able to thrive. Such a commendable organization had responsibilities that its members could not shake off. "Fury, I might need to postpone the task. I have to attend a graduation ceremony tomorrow." "Graduation ceremony? What graduation ceremony?" The voice on the other end was laced with confusion. "The New York University graduation ceremony. I'm graduating tomorrow. By the way, there's something else. My girlfriend wishes to join S.H.I.E.L.D. She is no ordinary person, but a superhuman." "Very well, once you have finished your tasks, bring her to the agency." After hanging up the phone, Daisy excitedly embraced Gu Li and nibbled at him a few times. "Hey, there are children present." 9-year-old Peter Parker was making a valiant effort to assert his existence. Due to emulating Uncle Ben's behavior, young Peter had been summoned to the school multiple times, not for anything else but because, at the tender age of 9, he was simultaneously courting 6 young girlfriends. "Peter, your uncle has purchased additional study materials for you, which are now in your room. If you do not complete them by the end of the month, your allowance for this year will vanish." "That little rascal, I can't let him get away with this." Upon hearing this, young Peter visibly shuddered, casting a resentful glance at Gu Li before timidly making his way to his room. Peter will never compromise, unless his allowance is ample. Following this minor interlude, the 3 women began to whisper and discuss how to adorn themselves for Gu Li's graduation ceremony. After all, this was a once-in-a-lifetime event for their brother. As significant as the sanctity of marriage in the afternoon, the school thoughtfully dispatched someone to deliver the graduation robes. New York University is renowned as the university without gates, for it lacks a distinctly designed entrance structure. Its campus sprawls across Manhattan Island, seamlessly integrating with the city itself. This was one of the main reasons Gu Li chose it: proximity to home, the luxury of sleeping in, and no gates, making it convenient for skipping classes. Under the urging of Ms. Zhao, Gu Li donned the graduation robe, prompting her to exclaim in wonder, "Darling, you look absolutely splendid." This was also why, upon meeting Gu Li, they had felt an instant attraction, leading to a deepening affection over time. Of course, perhaps the most significant reason was their shared features: black hair, dark eyes, and yellow skin. As the atmosphere grew increasingly intimate, May swiftly interjected, "I'll go help Peter with his homework," thus managing to escape the grasp of a certain someone. "To celebrate tomorrow's graduation, might I have the pleasure of dining with the 2 lovely ladies?" Sharing a meal is undoubtedly one of the ways to strengthen bonds. Not far away, at a seaside villa, Tony Stark and Dr. Ethan were completely absorbed in the marvel of adamantium. Tony, adamantium is truly the most exquisite substance I have ever encountered. It was breathtaking. The silvery metal resembled an artwork crafted by the divine. And yet it was remarkably resilient. After numerous attempts, they had yet to discover anything capable of damaging adamantium. Ethan, do you think Gundam-style armor has potential? Chapter 51. The concept of the Iron Legion, Gundam. Now that's an intriguing notion. What inspired this sudden thought? Ethan pondered for a moment before inquiring. It was likely that the idea had stemmed from the transforming robots that Ghoulie possessed. But Ethan refrained from stating this outright. After all, Tony was the type to stubbornly resist admitting influences, especially as he harbored a deep-seated desire to surpass Ghoulie, that damned competitive spirit. Sure enough, Tony hesitantly replied, well, there are a few ideas from the little one that could be considered. Ethan chuckled to himself, recalling a suggestion he had heard not long ago. What about the nano-armors Ghoulie proposed? Haven't we been exploring that direction? Nanotechnology is still in its infancy. Dr. Zhao's research has stagnated. The rapid development of nanotechnology had only occurred after Wakanda shared certain scientific advancements with the world. And given the current state of technology on Earth, it was indeed somewhat ahead of its time. Gundam-style armor is merely a part of my vision for the Iron Legion. Detachable armors with specific functionalities are the direction we are pursuing. Specific functionalities? Ethan asked in confusion. Yes. Functionalities such as firefighting, disaster relief, transportation, and medical assistance. Tony enumerated a plethora of ideas in one breath. Ethan's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, Tony, are you planning to instigate a war? It was no wonder he thought this. Tony's description sounded entirely like preparations for warfare. Was Tony concerned that the current geopolitical landscape was stifling human societal advancement? Ethan suddenly felt a stirring in his heart. His homeland had long been embroiled in conflict. Though many terrorists had been eliminated through the efforts of himself and Tony, the environment in the Middle East dictated that terrorism and war were as persistent as weeds, never fully eradicated. Tony sighed and clarified, it's not about waging war. It's about preparing for potential conflicts or invasions. Upon hearing the word invasion, a smirk crept onto Ethan's face. An invasion of America? What a farcical notion that it would be a great fortune if America were not the one invading others. 20 years back, nearly every war that erupted across the globe had been instigated or covertly encouraged by America. Had it not been for his deep friendship with Tony and his curiosity about the mechanical dog that had saved their lives, he, Ethan, would never have settled in America. It was a nation steeped in sin, a country prone to aggression. Noticing the smirk on his friend's face, Tony shrugged helplessly. Some matters rendered him an interested party, powerless to change them. Closing down the Stark Weapons Development Division and becoming Iron Man to combat evil had already been a considerable effort on his part. Ethan, this is not about war arising from within Earth. Ghoulie once mentioned that certain extraterrestrial civilizations particularly enjoy invading less advanced civilizations like ours. At this revelation, Ethan nodded. If it were an extraterrestrial threat, then indeed, taking precautions was warranted. After all, no matter how fiercely humanity might fight among themselves, those conflicts remained internal affairs. If the entirety of Earth were to be overrun by aliens, the fate of humanity would hang in the balance, either becoming commodities or enslaved. Reminiscent of the unspeakable atrocities that had once occurred on American soil, he, Ethan, had no desire to cultivate cotton. After an extensive discussion, the two men toiled through the night. Just as dawn broke, the weary duo was jolted by Jarvis's voice. Sir? Dr. Ethan, today marks M.R.G.U.S. graduation ceremony. New York University had begun extensive promotions for this event 2 weeks prior, and the leaders of the admissions and publicity departments were quite pleased. After all, no other university could boast a student as famous as the Superman known as Ghoulie. Charlie is graduating today? I thought he was about my age, Tony jested, bestowing the name Charlie upon Ghoulie. As for the reasoning behind this moniker, it was partially due to Tony's personal preference, but also because he believed Ghoulie to be even more lackluster than some Charlie. Throughout the Marvel Universe, Tony had given nicknames to nearly every superhero and villain, including some well-known ones like Captain Popsicle, Bambi, and the protagonist of Explosive Point, with Thor suffering the most, as he had 2 nicknames. explosive point protagonist, and Lebowski. Unbeknownst to Ghoulie, he too had fallen victim to the name Goo Charlie. Ethan, shall we go take a look? Perhaps we might catch a glimpse of Ghoulie's former girlfriends. The two older men shared a knowing smile, grinning brightly as if they could already envision Ghoulie's embarrassment. Meanwhile, inside the auditorium of New York University, the applause was thunderous. Starting from 8 in the morning, graduation photos were taken until the official ceremony commenced at 11. And for 3 whole hours, Ghoulie found himself surrounded by an overwhelming number of alumni and journalists, the incessant flashes rendering him almost numb. Had he known it would be like this, he would have certainly abstained from attending. Ironically, it was precisely this crowd that had separated him from his former girlfriends, leaving him to ponder whether this was a stroke of luck or misfortune. He thought of that fellow, Azu, and how he had adapted to the life of a superstar, maneuvering through the flashing lights with ease and a radiant smile, just like the principal standing on stage at this very moment, whose smile could rival that of Azu. The subsequent proceedings would last approximately 2.5 hours. When it was nearly his turn to ascend the stage, someone would guide him up, and upon hearing his name, he would take the stage. Should he receive a bachelor's degree, he would nod in gratitude to the dean. If it were a master's degree, he would perform the cap ceremony. Ghoulie greeted those around him before quietly taking his seat in the audience, while Ms. Zhao, Daisy, May, and little Peter were seated in the family section at the back. Not long ago, he had been informed by his advisor that he would be the last to take the stage, which meant he still had to wait for another 2.5 hours. The individual responsible for organizing the ceremony was undoubtedly a bit of a black sheep. One by one, the students donned in their graduation robes ascended the stage, and the throng of media outlets dutifully snapped a few photos, clearly awaiting the appearance of the final gentleman. Most of the students cast furtive glances in a particular direction, some filled with envy, some with fervor, and others with a dreamy expression, yet there was no jealousy to be found. When one is merely slightly stronger than others, they might attribute it to luck. They would feel envy, resentment, and might even attack or slander you. However, when one is sufficiently powerful, far surpassing others, they lack even the courage to feel envy. All that remains is a sense of awe and profound respect. They will love you, fear you, and revere you. Beneath your feet are countless followers and admirers, their reverence and fear for you flowing like an unceasing river. Clearly, Ghoulie, known as the Golden Superman, belonged to that category of individuals who were undeniably formidable. Ghoulie. Chapter 52. The Graduation Ceremony, Ghoulie. When the name resonated through the hall, a thunderous applause erupted, echoing like the relentless flow of a mighty river, reminiscent of a herd of wild horses galloping across the vast grasslands. Never ceasing, Ghoulie, clad in his graduation robes, gracefully made his way to the stage. Yet, to the fervent fans, his steps appeared as light as feathers, his gaze sparkling like the stars in the night sky. Particularly striking was his warm and confident smile, which enveloped the audience in a comforting embrace. Akin to basking in the sun's radiant glow, the sound of flashing cameras crackled like a storm. Having merely received his bachelor's degree, Ghoulie nodded in gratitude to the principal as he accepted the certificate, desperately wishing he could draw a circle and vanish. However, he knew that was a fanciful notion. As anticipated, the beaming principal invited Ghoulie to the microphone, gesturing for him to say a few words. The moment Ghoulie stepped onto the stage, every pair of eyes in the auditorium fixated upon him, and the principal understood precisely what the audience yearned to hear. Hello, everyone. No sooner had he spoken than the atmosphere ignited like a powder keg, erupting into a fervor akin to a blazing inferno. The students and journalists, propelled by the enthusiasm of the fervent fans, roared with volcanic passion, chanting, "Subo Man, Subo Man, Subo Man." Ghoulie waved in response to the electrified atmosphere. Suddenly realizing that his path as a superhero seemed to have strayed, he was now progressing toward a direction reminiscent of his ancestors. After approximately half a minute, Ghoulie raised his hand, and silence fell over the crowd. For me, this has been a place for learning and growth. Indeed, had it not been for this institution where he met his ex-girlfriend, Sharon Carter, he would not have acquired additional super abilities. Although he had certainly forged numerous friendships, laying a solid foundation for the future. Moreover, its proximity to home allowed him to skip classes at will. Who wouldn't relish that? Many people say I am a superhero. But you, and all of you, my friends, You are the true heroes. The charm of Azu was indeed undeniable. As Guli uttered those words, the crowd's enthusiasm surged once more, their cheers crashing over the auditorium like tumultuous waves, threatening to breach the roof. Suboman, Suboman, Suboman. Guli wore a kind and warm smile as he waved at the audience before returning to his seat. The joy radiating from Azu was truly beyond imagination. Not long after, Tony and Ethan, who had arrived just in time, had initially anticipated witnessing Guli surrounded by his ex-girlfriends. However, they were met with a throng of starry-eyed admirers and fervent devotees. Even the blonde, leggy reporter who often criticized Tony exclaimed loudly, "Subo man, I want to have your children." It seems we have underestimated Gu's influence. He must have more fans than Captain America at this point. It is worth noting that Captain America has endured the rigors of World War II and decades of American propaganda and guidance. After all, who doesn't adore a vanished spiritual leader, especially in America? Yet Guli, having subdued Hulk and Venom on the streets of New York, wielded such formidable influence that it caught both him and many others off guard. It was precisely due to the existence of Superman comics that Guli, endowed with heat vision and flight, found himself at an advantage. After all, Superman possesses similar powers, leading people to instinctively perceive Guli as a paragon of all that is virtuous in humanity. Tony's lips twitched. While others might be oblivious to Gu's true nature, he, Tony Stark, was well aware of the man with whom he had shared a $0 purchase in Wakanda. Yes, that thought crossed his mind. Tony let out a heavy sigh. It was best not to mention it. Even Iron Man had succumbed to a decline, surely influenced by Gu Charlie. Eventually, after the principal rambled on for another half hour, Guli's graduation ceremony concluded splendidly. Following that was a banquet outside, where the principal waved his hand, inviting a multitude of journalists to partake in the festivities, though his warm smile clearly conveyed, "Make sure to write well and promote us." The journalists nodded in understanding, and the banquet atmosphere quickly filled with joyous. The primary lady, Ms. Zhao, naturally grasped Guli's hand, asserting her claim over the glamorous company nearby. In Ms. Zhao's eyes, she could tolerate the first and second, but the existence of a third was absolutely intolerable, much like that woman from London, whom she refused to acknowledge. When she and Guli posed for a photograph together, it ignited a frenzy among the reporters, leading to tomorrow's headline, "Superman's Girlfriend." Click, 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 click. Tony found himself losing interest, as the crowd of reporters and fans surrounding him paled in comparison to the throng by Guli's side. Ethan, observing this, shook his head helplessly, lamenting the wretched competitiveness of men. Tony Stark was typically a calm and rational individual, akin to a well-oiled machine, effortlessly handling any situation. Yet, whenever he encountered Guli, he transformed, becoming like a petulant child vying for parental affection, desperately jostling for attention among his peers, fearing neglect. Ethan speculated that this was perhaps Tony's acknowledgement of Gu, much like how that guy occasionally teased him. The afternoon passed in a whirlwind of photographs and frenzied interviews, until Guli, bidding farewell to the crowd, conjured a grand teleportation circle, whisking his entourage back to the villa. Naturally, they were met with yet another barrage of clicks. The world was utterly fascinated by this mysterious golden teleportation circle. It defied logic, yet seemed perfectly reasonable in the presence of a superhero. Were it not for Guli's overwhelming combat prowess, which instilled a sense of uncertainty in the American politicians, they might have sought to exploit it long ago. Guli sprawled languidly on the sofa, feeling utterly drained. Beside him, young Peter's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Uncle, can I have a few signed photos?" "Why would you want that?" Guli inquired, perplexed. Peter had no apparent lack of spending money lately. The young lad scratched his head and chuckled. "Hey, my girlfriends called me earlier and asked for them. They saw us together on TV. Haha. They never believed me when I said Superman was my uncle." Guli felt a slight headache coming on. Had he inadvertently led his friendly neighborhood Spider-Man astray? Girlfriends? Were they Mary Jane, Gwen, or some other girl? Pick a few. I'll sign them. As anticipated, young Peter chose the photo of himself standing alone with Guli, the superhero. Smart little guy. After fulfilling Peter's request, Guli glanced towards Ms. Zhao and May, who were busy in the kitchen. "I wonder if Wolverine has managed to research the heart-shaped herbal potion." Chapter 53. Currently, Wolverine. As for why he was so fixated on the heart-shaped herbal potion, Guli intended to equip Ms. Zhao and May to the teeth. The heart-shaped herbal potion was merely the first step in his plan. The second step involved nanotech armor, though the technology was still somewhat lacking. Of course, his optimal choice would be Wakandan vibranium suits, as those could be concealed within a necklace. Yet, he was uncertain whether Su Rue had successfully developed them by this time. Perhaps I should take another trip to Wakanda? He felt a twinge of embarrassment. The first time he had borrowed 1,000 tons of vibranium, and the second, for heart-shaped herbs. Was it excessive to pilfer 2 vibranium suits this time? It felt akin to a farmer persistently shearing a sheep, truly a bit overboard. Nevertheless, Guli resolved to find time for the trip. He did not wish to harbor regrets later. The recent attack on the barbecue shop remained fresh in his mind. He never wanted to endure those 7 agonizing minutes again. As for Daisy, who stealthily nestled into his embrace while Peter was away, that could be added to the plan as well. With the ability to generate shockwaves, Daisy would certainly be able to protect herself. Who wouldn't he want to become even stronger? Dinner's ready, Aunt May announced as she brought the dishes to the sofa where the two were cozied up. Guli relished this lifestyle, as it provided him with a sense of home in this foreign world. As for his mysteriously vanished foster parents, they had treated him well. However, it was peculiar that despite the sonic waves gathering numerous surveillance and data, he could still not locate their whereabouts. It was as if they had never existed. "Darling, could you pour me a glass of water?" Once Guli regained his composure, he nodded. But when he handed the glass to Zhao Hailuan, she shook her head, saying, "I can't drink it cold. Give it to me." The little foodie Daisy took it and gulped down a few mouthfuls. Zhao Hailuan smiled at Guli, and as he affectionately ruffled her hair, he went to fetch a glass of warm water. Ms. Zhao was incredibly understanding, like a treasure of a girl. Aside from her stock market misfortunes, Zhao Hailuan had no faults. She had previously gambled all her assets on Stark Industries stock, which had skyrocketed before she sold out and invested everything into Hammer Industries. The outcome was all too apparent. Following the Stark Industries Expo, Justin Hammer had been sentenced to 8 years for alleged terrorism, causing Hammer Industries stock price to plummet. The stock market guru, Ms. Zhao, found her assets once again ensnared in the market. Young Peter devoured a few bites of food before scampering back to his room, undoubtedly to call his girlfriends. May Parker, observing all this, wore a faint frown. "Goo, why don't Peter and I move back?" She was quite worried that little Peter, who idolized Guli, might turn out to be as fickle as him, potentially causing heartache for countless young women in the future. Although the man she had chosen was Guli, she did not wish to see her nephew become like that. It was a contradiction. How could she have not resisted the allure of the thief's ship back then? Upon hearing that Mei Jie and little Peter were about to leave, before Guli could even begin to persuade them, Daisy took the initiative to plead, "Mei Jie, please don't go, I beg you. I can't bear to eat takeout anymore." Mei gently held Daisy's hand, offering comfort. "Why don't you all come over for a meal? It would be convenient anyway." With the existence of a portal, distance was hardly a concern. It felt as if they had separated yet remained together. After sensing Mei's insistence, Guli felt quite helpless. Little Peter had indeed been somewhat misguided under his care. He hoped that during their time apart, Mei Jie's loving education would help bring him back on track. He turned to buy a few suitable feather dusters. "All right, but let us not go back to Queens. The population there is too complex, and the instability is excessive. Let us go to the house Helen and I used to live in." The small villa rewarded by the system had been vacant recently, making it a perfect place for Mei Jie and Peter to move into. "Thank you," Mei smiled, grasping Guli's hand. She was grateful for the understanding and support from the young man regarding her choices. This was precisely why she enjoyed being with Guli. Their lives intertwined while still allowing each other independent space. "But I can't just say thank you." A lengthy VIP chapter swept in once more. 2.5 hours later, Guli, cigarette in mouth, arrived at Grey Wolf's laboratory. "Uncle Wolf, how is the research on the heart-shaped grass progressing?" Upon seeing Grey Wolf's haggard face, he was taken aback. "Uncle Wolf, what happened to you?" Grey Wolf appeared as though he had been completely drained, his eyes tightly shut with dark circles under them, mumbling, "Little leopard, do you submit or not?" "What little leopard?" Guli looked around in confusion. Where was the little leopard? In the entire laboratory, only the equally bewildered mechanical dog and mechanical bird stood guard beside Grey Wolf. "Dog, what's wrong with your boss?" The mechanical dog respectfully replied, "Master, Gray Wolf ate a heart-shaped grass and became like this. Gray Wolf ate the heart-shaped grass and then called for a little leopard? Ghouli's brow furrowed slightly. How long has it been? Why didn't you tell me? About an hour ago. Gray Wolf, didn't he allow us to inform you, master? The dog weakly replied. Damn it, if it weren't for the knowledge that the system would not betray him. Ghoulie would have wanted to give the dog a good thrashing. Had only been a short while, and the dog was already more concerned about its boss than its master. Approximately half an hour later, Gray Wolf slowly opened his eyes. However, Ghoulie found it quite strange that despite Gray Wolf looking weak and haggard, there was a fleeting glimmer of reminiscence in his eyes. How odd, boss. I have fulfilled my duty and secured the heart-shaped grass. Gray Wolf instinctively picked up a cigar and began to puff smoke. This action made Ghoulie feel an uncanny familiarity, resembling how he smoked after a task. Waving off the mechanical dog and bird, Ghoulie leaned in with a mischievous smile and whispered, Uncle Wolf, have you seen the Black Panther goddess? Gray Wolf's eyes widened in astonishment, nearly popping out of his head. Boss, how did you know? Have you seen her? Truly, the boss was formidable, with connections that seemed to reach the heavens. Gray Wolf thought nothing of it, only feeling admiration. Seeing Gray Wolf's expression, Ghoulie inwardly confirmed his suspicions and patted Gray Wolf's shoulder with a smile. In ancient times, Ning Kaichen Wednya Xiaoqian. Today, Gray Wolf courageously approaches the Black Panther goddess. Impressive, truly impressive. Gray Wolf rolled his eyes and exhaled a puff of smoke with a sense of nostalgia. Boss, you should quickly eat a heart-shaped grass and go meet that lady. I told her that from now on, you will be her boss. The Black Panther goddess Batet? Yes, that lady seems to be named Batet. Chapter 54. The Black Panther Goddess. Originally, in Ghoulie's plan, 4 heart-shaped grasses were to be distributed, 1 for Zhao Helen, 1 for Mei Jia, 1 for Daisy, and 1 left for Tony. Why not for little Peter? Because Peter Parker was destined to be Spider-Man. The Spider Totem had chosen him. And the Spider Totem evidently conflicted with the powers of the Black Panther Goddess. Now it seemed he must consume a heart-shaped grass to greet the Black Panther Goddess first, and later procure one for Peter. As for the conflict, it was inconsequential with the relationship between Gray Wolf and the Black Panther Goddess. After retrieving the heart-shaped grass from the system space and swallowing it, Ghoulie slowly closed his eyes, his consciousness seemingly entering a hazy fairyland, surrounded by swirling mist that enveloped him like gossamer. After a while, a graceful black leopard slowly materialized. She seemed a bit awkward as she gazed at Ghoulie without speaking. Greetings. Magnificent Black Panther Goddess, I am Ghoulie. Soon, I will have 3 women, a nephew, and a friend visiting. I hope you won't make things difficult for them. The Black Panther Goddess Batet rolled her eyes in exasperation and nodded. Fortunately, this fellow did not have many family members, and with that troublesome one, it was merely 5 or 7. Was the Wakandan Guard service really this poor that the heart-shaped grass could be stolen 7 times? Goddess, is there anything I need to do here? Ghoulie did not truly understand the source of the heart-shaped grass's power. He had come merely to make his presence known. You may leave. As soon as the words fell, Ghoulie's consciousness returned to his body. He clenched his fists, feeling the enhanced strength within him. Though not substantial, it was better than nothing. With a thought, a sizzling golden portal appeared instantaneously, and Ghoulie returned to Wakanda. Had it not been for the unexpected turn of events with Gray Wolf and the Black Panther Goddess, he had not intended to come back so soon. He had planned to give Wakanda some time to grieve. However, having secured the heart-shaped grass necessitated another visit to the underground canyon of Wakanda. Within the heavily guarded canyon, the vigilant guards stared intently at their surroundings as if they could see the invisible. Ghoulie waved, greeting them as he arrived once more at the nursery where the heart-shaped grass was cultivated. Cersei, due to her eternal lineage, did not require the heart-shaped grass to enhance her powers. And since there were still 2 left, why not take 5 more? Those 2 heart-shaped grasses could be kept as seeds. That way, he wouldn't have to keep taking advantage of Wakanda. Furthermore, even if he refrained from taking them, the heart-shaped grass was destined to be burned by the money leopard. I truly am kind-hearted, Ghoulie thought as he swiftly approached the alert guards, knocking them unconscious with lightning speed. After retrieving 5 heart-shaped grasses, he left gracefully, completing the entire process in under 2 minutes. The alarm in Wakanda rang once more. Upon returning home, Ghoulie, amidst the exclamations of Zhao Helen and Daisy, carried them both into Mei Jie's room. "Darling, I can't today. I'm feeling a bit unwell." Guli quickly explained a few precautions to the two of them and Mei Jie before feeding them the heart-shaped grass amidst their puzzled expressions. The process from their fainting to waking took less than 2 minutes. The Black Panther goddess must have grown weary. After Zhao's lady punched through the floorboard of Mei Jie's room, she clung to Guli excitedly like a bear, showering him with kisses. "I love you, darling. All right, take a couple of days to adapt to your new strength. Don't head to the lab just yet." He treated his family without discrimination. After a brief conversation with little Peter in his room, he had the little one consume the heart-shaped grass. This time, Peter went from unconsciousness to wakefulness in merely 1 minute. The Black Panther goddess was indeed growing impatient. "Peter, you're still young. You mustn't misuse your powers. If you ever need to confront classmates in the future, remember to hold back." The little guy excitedly hugged Guli. "Thank you, uncle. All right, time for bed in a couple of days. I'll take you out to play." Finally, just one more to go. After glancing at his watch, Guli stepped through the portal to Tony's house, where he was immediately greeted with the sarcastic remark, "Goo, you re my true brother. Can we please give a heads up next time?" Guli sighed, feeling disappointed. "I had originally planned to bring you a good gift, but alas, I did not anticipate this. I was aiming for the moon but ended up in the gutter." "Svei's? What does that last part mean in Chinese?" About 10 seconds later, Tony burst into hearty laughter. "Just come over. There's no need for gifts. It feels too formal." After saying this in Chinese, he quickly added, "My Chinese isn't too bad, right? If that's the case, should I not bring a gift?" No. If you personally came all this way, it must be something good." Retrieving the purple heart-shaped grass from the system space, Guli looked at Tony, who wore a face full of flattery, open wide. "Eat this, and you will enter a misty space." Half a minute later, Tony looked at his fists in disbelief, feeling as if he could take down a bull. "Goo, what did you give me? And that talking leopard? It's simply marvelous." Through Jarvis's physical assessment, he found that his current strength even surpassed that of the recorded Captain America. It has heart-shaped grass. Procured from Wakanda, don't let it slip. Its effects are slightly stronger than the super soldier serum. For now, adapt to your newfound strength at home. Okay. Should Iron Man, under the influence of the heart-shaped herb, encounter the Winter Soldier and Captain America in the future, it is unlikely that he would be at a disadvantage. However, Guli believes that Tony would most likely choose to hold back. After all, he is a man who stands shoulder to shoulder with deities despite his mortal form. Yet, being too great can be a double-edged sword. His self-sacrifice would leave Pepper and Morgan as orphans. "I've got to go. That guy Fury has assigned me a task." Once the crackling portal vanished, Tony took several deep breaths to calm his excited heart. After a few attempts, he could not contain his laughter any longer. Ha ha ha. This was the happiest he had laughed since flying in the Mark II. Who would have thought that he, Tony Stark, could possess a physique that rivals Captain America's? No, according to Guli, it should be even stronger than the Captain's. Reflecting on Captain America's old self, a surge of competitive spirit welled up within him. However, if he heard correctly just now, both the heart-shaped herb and vibranium originated from Wakanda. Chapter 55. The Winter Soldier in the Royal Palace of Wakanda. A cloud of sorrow loomed. The notorious thief had returned yet again, having come 3 times in less than 2 months. The first time, he stole 1,000 tons of vibranium, an act that left the old king perplexed. How could someone carry away such an immense quantity? The second time, he pilfered 4 heart-shaped herbs, which, in comparison to 1,000 tons of vibranium, seemed trivial. To their dismay, the thief returned for a third time, absconding with 5 more heart-shaped herbs, reducing their already scarce supply to a mere 11. Consequently, the old King Chaka was left with no choice but to divide the nursery cultivating the heart-shaped herb into 3 separate locations, each heavily guarded. Ironically, it was due to the theft of the heart-shaped herb that it remained preserved in the world thereafter. Of course, the old king had considered the possibility of an insider's involvement, yet after nearly 2 months of investigation, no substantial leads emerged. "Father, I wish to venture outside and see if I can uncover any clues," Prince Chalice suddenly declared. Looking into his son's determined eyes, the old king sighed, "Be cautious, and remember to take the equipment your sister developed. Father, please take care of yourself." The foundation of Wakanda remains unshaken. Do not let these events sadden you. After parting from his father, T'Challa sought out his sister, Princess Shuri. Brother, you're going to the outside world. Will you take me along? I want to see Iron Man and Stark Industries, Shuri rambled excitedly. Typically, T'Challa exuded an air of nobility akin to a charming prince. But at that moment, he gazed affectionately at his sister. Shuri, I am going out on business. You should stay home and continue developing the anti-invisibility monitoring system. That thief may come again. Upon hearing about the thief, Shuri's anger flared. All right, once I finish my work, I will catch him and humiliate him thoroughly. That thief was indeed a bane to Wakanda. Their shields and surveillance systems proved futile against him, as he moved freely within Wakanda as if it were his own backyard. After preparing adequately, T'Challa departed Wakanda with several members of the Royal Guard, choosing New York as their first destination. Meanwhile, in Manhattan, Ghoulie was opening a portal, moving back and forth between two houses. Little Peter had his reservations about moving out. He cherished living there, but ultimately could not withstand Aunt May's unwavering insistence and the threat of her feather duster. The thought of being educated by Aunt May in the future, with no one to rescue him, filled Peter Parker with dread. The endless homework and the inability to chat joyfully with his girlfriends. Sigh. The items to be moved were not many, merely the clothing and study materials belonging to May and Peter. Uncle, you must come visit me often, Peter pleaded, hugging Ghoulie's leg as they prepared to leave. Ghoulie nodded earnestly. Even if it was to reward him, he would surely come by to assign Peter some homework. The joys and sorrows of people do not resonate with one another. Unlike little Peter's anxiety about the future, Daisy was filled with anticipation for becoming a superhero, especially as she thought about joining SH.I.L.D. soon. Her excitement grew. Clinging to Ghoulie's arm, the two entered SHIELD through the golden portal. Upon spotting Ghoulie, Brock Rumlow rushed over, greeting him with enthusiasm. Hey, Superman. I'm Brock Rumlow. May I take a picture with you? Having learned from the director a few days prior that this imposing figure was also a leader within the organization, Rumlow felt reassured. The Hydra operation was undeniably secure. Ghoulie nodded. Hello, Rumlow. I have heard of you. The fervent fan before him was the captain of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Rapid Response Special Forces and a member of Hydra. Known as Crossbones, the advantages of being part of two organizations became apparent. All agents within SHIELD were fans of Ghoulie and colleagues. After sharing a knowing smile and taking their photo, Ghoulie led Daisy to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s testing facility. Nick Fury, waiting for them, nodded. Goo, have Hill assist in testing Daisy's superpowers. There's a mission that requires your attention. From behind Fury emerged a strikingly beautiful agent. Hello, Agent Hill greeted. Although she was stunning, her fate of being killed by the Skrulls only strengthened Ghoulie's resolve to eradicate them. After Hill and Daisy departed, Nick Fury spoke gravely. Natasha encountered some trouble during her mission. This is the last location where she was seen. Barton has already gone ahead. Ghoulie merely glanced at the marked location on the map before a crackling golden portal appeared, and he stepped through. Left alone, Nick Fury sighed heavily, realizing just how formidable Ghoulie was. Regardless of his motives for joining S.H.I.L.D., Fury had only one strategy: to make Ghoulie a true member of SHIELD and the leader of the Avengers. On the other side, Ghoulie found himself amidst an endless expanse of ruins in the chaotic Middle East, seemingly within the territory of the Ten Rings gang. He had no recollection of this particular storyline. Indeed, the film's only recorded fragments and the missions undertaken by SHIELD agents were not presented on screen. The multitude of superpowers Ghoulie currently possessed, shockwaves, fate cards, molecular reshaping, and dynamic light waves, were all offensive means, while his defenses relied primarily on shockwaves, the 50-50 serum, spider totem, and heart-shaped herb. Invisibility and flight were utilized to assist in both offense and defense. Although sound waves could monitor the globe, the situation in the Middle East was challenging. Ruins surrounded him, and there were no cameras in sight. The information obtainable from satellites in outer space was limited. And he did not possess the ability for large-scale reconnaissance, so he could only search slowly for now. The last time Black Widow contacted SHIELD was 2 days ago, while Hawkeye arrived yesterday. However, it was strange that there was no activity nearby. Suddenly, faint gunfire echoed in the distance. Bang! The air exploded, and Ghoulie rushed toward the sound. He saw a long-haired man in a mask, a large star emblazoned on his silver arm. And not far from him lay Hawkeye and Black Widow, evidently injured. Bucky? The long-haired man hesitated for about a second before noticing Gu Li's sudden appearance. He unleashed a torrent of bullets. But then, something peculiar occurred. The bullets transformed into a flurry of petals, a gentle breeze blew, and a hint of confusion appeared on Bucky's cold face. Gu Li soared into the air, delivering a punch imbued with shockwaves that sent Bucky flying thousands of meters away, vanishing without a trace. Afterward, he created a portal and looked at Hawkeye, who had just sat up from the ground. "Can you still move?" "If you could lend a hand, I wouldn't mind," Clint Hawkeye replied with a wry smile. Having come to support Natasha, he had been somewhat careless and was caught off guard by the metal arm. After helping the two up, Gu Li inquired, "Who was that guy?" Although he knew the answer. As a superhero juggling two jobs, sometimes playing dumb was a necessary skill. "I'm not entirely sure. Can you help us back to S.H.I.L.D, Superman? If we wait any longer, the next time you see me, it might be at my funeral." Gu Li, Hawkeye Clint had a sense of humor. Chapter 56. The Iron Wall and Shield's emergency room. The medical team promptly responded, treating the critically injured Hawkeye and Black Widow. Outside the emergency room, Nick Fury anxiously puffed on his cigar. "Gu, what kind of person did Clint and Natasha encounter to sustain such severe injuries?" "The Winter Soldier," Gu Li replied nonchalantly, blowing out a puff of smoke. "What the hell?" Nick Fury's signature shocked expression returned. "The Winter Soldier? What on earth is that? A new superhuman or a terrorist?" Fury bombarded him with questions. Gu Li shrugged. "I'm not entirely sure. When I arrived, it was just chaos, like this. You can get the specifics from Clint and Natasha once they're treated." Some things he said might not be believed by Fury. It was better for Hawkeye and Black Widow to explain. However, he hadn't anticipated they would be so thoroughly beaten by the Winter Soldier. It was rather unreasonable. Although it is often said that a character becomes tenfold stronger when they turn to the dark side, yet only weakens by a third when redeemed. Within the Marvel Universe, if one were to rank those who have diminished in power due to redemption, Bucky Barnes, the Winter Soldier, would undoubtedly be the most formidable contender for the crown. Consider that after his redemption, he engaged in various audacious maneuvers, wielding a machine gun amidst the battle in Wakanda against Thanos, his combat prowess reduced to the same tier as that of Rocket Raccoon. Later, he was further subdued by Okoye of the Wakandan Guard, who, with a mere massage and acupressure, disarmed him of his vibranium arm. The once famed male model of Hydra thus faded into obscurity. Reflecting on the pre-redemption Bucky, he valiantly battled alongside his close friend Captain America, who had been injected with the super soldier serum, and was evenly matched with Black Panther, who had consumed the heart-shaped herb. In this light, it seems rather unjust for Hawkeye and Black Widow to have lost, especially considering the unfavorable terrain for a long-range shooter like Hawkeye in the Middle East. Regaining his composure, Gu Li turned to Liu Dan and inquired, "How is Daisy faring? Does she meet the recruitment standards of S.H.I.E.L.D.? "She fits perfectly. Ahem. Let's allow her to train alongside Agent Hill for a while," Nick Fury replied. Unflinchingly, Daisy Johnson, whom Fury initially assumed to be merely one of Gu Li's romantic interests, seemed to have developed a genuine aptitude after taking Hill's tests. It turned out that Daisy could generate formidable shockwaves akin to seismic waves, even having the potential to induce earthquakes, a veritable weapon of mass destruction. In fact, she surpassed the capabilities of all other agents in S.H.I.L.D aside from Gu Li himself, and her strength was in a league of its own. Fury stifled his excitement and permitted Hill to onboard Daisy, fearing that he might burst into laughter, as the corners of his mouth began to involuntarily lift into a smile. "Gu, if you happen to have more friends like Daisy, do remember to recommend them. We can negotiate on the benefits." Gu Li nodded, acknowledging that while Fury's appearance was less than appealing, his thoughts were rather ambitious. The decision to allow Daisy into S.H.I.E.L.D stemmed from two main factors. First, their home was on the brink of being dismantled by Daisy, and Mrs. Zhao and Mei had no effective countermeasures, ultimately leading the family to decide in a meeting that Daisy should be sent elsewhere to wreak her havoc. Second, Daisy had been idling at home for far too long, particularly after graduating from her studies with Grey Wolf. She had even begun to monitor Gu Li's every move in real time. Fortunately, Sonic did not betray Gu Li, and the taciturn Sonic sent a message, "Master, the mistress wishes to keep an eye on you." Given these two reasons, Daisy was unanimously approved to work at S. HIELD. After discreetly messaging Pierce, Ghoulie apathetically complied with signing autographs and taking photos. Mr. Pierce, during my mission, I encountered a mysterious armored figure. I am uncertain if he is affiliated with the organization, but I managed to send him flying several kilometers. The address is... He sensed that he was gradually becoming a mascot for S.L.D. As over the course of half an hour waiting outside the emergency room with Fury, no fewer than 80 agents approached him for signatures. How could he possibly avoid beef now and still maintain his status? The purpose of messaging Pierce was straightforward. You old rascal, hurry up and provide me with the list of Hydra members. I didn't eliminate that armored figure this time. But who knows about the next encounter? Don't come looking for me if I accidentally take out a Hydra member in the future. Strangely enough, the thrill of being a double agent, working 2 jobs, was quite exhilarating for Ghoulie, serving as a delightful spice to his life. Finally, after another 2 hours, 2 mummies were wheeled out from the emergency room. Fury waved for the others to retreat before asking, Clint? Natasha, may I ask you a few brief questions? With only her eyes visible, Natasha blinked wearily. Go ahead, I suppose. Her bones felt as if they were on the verge of disassembling, and she longed for a chance to rest. Ideally with a prolonged vacation. Do you have any idea about the background of that armored individual? Natasha closed her eyes in annoyance, wishing for an end to her current predicament. Damn Fury, shouldn't he be asking if we need a break or something to eat? Unable to contain himself, Clint weakly interjected, Fury, neither Natasha nor I know much about him. That guy was likely obliterated by Superman's punch, so he's probably dead. Nick Fury remained silent for a few seconds before conceding, all right. Do take care of yourselves, and then left without looking back, intent on investigating whether there were other forces behind the armored figure. Fury signaled for the others to leave and after a brief inquiry, turned to depart. This series of events left only Ghoulie remaining by the bedsides of the 2 patients. Seeing this, Clint had no choice but to plead again. Mr. Superman, could you please call a nurse? I'll take you to them, Ghoulie offered. Through the creaking golden teleportation portal, he guided the 2 into the agent's exclusive ward. The atmosphere turned chilly once more. Natasha felt a bit awkward due to her past undercover work alongside Ghoulie, while Clint, unfamiliar with the surroundings, was at a loss for conversation. Please take care of yourselves. I'll go fetch a nurse. Ghoulie sighed as he exited the ward, sensing that SHIELD was facing some issues. He even felt that given the current situation, he might not need to intervene. It wouldn't be long before SHIELD ceased to exist. Yet, in his recollections, S.H.I.E.L.D. had not been in such dire straits. In fact, it was precisely because he joined Hydra that Pierce and Dr. Zola had become somewhat impatient, secretly hastening the execution of their Insight plan, despite still harboring reservations about Ghoulie. Natasha and Clint's sudden predicament was part of Pierce's broader scheme. He was intent on transforming SHIELD into a Hydra stronghold. The likes of Clint, Natasha, Coulson, and Hill, all close to Nick Fury, had become Pierce's targets. Just after leaving S.H.I.E.L.D., Ghoulie received another phone call from Fury, informing him that someone wished to meet him. After hanging up, Ghoulie muttered softly, I shouldn't have been discovered. Chapter 57. Wakanda's conditions. The individual desiring to meet Ghoulie was none other than the future Black Panther, Prince T'Challa of Wakanda. After departing Wakanda, T'Challa, accompanied by several members of the Guard, hurriedly arrived in New York and contacted SHIELD through the embassy. He wished to meet Superman. Initially, Nick Fury was resistant. Ghoulie was now a significant figure within SHIELD. Deserving of reverence, if fans of Superman began to approach him in droves, Fury was certain that Ghoulie would be overwhelmed, potentially leading him to leave SHIELD. However, when the Wakandan ambassador promised a generous sponsorship of $30 million, Liu Dan hesitated for a brief moment before acquiescing. He did, however, stipulate a condition. The sponsorship funds could not be processed through the public accounts and must be handled through a separate account. And the meeting could not take place within SHIELD. Eager for such an arrangement, the Wakandan side readily agreed, finalizing the meeting location at the Wakandan embassy. Nick Fury cautiously hung up the phone. Taken aback by how smoothly events had unfolded, on one hand, Ghoulie had consented to meet with Wakanda. On the other, Fury had not anticipated that Superman's fans would be so fervent as to offer $30 million just to meet their idol. What a prodigal prince. Such misfortune for his family. Fury mused. The sudden ping of a text notification further astonished him. $30 million had been deposited. Should I discuss the possibility of SHIELD organizing fan meetings for Superman? After all, the offer was exceedingly generous. A prince from an agricultural nation in East Africa, so effortlessly providing $30 million without hesitation. If this became a trend, he might not even need to embezzle funds from S.I.E.L.D. to construct more safe houses. Gazing at the newfound $30 million, Nick Fury pondered, perhaps I should bet on the Celtics winning? After all, the Lakers were trailing 2-3 in the finals. With a decisive wave of his hand, Nick Fury gambled the newly acquired $30 million, adhering to his investment philosophy. Meanwhile, upon arriving at the Wakandan embassy, Ghoulie was met with the enthusiastic warmth of the Wakandan people. The eyes of several female guards sparkled with excitement, seemingly intent on melting Ghoulie with their gazes. They guided him to a private room where T'Challa awaited, rising promptly upon Ghoulie's arrival. Greetings, Superman. Hello, just call me Ghoulie. Faced with the princely figure of T'Challa, Ghoulie felt a twinge of embarrassment and guilt. Initially indifferent during the $0 acquisition, he now felt the weight of his actions as he stood before the aggrieved party. Mr. Gu, I sincerely apologize for asking you to make this trip. I have a matter I wish to discuss with you. Please, go ahead. Could it be that he sought assistance in apprehending a thief? The thought was rather exciting, imagining Ghoulie tasked with capturing himself. It is this. I am aware of your extraordinary ability to alter the molecular structure of matter. Might I trouble you to demonstrate this? Of course, I am prepared to offer ample compensation. T'Challa concluded his proposal, retrieving a piece of vibranium from a nearby briefcase and placing it on the table before them. Ghoulie picked up the small piece of vibranium, examining it thoughtfully. Let me guess, this metal is your exclusive specialty, something only Wakanda possesses, and it is rather scarce. Are you concerned that I might produce countless quantities of this material in the future? T'Challa awkwardly nodded. Mr. Gu, this is vibranium. I trust you have heard of it. In truth, T'Challa's request stemmed from a desire to ascertain whether Ghoulie's powers could indeed enable him to produce vibranium in unlimited quantities. On the other hand, one might ponder whether Ghoulie could possibly be that enigmatic thief. If Ghoulie were capable of mass-producing vibranium, it would be highly improbable for him to be the thief, as he would have no need to pilfer 1,000 tons from Wakanda when he could simply purchase an unlimited supply instead. As for the possibility of exposing Wakanda to Superman and the world, T'Challa expressed that he had grown indifferent to such concerns. The thief had infiltrated Wakanda as if it were an unguarded sanctuary. Whether Wakanda remained concealed paled in comparison to the extraordinary powers possessed by the thief and Ghoulie. After all, if Ghoulie were indeed able to transmute vibranium, it would soon become as commonplace as dirt in Wakanda. Under the bewildered gaze of T'Challa and his sister, Ghoulie grasped the knife and fork on the table, and the steel utensils gradually dissipated, transforming back into a small piece of vibranium. T'Challa stood in a daze for several minutes before gesturing for his sister to step back. Mr. Gu, though it may be somewhat presumptuous, I must request that you refrain from selling vibranium to outsiders. You are welcome to propose alternative conditions, and Wakanda will do its utmost to accommodate you. The developments had gradually exceeded Ghoulie's expectations. He had not transformed the utensils into vibranium through molecular restructuring, but rather had molecularly disassembled the utensils and swiftly retrieved a small piece of vibranium from the system's space as a substitute. His ability to freely convert objects hinged upon his knowledge of their molecular formulas. In other words, to transform a steel coin into vibranium, he needed to know the molecular formula of vibranium without needing to know that of the steel coin, which had been forcibly reduced to a molecular state to create the vibranium's molecular structure. Nevertheless, Ghoulie had not anticipated that T'Challa sought him out to discuss the matter of not selling vibranium externally. Your Highness, such an arrangement would entail considerable loss for me. Ghoulie's demeanor shifted instantly, as if he were genuinely negotiating terms with T'Challa. It is indeed somewhat presumptuous, but Mr. Superman, I reiterate, Wakanda will do everything in its power to meet your needs. T'Challa and his sister simply hoped that vibranium would not become widely available and circulated, as it was the very foundation of Wakanda. Then, Your Highness, what can Wakanda offer me? Firstly, I do not require financial compensation, and given my strength, there is little that can truly harm me. Chala nodded in agreement with Gu Li's somewhat boastful statement before responding, Mr. Gu, what is it that you seek? The atmosphere became awkwardly silent, with one party unsure how to begin, while the other was uncertain of what to offer. How about this, Your Highness? I have a rather immature idea that I wonder if Wakanda could assist with. Please. Go ahead. Gu Li lit a cigarette, pondering for a moment before speaking. As a superhero, combating evil is my mission and responsibility. However, the safety of my family remains uncertain because of this. Thus, I designed a protective suit with Iron Man to withstand most firearm attacks, which can be concealed within a necklace or bracelet. Unfortunately, due to the current immaturity of nanotechnology on Earth, I am unable to manufacture it. If Wakanda could provide assistance, Your Highness, I would agree to use the vibranium I produce solely for personal use and never sell it externally. Gu Li concluded with a resigned expression. Appearing devoid of hope, it was precisely Gu Li's demeanor at that moment that dispelled Chala's sudden suspicions. Mr. Gu, we indeed possess what you seek. Chapter 58. On the Red Spider, Mr. Gu, we indeed possess what you seek. Chala's words had barely left his lips when Gu Li, perplexed, inquired, You share this notion? Then we can discuss it together. Chala shook his head and continued, Mr. Gu, your concept has already been realized in Wakanda. If that is all you require, I can grant you that. Are you certain it has been realized? Indeed. Chala clapped his hands, and a nanotech suit gradually enveloped him, ultimately forming the striking Black Panther suit. Wow. I thought Wakanda was solely an agricultural nation. Do you have anything else? Gu Li feigned ignorance, hastily asking, fully aware of Wakanda's true nature. Yet, to prevent Chala from discerning his act, he felt an Oscar was owed to him at that moment. Upon hearing this, Chala sighed in resignation, having anticipated that things would not be so straightforward. Your Highness, I would like to order 5 sets of that protective suit, and also request a customized black Superman suit. Observing the pained expression on Chala's face, Gu Li solemnly stated, I promise you, not a single gram of vibranium will leave my possession. After a few seconds of hesitation, Chala nodded. Having already availed himself of Wakanda's resources on 4 occasions, Gu Li felt somewhat guilty as he added, Of course, if Wakanda needs assistance, simply call upon me. Both parties expressed their satisfaction with the outcome of the negotiations. Wakanda was relieved of its worries regarding an oversaturation of vibranium, while Gu Li successfully fulfilled his plan to equip Ms. Zhao and Mei. Mr. Gu, do visit Wakanda when you have the time. Thank you, Your Highness. After Gu Li departed, Chala activated the holographic communication device to consult with his sister, who had been present throughout the discussion. Suri, what are your thoughts? Mr. Gu should not be that thief. From afar in Wakanda, Princess Suri responded through the holographic device. I doubt it is him, but I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. Although I can't pinpoint what exactly. Through analyzing Gu Li's voice, Suri confirmed that the voice she had heard in the vibranium mine was not his, yet she could not recall the exact words spoken at that time. Furthermore, the request for 5 suits, plus the custom Superman suit, totaling 6 vibranium outfits, in exchange for merely 2 promises, left her uncertain as to whether they had incurred a loss or a gain. Brother, when will you return? Today, I will fetch the suits and deliver them to Mr.Gu. Gu Li returned home in high spirits, only to find the house empty. May and Peter had moved to another residence. Ms. Zhao was likely at the laboratory researching nanotechnology, and Daisy was with Hill at Shield learning the ropes, leaving him alone and idle in the house. When he arrived at Wolverine's lab, he found Logan engrossed in tinkering with new armor alongside Dog and a mechanical bird. Completely oblivious to Gu Li's presence. Perhaps I should seek out Max for some reward points? With that thought, Gu Li vanished. Previously, he had only triggered a reward once, and Max had desperately pleaded for mercy. When Gu Li reappeared, he found Max lounging on the sofa, looking utterly dejected. Ah! After an exhilarating VIP chapter, Max gasped, leaning against Gu Li, Darling, could you help me find a job? What about Jane and Counselor Eric? Don't even mention it. Jane went on a solo vacation to clear her mind without inviting me, and Eric found a new job, acting all mysterious every day. The world can indeed be quite small. Max's partner, Eric, was Gu Li's counselor at New York University. At that moment, Eric had been invited by Nick Fury to join S.H.I.E.L.D to study the Cosmic Cube, also known as the Space Gem's power. Given that Egg had not informed Ghoulie of this development, it was evident that both SHIELD and Hydra were still assessing him. I graduated only to be unemployed. I had initially planned to attend your graduation ceremony, but I thought, what if your girlfriend saw me? So, I didn't go. Stealing kisses with Superman is far more thrilling. What kind of job are you looking for? Ghoulie cherished their brief romance, as Max was truly stunning, fair, ample, and soft. Anything will do. I don't have many requirements for a job. Ideally, something laid back with good pay and benefits. As soon as the words left his mouth, Ghoulie's lips twitched upon noticing Max playfully toying with her ample bosom. I might as well just transfer money to you. Really? My dear Superman, are you sure you want to support me? Support? That might not be out of the question. After all, earning rewards from Max was quite beneficial, and after their passionate encounters, the system's delightful notification rang out once more. The character Daisy Louise's affection for you has greatly increased. You have acquired the Transformers Red Spider. The Red Spider, a devoted second-in-command of the Decepticons, is a notorious rebel, transforming into an F-22 Raptor fighter jet, serving as the airstrike commander within the Decepticon ranks, boasting the fastest flight speed among the squadron. Daisy, perhaps you should consider going back to work. Being too idle might lead to stagnation. Just as Ghoulie immediately sought ways to keep himself occupied, lest he miss out on system rewards. All right. Darling, please remember to help me find a decent job. I'm off to sleep now. Watching Max close her eyes while still fondling his chest, Ghoulie reluctantly rose to cover her with a blanket. Reminding himself of his resolve to keep his distance from her life, almost losing control. According to the original storyline, Max eventually became a doctoral candidate in astrophysics and joined the Sword Bureau, though the specifics of that journey were left unexplained. Thus, it was imperative not to support her. Such a talented individual should be encouraged to grow and excel. Meanwhile, the Red Spider, stationed at a rural farm by the system, disdainfully challenged Cable to a duel. I am the second in command of the Decepticons. Master hasn't even spoken yet, and you expect me to kneel and become your subordinate? Due to its immense physique, the dinosaur leader, Steel Cable, finds it impossible to remain constantly by Ghoulie's side. Furthermore, as the proud leader of the dinosaur faction, Steel Cable cannot bear the thought of being relegated to the status of a mechanical subordinate. Thus, it has forged its own path. Now that a Decepticon has finally appeared, Steel Cable is determined not to let this opportunity slip away. However, it never anticipated that Black Widow would display such bravery, challenging it to a duel to determine the rightful leader. Even before the replacement of the true adamantium alloy, Steel Cable believed that dealing with a foe like Black Widow would be a trivial task. Let alone now, when it has entirely swapped its materials. With a mere swipe of its hand, Steel Cable effortlessly shattered Black Widow, who, on the verge of collapse, hastily called out to Ghoulie, Master, there was a mishap when Black Widow arrived, Chapter 59, who sabotaged the F-22 in a farm warehouse on the outskirts of New York. Ghoulie stared incredulously at the mangled upper half of Black Widow, taken aback by the unexpected manner of her entrance. Naturally, he believed Steel Cable's account, for the towering figure exuded an air of honesty. And honest beings seldom weave lies. After retrieving the regeneration cradle, Ghoulie instructed Steel Cable to place the shattered Black Widow inside, alongside a substantial amount of true adamantium alloy to reconstruct her new form. With the 1,000 tons of vibranium pilfered from Wakanda, Ghoulie and Tony had split it evenly, 500 tons each, thanks to the diligent efforts of Grey Wolf and his subordinates over several days. Approximately 250 tons of true adamantium alloy had already been integrated. Amidst the massive consumption of electricity and the radiant glow emanating from the cradle, the newly revitalized Black Widow emerged with a commanding presence. Kneeling on one leg in utmost reverence, Master, Black Widow of the Decepticons reports to you, expressing my heartfelt admiration. Thank you, Great Master, for granting me a new lease on life. Ghoulie nodded in satisfaction. F-22 Raptor. Shall we give it a try? Moreover, one must admit that Black Widow had a way with words. He promptly dialed Rhodes. Rhodes, it's me. I've recently acquired a new toy and would like to test it out. Could you provide some cover while I fly? No problem. We're good friends, so you can count on me for this. By the way, let us get together sometime. My nephew is a huge fan of yours, Rhodes assured from the other end. Sure? Bring Tony along. After ending the call, Ghoulie piloted the brand new F-22 into the sky. The sensation of flying was unlike anything else. It was a wondrous experience, akin to playing with a magnificent new toy. As the first operational fifth-generation fighter, the F-22 Raptor's stealth capabilities, agility, precision, and situational awareness combined with its air-to-air and air-to-ground combat prowess, rendered it the most formidable fighter in America. Its maximum speed reached 2,410 km/h, approximately equivalent to Ghoulie's speed in a second. The F-22 soared through the skies above New York, immediately drawing the attention of the American military, with Colonel Rhodes regrettably tasked with the pursuit. Rhodes, with frustration etched on his face, bore the brunt of the situation as he chased after Ghoulie's F-22, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not catch up. This is definitely not an F-22. As an Air Force colonel, Rhodes was intimately familiar with the F-22, yet this aircraft, as observed through satellite surveillance, was not only similar in appearance but also outpaced the F-22 by an unfathomable margin. After half an hour of pursuit, he had yet to catch a glimpse of it. With an influx of directives from the ground command, Rhodes found himself dialing Ghoulie's number. "Ghou, stop this nonsense and land immediately. The Department of Defense is on the verge of losing their minds." The unfamiliar F-22 streaking across American skies felt like a declaration of war to the Defense Department. Rhodes, who aspired to become the Secretary of Defense, could not afford to falter here. Finally, after flying for a while longer, he caught sight of Ghoulie, who appeared utterly unconcerned. Frustrated but unable to confront him, Rhodes thought of a way to resolve the issue. Once they landed, Rhodes, with an exasperated expression, asked, "Ghou, what in the world is this? The F-22 doesn't fly this fast." Ghoulie chuckled and patted Black Widow. And suddenly, a series of mechanical sounds erupted. Under Rhodes' astonished gaze, Black Widow transformed into a colossal mechanical figure, making Rhodes' war machine seem like a mere toy in comparison. "Is that what Tony concocted?" Ghoulie was taken aback for a moment before vigorously nodding. Hadn't he mentioned Tony? But that was just Rhodes' imagination running wild at that moment. Rhodes resembled a child who had just discovered a more exciting toy, carefully reaching out to touch Black Widow with affectionate admiration. Black Widow, duh. Seeing the mournful expression in Black Widow's eyes, Ghoulie shrugged helplessly. "Just bear with it. It'll pass." The entire ordeal lasted approximately 2.5 minutes before Rhodes was jolted awake by the booming voice of the Defense Department. "Minister, this is a creation of Tony's. It's not a big deal. I'll go negotiate with him." Rhodes made yet another promise. Ghoulie struggled to suppress his laughter and cheerfully said, "Rhodes, I think I'll head back now." Upon hearing this, Rhodes quickly interjected, "Whatever you do, don't fly that thing anymore, Ghou. I still want a promotion. OJBK." The shimmering golden portal of transportation materialized instantaneously, and Ghoulie waved his hand, taking Black Widow back to the farm. Seeing this, Rhodes sighed in resignation and soared toward Tony's seaside villa. "What did you say? The F-22 and the Mark 6 armor were both created by me." "Tony Stark?" Tony shouted at a chuckling Rhodes, who clearly had omitted some details, leaving Tony momentarily stunned. "Did Ghou Charlie tell you?" Rhodes scratched his head awkwardly, worried that Tony would misunderstand if he revealed everything. Little did he know that Tony had instantly associated the situation with Ghoulie, further solidifying Rhodes' belief that the F-22 was indeed Tony's creation. Observing Rhodes' expression, Tony snapped, "Damn Ghou Charlie, always pushing everything onto me." Tony had previously witnessed Transformers in their drifting forms, but the flying vehicles had never resembled the F-22 Raptor. They were armed helicopters instead. Has Ghou Charlie acquired another Transformer? Hearing Tony's mumbling, Rhodes inquired curiously, "Tony, what exactly is a Transformer? Is it something like your F-22? It certainly fits the image." Tony roared once more, "Rhodes, I'll say it again. Didn't he make it?" At that moment, a groggy Pepper entered, rubbing her eyes as she regarded the two men with various expressions. "Tony, what have you gotten yourself into this time?" As she observed the suddenly silent Tony and Rhodes, a rather unpleasant thought struck Pepper. Surely, it couldn't be. Had Tony fallen back into his old habits? As Tony's longtime personal secretary, Pepper had cleaned up after his messes more than once, and now, Had he created another unexpected disaster? With tears welling in her eyes, she felt on the verge of crying. Tony merely glanced at her and immediately understood Pepper's train of thought. Hey, Pepper, don't jump to conclusions. It's not what you think. Rhodes, you need to explain this to Pepper. Yes, Pepper, Tony only created one thing this time. But he refuses to admit it, insisting it was Ghoulie who did it. Tony, Chapter 60. An unexpected misunderstanding. After placing Black Widow at the farm, Ghoulie noticed the night descending and decided to conclude this delightful day and head home. However, upon arriving home and embracing Zhao Hailuan, the once cheerful Mrs. Zhao suddenly fixed him with a disapproving glare. She even leaned closer to Ghoulie's chest, taking a gentle sniff. Speak up, Mr. Gu. What's that cheap perfume scent on you? How do you explain it? Ghoulie froze on the spot, feeling guilty. Damn. He had been so careless. After flying the F-22 all afternoon, he had completely forgotten to shower, with May absent from the house. He had no backup. Daisy, meanwhile, wore a bemused expression, smiling at Ghoulie for no apparent reason. Mrs. Zhao, in that moment, looked as if she had caught her boyfriend cheating, glaring at Ghoulie with palpable disdain. Is it that, Daisy, and I can't satisfy you? Are we not meeting your needs? Or is it that I'm not serving you well enough? Ghoulie, like a child caught misbehaving, responded to each of Mrs. Zhao's questions with a meek, no. Then tell me, Mr. Gu, why do you feel the need to seek out other women? Why? After shooing Daisy away, Ghoulie attempted to grasp Zhao Hailuan's hand in a conciliatory gesture, only to have it rejected. With no one else around? Ghoulie finally spoke. Hailuan, I didn't want it to be this way. It's just that I have a superpower that I must, in order to gain that superpower, Mrs. Zhao regarded Ghoulie with a puzzled expression, her small hand reaching up to pat his head. Are you just spouting nonsense? No, really, you have to believe me, Hailuan. After 2 minutes of contemplation, Mrs. Zhao, gritting her teeth, replied, your superpower is truly bizarre. Perhaps it was an unintentional whim of the creator. How can one explain this? Ghoulie could only think of this interpretation. Who would believe such a thing as a system? Who would trust that a system, which surpasses all, could exist? Ms. Zhao, attempting to calm her inner fury, remarked, then why did you seek me out? I possess no extraordinary abilities. As Ms. Zhao's anger subsided somewhat, Ghoulie quickly embraced her, tenderly lifting her chin. Helen, you are different. My love for you is profoundly simple. The couple then shared a passionate kiss, unencumbered by the presence of Mei Jie and little Peter, who had moved out. Just as Ghoulie was about to reconnect, an irritating doorbell rang. Zhao Hailuan promptly pushed Ghoulie away, taking a deep breath while fastening the buttons on her blouse. Go see who it is. There are not many who know our address. Ghoulie nodded in agreement. But upon opening the door, he was confronted by an unexpected trio. A furious Tony, a reluctant Rhodey, and a tearful Pepper. Ghoulie was left speechless. What an odd group. What could have transpired? Upon entering the living room, Pepper's sobs intensified, possibly due to seeing Zhao Hailuan, as her previous grievances spilled forth in tears. Ms. Zhao, holding Pepper, looked at Ghoulie in astonishment. What is going on? Ghoulie shook his head hastily. I have no idea. It couldn't possibly be a matter of emotional entanglements among the three. Could it? After a few moments of contemplation, Ghoulie was the first to break the silence. Rhodey, it's quite late. What happened? Rhodey smacked his lips, momentarily at a loss for words. It was only then that he began to believe that the F-22 was indeed not a creation of Tony's. Let me explain, Tony sighed. Then continued, the incident began with that transformer of yours. After a lengthy recounting of events, Ghoulie was incredulous as he looked at the trio. Is that all? This is what brought you here at such a late hour? Pepper. That transformer was indeed my doing. Ever since Tony got together with you, he hasn't pursued any other woman, despite his previously notorious reputation. But please, believe me, he has turned over a new leaf. Rhodey and Pepper nodded in agreement regarding Ghoulie's assessment of Tony. Only Tony struggled to conceal his indignation. What was it like to be called a cad by Goo Charlie? If looks could kill, Ghoulie would have met his demise several times over. Another amusing aspect was Ms. Zhao, whose heart, previously softened towards Ghoulie, was inexplicably reignited with indignation. She resolved to punish him. A well-deserved punishment. With Tony and Pepper snuggled close together, Gu Li and Zhao Hailuan exchanged glances brimming with unspoken sentiments. Observing this scene, Rhodey sighed heavily as he prepared to take his leave. I should return home to my wife. I shall pass on this dog food. The trio's arrival was swift, and their departure was equally hasty. Before leaving, Tony turned back to Gu Li, gesturing across his throat. You wait. This matter is far from over. Gu Li shrugged. What a mystery. That night, at 9 p.m., after returning from dinner with Mei Jia, Zhao Hailuan donned alluring lingerie and playfully teased Gu Li alongside Daisy. Just as Gu Li intended to revel in the moment, both women unceremoniously kicked him off the bed. If you dare to sneak out tonight, don't ever expect to sleep in my bed again, they chimed in unison. So this was their plan all along? Gu Li lit a cigarette, mentally reciting the calming mantra repeatedly, Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva, while practicing profound prajnaparamita, perceives that all 5 aggregates are empty, thus liberating all from suffering. Shariputra, form is not different from emptiness. Emptiness is not different from form. Form is precisely emptiness. Emptiness is precisely form. He forced down the surging excitement within his heart and body. It seems I must be more cautious in the future. I cannot be discovered again. Gu Li murmured softly. As for not going out, that was absurd. His current abilities barely reached the level of a celestial being, while ahead lay cosmic, multiversal, ultracosmic, and omniversal realms. Until he achieved true invincibility, how could he even consider giving up? After all, the system was his greatest support. Although he could continue his training with his current strength, why would he not take advantage of the existing shortcut? Even if his system had its quirks and limitations, it was still akin to a cheat. Many desired a system and had none. Gu Li once again grabbed a few bottles of beer and made his way to the lab of Grey Wolf. Ever since Grey Wolf had become involved with the Black Panther goddess, he had grown increasingly gaunt. Upon seeing Gu Li, Grey Wolf weakly stated, Boss, I've managed to create the vibranium molecular formula, and I've cultivated heart-shaped herb as well. The nano armor will take some more time. So, may I take a break? Grey Wolf felt utterly exhausted, faced with a capitalist-like boss and a 1,000-year-old resentful little leopard. Even with the heart-shaped herb, he felt overwhelmed. I suddenly miss my wife and little Gray. Hearing this, Gu Li awkwardly offered, Wolf Uncle, do take care. Without looking back, he returned to the living room with the beer. Well, I'll just drink alone. Chapter 61. Vibranium Armor Life returned to a semblance of tranquility, aside from the occasional tasks from S.H.I.L.D. and a call from Pierce of Hydra to thank Gu Li for showing mercy. The Winter Soldier, having been launched several kilometers away, was rescued by Hydra, and Gu Li successfully obtained the list from Hydra. Pierce was evidently fearful, given the frequency of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s assignments to Gu Li. He was worried that before the Insight program could commence, Hydra would be entirely wiped out. Thus, he devised a plan to liberate Gu Li from S.H.I.E.L.D. under the pretext of an external task from the Security Council. Pierce had only one request. As long as Gu Li did not appear before Nick Fury, he was free to do as he pleased. 7 days later, at the Wakandan Embassy in New York, Mr. Gu, here are the 6 sets of vibranium armor customized as you requested. Please take care of them. Chala, once again in New York, appeared to be in high spirits, as if he were in love. Thank you. Prince, should Wakanda require assistance, please do not hesitate to inform me, Gu Li sincerely responded, feeling a deep sense of guilt towards Wakanda for their generosity. He was determined to prevent the old king from being killed by Baron Zemo. But as for the charming nobleman before him, there was truly nothing he could do. The unfortunate passing of the Black Panther actor in reality had led to the demise of the Black Panther in the cinematic universe. Such matters that crossed boundaries were beyond his control. By the way, Mr. Gu, this is my sister, Su Rue, the developer of the vibranium armor. I've heard you have a good relationship with Iron Man. Could you perhaps introduce us? Since earlier, Gu Li had noticed the girl with dreadlocks beside Chala eyeing him intently. Regrettably, he harbored a slight racial bias. He felt indifferent towards the black women. Hello, Princess Su Rue. I'm sure Tony would be thrilled to meet a brilliant scientist like yourself. However, please hold on. I need to call him to ask for his opinion. All right. Thank you. Tony still held a grudge against Gu Li, considering the last incident with the F-22 that nearly cost him Pepper, albeit it was merely a misunderstanding stemming from Rhodey's imagination. Nevertheless, Tony was still rather dismissive towards Gu Li. However, this time, he readily agreed to meet Su Rue as soon as he heard the phrase, "The genius scientist developing nano armor wishes to meet you." Moments later, Guli hung up the phone with a smile. Mission accomplished. Shall we head out now? Sure. He had previously instructed Tony to be careful not to let anything slip. After leading Chala and Su Rue to Stark Industries, Guli left behind a set of vibranium armor and took his leave. The seaside villa was off-limits. That place contained a vast stash of vibranium in the basement, which could easily lead to exposure. After Guli departed, Chala and Su Rue felt a sense of admiration. The superhero had left a set of vibranium armor for Iron Man. Noticing the unusual expressions of the two, Tony curiously glanced at the vibranium armor. "Is this item particularly valuable? Mr. Stark, you may try it on first." With Su Rue's assistance, Tony stored the vibranium armor back into the necklace, then gently tapped the necklace around his neck, causing the black vibranium armor to envelop him slowly. King de Fa. Nanotechnology? Meanwhile, Guli slyly approached Zhao Hailuan's laboratory. Ms. Zhao, intently examining data, was truly beautiful. Unlike the last time when he was ignored, this time, as soon as Guli arrived outside the laboratory, he was surrounded by a group of researchers. "Mr. Superman, may we take a photo together?" Superman, please sign my name." After several encounters, Guli was now able to handle the requests of fans with ease, signing autographs and posing for photos. After a busy flurry, the crowd dispersed, and Guli took Zhao Hailuan's hand, stepping through the teleportation portal once more. Upon arriving home, Zhao Hailuan complained, "In broad daylight, are you really in such a hurry?" Guli playfully tapped her on the head. "Wait a moment, I have something special for you." Carrying 5 sets of vibranium armor, Guli entered Grey Wolf's laboratory. "Wolf Uncle, please check if these nano armors have any issues." Upon hearing nano armor, Grey Wolf instantly perked up. "Let me take a look." Grey Wolf pulled out a peculiar device from his toolkit and began to fiddle with it. After about 2 minutes, he said, "Boss, there's nothing wrong. There's a monitoring program that seems to be linked to a display, but I've already cleared it. With this, the nano armor should be ready in 2 days." Guli sincerely gave a thumbs up. Grey Wolf is undoubtedly the most extraordinary existence among his numerous subordinates, at least equivalent to a combination of Tony and Su Rue. "All right then, I shall take one for myself and leave the rest for you to study," Guli declared as he retrieved a suit from several sets of vibranium armor, encapsulating it within a bracelet before turning back to the living room. "Ms. Zhao, extend your hand." Adorned with the bracelet, Zhao Hailuan complied, gently touching it, and in an instant, the black vibranium suit enveloped her completely, her exquisite curves causing Guli to swallow hard. Ms. Zhao is indeed a treasure of a girl. Contrary to Guli's fixation on her curves, Zhao Hailuan clearly grasped the crux of the matter. "Darling, which company's nanotechnology is this? It's astonishingly advanced. It even surpasses her research by at least 5 to 6 years. It's from Wakanda. I managed to acquire 6 sets through your man. Wolverine is currently examining them in the lab." Aside from the loquacious young Peter, the others were well aware of the existence of Grey Wolf and his Transformers like subordinates. As for why Peter was kept in the dark, it was simply because once he knew, the entire world would know. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hailuan nestled into Guli's embrace and planted a couple of kisses on him. "Darling, let us go take a look together." "All right. But you need to put the vibranium suit away first. It's making me a bit too excited." "TSK, you lecher." After exiting Grey Wolf's lab, Zhao Hailuan found herself engulfed in profound self-doubt. The nanotechnology she had been researching since university paled in comparison to Grey Wolf's mere 2 months of effort. Wolverine had started from scratch, gradually delving into research, and with the newly acquired vibranium suit, a new nanotech armor would soon emerge. Zhao Hailuan remained motionless in Guli's embrace, her hands tightly clutching his back. "Darling, am I really that foolish?" Patting Zhao Hailuan's head, Guli hurriedly reassured her, "My dear wife, Wolverine is an extraordinary talent. He cannot be measured by ordinary standards. Everything unreasonable becomes reasonable in his presence." Guli began recounting the countless inventions of Grey Wolf: weather cubes, handcrafted aircraft carriers, and audacious feats such as confronting the sun. Alongside various manned spacecraft, electromagnetic cannons and energy weapons were mere trifles. Time passed, and Zhao Hailuan, curled up like a little lazy cat in Guli's arms, succumbed to sleep with a smile gracing her lips. Oh dear, today will be another day of torment. Who knows how he endured those 7 days, each day spent under the duress of Zhao Hailuan and Daisy. And today, he still could not escape. Chapter 62. Not Quite Clean. June 17, 2010. After a week of training at S.H.I.E.L.D., Daisy invited her senior Agent Hill, along with the recently discharged Natasha and Clint, and Agent Coulson, who had just returned from vacation in New Mexico, for a dinner gathering that, of course, the brooding director Nick Fury was also on the invitation list. The 6 of them arrived at a mysterious restaurant. Daisy, this place seems a bit too extravagant, Coulson remarked, as one of his girlfriend's dreams was to dine here, only for this establishment to be members only. Not only were the prices steep, but non-members were not admitted. Don't worry, Coulson. I have enough money, Daisy replied, somewhat embarrassed, as she hadn't clarified beforehand and only heard from Ghoulie that the food was decent. The beautiful manager had been waiting at the entrance and, upon seeing Daisy, respectfully led them to the banquet hall on the top floor. Hello, do you require the meal to be served now? Yes. Daisy glanced at the waitstaff, who stood like a group of palace maids in the banquet hall, and waved her hand dismissively, feeling a bit melancholic. She disliked such aristocratic service. It felt too decadent, and to her surprise, the lavish banquet hall had only one enormous dining table, accompanied by an entire orchestra on standby, reminiscent of the royal style of medieval Europe. Once the waitstaff departed, the atmosphere among the SHIELD agents became slightly more lively. I apologize, everyone. It's fine, Daisy. We rarely have the chance to indulge like this, Hill said, taking a liking to the girl who aspired to be a superhero. Indeed, let us enjoy this moment thanks to you, Clint added for comfort. The treatment at SHIELD was decent, but not sufficient for excessive indulgence, especially for someone like him who had several children to support. As they chatted, the dishes began to arrive, a total of 108, each presented as if it were a work of art, both visually and gastronomically splendid. Hill, the elegant lady, fell silent for a rare moment before lifting her head to ask, Daisy, have you come into some money recently? I bought some bets with my brother, Daisy replied. Upon hearing about the bets, a previously gloomy Nick Fury suddenly perked up. Daisy, do you enjoy betting on sports? Daisy quickly shook her head, softly explaining, my brother said it's a sure win, so I placed a few bets. Is it for today's Game 7? Yes. Yes. In response, Fury curiously inquired, but the results of today's game aren't out yet. How can your brother be so confident? He didn't need to think hard to know who Daisy referred to as her brother. Understanding why Natasha's undercover mission had initially failed. Just by looking at the women around Ghoulie, it was evident that Zhao Hailuan and Daisy were on par with Natasha, and they even possessed the innate advantage of dark hair and eyes. My brother said that if he loses, he'll compensate me. Upon hearing this, Fury's mouth twitched in disbelief, and if it weren't for his pride, he would have liked to ask, does Ghoulie need a brother? If possible, being Superman's brother wouldn't be such a bad deal. It was said that the lad had recently liquidated a considerable amount from Stark Industries, enough to build dozens of safe houses. How much did you bet? 30 million on the Lakers to win. Upon hearing this, Fury felt a sense of foreboding. He had wagered the entire 30 million he earned from Wakanda on the Celtics. Could it be? Was Superman able to foresee the future? So you liquidated stocks to dine at that overpriced restaurant simply because Daisy invited colleagues for dinner? Tony expressed his growing confusion regarding Ghoulie, pondering how he could be both a scoundrel and yet at times quite deep, spending lavishly without a second thought. But to claim he wasn't a scoundrel, this man could gather a basketball game with all the women he dates. Just like the ongoing NBA Finals on the screen. Puffing out smoke, Ghoulie lazily replied, the building where the restaurant is located has a decent position. I can move Hailuan's lab there in the future. Goo. That's a bit excessive. Dr. Zhao was specifically recruited from Seoul. Stark Industries had invested considerable effort to recruit Zhao Hailuan, only to have Ghoulie swoop in unexpectedly. Ghoulie immediately retorted, Isn't the nanotechnology brought from Wakanda sufficient for your needs? It remained a mystery what had driven Su Rue and Chala to form a strategic alliance with Stark Industries, sharing technological advancements. Sighing, Tony attempted to persuade, but there's also life sciences. It's a small circle, and it's hard to find someone better than Dr. Zhao in that field. Hailuan merely feels the lab is a bit cramped. As her man, I naturally need to support her. Guli suddenly grinned mischievously at Tony. Hey, billionaire. If you really believe in the future of life sciences, you could consider investing. Whether Zhao Hailuan was inspired by Grey Wolf or not, she was determined to establish her own domain. The reason she had such confidence was that Grey Wolf had agreed to become the chief scientist of her LA beat. Guli couldn't imagine how Grey Wolf would elevate Marvel's technological tree in the future. By the way, Tony, I actually have a great candidate for you to consider. Who? Tony asked with interest. Bruce Banner. You should be quite familiar with him, as only a few of you can be called top scientists. In the absence of the enigmatic Dr. Strange, Guli believed only Dr. Zola could rival these three. Bruce Banner, possessing 6 doctoral degrees, was an expert in gamma radiation. Tony Stark, the man whose head concealed the Mind Stone in the comics. Princess Su Rue, the vanguard of Wakandan research and the developer of the vibranium armor. Yet, before Grey Wolf, they all seemed inadequate. My Uncle Wolf is the greatest across all realms. Regaining his composure, Guli remembered something and quickly added, Oh, by the way, brother, I need your and Princess Su Rue's help with something. Go ahead. They're a rather troublesome race on Earth. They can shapeshift into any human form and even replicate superpowers. Just a moment ago, Tony, who had been lazily reclining on the sofa upon hearing Guli seek help, suddenly sprang up, shouting, Wong Defa, are you sure you're not talking nonsense? To be honest, Tony didn't believe it. But upon seeing the grave expression on Guli's face, he hesitantly asked, Aliens? Skrulls. After a lengthy discussion, once Tony heard Guli's account, he wasted no time dragging Guli off to find Princess Su Rue. Green-skinned. Can transform into both male and female? Tony gagged a few times, his mind racing to recall any past encounters with green-skinned partners, wondering if any of them could have been Skrulls. Goo. I can't shake the feeling that I'm not quite clean. Chapter 63. Hail Hydra, New York. Wakandan Embassy. Upon hearing the intentions behind Guli and his companion's visit, Chala and Su Rue fell into a long silence. The sudden revelation was somewhat hard for them to accept. Although Wakanda had long remained in a state of secrecy, they had never neglected to gather intelligence from the outside world. The spies dispatched to various nations and the Wakandan satellites hovering above the Earth stand as the most compelling evidence, however. The mention of the Skrulls was indeed the first for both of them. Skrulls? Shape-shifting, without any constraints. Chala murmured, lost in thought. Mr. Goo, does this imply that S.H.I.E.L.D. is aware of the existence of the Skrulls? They should be aware, was the reply. The faction of Skrulls remaining on Earth was precisely the selection made by Captain Marvel and Nick Fury, while another segment accompanied Captain Marvel into the cosmos in search of a new homeland. Currently, the Skrulls on Earth were rather compliant and bore no significant conflict with Guli. Yet, for reasons unknown, Guli was resolutely intent on expelling them or dealing with them entirely. Recently, apart from Max, he dared not pursue new connections to acquire superpowers. His primary concern was the possibility of a connection resulting in a female Skrull suddenly transforming into a green-skinned being. If it were a female Skrull, he could endure it with a moment's resolve. But what if it were a male? The mere thought was enough to unsettle Guli, pondering whether his younger brother would be frightened, even though the likelihood of such an occurrence was minuscule. Practically negligible, nevertheless, he could not place his hopes on the assumption that the Skrulls harbored no ill intentions towards him. What if they did? Princess Su Rue, regaining her composure, turned to Tony and said, Mr. Stark, if we are to develop a device to distinguish between humans and Skrulls, we first require a sample of a Skrull. In simpler terms, they needed one or several Skrulls to serve as test subjects for ongoing experiments and data analysis. I will find a way, Guli volunteered. Even if he hadn't spoken, the expressions of those around him revealed that, as the combat powerhouse, he was indeed the most suitable candidate for capturing the test subjects. Su Rue nodded in agreement, adding, it would be best to go to Wakanda. Our equipment here is somewhat outdated. Tony, taken aback, felt somewhat offended. After formulating their action plan, Guli discreetly made his way to the Hydra base in New York, parting ways with the others. Leader Hail Hydra. A group of fervent Hydra adherents saluted and shouted. Hail Hydra. Guli echoed back. Although it was merely a simple slogan, its impact was undeniably palpable. Jiuli had no doubt that, should he command these Hydra soldiers to their deaths, they would march forward without hesitation. Take me to Dr. Zola. Yes, leader. Moments later, a large green face appeared on the computer screen, devoid of any emotion. Gu, regarding the scroll threat, the organization has decided to address it after the Insight Project is implemented. For Hydra, the scroll threat paled in comparison to the dangers posed by other superheroes and potential adversaries on Earth. Doctor, to be frank, this is not the most opportune moment for the Insight Project's implementation. As Pierce sent Ghoulie the list of Hydra members, he also briefed him on the contents of the Insight Project, clearly indicating that Ghoulie had passed the organization's evaluation period. What are your thoughts, Gu? The organization has been lurking for so many years. It cannot withstand further failures or turmoil. The execution of the Insight Project must strike like lightning, leaving S.H.I.E.L.D. no chance to respond. Doctor, we merely need to await the right moment to let the organization's brilliance illuminate the entire world. Meanwhile, the threat posed by the Skrulls will only grow larger with the passage of time. To put it bluntly, what if one day they were to transform into Mr. Pierce? What then could we do, or how could we respond? Oscar-winning actor Ghoulie remarked. Dr. Zola immediately envisioned the three spacecrafts SHIELD was developing. Ascension. Target. Instantaneously, a plan began to take shape. Gu, I shall consult with the leader once more. Do you have any other matters to attend to? Doctor, I require all available data on the Skrulls. The artificial intelligence. Zola pondered briefly before transmitting all internal Hydra data and specimens regarding the Skrulls to Ghoulie. Through his resolute determination to eliminate the Skrulls, Zola concluded that Ghoulie was a purely human entity. Exhibiting obsessive tendencies, violence, and severe racism, he was, in essence, the perfect Hydra leader. Meanwhile, in the banquet hall of S.H.I.L.D., Daisy, you were incredible, you won. With an initial capital of 30 million, Daisy had earned at least 10 million in profit, prompting the seasoned Agent Hill to express her astonishment. The joys of the wealthy are beyond imagination. Yet, the joys and sorrows of individuals do not always resonate with one another, in stark contrast to the merriment of Daisy and Hill. Nick Fury felt only annoyance at the raucous atmosphere. The 30 million he had managed to obtain from the wayward Prince of Wakanda had vanished without a trace, leaving not even a ripple. His already dark demeanor appeared even more somber. Prior to the gathering, Fury had looked burdened, partly due to his gambling losses and partly because of the recent spate of attacks on S.H.I.L.D. agents. Natasha, Clint, and Coulson had all been targeted by a mysterious force. Initially, he had intended for Ghoulie to investigate the matter personally, but he had not anticipated that the Security Council had assigned Ghoulie another task. Talented individuals were in short supply. That Stark fellow was only responsible for financing and providing equipment, rarely engaging in internal operations. Observing the cheerful Natasha, Nick Fury hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. Natasha, could you find time to visit India? The Green Giant? Natasha immediately understood. The previously lively atmosphere turned cold in an instant due to the mention of work. Fury, isn't it inappropriate to send little Nat? If it were any other assignment, Clint would have had no concerns about Natasha's ability to handle it. After all, with years of experience as an agent, she had long since mastered her craft. However, facing that hulking brute posed significant challenges. The disparity in strength was one aspect, while the brute's lack of intellect made it exceedingly perilous. Director, let Ghoulie handle it. Daisy understood the capabilities of the internal agents. If anyone could triumph over the Hulk, it would be Ghoulie alone. Upon hearing this, Nick Fury sighed heavily. Gu has been assigned another task by the Security Council. At that moment, Ghoulie was in India, conversing with a rather simple man. Mr. Superman, are you here to capture me? No, Dr. Banner, I am here to seek your assistance. Chapter 64. Am I really this exceptional? Wakanda. Ghoulie and Tony exchanged nervous glances, never anticipating the opportunity to enter Wakanda so brazenly. Only recently had they participated in a zero-cost acquisition here. Behind them stood Bruce Banner, bewildered and glancing around. Having been invited to the enigmatic realm of Wakanda, he was now collaborating with Superman, Iron Man, and a young black girl to develop a device designed to distinguish between humans and Skrulls. Yet, He could not fathom how this ostensibly underdeveloped agricultural nation, Wakanda, could be so advanced. When had extraterrestrial beings even existed on Earth? In the futuristic, sci-fi laboratory, Bruce took several deep breaths. Stark, let me catch my breath. Just 10 minutes ago, he had been in India, and indeed he was now in Wakanda, facing Superman and Iron Man, with the body of a Skrull laid before him. However, there was an absurd feeling of unreality. He had only been in hiding in India for less than a month. Was the world changing this rapidly? Tony and Sue examined the Skrull's corpse on the lab table for an extended period. Goo. This specimen seems to be quite old, doesn't it? Yes, from 1995. Ghoulie had not anticipated that the Hydra base would possess a Skrull's body. It was likely a remnant from the Skrulls that accompanied Captain Marvel upon her return to Earth in 1995. Where did you acquire this? Not only was Tony curious, but Sue and the now composed Banner were equally intrigued, their eyes fixed on Ghoulie. Within 10 minutes, Ghoulie had successfully brought Dr. Banner over and procured the Skrull's body, an accomplishment that was somewhat alarming. You know I have many fans. This was a gift from one of them, Ghoulie chuckled. Deflecting the inquiry. The matter of being a double agent was best left unsaid. You all keep busy. I have matters to attend to. Such cerebral tasks were clearly beyond his expertise as a slacker. Let the world's brightest minds grapple with them. Regardless of whether they would succeed in expelling the Skrulls or eliminating them entirely, at the very least. Once the device was successfully developed, he could focus on his pursuits of romance, enhancing his own power. He would no longer need to worry about unexpected fright. Upon arriving at the Grey Wolf laboratory, Ghoulie was greeted by the sight of Grey Wolf exhaling wisps of smoke. Boss, I've completed the nano armor. Would you like to give it a try? Ghoulie nodded, accepting the jade-like necklace Grey Wolf offered and draping it around his neck. He then gently touched it, and immediately, countless particles surged forth, enveloping his body at great speed, forming a sleek, silver armor reminiscent of futuristic warriors. The artificial intelligence within the armor is connected to Sonic. I'll arrange for a few satellites to ensure complete coverage of the Earth, Grey Wolf added. Wolf Uncle. I adore you. Ghoulie exclaimed sincerely, growing increasingly excited about how Grey Wolf would twist the trajectory of technology. Grey Wolf smirked, as long as you're happy. Wolf Uncle, should we give it a try together? Sure. This wolf will also venture out for a while. A towering figure and a smaller one, two silver-white suits of futuristic battle armor soared into the sky, instantly gliding through the heavens. Boss, remember to activate the cloaking function? Grey Wolf instructed through the communication device. Okay. Cloaking activated. Unlike the sensation of harnessing superpowers to fly or piloting an F-22, the experience of wearing the nano armor of a future warrior was altogether different. Once airborne, no further actions were required. One could even close their eyes and drift into slumber at high altitude. Boss, this design is lightweight, so I haven't equipped any physical ammunition. The palms of the armor are electromagnetic cannons. After half an hour of experience, Ghoulie felt immensely satisfied. Although it did not reach the level of the Mark 50 armor, it was already quite impressive, at least in terms of speed. It surpassed that of the Red Spider. Wolf Uncle has something to discuss. Blah blah blah. Upon hearing this, Grey Wolf displayed an unusually keen interest, though he shook his head. Boss, have you forgotten? Someone in Wakanda has heard my voice. Ghoulie stood there, stunned, realizing the truth in those words. He had indeed become somewhat too relaxed lately and nearly revealed himself. Then, shall we head home for dinner? In the office of the Security Council Minister, Pierce, after listening to Dr. Zola's suggestion, asked gravely, what are your thoughts on Goo's proposal? Theoretically speaking, Goo is correct. He is a competent Hydra warrior. His analyses of the current situation and his proposals are quite suitable for our circumstances. Zola's consciousness even calculated a more advantageous outcome for Hydra, to have Pierce step down and Ghoulie assume the role of Hydra's true leader. Ghoulie, being a staunch racist, led Zola to believe wholeheartedly that he would guide Hydra to its zenith, reaching for the cosmos and potentially leading humanity to dominate the universe. This notion incessantly assaulted Zola's consciousness, as an emotionless artificial intelligence. He only believed in the outcomes he calculated. He genuinely longed to confront Pierce, urging him to step aside. Yet rational thoughts stymied his consciousness. The timing was not right at the very least. He needed to consult Ghouli's opinion before making a decision. After a prolonged silence, Pierce instructed, relay the order to postpone the Insight Plan's execution and await the opportune moment. After departing from Pierce, Zola was eager to access the screens in Ghouli's residence. However, to his surprise, his consciousness was obstructed by a firewall. Reluctantly, he had to use a nearby public phone to contact Ghoulie before he could enter Grey Wolf's laboratory. Without any pleasantries, Zola cut straight to the point. "Ghou, do you have any other thoughts regarding Hydra?" Gazing at the large face on the screen, Ghoulie queried with confusion, "Doctor, are you testing me? Could it be that he had been exposed?" There was no reason for that. He had never mentioned the mission to annihilate Hydra, so how did Zola, that diminutive figure, come to know? Was it merely derived from behavioral data analysis? Quite impressive. Ghoulie subtly signaled Grey Wolf to act according to his cues. If all else failed, he would have to destroy the Hydra base housing Zola's consciousness. "Ghou, I came to ask if you have any better suggestions for Hydra's future." The impassive face continued. Yet Zola's emotionless voice inexplicably carried a hint of excitement. "Sincere?" Ghoulie inquired. "Sincere, leader?" Lighting a cigarette, Ghoulie pondered for a moment before slowly replying, "Doctor, please explain why you sought me out." "Ghou, your strength is formidable, surpassing that of the former Steve Rogers, yet that is not the primary reason for my visit. I approached you because of your avarice and hedonism." Ghoulie quickly interjected, "You need not elaborate on that. It's common knowledge." "Oh, I have reviewed your experiences over the years, and there is a semblance of conscience, albeit limited. You exhibit tendencies befitting a dictator. Moreover, your unwavering resolve to eradicate the Skrulls indicates that you possess all the qualities essential to become Hydra's leader: cold-heartedness, obsession, violence, racism, and immense power." Ghoulie stood in disbelief, his cigarette burning down unnoticed in his hand. "Am I truly so exceptional?" "Indeed, Ghou, you were born to be the leader of Hydra. Throughout these years, I have encountered no one more suited than you." Chapter 65. Robotic Zola in Grey Wolf's laboratory. Ghoulie awkwardly discarded his cigarette butt. "I promise you, Doctor." Anyone would likely feel somewhat embarrassed when receiving such praise. Furthermore, becoming the leader of Hydra did not inherently conflict with annihilating Hydra. Who says that being a leader precludes one from self-destruction? Currently, only Zola recognized his leadership position. Among the remaining Hydra members, that scoundrel Rumlow would likely be on board as well. His faith in Ghoulie was unmistakable. Ghoulie had no doubt that even if he ordered Rumlow to take out President America, Rumlow would not hesitate, perhaps even asking, "How shall we proceed?" "Then let us confront Pierce. If he refuses, we may have to execute him," Zola urged impatiently. Ghoulie was left speechless. Why did he suddenly feel a twinge of regret? Zola was even more extreme than the second in command, Red Spider, who merely aspired to be the leader. Dr. Zola, however, was ready to eliminate Pierce at the slightest provocation. After all, Pierce was currently the leader of Hydra. "Doctor, I will first assist in creating a body for you." "Leader, my consciousness has been backed up numerous times. I currently have no need for a physical form." The truth was that he looked down upon ordinary bodies. "Are you certain? This is crafted entirely from true adamantium, sturdier than Captain's shield." After a while, once Zola's consciousness was downloaded into the alloy robot, he opened his eyes and curiously surveyed his new form. Incredible, no longer a diminutive figure. "Leader, is this Stark's technology?" Zola recalled that, in contemporary times, only Stark and Wakanda could produce robots of this caliber. "Behind you is Wolfunkel, my chief scientist. By the way, Doctor, how many people can you mobilize within Hydra?" Ghoulie needed to assess whether eliminating Pierce would yield more benefits than drawbacks. Upon hearing this, Robot Zola awkwardly scratched his head. "Leader, you know that I usually handle information gathering and research. Personnel deployment is primarily managed by Pierce and a few others. So, in essence, we are both mere figureheads?" Ghoulie sighed in resignation. "For now. We cannot eliminate Pierce as for the Hydra base housing your consciousness. Doctor, do you think it necessary to relocate?" Zola pondered for a moment before responding. "When time permits, we should download those consciousness backups and leave one behind to mask our activities." After a brief pause, Zola inquired again, "Leader, regarding the Insight Plan." "Doctor, although the Insight Plan is a joint initiative of you and Pierce, let me be clear. It will undoubtedly fail. What we need to do is preserve the power we can control. I do not wish for any dissenting voices to remain within Hydra when the time comes. Understood. Leader, are you truly not going to eliminate Pierce? Ghoulie circled around Robot Zola, hesitatingly asking, Doctor, do you have a grudge against Pierce? No, I simply. You are indeed very composed. Indeed, eliminating Pierce would not offer them substantial benefits. It would merely incite a power struggle within Hydra, from which Zola and Ghoulie would gain nothing. Come, I will show you the base. Passing through a crackling golden portal, Ghoulie led Robot Zola to an outdoor farm. He had essentially purchased all the land surrounding the farm to construct a future base. The basic framework had already been established. Master, Red Spider sends his regards. Red Spider, who had been waiting there, quickly spoke up. Inside the vast factory, Red Spider bowed respectfully, clearly exhibiting a courteous demeanor. Master, when will you bring over a bed? Ghoulie glanced at the hopeful Red Spider and then turned to Robot Zola. A motley crew indeed. What? Do you have a grudge against Megatron? No, Master. I simply believe that a soul as wicked as Megatron deserves to be illuminated by your brilliance. Ghoulie felt a bit embarrassed to expose Red Spider's ulterior motives. It seemed the upgrade to true adamantium had instilled him with newfound confidence, prompting him to seek redemption against Megatron. He then declared his life motto, I am destined to be the leader of the Decepticons. After all, Red Spider had never bested Megatron and had no opportunity to use this life motto against him. Cable. Red Spider, this is our new member, Dr. Zola. From now on, you three are responsible for the farm base. Robot Zola silently observed for a long time, having long forgotten what shock felt like, though he suspected his expression mirrored that of his current demeanor. Leader, is this also a robot? Ghoulie patted Zola on the shoulder. They are Cybertronians, Doctor. The universe is vast, and there is no need for us to bicker on Earth. We should aim higher. Our aspirations lie among the stars. Hail Hydra! Zola saluted Ghoulie and eagerly added, Leader, shall we not eliminate Pierce first? He could hardly contain his excitement to ascend to the pinnacle of the stars and witness the splendor of the universe. Ah! The diminutive Earth, let the SHIEL revel in its play. It is not yet the time to eliminate Pierce. Worry not, there will be ample opportunity for you to take action. At present, we lack like-minded allies and a base. Thus, Dr. Zola, the task of constructing our stronghold is entrusted to you. I have acquired all the nearby farms, and I hope you can transform it into our fortress. Doctor, this marks the inception of our conquest of the universe. What nonsense about Thanos, Ghoulie, aspire to unify the entire multiverse. Ghoulie's lofty ambitions emerged suddenly, yet faded just as quickly. After delegating the task of building the base to the robot Zola, Ghoulie became a hands-off manager, once more ensnared in a blissful existence. May was preoccupied with the reopening of her barbecue restaurant, while Daisy diligently drove to work, earnestly striving to become a true superhero. Meanwhile, our beacon of humanity, Ghoulie, idled away his days, cradling the treasure girl Zhao Hailuan. Connecting to character Zhao Hailuan, acquired superpower evolution card, intermediate. Has the system grown too lazy to tally the occurrences? Darling, I must head to work. Ms. Zhao languished weakly in Ghoulie's embrace. Did you not resign? Why are you going to work again? The feeble Ms. Zhao rolled her eyes. We have been lying at home for 4 months. Ghoulie picked up his phone on the bedside table and glanced at it. October 27th, 2010. Blissful days always seem to pass so swiftly. I wonder if the trio from Wakanda has successfully developed a device to differentiate between humans and Skrulls. Holding his beloved tightly, Ghoulie sighed, I truly wish time could freeze at this moment. Exhausted. Ms. Zhao succumbed to slumber in her lover's arms, while Ghoulie began to ponder which superpower to evolve. Accessing the system. Chapter 66. Cultivating the Dark Grimoire. Name. Ghoulie species. Human age. 22. Superpowers. 50-50 serum. Spider totem. Fate cards. Shockwave. Molecular restructuring. Intermediate. Invisibility. Kinetic light waves. Flight. Heart-shaped herb. Items. Little cricket handgun. Regeneration cradle. Blue giant star destroyer cannon. Dark grimoire replica. Affiliates. Drift. Soundwave. Tape legion. Quintessa. Grey wolf. Colossus. Red spider. Contract object, Dormammu. If this time I were to receive a high-level superpower evolution card, Ghoulie would undoubtedly act without hesitation, evolving molecular restructuring to an advanced level, transitioning from manipulating molecular structures to controlling atomic structures. The sheer power would be unimaginable, truly terrifying. It is worth noting that the molecular manipulation only pertains to subatomic or even smaller scales. Alas, the reward received this time remains an intermediate superpower evolution card, and both cards were obtained from Ms. Zhao, truly a treasure girl. Among his plethora of superpowers, he could first dismiss the 50-50 serum, Spider Totem, Fate cards, Invisibility, and Heart-shaped Herb. Furthermore, Ghoulie's current flight speed, constrained by his physical strength, has yet to reach its pinnacle, making it reasonable to exclude flight as well. After all, even if his flying superpower could be enhanced to superluminal speeds, or even to the level of super speed, it would be futile if he perished before takeoff. The remaining options are shockwave and kinetic light waves, specifically, heat vision. From a functional standpoint, heat vision is currently sufficient, while shockwave offers both offensive and defensive capabilities, making the choice for evolution abundantly clear. Evolve shockwave. Ding dong, your superpower shockwave has evolved to intermediate, with increased power and a wider range. How utterly vague. Ghoulie roughly sensed the power coursing within him. In simpler terms, the difference between pre-evolution and post-evolution could be likened to the transformation of the tremor fruit from dormant to awakened strength. It is nothing short of earth-shattering. He can now trigger an earthquake with a mere flick of his wrist. However, the greedy Ghoulie's moment of joy was fleeting. Replaced by a furrowed brow, he now resembled a barrel composed of various planks, some high, some low. In other words, his physical strength was struggling to keep pace with the surge in power. Steel body. Phoenix Force. Stars gleamed in Ghoulie's eyes, but unfortunately, he would not encounter a true Wonder Woman or the wielder of the Phoenix Force anytime soon. Perhaps I should seek out Carol? The strength of Captain Marvel, disregarding the myriad factors of the second installment, is indeed formidable, and it would not be an exaggeration to call her a powerhouse of the Avengers. After all, this is the cinematic universe, devoid of the mutants and other old-timers that could disrupt the balance of power. At this moment, Ghoulie's only access to a sorcerer of the highest caliber is the Ancient One. Figures such as Kong the Conqueror, the Living Tribunal, the Celestials, and Eternity are unlikely to appear in the cinematic universe anytime soon. Of course, aside from Kong, who Ant-Man could handle, his emergence would not pose a significant threat. Presently, the only women on Earth who could greatly assist him in enhancing his power are the Ancient One and Wanda. The Ancient One is dismissed outright. Even if Ghoulie were starving, he could not bring himself to harm her. As for Wanda, that girl harbors a strong sense of wariness towards Ghoulie. Having seen through his intentions upon their first meeting, perhaps I should explore other dimensions? Ghoulie recalled Wolverine mentioning the existence of a transdimensional device. If fortune smiles upon him and he were to venture into the X-Men universe. Not to mention the Phoenix Force, even acquiring a freezing ability or the powers of Lady Luck would suffice, especially since there are a plethora of Omega-level superpowers there. If he could also encounter a deranged Wanda, experiencing the sensation of being a prime minister might be rather delightful. Strangely, Ghoulie felt that Wanda and her Scarlet Witch state exuded a more compelling essence than her current self. However, upon further reflection, in the face of molecular restructuring, these superpowers seemed somewhat insufficient. Regardless of how formidable the powers of ice and fire may be, I could simply transform them into rose petals. What then would you do? Have I somewhat underestimated my own strength? With this thought, Ghoulie could no longer resist the surge of inspiration welling up within him. After planting a gentle kiss on the slumbering Ms. Zhao, he quietly rose, covered her with a blanket, and stepped through a portal to a secluded forest. The Dark Grimoire. I can finally give it a try. The Ancient One had best not appear. If she dares to, I shall ensure she understands why the flowers bloom so beautifully. With his confidence in his own strength soaring, Ghoulie sat cross-legged atop the mountain, slowly forming seals as described in the Dark Grimoire. A contract request from Shumagorath has arrived. Do you wish to sign? Ghoulie paused in his actions, his brows knitting together. Why is this old sorcerer suddenly seeking a contract? Moreover, the system possesses such a function. Why had he never noticed it before? Let me emphasize, if I were to sign a contract with Shumagorath, Would it be detrimental to me? Gu Li attempted to silently inquire toward the luminous screen in his mind. 1 second. 1 minute. 10 minutes later, the familiar notification chimed in his ear. No. Sign it. If I perish, the birds will fly to the heavens. If not, I shall endure for eternity. What is there to fear? The system has assured me, so why worry? You wish to sign a contract with me, do you? One day, be it Dormammu or Shumagorath, I shall devour you whole. Shumagorath, the legendary god of dark magic, was initially conceived as the source of Wanda's chaos magic. However, as Wanda grew stronger than Shumagorath, the narrative shifted, redefining chaos magic as a primordial power that has existed since creation. Wanda is merely one born with chaos magic, activated by the Mind Stone. As Gu Li formed the seals, countless dark creatures materialized from thin air, their howls echoing through the mountains. Noisy. With a single grasp, Gu Li reduced the howling creatures to mere ashes, casting a sidelong glance at the surviving beings, who trembled and knelt before him. These creatures, summoned by Gu Li, hailed from the dark dimension, where the strong rule, and this is their survival creed. Time slipped by, and a golden halo manifested atop the tranquil mountain. The Ancient One emerged, and upon seeing the creatures surrounding Gu Li, she sighed. You have indeed reached this juncture. Not long ago, she had sensed the fluctuations of dark magic in Kamar Taj and, after some calculations, found herself unable to ascertain the source. At that moment, the Ancient One realized that it must have been Gu Li who stirred up such commotion. With the emergence of countless dark creatures from other dimensions, the Ancient One decided to give this young man a lesson. The prospect of battling the Sorcerer Supreme thrilled Gu Li, his face flushed with excitement, and his body trembled slightly from exhilaration. Sorcerer, it is truly you. Are they not majestic? Chapter 67. The Dark Grimoire. Gu, you are a good child. There is no need to stray from the righteous path. It is not too late to turn back now. The Ancient One gazed at Gu Li, seated beneath her, with a mix of disappointment and concern. After months apart, this young man had indeed grown significantly stronger. However, she was the Sorcerer Supreme of Kamar Taj and the Three Sanctums, the unrivaled leader of the Sorcerer realm. In less than half a minute, she successfully subdued Gu Li, who was practicing dark magic. Lying on the ground, confusion clouded Gu Li's eyes. Who am I? Where am I? What has transpired? As he regained his composure, Gu Li felt a pang of regret. With so many superpowers at his disposal, why had he recklessly employed the dark magic he had just learned? Was shockwave not effective enough? Or was molecular restructuring not potent? Damn! He had once mocked those who opted to save on special effects by using their physical forms, yet now he found himself in a situation worse than theirs. Oh, Master Ancient One, the child recognizes his error. In this day and age, captured as he is, he seems to have no recourse but to plead for mercy. Even if he were to unleash a sonic barrage against Ancient One from the void of outer space, it would likely prove futile. You rascal, why do you harbor malice towards a sorceress? At that moment, during their skirmish, Ancient One discerned the deep-seated resentment and hostility within Gu Li's heart. How dare you say that? Was it not you who first harbored ill intentions towards me? Gu Li retorted, lifting his chin in a fit of rage. I would argue that I bear you little malice, Ancient One replied. If I truly had ill will, you'd have long been confined within Kamar Taj, with no time left to delve into dark magic. Humph! Is your malice not evident? The spellbook you provided me is for advancing the teleportation spell, yet, O Master Gu, do I, a novice in teleportation, require advancement? What I need is instruction on how to learn, and to add insult to injury, you haven't even bestowed upon me a suspended ring. Pray, tell me loudly, Master Gu, does this not constitute malice? Upon hearing Gu Li's accusations, Ancient One sighed, resting her forehead in contemplation, realizing she had forgotten something important. Young Gu, let us set this aside. That does not serve as an excuse for your practice of dark magic. Nonsense. What do you expect? Kamar Taj does not teach me, and yet you refuse to allow me to study on my own. Just look at your pitiful magic. After months of effort, I still cannot master a single spell. While with dark magic, I can learn several in a mere moment. Gu Li's incessant complaints echoed loudly, and a glimmer of light seemed to flash in Ancient One's eyes. She murmured, "You truly can learn several? Why would I deceive you? If you have the courage, release me and let us start afresh. I shall surely make you understand why the flowers bloom red." After a moment of contemplation, Ancient One seized the bound Gu Li, stating, "Come with me back to Kamartaj." At her words, Gu Li immediately pleaded, "Please, Master Gu, I am but a mortal. Do not tarnish the sanctity of Kamartaj. If he were to be imprisoned, who could say how long it would last? How then would he attract women or grow stronger? He had no desire to languish in a cell for the rest of his days. Yet, no matter how he struggled or begged, Ancient One resolutely stepped into the teleportation circle. No. If there had been anyone present at that moment, they would have been astonished to see a formidable individual being effortlessly lifted by a bald sorceress. But such is the harsh reality. Those lacking strength possess no voice. Crossing through the portal, Gu Li was unceremoniously thrown into a chamber, approximately 100 square meters in size, which was filled with towering shelves brimming with tomes. "Young man, this room contains an abundance of books on dark magic. You wish to learn? Did you not? You may leave only once you have completed your studies." Gu Li remained silent for a few seconds before responding, "Very well, but could you please untie me? It is rather uncomfortable being bound. Once I release you?" "Humph." Ancient One waved her hand gently, and the golden ropes binding Gu Li flew into her grasp, vanishing from sight. With a sizzling sound, 2 golden portals suddenly materialized before and behind Gu Li. "Farewell." However, as Gu Li stepped into one of the portals, he was shocked to discover he could not teleport. Turning to see the faint smile on Ancient One's face, Gu Li murmured, "A mirror space." "Oh, you are aware of this?" "Of course I am. For instance, Master Supreme Sorceress, you too have practiced dark magic, have you not?" As soon as the words left his lips, Ancient One's expression returned to its usual calmness, leaving Gu Li unable to discern her current mood. After a prolonged silence, she spoke, "Young Gu, the reason you delve into dark magic, is it because of the future you envision? What other reason could there be?" Initially, his pursuit of dark magic was indeed motivated by such considerations, and once he confirmed through the system that the contract with Zysorn would not harm him, he realized that the previous contract with Dormammu would similarly pose no threat, no disfigurement, no invasion of consciousness, etc. Were it not for this, he would have already dedicated his spare time to mastering that destiny card. Now that he was aware, even if the borrowed magical power was not repaid, it would not affect him, so why not learn? Gu Li, the practice of dark magic can greatly impact your mind. If you continue down this path, you may become a complete devotee of darkness, Ancient One cautioned earnestly. "Fear not, for someone like me tends to value their life and would not recklessly gamble with it." After observing Gu Li for a moment, Ancient One sighed, "Very well, you may go, but should you notice anything unusual, remember to halt your practices." She dispelled the mirror space. Upon witnessing this, Gu Li quickly interjected, "Wait, Master Gu, I still wish to examine Kamarta's collection." Such an array of dark magic tomes was a rare sight. Should he miss this opportunity today? He knew not when he might again be fortunate enough to peruse them. "Very well, but ensure you return them to their proper place once you are done." Ancient One thought to herself that she was getting older. Had this been 10 years prior, she would have undoubtedly confined Gu Li without hesitation. How times had changed. Jiu Li, oblivious to when Ancient One had departed, was now wholly absorbed in the tomes on dark magic. 1 book, 2 books, 3 books. He was like a famished scholar, finally plunging into an ocean of literature, losing track of time and everything else, until the familiar sound of his phone ringing broke his reverie. "Darling, come back for dinner." Reluctantly, Gu Li cast a lingering glance at the shelves within the chamber, wishing he could finish reading before returning. "Leave a mark here, and come back whenever you have the chance." Ancient One's voice echoed from an unknown source. Gu Li nodded. "Thank you." With a thought, the crackling golden teleportation circle reappeared, and Gu Li stepped inside, a confident voice trailing behind as the portal closed. "Once you leave, Kamartaj will be under my protection." Chapter 68. The Contest for Banner, November 27th, 2010. A chamber within Kamar-Taj. Jiu Li rubbed his tired eyes. After an entire month of effort, he had finally completed his study of the dark magic tomes in the chamber, and he could confidently assert that he had amassed a wealth of knowledge in dark magic. How peculiar. I have only managed to learn a single spell from Kamar Taj, yet I can grasp these dark magics at a glance. A natural dark magician, perhaps? Alas! Both Ancient One, in her meditative state, and Guli shared the same bewilderment. She had never encountered such an extraordinary individual in all her years. While Kamar Taj's spells eluded him, dark magic flowed effortlessly, often forming even before he had finished reading the incantation. "Oh, my head!" Ancient One lamented, massaging her forehead. "You are the very embodiment of, hey, Tony, long time no see. What, you've emerged? Oh, I'm on my way." In Wakanda, Princess Shuri, along with Tony Stark and Dr. Banner, had spent 5 arduous months successfully developing and upgrading the device capable of distinguishing between humans and Skrulls. As Guli emerged through the golden portal, he excitedly embraced the trio. "Thank you for your hard work. Indeed, researchers are among the most admirable individuals." Gazing at the device resembling a watch on the table, Guli couldn't help but exclaim, "It is both aesthetically pleasing and functional. Impressive." The three exchanged eye rolls, with Shuri puffing up like an indignant pufferfish. "This is my watch. The device is over there." Following Shuri's, Guli's eyes widened in shock. "I can't believe it." Various exquisite rings, bracelets, and necklaces were neatly arranged in a box. "You transformed the device into jewelry?" The earnest doctor. Banner nodded in explanation. Originally, Tony intended to create electronic products, like phones or watches, but Princess Shuri suggested that electronic devices might not always be on hand, so we made them into wearable accessories. Once a scroll is detected nearby, the device within the accessory will alert the wearer. Of course, this is a personal product. The communal equipment is over there. A camera? Indeed. Guli wholeheartedly gave a thumbs up, realizing that in a world devoid of Doctor Strange, these three collectively represented the pinnacle of intellect. Even Dr. Zola alone would struggle to compete. "Goo Charlie, the question you posed has now been resolved. What are your plans moving forward?" Tony remarked with a hint of irritation. For they had spent 5 months in Wakanda, while Pepper was nearly driven mad. Meanwhile, the infuriating Goo Charlie had vanished for the entire duration. Perhaps it was merely his perception, but Tony felt that Guli had grown more handsome. Once a sunny young man, he now exuded an air of depth and authority. Hearing this, Guli fell into deep thought. Should they all be eradicated, or merely expelled? That was the dilemma. "What do you think, my 3 brilliant friends?" As soon as he finished speaking, Shuri, Tony, and Banner fell into a contemplative silence. "Earth is humanity's home. Do aliens have the right to remain here, especially those capable of shape-shifting? What does this mean for all of humanity? Where will human goodwill ultimately lead? Will it be replaced by the Skrulls, or will humanity succumb to their dominance?" Shuri was the first to break the silence, proposing, "What if we reveal their existence and let all of humanity decide?" To this suggestion, Guli waved his hand dismissively. Banner shook his head, while Tony spoke up. "The opinions of the majority do not determine the Skrulls' fate. Only the voices of a select few hold weight." "Why is that?" "We in Wakanda elect our leaders." Shuri's words trailed off abruptly, realizing that unanimous consent among all leaders meant merely a handful of leaders agreeing, leaving ordinary Wakandans without a say. As several individuals expressed their thoughts freely, they found themselves unable to converge on a consensus. According to Guli's perspective, the solution was to eliminate them entirely, yet this proposal was simultaneously dismissed by the other 3. Ultimately, Tony summarized, as Gu suggested. "The incident originated from Nick Fury and Captain Marvel. That's what they're called, right? I will have a discussion with Fury before making a decision. While we cannot resort to a bloody extermination, we certainly cannot allow them to remain on Earth any longer." Banner and Surue were the first to express their agreement, while Guli fell silent for a moment before indicating his neutrality. He believed that seeking counsel from Egg could yield little, so he thought it best to address that matter later. "In that case, shall we postpone the decision regarding the production of these devices until after the negotiations?" Observing the 3 nod in unison, Guli picked up 5 rings and about 10 cameras from the table. "I'll head home to install these. Tony, Bruce, would you join me?" Bruce sighed with a wry smile. "I don't even know where to go." Due to the presence of everyone, he had been in a state of constant upheaval over the years. Brazil, America, India, and he had even received a beating from Guli in New York. As soon as he finished speaking, two figures swiftly approached him from either side. Grabbing his arms, "Come with me." X2 to this sight, Ghoulie suddenly felt a twinge of regret, realizing that Tony and Su Rue had acted first. What is the rarest resource in the world? Talent point one need only observe Nick Fury, director of S.H.I.L.D, who tirelessly roams in search of exceptional individuals. Even a mere Eric could warrant such secrecy in his operations. Let alone Bruce Banner, who holds 6 doctoral degrees. He embodies not just the identity of a top-tier scientist, but also that of the Hulk, a figure that many factions covet. Whether Bruce Banner joined SHIELD or Hydra, he would be an unparalleled asset in both combat and research. Bruce Banner, taken aback, glanced at the eager gazes beside him. Tony, Su Rue. The unexpected offer of happiness left Dr. Banner momentarily at a loss for how to choose. Chief scientist at Stark Industries, with an annual salary of $50 million, including food and accommodation. Chief scientist in Wakanda, with an annual salary of $100 million, including food, accommodation, and companionship. Ghoulie, with a mischievous grin, was about to interject when he was immediately met with 2 fierce glares. Silence. X2'd in truth, if he had spoken, Banner would certainly not have declined, for he had recently learned a sealing spell in black magic that would ensure he would not transform due to excessive excitement. What might this mean for the Wanderer? Banner? Tony and Su Rue resembled 2 hungry wolves with glowing eyes, fixated on the innocent lamb that was Banner, eager to pull him into their ranks. After half an hour of heated debate, with tempers flaring, Ghoulie quickly intervened. Actually, I just registered a company. How about both of you invest a bit and let Dr. Banner work there? Wouldn't that mean the doctor still belongs to the 2 of you? Chapter 69. The voting meeting indeed. Upon hearing Ghoulie's suggestion, Tony and Su Rue instinctively nodded. After all, bickering endlessly only breeds discord and fails to show respect for Dr. Banner. I'll invest $500 million, Tony declared first. Then I'll invest $1 billion. Su Rue replied with a gleeful smile, clearly indicating to Tony, my family has plenty of money. Seeing this, Ghoulie enthusiastically retrieved several agreements from his bag. Come, sign this agreement, and we shall all be partners. From the moment he proposed the idea to the signing of the agreement, less than 20 seconds had passed, and Tony and Su Rue found themselves bewilderingly transformed into company partners, having barely glanced at the contents of the agreement. Only after Ghoulie had taken Tony and Banner away did Su Rue, beaming with joy, exclaim, "Wait, have I been swindled?" With his handsome face, Ghoulie appeared to be an honest man at first glance, yet his actions were decidedly unscrupulous. What's wrong, Su Rue? Su Rue, with a woeful expression, fell into Chalia's embrace. Brother, I've been swindled out of $1 billion. Upon hearing the sum, Chalia's expression remained unchanged. He merely stroked his sister's hair and asked, what happened? Moments later, after hearing the whole story, Chalia comforted him. Mr. Superman is not that kind of person. Others shared this sentiment, including the belatedly aware Tony, who had just sat down in Nick Fury's office when he suddenly recalled the $500 million agreement. He hadn't even read it. Though Goo frequently has that little robot transfer money to others, surely he wouldn't swindle his own people. Tony thought to himself, casting a furtive glance at Goo Charlie, who was puffing away on a cigar, at that moment. Nick Fury was exceedingly excited. 5 months prior, he had dispatched Natasha to India, but she had failed to locate Bruce Banner. Yet today, without any prior indication, Ghoulie brought Bruce into SHIELD, although the annual salary of $20 million was somewhat burdensome. Considering Ghoulie earned only $12 million a year, Nick Fury felt a wave of relief wash over him. Did the 3 of you come here today for a specific matter? Fury asked, his tone noticeably lighter. However, upon seeing Tony Stark's calm demeanor, a sense of foreboding gripped him. Fury, I'm here to negotiate terms. Upon hearing this, Fury nodded solemnly. Go on. We need to discuss whether there is a necessity for the Skrulls to remain on Earth, or if they should be entirely eradicated. You may choose one of these topics to discuss. Tony wasted no time, plunging straight into the matter, causing Nick Fury to leap up in alarm. Wong Defa. What has happened? Have the Skrulls caused casualties? No. How would Stark know about the Skrulls? Fury, please take this negotiation seriously. I am quite earnest. Nick Fury quickly glanced at Ghoulie for assistance. Don't look to Goo. He is even more straightforward. Eliminate them all. You know he can do it. If he cannot, there's still me, and there's Hulk. Only then did Nick Fury come to realize the gravity of the situation in a fit of frustration. He demanded, why? Give me a reason. Why? A reason? Is one necessary? This is Earth, the home of humanity. You would allow thousands of extraterrestrial beings capable of transforming into anyone to remain here. I must question your intentions. Nick Fury persisted in his defense. They love peace. They are also victims. And so what? Should the entire human race bear the risk? What if their numbers are not in the thousands, but in the tens or hundreds of thousands? Would they be content to remain mere guests? What would happen then? You know better than anyone. Tony's words left Nick Fury in stunned silence. His trembling hand struggled to light the cigar in his mouth, unsure if it was due to excitement or something else. After taking a couple of puffs, he suddenly erupted into a fit of coughing. Cough, cough, cough. After a while, Nick Fury weakly looked at Tony. I need to convene a vote? That's acceptable. As Black Widow, Hawkeye, Coulson, Hill, Daisy, and several others entered the meeting room, they immediately sensed the oppressive atmosphere. Rumlow, who had previously been smiling sincerely at Ghoulie, quickly composed himself upon witnessing the change. Is it serious? Should we notify the organization? However, when Rumlow saw Ghoulie's calm gaze, he instantly relaxed. With the leader present, we're secure. Those attending the meeting were all high-ranking officials within SHIELD. Once everyone had gathered, Nick Fury began, all communication devices must be surrendered. I do not wish for the contents of today's meeting to be heard elsewhere. Hill, please take any phones outside the meeting room. After a few more moments, as Hill re-entered, Nick Fury pressed a button, transforming the meeting room into a steel cage. Before we vote, I will first explain the reason for this session. In 1995, when Coulson was still a rookie, we encountered two factions of extraterrestrials, the Kree and the Skrulls. The war instigated by the Kree left the Skrulls homeless. Following that incident, some Skrulls sought a new home in the cosmos, while others remained on Earth. Each Skrull possesses the ability to shapeshift, allowing them to take on the appearance of any human. The meeting room erupted into chaos. Just moments before, the SHIELD agents had been listening to a story, but now they were suddenly filled with unease, each one questioning whether their colleagues might be Skrulls in disguise. Observing the rising tension, Ghoulie raised his hand to calm the crowd. Once order was restored, he slowly stated, there are two aspects to the vote. First, to kill them all. Second, to expel them from Earth. I have finished speaking. Who is in favor and who is against? The pressure emanating from Ghoulie left everyone trembling in fear, and not a single person dared to voice their vote. Tony sighed in exasperation, noting Goo's ruthless stance. Those in favor of expelling them from Earth, please remain seated. Those in favor of extermination, please stand. Without hesitation, Rumlow rose, but upon realizing he was the only one standing, he awkwardly explained, I am complying with the organization's orders. Nick Fury, seeing this, attempted to salvage the situation. If you agree to let the Skrulls stay, please raise your hand. But as soon as he spoke, he regretted it, for no one raised their hand. He desperately wished to say, those who oppose their staying, please raise your hands. However, he knew that if he did, he would undermine the authority he had painstakingly built as director. Then, I will report the voting results to the Security Council. You may all disperse. Fury pressed the red button once more, and one by one, the attendees of the meeting exited in silence. Daisy desperately gestured towards Ghoulie, inquiring, what happened? Ghoulie waved his hand dismissively. I'll tell you when we get home. After everyone had departed, only Ghoulie, Tony, the newly joined Banner, and Hawkeye Clint remained in the conference room. Tony exhaled deeply and turned to Ghoulie, asking, Superman, what's our next move? We wait for her to return, was the response. Chapter 70. That woman? Which woman? Ghoulie shrugged nonchalantly. Of course, I'm referring to Fury's old flame, the legendary Captain Marvel. If she didn't come back, Ghoulie was genuinely prepared to forcibly expel the Skrulls from Earth. As for his previously displayed inclination to annihilate them, that was merely to temper the expectations of the eggheads. Look, I've spared their lives for your sake. Driving them away is quite benevolent. Don't you think? Clint, who had remained silent during the meeting, suddenly interjected, Mr. Superman, is there a way to identify Skrulls? As someone with a wife and children, his family was undoubtedly his greatest concern and vulnerability, which is why he chose to stay. Just install 2 cameras at home, and you'll be able to tell if they're Skrulls, Ghoulie replied. Thank you. Hawkeye cautiously took the cameras into his hands, ready to head home and set them up. Let me give you a ride. Just tell me the address. Ghoulie held a favorable impression of Hawkeye, considering him a lucky star. After all, in his previous life, every battle Hawkeye participated in ended in victory, while those he missed resulted in defeat. Such a powerhouse must be kept close. Clint nodded and quietly shared his home's location. Suddenly, a crackling golden portal appeared, and as the two stepped through it, Ghoulie's voice echoed back to the conference room. Hey bro, you and Dr. Banner should check out that new restaurant I bought. Due to Clint's emphasis on privacy, I want to disclose his home's location here. At Clint's home, 3 children playing in the yard suddenly shrieked, Mommy, come see Superman. The 3 little ones naturally overlooked the figure of their father standing beside Superman. Seeing this, Clint chuckled helplessly. The kids used to adore Iron Man. Then they switched to you. I feel like a failure as a dad. Yet, Ghoulie could sense the deep love and happiness radiating from Clint's smile. How about discussing with Mrs. Zhao about having another child? The woman who emerged from the kitchen was none other than Clint's wife, Laura, a former agent of SHIELD who had retired after marrying Clint. Hello, Mr. Superman. Please forgive the children for their exuberance. They truly admire you. Looking at the starry-eyed children, Ghoulie smiled warmly. After all, he was quite the celebrity himself. Superman, can you take me flying? Superman, can I see your heat vision? Ghoulie bent down and ruffled the children's hair. Sure, but you must listen to your mom from now on. After enveloping the 3 children in protective energy shields, Ghoulie scooped them up and soared into the sky. After flying for about 10 minutes, Ghoulie gently landed in the yard, and Clint and Laura shot him a playful glare. Ghoulie quickly chuckled, Clint, I must be off now. Otherwise, Tony will blame me again. Clint nodded resignedly, actually wanting to treat Superman to a meal, considering he had previously saved both him and Nat. Truly a good person. As they watched the crackling teleportation portal, the 3 children excitedly shouted, Goodbye, Mr. Superman. The mysterious restaurant, deemed so not due to its location or other reasons, but rather because Ghoulie had yet to think of a fitting name. Tony drove with a slightly dazed Banner, cautioning, Doctor, be wary of Goo Charlie. This tricky fellow will sell you out if you're not careful, and you'll end up counting his money. Banner, still in a daze, chuckled in response, Mr. Superman is a very caring person. Tony slammed on the brakes in disbelief, glancing at the naive Banner. He-s caring. He-s overflowing with it. To Tony, Ghoulie was indeed overflowing with care. To the point of excess, every beautiful woman could feel it. Really, when he came to see me, he specifically evacuated the surrounding refugees and even gave them a substantial amount of money. Reflecting on that day, Banner recounted slowly. All right, but you still need to be cautious. Indeed, I, Tony Stark, have not misjudged my man. Ghoulie remains steadfast in his kind-heartedness. Where are we headed, Tony? Banner, perpetually weighed down by the burdens of being a big guy, felt a bit of social anxiety. Goo previously arranged a gathering for his girlfriend at a nice restaurant. As Tony explained, he suddenly recalled the threat posed by that woman. Doctor, there might be a tough battle tomorrow. We'll need the big guy's help. Tony was uncertain about Captain Marvel's strength, but he rarely witnessed Ghoulie's cautious demeanor, leading him to believe Ghoulie was lacking confidence. I'll do my best. Tony, Banner sighed, realizing that despite his attempts to evade, the big guy could not escape fate. Meanwhile, the woman that Tony had been concerned about was racing towards Earth after receiving a call from Nick Fury. Superman? Huh. Let us see how he fares against a punch first. She genuinely did not believe that someone could step out of a comic. It seemed like a ploy to deceive the honest Fury. In Carol's mind, Nick Fury remained the same earnest man he had always been. At this moment, our earnest man Nick Fury sat anxiously in his office. The issue concerning the Skrulls had arisen rather abruptly, so suddenly that he was momentarily taken aback. How did Tony and the others come to know of the Skrulls' existence? Moreover, from the surveillance footage in the conference room, It appeared Ghoulie had even gifted Clint 2 cameras to identify Skrulls. I can't wrap my head around it. It's truly perplexing, although surprised. Nick Fury was not overly concerned. His earlier outburst in the conference room was simply a moment of confusion. Firstly, whether the Security Council would pass a resolution to expel the Skrulls remained uncertain. Secondly, when Carol returned, Fury could not fathom how to persuade her. Who could possibly contend with the mighty Captain Marvel, capable of tearing apart interstellar warships? Though Ghoulie was formidable, he likely was not yet a match for Carol. At least not based on Ghoulie's current performance. Nick Fury believed this, and so did Tony. As for Ghoulie, if this had been a month prior, he might have thought the same, but now. He chuckled to himself. I won't let you off so easily. At the banquet hall on the top floor of the mysterious restaurant, a single dining table was set amidst the expansive space, laden with 108 exquisite dishes, commonly known as the Manchu Han Imperial Feast. On the opposite side of the hall, musicians played classical court music, the kind that would make one long to indulge. Faced with the delectable spread, Iron Man Tony had no appetite whatsoever. Goo, are you confident? Dr. Banner, who had been savoring the meal, lifted his gaze towards the unperturbed Ghoulie, genuinely curious about the true strength of the woman that Ghoulie and Tony spoke of. Would she excite the Hulk? Tony, let us eat and drink to our heart's content. Chapter 71. She has arrived. Yet another tranquil evening unfolded. Ghoulie soared through the skies, carrying young Peter Parker on his back, with Peter's continuous screams echoing behind him. While flying with Hawkeye's children during the day, Ghoulie realized he had never taken little Peter out for a spin, so after dinner, he decided to take his nephew for a flight. He aimed to be a perfect man, much like Grey Wolf. After landing, Peter immediately began to chatter incessantly, prompting Ghoulie to quickly remind him, Peter, you haven't finished your homework. Oh no. The young version of Spider-Man, due to his cherubic features, appeared to be around 7 or 8 years old, despite being 10. Furthermore, having been raised somewhat askew by his uncle Ghoulie, he seemed to carry a bit of a rogue AI or die in summary. Young Holland, with the swagger of a bully, often danced with his little girlfriends. After managing to occupy Peter, Ghoulie stealthily slipped into May's room. May, just finishing her yoga session, wore form-fitting attire that accentuated her perfect curves. Among Ghoulie's 3 girlfriends, Mrs. Zhao was like a treasure, Daisy was the innocent sweetheart, while May resembled a caring older sister. This was also why he found himself ensnared, rarely spending nights away from home. And as the night deepened, following the VIP chapters, he couldn't help but express gratitude to the brain-damaged system. In his youth, he had been unaware of the system's merits, but now, as he prepared to enter the VIP chapters, minors were advised to leave. After hours of intimacy, amidst the surging waves, the pleasing notification chimed once more. Connected with the character May Parker 500 times. Obtained Unipower Fragment 17. Mysterious Power. Unipower can amplify the host's various attributes: endurance, agility, energy blasts, object manipulation, molecular manipulation, flight, and more. Ghoulie stared in astonishment, his eyes wide. Why has the system suddenly evolved? It never granted fragments before. Moreover, with the emergence of the Cosmic Captain and the mysterious Unipower, was it planning to grant him superpowers from the multiverse-s Spider-Man in the future? The Cosmic Captain and the mysterious Unipower belong to one of the 4 abstract entities known as Eternity, the Guardian of Eternity, whose peak power lies between universal and multiversal levels. As for the superheroes who have served as Cosmic Captains, they include Spider-Man, Deadpool, Doctor Strange, and Invisible Woman, among others. The fragment of 17. If it were the complete Unipower, it could directly signify the mid-arc conclusion of the cinematic universe. The numbering of the MCU is widely recognized as 199999, with the main universe numbered 616, the Ultimate Universe numbered 1610, and the Universe 838, which is infamous for being obliterated by Wanda's actions. Yet, within the 838 universe, Doctor Strange's girlfriend, Christine, informs him that the cinematic universe's number is 616. As for why that is the case, we shall not dwell on it. For the subsequent plot, the MCU number used will be 199999. Returning to the perspective of Ghoulie, he did not anticipate the emergence of Unipower within the cinematic universe. Does this imply that the Inheritor family, which feeds off spider totems, may also make an appearance? Briefly speaking about the Inheritor family, They thrive on various totems and inherently counter all spider totems except for Peter Parker. The source of Spider-Man's powers, the formidable cosmic captain, Spider-Man, was effortlessly defeated by the leader of the inheritor family, Soros, a matter that will be elaborated upon later. Moreover, the eternal aspect associated with Unipower is entirely beyond Gu Li's current capabilities. Xiao Kalami Gu, in a moment of melancholy, rubbed his forehead. What a pity! This time the reward is not the soul sword of Aunt May, which possesses the power of a guaranteed kill, regardless of one's strength. Under the command of Aunt May, one would find themselves utterly defeated. The soul sword originates from the Tokusatsu series, Toei Spider-Man, a work that Stan Lee himself acknowledged as part of the Spider-Man legacy. Unlike the unrecognized works of the Beyond Spider-Man, of course, whether Marvel acknowledges it is inconsequential. For Gu Li, the reward is of paramount importance. If he has the opportunity to acquire the soul sword in the future, he would be invincible. Anyone who displeases him would be met with his wrath. That being said, these Spider-Men from the multiverse and the inheritor family are unlikely to appear in the cinematic universe anytime soon, unless the film company across the wall begins production. With the emergence of Unipower, Gu Li was engulfed in myriad thoughts until he finally succumbed to slumber in the late hours of the night. In contrast to Gu Li, Tony Stark was unable to sleep throughout the night. His fear of insufficient firepower had resurfaced yet again. The wave of helpless despondency overwhelmed his mind, compelling him to remain seated before the screen all night long. Jarvis, how many Mark series suits are combat ready? Tony, his eyes bloodshot, inquired. Sir, excluding medical transport and other non-combat capable units, there are still 42 suits available for battle. After integrating the true adamantium alloy, he had spent 5 months in Wakanda, and the development of the new material for the Mark suits was essentially at a standstill. Not enough, we need more. Could the emergence of a previously unseen Captain Marvel compel him, Tony Stark, to yield? Impossible. He would not succumb nor falter. More. His mind was consumed by the thought of acquiring more Mark suits, as he sought to arm the entirety of Earth, be it aliens or Captain Marvel. Any entity threatening Earth's safety would become the enemy of the Mark Legion. It is oddly fascinating. Originally, the invasion of New York by the Chitauri left Tony with lingering repercussions of insufficient firepower. Now, due to the potential emergence of Captain Marvel, he found himself preemptively afflicted. This was the essence of his character, bearing the flaws of an ordinary person, while the selfishness perceived by others was merely talk. No one ever believed he could become a superhero. Some even claimed he was not cut out for the role. Yet, the outcome was that during the Battle of New York, he charged into a wormhole with a nuclear bomb. Prepared for sacrifice in Sokovia and Titan, Tony was always the one at the forefront. In the climactic battle of 2023, he ignited the fateful snap, standing shoulder to shoulder with deities in his mortal form. Thus, Gu Li would tell him that being a superhero was exhausting. The more one does, the louder the doubts grow. If one were to do it, they should aspire to be a top-tier idol like Ezu, I don't eat beef. Despite their similar personalities, their ideologies often clashed. Yet this time, Tony sought to assist Gu Li. In the Skrull gathering place, Nick Fury was engaged in casual conversation with the current Skrull leader, Talos. Suddenly, a figure surrounded by golden light descended from above, exuding unparalleled power. Fury, where's that Superman? Chapter 72. What kind of man is he? In the Skrull gathering place. Carol, long time no see. Have you found a suitable home? A hint of excitement colored Talos' face. Carol's return after several years implied that she had indeed located a new home for the Skrulls. As the leader of the Skrulls, Talos chose to overlook certain behaviors of his kin over the years. He understood that they had been oppressed for far too long and needed occasional release. Hence, he did not intervene when some transformed into high-ranking officials of human society. However, he also recognized that if such behavior persisted, dissatisfaction would inevitably arise, leading to events unfolding in due time. Indeed, following the endgame, as superheroes gradually retired, the remaining Skrulls on Earth grew discontent and initiated a covert invasion. Talos' inquiry left Carol feeling somewhat embarrassed. She had been preoccupied with liberating other races oppressed by the Kree and had neglected her task of finding a new home for the Skrulls. Soon, Talos. Nick Fury deflected the topic with a jest and turned to his old friend Carol, asking, "Shall we go find him now?" Their seemingly nonsensical exchange left Talos momentarily bewildered. Find who? Superman. What for? Fury, did you not inform Talos? Ultimately, recognizing the inevitability of the situation, Nick Fury disclosed the internal resolution of S.H.I.E.L.D to Talos. Expel us or annihilate us? Talos exclaimed in disbelief, the news arriving far too abruptly for them to prepare. Why? Fury and Talos exchanged glances. Feeling quite helpless, they believe the scrolls are a threat. They? Is it not just that one individual? Carol raised an eyebrow, initially thinking it was a single person's decision. But if it was a collective agreement, then she would persuade them. With her presence, Carol believed the scrolls would not stir up any trouble. Temporarily remaining on Earth should pose no issue. Fury, take me to speak with him properly. She had read Superman comics during her childhood and was simply curious to see what sort of being would dare to claim the title of Superman. Let me make a call. Within 2.5 seconds, a crackling golden portal appeared, through which Ghoulie emerged clad in black armor, emblazoned with a large tomato on his chest, pulsating like a fervent heart. Ghoulie had envisioned numerous scenarios for his encounter with Captain Marvel, such as standing on opposing sides, as was the case now. The moment their gazes met, both perceived the intense battle spirit igniting in each other's eyes. Shall we have a fight? Let us fight. In an instant, the two figures soared into the sky, and within less than a second, they had ascended to great heights. Ghoulie unleashed 2 streams of golden energy from his eyes, colliding with the cosmic energy Carol projected from her arms. The sound of the energy explosion resonated through the skies. On the ground, Nick Fury and Talos could no longer discern the figures of the two in the air. Ghoulie and Carol moved with such swiftness that they had surpassed the limits of human visibility. All that remained was the dazzling display of colorful energy and the golden heat rays emanating from Ghoulie. With a single hand forming seals, a series of crimson magical circles surged forth, instantly accumulating beneath his feet. Defense, strength, swiftness, endurance. Over 100 magical circles converged at his feet. At that moment, he appeared as the most resplendent beacon in the sky. This was the result of Ghoulie's month-long self-study at Kamartaj. He had become a master of black magic in the modern world. After pursuing him for a while, Carol soon realized she could never catch up to that infuriating figure, who clearly had no intention of engaging in close combat with her. Can you fight like a man? Carol's thunderous shout reached Ghoulie, causing him to furrow his brow. Do you eat oil cakes? I am a long-range black magician. Do you expect me to engage in close combat? After dodging the cosmic energy unleashed by Carol's arms, Ghoulie brought his hands together, executing a dazzling series of gestures in rapid succession. Manifest! Countless dark creatures emerged from another dimension, enveloping the entire sky in an instant, drowning Carol's figure within. Ancient One, noticing the anomaly above New York, cast a bemused glance at Ghoulie, who was surrounded by over 100 magical circles. Does this kid not realize that the borrowed magic power must be repaid? To augment oneself with so many magical circles was sheer extravagance. Throughout her years as the Sorcerer Supreme, she had never dared to use magic in such a manner. Wasteful. Suddenly, Ghoulie felt every hair on his body stand on end as a wave of terrifying energy washed over him. He beheld Carol suspended high in the sky, radiant with colorful light, resembling a celestial being. The magical creatures that had previously engulfed her had been completely annihilated. Binary form? Ghoulie promptly set aside his playful demeanor, realizing that Carol was now taking the matter seriously. Superman, you are impressive. Boom, boom, boom. The invisible shockwaves of an explosion rippled through the skies, a consequence of the two bodies colliding, creating a sonic boom. The sound resonated like thunder, echoing through the heavens, akin to the wrathful roar of a deity, shaking the very fabric of the world and inducing involuntary tremors in those who heard it. Below, the gathering of scrolls had already been obliterated by the residual energy from their battle. Nick Fury shouted into the sky, "Cease this, you two! Stop fighting at once." Should the conflict persist, not only would New York face utter devastation, but the compensation for the damaged buildings alone would cripple us. Fortunately, the scrolls were allies, and negotiations regarding reparations with Talos could provide some leeway. Lost in thought, Ghoulie found himself thrust towards the ground by Carol, leaving a deep trench in his wake. The earlier shout from the egghead had led him to believe it was raining heavily. Regaining his composure, Ghoulie unleashed a shockwave, propelling Carol high into the atmosphere. He then surged upward, the two of them battling their way from the heights of 10,000 meters into outer space. As the combatants vanished from sight, Nick Fury exhaled a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. At least we can still afford the damages. In another part of New York, Tony and Banner were fixated on the images transmitted by the Stark satellite. Jiu Lee and that woman were unleashing their true power in outer space. And the nearby America satellite was caught in the crossfire, suffering devastation as countless satellites fell prey to the heat vision and cosmic energy wielded by Carol. Tony, it seems we won't need to intervene. Superman should be more than capable of handling that woman alone. Tony, his eyes filled with a fierce intensity, nodded in agreement, regretting the night he spent worrying about Goo Charlie, only to realize that they were holding the upper hand. He murmured softly, Goo is this strong now? I never saw him fly into outer space before. Suddenly, the satellite signal flickered as if lost, and in that moment of frozen imagery, Jarvis's voice broke through. Sir, it appears Gu and his adversary have engaged in battle on the moon. Chapter 73. Arguments over victory on the moon. Two entwined figures plummeted from the sky, crashing with a resounding thud that created a deep crater on the lunar surface. According to the law of no injury with smoke present, as the dust settled, Ghoulie was revealed, gripping Carol's neck as he demanded, Are you conceding? Are you conceding? Years later, Ghoulie would summarize his experience with a singular piece of advice. Never engage in combat with a woman, unless it is on the bed. At that moment, an enraged Carol seemed to have lost her sanity, spitting at Ghoulie who was atop her. The sight left Ghoulie utterly bewildered. Spitting? Wasn't that something children did during fights? For heaven's sake, you are Captain Marvel. How could you behave so undignified? If you have the guts, let go of me and come at me again. Having never tasted defeat in her years, Carol found it utterly unacceptable to be questioned about her submission while being held by her neck. Jiu Lee, in a teasing manner, reached out with his other hand and lightly tapped her cheek. Let you go? You rather plain-looking, but your thoughts are quite grand. Unintentionally, he spoke his mind, and no sooner had he finished his sentence than an overwhelming wave of terrifying energy surged forth from Carol beneath him. The explosive force sent Ghoulie tumbling over, as Carol appeared to have gone berserk. Did you just say I'm ugly? Ghoulie hastily defended himself. No, I didn't say that. Don't misinterpret. The Carol before him was undoubtedly exhibiting the duality of a star. Clearly off-kilter. Ugly? Is that right? Look at how handsome you are. What transpired next remains a mystery to all. The two combatants who had taken their quarrel to the moon resurfaced 2 days later at a farm base on the outskirts of New York. Carol wore a radiant smile, akin to the first light of dawn, her demeanor reflecting her newfound elation, having shaken off the earlier defeat at Ghoulie's hands, at least in the realm of arguments. She had never experienced loss. Conversely, Ghoulie appeared pale, as though he had just awakened from a nightmare, feeling as if he were on the brink of disintegration. Indeed, one should never engage in a quarrel with a woman. There are no winners. He felt utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally, perplexed that as a king of Zuin with eloquent language, he could not best Carol in a verbal duel. The two superhumans had bickered for a full 2.5 days, resulting in a stalemate, with neither able to sway the other. They ultimately decided to postpone their debate for another day. When Ghoulie returned home for a bath, he fell asleep almost immediately, only to be carried to bed by Ms. Zhao. Where have you been? You look utterly spent. Far away, in Camartage, the supreme sorceress, Ancient One, shared her thoughts. The youth of today certainly know how to play. She had never witnessed a quarrel escalate to such proportions. These two extraordinary individuals were truly a rare pair. A sight to behold. Nick Fury and Talos waited for a full 2.5 days without any sign of Carol's return. What puzzled Fury even more was Ghoulie's silence. It was as though they had both vanished from existence. Could they have met their end together? As that thought crossed Fury's mind, it struck him with relentless force, causing him to clutch his chest in agony. The pain was unbearable, but he had lost two of its most pivotal assets, crucial for the future formation of the Avengers. Superman, Captain Marvel gone? Without you, how can I continue? Nick Fury slammed his fist down, filled with regret and frustration. Craving solitude, he had been foolish to agree to expel the scrolls. Why had he summoned Carol back? Now, both of his aces were gone. Even if he managed to assemble the Avengers in the future, finding individuals with the strength of Carol and Ghoulie would be impossible. The pain was excruciating. Talos stared at Fury's retreating figure, sensing a profound solitude in his departure. Is it over? Are we not being sent away? Yet, no one answered his query. Similarly perplexed were Tony and Banner, who had been closely monitoring the battle. Doctor, do you think they've become addicted to fighting on the moon? Tony was utterly baffled. Had it not been for Banner's intervention, he would have flown to the moon to witness the outcome of their clash. 2 days had passed since their battle had begun, and not a whisper of news had emerged regarding the victor. Tony, let us wait a bit longer. Both Superman and that woman are immensely powerful. They should be fine. Bruce Banner had always considered the Hulk to be humanity's greatest threat, but upon witnessing the devastation caused by Ghoulie and that woman's battle, he realized that compared to them, the Hulk seemed almost endearing. After all, the destruction the Hulk caused was merely a localized, singular attack, while those two, especially Superman with his heat vision, were akin to a colossal area of effect weapon, wreaking havoc on a scale far beyond the Hulk's. Carol's cosmic energy blasts were equivalent to the force of artillery shells. During their aerial skirmish, the shockwaves alone had obliterated structures within a several-kilometer radius, but fortunately, the area was relatively remote, preventing any casualties. Days passed, and for those anxiously awaiting news, the time felt torturous upon waking. Ghoulie glanced at the concerned faces of his wives surrounding him, feeling a pang of guilt. Their expressions were filled with worry, and upon seeing him awake, they hurriedly inquired, "Are you feeling better?" Their genuine concern only deepened Ghoulie's remorse. I really messed up. He had never anticipated that Captain Marvel would react so explosively. He had no idea that an insult could trigger such fury. Hearing her appearance described as ordinary had sent her into a frenzy, and no amount of apologies would suffice, even as she unleashed a torrent of insults in 7 different languages. That was unbearable. For a full 2 days, he had never engaged in such a heated exchange. After all, being able to curse was one thing, but fighting tooth and nail was another. Carol had fought as if her life depended on it. The process was painfully torturous, yet the outcome was unexpectedly rewarding. He had gained 3 in cultural knowledge after 2 days of bickering, along with 3 new superpowers. After years of binding with the system, Ghoulie had never reaped such bountiful rewards as he had now. Feeling stronger than ever, he pulled his girlfriend close, cherishing her presence. Ghoulie resolved to spend quality time with his girlfriend and nothing else for the foreseeable future. He then drifted back into a deep slumber. In a mysterious dimension, a frail woman clad in purple robes wielded a mining shovel, mechanically repeating the motions of digging. 1 scoop, 2 scoops, 3 scoops. In this dark, unknown place, she had been mining for a whole year. Who knew how she had endured it? That wretched human. She had merely succumbed to the impulse of touching that man's chest muscles. And due to her lack of finesse, she had startled him awake, and so, she had been banished to this wretched place to mine. That filthy creature deserved to suffer. Chapter 74. 3 new powers, through the teachings of the character Carol Danvers. Your cultural knowledge has increased by 3, and you have acquired energy absorption, the ability to absorb most forms of energy in the universe and immunity to it. You have gained energy manipulation, the ability to control various types of cosmic energy. You have acquired piloting skills, proficiency in operating various flying vehicles. Aside from the piloting skills, which left him somewhat perplexed, the other 2 powers were undoubtedly excellent. Energy absorption extends from solar radiation to various cosmic energies, even down to electric rays, all of which can be harnessed, also serving to augment one's physical power. It bears a resemblance to the mutant ability of Sebastian Shaw, the Black King from the X-Men, yet possesses a higher ceiling than that of Shaw. Furthermore, it grants immunity to most cosmic energies. Truly, this is befitting of a superhero named Captain Marvel. The mere ability to absorb energy fully maximizes Ghoulie's magical resistance. In a wonder, during their earlier confrontation, Carol was able to disregard heat vision. Moreover, energy absorption is akin to a combat exploit. It allows for the siphoning of life force and energy, ensuring infinite stamina during battles. Imagine facing an opponent who, after expelling energy upon striking you, can then manipulate that very energy against you. Utterly unfair. As for energy manipulation, it enables control over various cosmic energies, such as unleashing powerful energy waves and lasers for long-range assaults, making it a perfect complement to energy absorption. Were it not for Guli's multitude of superpowers, he might have already succumbed in his battle against Carol. Nevertheless, he remains unable to contend with her, with Carol's magical resistance fully charged. Rendering her immune to heat vision, Guli counters with molecular reconstruction to combat the cosmic energy she wields. Ironically, it is shockwaves that most effectively counter Carol's fully charged magical resistance. Though even so, her physical defenses remain formidable. One could assert that, based on Carol's combat prowess depicted in the two Captain Marvel films, excluding the illogical plot devices necessitated by the narrative, she stands as the most powerful force within the Avengers. As for why she is not permitted to snap her fingers or why she cannot outrun Thanos' blade, those inquiries are best directed at the director. Among the myriad superpowers Carol possesses, Guli yearns most for cosmic awareness and binary form. Cosmic awareness, a precognitive ability far surpassing Spider-Man's spider sense, offers a macro-level foresight, encompassing perception across the universe, often referred to as the seventh sense. The binary form represents Carol's most superlative state, drawing its power from mysterious white holes in the cosmos, in stark contrast to black holes that absorb all. White holes radiate energy outward. In her binary form, Captain Marvel has wounded beings wielding the power of millions of stars and has even captured a director of a family planning office, not to mention her remarkable feat of igniting a Kree sun. Showcasing her as a true super scion. As always, I am unavoidably greedy, Guli self-deprecatingly muses, before burying his head into Ms. Zhao's embrace and drifting into a deep slumber. There's nothing quite like the comfort of one's own bed. The cot at the farm base is rather unyielding. The following morning, Nick Fury finally received a call from Carol, facilitated by the second-in-command at the farm base, Red Spider. Carol, what's the outcome? What you lost? How is that even possible? Fury's reaction caused Carol to become flustered. She was at a loss for words. Unsure how to articulate her feelings. Surely, she couldn't tell Fury that she had developed an extraordinary friendship with Guli instead of confronting him as intended. Fury, consult with Talos. I'll take a few days off to escort them away from Earth. After hanging up, Carol reminisced about the previous day's madness, resting a hand on her forehead in despair. Why was I so angry? That guy is merely a bit more attractive and slightly more capable than average. Indeed, he was rather handsome. Carol couldn't fathom why, and neither could Guli, who was at home watching television with Ms. Zhao. Why hadn't he been able to restrain himself? It was undoubtedly the allure of her superpowers that drew him in, and the peculiar connection they shared, initially a subtle push and pull, had sparked something within him. As for what transpired later, it spiraled into a rivalry where neither Guli nor Carol would yield, continuing to resolve conflicts that brute strength had failed to settle. The outcome? Mutual exhaustion. It's worth noting that these are two superhumans who needed a full day to recuperate, illustrating the intensity of their earlier clash. Darling, the research lab needs more personnel, Ms. Zhao suddenly remarked while nestled in Guli's arms. Although they had inexplicably secured two substantial investments that alleviated their financial woes for the foreseeable future, Ms. Zhao enjoyed the sensation of being supported by Guli. However, they were critically short-staffed. Even if Wolverine could easily replace several scientists, they still required assistance to manage the mundane tasks. Guli playfully pinched Ms. Zhao's cheek. I'll figure something out. I have a few fans who might be suitable. Feeling somewhat overwhelmed, he almost forgot his earlier promise to help Max find employment, having only received 2 rewards from her thus far, indicating that he still had to put in more effort. Indeed, he needed to strive harder. His system wouldn't yield any rewards unless he actively worked for them. Guli was not inherently unworthy. He simply desired superpowers. On that note, Max's best friend, Jane Foster, the girlfriend of Thor, also happened to be an excellent scientist. Additionally, Betty, the girlfriend of Bruce Banner, and General Ross's daughter, who could potentially become the future president, were both fine options. Let there be no misunderstanding. They were merely outstanding scientists. Although Guli appreciated beauty, he had not yet reached the point of desperation. Had he traversed time earlier or acted sooner, it might have been different, but alas, he had not seized the opportunity. Guli contemplated his options, realizing that the number of female characters within the cinematic universe he could pursue was rather limited. Especially among the powerful superhumans, Among them was Clea, the niece of Dormammu, who made her appearance in the WandaVision series, the white-haired woman in purple garb, the future ruler of the Dark Dimension. This Clea is not to be confused with the other Clea, a promising choice indeed. Furthermore, Aisha, the High Priestess of the Sovereign, also known as the mother of Adam Warlock, who stands at a striking 190 centimeters with golden skin, could potentially yield Adam Warlock's superpowers as a reward. This individual could truly become a formidable ally. Adopting a living tribunal as a son. Chapter 75. New members. Adopting a living tribunal as a son. It doesn't seem entirely implausible. However, there lies a complication. The High Priestess Aisha's race places great emphasis on genetic breeding. To ensure the absolute purity of their lineage, the Sovereign utilized custom-designed artificial cocoons for reproduction. They exhibit little interest in natural conception and may even harbor disdain for it. Adam Warlock, Aisha's son, was not born through natural means, which complicates Ghouli's pursuit of her. Moreover, Aisha is a haughty queen who demands carpets be laid before her footsteps. Yet, the mere thought of her long, exquisite legs sends Ghoulie into a frenzy of excitement. Ms. Zhao, nestled in his embrace, rolled her eyes and muttered, "Control yourself during the day." Her words only fueled Ghouli's fervor. In an instant, the living room transformed into a scene of springtime exuberance, with rhythmic sounds echoing throughout. Upon announcing the departure, Talos, the leader, faced mixed reactions among the Skrulls. Some rejoiced while others mourned, yet many remained perplexed. Why? There's no reason. SHIELD has issued a notice for complete evacuation within a month, or face the consequences. Talos himself could not articulate his emotions. Half of him felt lost and resigned, uncertain of the Skrulls' future, whether they would continue to wander or remain pursued by the Kree. The enmity between the Kree and Skrulls spans millennia, involving the three major empires of the galaxy and the Nova Corps. The details can be discussed later. The other half of his emotions was worry. Those of his kin who had transformed into high-ranking officials had become ensnared in America's corrupt lifestyle and would certainly resist leaving. According to the information from Fury, the once mighty Captain Marvel had been defeated, overcome by the recently ascendant Superman. Should the Skrulls refuse to depart, Superman would undoubtedly unleash a massacre, as Fury had warned. Talos glanced at his daughter, Gia, played by Daenerys Targaryen, who had already adapted to human societal norms. How could he explain their predicament to her? Talos fell into deep contemplation. Meanwhile, at S.H.I.L.D., Nick Fury took the time to arrange for dozens of agents to assist the Skrulls in their evacuation. His willingness to comply stemmed from two factors. One, Carol's request, and as a longtime friend, he trusted her implicitly and accommodated her needs, which reflected their mutual understanding. The second reason was that a previously unknown, mysterious force that had been attacking SHIELD agents had fallen silent, granting him a brief respite to consider the formation of SHIELD and the Avengers. Superman, Iron Man, the Hulk, Black Widow, and Hawkeye could already form a rudimentary framework for the Avengers. Nick Fury would oversee the entire operation, Superman and the Hulk would serve as the combatants, while Black Widow and Hawkeye would manage the intelligence system. As for Iron Man, Tony Stark, he would handle the finances. In the near future, Fury planned to assign Coulson the management of S.H.I.L.D., allowing him to focus on the various matters concerning the Avengers. The idea of forming the Avengers could be traced back to 1995. When he and Captain Marvel Carol faced the Kree together, it was from that moment that Fury began to contemplate the formation of a team composed of superheroes to confront various threats. Now, the necessary personnel were in place to establish the Avengers, though it would be even more advantageous if the Asgardian god of thunder were present. Fury's thoughts drifted to Thor. There will be fried chicken, there will be beer, and there will be the god of thunder. Although the impending expulsion of the Skrulls was a source of considerable concern for him, the mere recollection of Carol's recent phone call, in which she stated that she would frequently return to Earth, instantly brightened his mood. He was acutely aware of the priority between the Skrulls and Carol, particularly as opinions within S.H.I.E.L.D. were remarkably unified regarding the expulsion of the Skrulls. The only puzzle that eluded him was why Carol had changed her mind. She had never expressed a desire to return to Earth before. I can't fathom it, truly can't. At that moment, the formidable Hill knocked and entered. Fury, Stark, and Superman have brought over the identification devices. Just place them in the storage room. I will seek out Talos shortly. The vast array of devices designed to identify Skrulls illuminated a stark reality for Nick Fury. The notion of expelling the Skrulls was not a sudden conception from Tony and Ghoulie. It had been meticulously planned for quite some time. As expected of Stark, he can create such devices. After this remark, he felt not sadness but rather a surge of excitement. After all, Stark was an advisor to S.H.I.E.L.D. Meanwhile, our Iron Man, Mr. Tony Stark, was welcoming new members to the fold. Only the trio of Tony, Ethan, and Ghoulie had finally welcomed a new member, Bruce Banner. The Hulk. Tony, are you and Superman forming a little club behind S.H.I.E.L.D.'s back? The honest Banner's face was filled with confusion. If a paragon of virtue like Superman could join a small group, one could only imagine the treachery that permeated society, prompting Banner to consider retreating into seclusion once more. Doctor, we harbor no ulterior motives. Our sole aim is to safeguard Earth's security. You know, S.H.I.E.L.D. is somewhat entangled with the upper echelons of America. Upon hearing this, Banner nodded in agreement. The Super Soldier program, which had been revived years ago, was spearheaded by the military in conjunction with the American government, IT, was precisely due to that program's unforeseen consequences that he became the Hulk. And the abomination was subsequently born, in the eyes of the higher-ups, the importance of super soldiers far outweighed the safety of ordinary citizens. Is Superman not coming? He and Ethan will be here shortly. Tony suddenly recalled something and hastily added, Doctor, we haven't yet settled on a name for our organization. Banner felt a twinge of regret, but considering his annual salary of $20 million, he decided to endure. With his S.H.I.E.L.D. salary and what Superman's company offered, working 3 jobs would soon enable him to purchase a magnificent mansion. Tony, why don't you and Superman decide? I'm not particularly adept at naming, Banner said earnestly. For reasons unknown, as soon as Banner finished speaking, he noticed Tony's mouth twitching several times. Goo, he has already come up with a name, but Ethan and I find it a bit too ostentatious, not befitting our image. The honest Banner immediately inquired with curiosity, what is it? What could provoke such a reaction from Tony? The Explosive Gang. Chapter 76, 6 Infinity Stones, New York. Manhattan. Stark Tower. A completely self-sufficient skyscraper powered by an arc reactor, utilizing entirely clean energy, later to be known as Avengers Tower. The small group of 4 underwent a fair and transparent voting process, ultimately deciding to name their organization, the Explosive Gang. During the voting, Tony unhesitatingly cast a dissenting vote. The name was too flamboyant, even for him. Tony Stark. Dr. Ethan also abstained. He was currently living quite freely, operating a global surveillance network composed of Transformer Soundwave and numerous Stark satellites. Whenever terrorists were detected, a quick phone call would summon Superman to resolve the issue in an instant. However, he often found it perplexing that Superman would rush in wearing nothing but his underwear. And whenever he appeared in such attire, it was always with overwhelming force, instilling terror in the hearts of terrorists. Consequently, Superman's fanbase had spread across the globe, with his exposed upper body driving women wild. That said, the newly inducted Honest Banner voted in favor to avoid complications and out of trust in Ghoulie's character. With a narrow margin of 2-1, the illustrious Explosive Gang's Marvel division was established. The leadership was shared between Ghoulie and Tony, with Dr. Ethan serving as logistics chief, and Dr. Banner overseeing the research department. The newly formed Explosive Gang's most pressing task was to monitor and ensure the complete evacuation of the Skrulls from Earth. The surveillance cameras across New York streets have been replaced. The next phase involves the cameras donated by Stark Industries being systematically replaced across America, which should take about 20 days. Some will inevitably slip through the cracks. Goo, is there any other way to identify all the Skrulls at once? As soon as Tony finished speaking, everyone turned their gaze toward Ghoulie, as if he could resolve any difficulty. I'll think of a solution. This kind of large-scale search across the globe was something only Professor X, Charles, could accomplish, but unfortunately, there were currently no mutants within the MCU. They would need to venture into the Fox universe, or perhaps wait for Deadpool 3 to be released. Alternatively, one could find a way to connect with Wanda and obtain chaos magic, followed by the declaration, "No more Skrulls." However, the chaos magic just acquired might not be potent enough for such a bold statement. It would require several evolutions to attain that level. Moreover, Wanda harbored considerable prejudice against Ghoulie, believing he was merely interested in her for unsavory reasons. Her anticipated outcome was correct. but her objective was misguided. Gu Li was indeed interested in her, but even more so in chaos magic. If all else fails, he might consult Ancient One for advice. After this thought crossed his mind, a golden circle crackled into existence at Gu Li's command. I'll seek out a big shot for consultation. Outside Kamarta. Shortly after Gu Li arrived, having toyed with the fate cards a couple of times, Ancient One's voice echoed from a distant portal. Come here. Ancient One gave Gu Li the impression of a senior, akin to a caring elder. In truth, he was very protective of Gu Li, concerned he might stray from the right path. Master, is there a spell for locating a specific race on a massive scale? What are you planning? Ancient One needn't guess. He already knew Gu Li was up to no good. Was it possible that the young lad wanted to become a slave master? Young man, trafficking in black slaves is an inhumane act, Ancient One admonished. Master, you misunderstand me. I am seeking extraterrestrials, specifically the scrolls hiding on Earth. Blah blah blah. After a brief pause, having listened to Gu Li, Ancient One's usually impassive face bore a slight frown. You are changing again, Master. My very existence is a transformation. I have no ulterior motives. I simply wish to live better. If possible, I wouldn't mind taking the Earth along to a better future. Upon hearing this, Ancient One was taken aback for a few seconds, then fell into a contemplative silence for several minutes. All right. I will assist you this time, but you must cover my appearance fee separately. Now it was Gu Li's turn to be astonished. He stared wide-eyed, incredulous. What? To put it in your terms, superheroes need to eat and spend money too. This seems quite reasonable. Doesn't it? Reasonable. Reasonable. Gu Li nodded fervently. Problems that could be solved with money were not problems at all. If a problem could not be resolved, it undoubtedly meant insufficient funds. Considering the timing, Quintessa's mining career was nearing its end. He would ensure she helped transfer some funds from others. As that little scamp had left behind some traces previously, which were tracked down by Jarvis and Zolud, Quintessa's skill in transferring money to others' accounts should surpass Ultron's. Once the troublesome scrolls were dispatched, he could finally seek out new superpowers. He had refrained from searching for new connections for quite some time, worried about finding a green-skinned scroll. Meanwhile, with the concerted efforts of various factions, the evacuation of the scrolls from Earth proceeded smoothly. Wakanda provided ships for the scrolls' departure, while necessary supplies were jointly sponsored by Tony Stark and Gu Li. Initially, there were some extremists reluctant to evacuate, but after Gu Li captured over 100 scrolls and imprisoned them in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s facility within an hour, they complied with the evacuation process. Finally, a month later, the bothersome scrolls completely evacuated Earth. Departing for the depths of the cosmos under Carol's guidance, Gu Li rested his head on Ms. Zhao's lap, glancing at the date. January 11, 2011. Calculating the time, the long-frozen Captain America, who had been in suspended animation for 70 years, was soon to be unearthed from the Arctic ice by S.H.I.E.L.D., and the inaugural Avengers battle in New York was on the horizon. Gu Li eagerly anticipated that day, not for any other reason, but to witness whether his arrival would affect the timeline and whether the Tony of 2023, along with others, would traverse back to New York in 2012. In truth, the current Thanos had yet to conceive the idea of using the Infinity Stones to annihilate half of the universe's life. It was not until around 2012 that he would entertain such a notion. At that time, he would bestow the Mind Stone upon the wandering Loki, enabling him to lead the most wretched Chitauri army into an invasion of Earth. Little did he expect that his attempt to pilfer would result in a net loss. The Cosmic Cube, also known as the Space Stone, eluded his grasp, and the Mind Scepter was lost as well. The Space Stone was subsequently returned to Asgard by Thor, while the Mind Scepter fell into the hands of Hydra. Moreover, Ronan the Accuser, a Kree whom Thanos had high hopes for, ultimately failed to obtain the Power Stone, which was instead left on Xander under the watchful eye of the Nova Corps. The Reality Stone, identified as the Ether, was entrusted to the Collector by Asgard. The Time Stone, along with its container, the Eye of Agamotto, was safeguarded by the Order of the Sorcerer Supreme, the most enigmatic of the Infinity Stones. The Soul Stone was protected on Vormir by the former Hydra leader, Red Skull. This encapsulates the information regarding the 6 Infinity Stones within the MCU. Perhaps I should embark on a quest to collect all 6 Infinity Stones and surprise Thanos. Once this thought ignited, it spread through Gu Li's mind like wildfire, inciting an uncontrollable ambition. Since I am already here, I cannot let this opportunity go to waste. The three great empires of the galaxy, the Nova Corps, the Celestials, along with the four abstract entities and the living tribunal, paint a vast cosmic landscape, and Ghoulie aspires to ascend to a position of power. A faint smile graced his lips when suddenly, a soft touch sealed his lips. What are you thinking? You seem quite pleased. Ms. Zhao, do you aspire to be a queen? Chapter 77. Shockwave. Through the guidance of the character Daisy Lewis, your cultural level has increased by 1. And you have acquired Transformers Shockwave, along with the companion pet, Lizardin. As Ghoulie perused the book, Astrophysics, he mused, this reward is rather splendid. He had come to notify Max to return to work. However, upon seeing Ghoulie after months of seclusion, Max went a bit wild, retaliating with intensive lessons that triggered the conditions for a third reward. Shockwave, the Decepticon military operations commander, one-eyed, and exuding an air of authority, was the true second-in-command of the Decepticons. Not to mention, his pet, the ancient Cybertronian beast Lizardin, loomed at hundreds of meters tall. Were it not for the exorbitant cost of special effects, Lizardin would undoubtedly have left a legendary mark in Transformers history. At 1,080 feet tall, or approximately 329 meters, when fully expanded, he would occupy the size of 3 football fields. Lizardin was the largest Transformer among Ghoulie's current subordinates, dwarfing even the 25.6-meter-tall leader of the Dinobots. Grimlock, this mount and pet, Lizardin, was undoubtedly impressive, rivaled perhaps only by the Emperor of the Universe. Moreover, should a material replacement for Lizardin be required, it would likely consume over 1,000 tons of true adamantium, a veritable treasure trove. Another dilemma arose. Lizardin's massive size rendered him incapable of fitting into the regeneration cradle. Ghoulie realized he had underestimated the rate of consumption of the alloy, but fortunately, he had already learned the molecular formula for Wakandan vibranium, allowing him to produce it at will. Thus, he no longer needed to fret over alloy materials. Reflecting on his situation, he considered that the only one potentially more impressive than Lizardin might be Megatron. Along with his 3 main lieutenants, Soundwave, Shockwave, and Starscream, all of whom were now his subordinates, that fellow had become a mere figurehead. Additionally, given the current circumstances, it was only a matter of time before he would summon the Emperor of the Universe and the Primordial Celestial. These two were entities on par with the creators of Transformers, their powers likely comparable to the top-tier Celestials within the Marvel Universe. The Celestials, created by the first Celestial, exhibited varying strengths due to their distinct roles. Some tasked with combat while others were responsible for measurement and assessment. The Celestials made their first official appearance in the MCU in Eternals. I am so looking forward to this. Ghoulie's eyes sparkled with anticipation. When the Emperor of the Universe unleashed a blast towards the Celestials, he couldn't help but feel a thrill at the thought. I should now be able to easily handle the purple potato essence. Perhaps I should change my target to the Celestials? As the pinnacle of power within a single universe, and even across multiple universes, the Celestials indeed represent a worthy target. After all, there exists a celestial offspring within the Earth, making an encounter with the Celestials inevitable. While Ghoulie daydreamed about the future, a figure entered through the door. Daisy? I found a new job. Do you want to? Jane Foster's words trailed off when she suddenly spotted Superman engrossed in a copy of Astrophysics. Superman? Sometimes being too famous has its downsides, much like Jane Foster at that moment, who excitedly grasped Ghoulie's arm. You enjoy astrophysics? I can teach you. Hearing this, Ghoulie's eyes lit up. Indeed, Max was merely Jane's intern. Then let's exchange contact information. I'll come find you when I have the chance. After bidding farewell to Jane, Ghoulie returned to the long-lost farm base, where he was greeted by a rather arrogant Starscream. Shockwave, you shall no longer be the second in command. That position belongs to me, Starscream. Due to having fully replaced his body with true adamantium, Starscream easily overpowered the newly arrived Shockwave. Just as Starscream was about to continue taunting Shockwave, he suddenly knelt on one knee, uttering with utmost reverence, Master, the second in command of the Decepticons, Starscream, humbly welcomes your arrival. Your brilliance has dispelled the darkness of Cybertron, and I sincerely praise you, great master. Ghoulie nodded. Starscream indeed had a way with words. After listening to him, Ghoulie felt an inexplicable sense of grandeur. Extracting the regeneration cradle from the system space, Ghoulie instructed Grimlock, place Shockwave inside. Grimlock was well acquainted with the material replacement process, having operated on Starscream's material himself. Following a familiar radiant glow, Shockwave stood respectfully behind Ghoulie, his demeanor reminiscent of Soundwave, embodying the type that is fierce yet speaks little. Gazing at Lizardin, who appeared eager yet somewhat ingratiating, Ghoulie cast a forlorn glance at the regeneration cradle. Lizardin's massive form simply would not fit inside it. What was he to do? His commander, colder than Soundwave, had never uttered a word aside from the reward notification and the sudden task prompts over the years. Even when Ghoulie inquired, he merely responded with 2 words, no. After hesitating for a moment, Ghoulie ventured, Commander? However, he was met with silence. Father Commander? Grandfather? After about an hour of mounting frustration, Ghoulie exclaimed, Son of a gun, find a way to stuff Lizardin in there. The instructions say, came a melodious yet resigned response. Upon hearing this, Ghoulie paused. Does the system have a masochistic tendency? It only responded when he called it son. Following the instructions, Ghoulie spent a good while deciphering that it was possible to change materials without fully fitting Lizardin inside. Merely a part of his body needed to be inserted. Yet a new issue arose. The true adamantium on his person was insufficient to completely replace Lizardin's enormous form. Alright, let's begin converting Wakandan vibranium. The entire farm base, under the guidance of the robotic Dr. Zola, had undergone months of expansion, now resembling a medieval castle from the outside. However, the true brilliance lay in its construction. What appeared to be a castle was actually a grand military base. Constructed entirely from aerospace alloy, this 5-story iron fortress encompassed a vast space of around 20,000 square meters. Zola even built a spaceship dock, a Cybertronian fighter jet airfield, and barracks for combat robots. No wonder he hails from Hydra. This setup could easily stage a coup. Ghoulie genuinely admired Dr. Zola. As for whether he would be discovered, he had acquired all the surrounding land. Even if discovered, what could they do? Ghoulie had already developed the strength to flip tables. Leader, with the addition of these 2, our great cause is within reach. Shall we confront Pierce directly? Dr. Zola proposed once more. Ghoulie pondered for a moment before accepting. Doctor, if I were to eliminate Pierce, how confident are we in taking control of Hydra? 60%. Some members were groomed by Pierce himself, and most are embedded within S.H.I.E.L.D. Zola's mechanical voice bore no hint of emotion. Ghoulie drummed his fingers against the air, a plan slowly forming in his mind. Doctor, in that case, both Pierce and S.H.I.E.L.D. targets we must obliterate. Continue with the insight plan. When the time comes, shift the target to Pierce and his loyal subordinates. As for the Hydra members lurking within S.H.I.E.L.D., let them perish alongside the organization. Once we secure Earth, we can initiate our plan to dominate the universe. Accomplishing 2 system tasks in one fell swoop. Perfect. Upon hearing Ghoulie's plan, Dr. Zola raised a cheer. Hail Hydra. Chapter 78. A grateful acquisition of the cosmic seed. The preceding months of 2011 were quite busy for Ghoulie. As his schedule was filled to the brim, to facilitate the transformation of the colossal Lizardin, he dedicated an entire month to merging true adamantium during the day. Additionally, the future warrior nano armor, crafted by Wolverine and Grey Wolf, required a significant amount of vibranium, leading him to utilize his molecular restructuring ability most frequently. As of late. As for the Knights, he toiled diligently to acquire superpowers and meet the conditions to earn rewards. His new company was successfully established, named after Ms. Zhao's research topic, life sciences. Max and her friend Jane Foster joined the company, focusing on research in astrophysics. However, what Max devoted himself to the most was elucidating astrophysics to Ghoulie. There were no ulterior motives. One was captivated by the other's profound knowledge, while the other was charmed by the blend of handsomeness and affluence. Through their collaborative efforts, Ghoulie sequentially acquired the pterosaur boomerang and the triceratops iron slag. This, however, left him quite troubled. It seemed that apart from the rewards he received from learning with scientists, which included 2 superpower evolution cards from the treasure girl, Ms. Zhao, the rest were predominantly Transformers. It was as if he had poked a hornet's nest on Cybertron. Moreover, the pterosaur boomerang and triceratops iron slag, while not as colossal as the mechanical pet, the diamond demon, were still substantial. This also entailed a significant consumption of true Edmund alloy. Wolverine's heart-shaped grass cultivation had also succeeded. if Ghoulie required it. He could even mass-produce a legion of heart-shaped grass warriors. Yet, this posed another hidden danger, as Ghoulie simultaneously possessed the Spider Totem and the Black Panther Totem, making him a prime target for the totem-eating inheritor families. Consuming Ghoulie was akin to consuming two totems. A confrontation with the inheritor families was inevitable. Dr. Zola was diligently preparing for the Insight Project, and eliminating Pierce had become an obsession for him, akin to presenting a letter of intent to Chief Goo. Amidst these busy yet fulfilling days, time unknowingly drifted to May 16, 2011. Today marked the day Quintessa returned from her mining expedition, regaining her freedom. A few days prior, while engaging in frivolity with Sister Quint, he had inadvertently miscalculated the mining duration, causing a day to turn into a year. At 1 in the morning, Ghoulie made a special visit to the farm base to await her arrival. Finally, amidst a dazzling spatial fluctuation, emerged a tattered, dirt-smudged woman in black, yet, upon closer inspection, it became evident that her originally black attire bore a hint of purple. Ghoulie intended to humbly apologize to Quintessa, acknowledging that this entire debacle was his fault for indulging too much and mistakenly inputting the mining year. However, he never anticipated that he would be one step behind. Upon her emergence, Quintessa offered no words and instead clung to Ghoulie's leg with both hands, lifting her head to gaze at him with a pitiful expression. I'm sorry, I won't dare again." The innocence in her eyes and the alluring demeanor tugged at Ghoulie's heartstrings. Subsequently, Ghoulie retrieved a book titled Artificial Intelligence: Could you kindly elucidate the concepts surrounding artificial intelligence? Quintessa stood in shock, taken aback by this man's fervent passion for learning. After a considerable pause, the system's prompt echoed once more. Through the guidance of the exceptional Quintessa, your cultural level has increased by 1, and you have obtained the spark source. The origin of all things on Cybertron. Ghoulie was left speechless at that moment. He began to question his existence. Quintessa's gentle demeanor was a stark contrast to her previously haughty, queenly persona. Is the mining process truly that terrifying? Ghoulie pondered, contemplating what catastrophic environment could transform a self-proclaimed creator queen into a gentle maid in just a year. In a fleeting moment, an insidious thought flickered in Ghoulie's mind. What if I captured Sovereign Queen Aisha and sent her to mine for a year? Ghoulie admitted he was quite tempted. Exceedingly so. If he were to woo Aisha, her son, Adam the Sorcerer, would essentially become his own son. After all, Adam was not a product of natural gestation but rather a genetically engineered creation. Thus, in a roundabout way, Adam would be the offspring of Ghoulie. Moreover, this was merely one of the many advantages. On another note, Sovereign Queen Aisha was a stunning beauty standing at 1.9 meters tall. Tempting. Returning to the present, the pitiful Quintessa clinging to Ghoulie's arm bore an uncanny resemblance to the eternal Circe, as if they were identical twins. Sister Quint, could you possibly change your appearance? No sooner had Ghoulie spoken than the woman in black instantly transformed into Ms. Zhao, clad in a light blue outfit. Well, would you look at that, double the joy. Ghoulie swallowed hard, marveling. I doubt Ms. Zhao would be pleased. After all, he had consistently declared that Ms. Zhao was the unique gem in his heart. Can you take on other forms? Ghoulie's throat moved. He suddenly felt an urge to visit the Fox universe one day and ensure he secured Mystique. Under Ghoulie's eager gaze, Quintessa morphed into one visage after another, her physique adapting accordingly. Ultimately, when she shifted to a familiar Eastern appearance, Ghoulie exclaimed, "Stop!" The woman before him, with bright eyes and a radiant smile, was none other than the legendary Jerusalem. Indeed, the joy of possessing a shapeshifter is beyond imagination. No wonder every man yearns for one. It was simply unparalleled joy at that moment. Ghoulie realized he was being somewhat hypocritical. While scrolls could also change form, he found the green-skinned creatures rather repulsive. Reflecting on his decision to send Quintessa to mine, Ghoulie felt a pang of regret. How much joy had he forfeited over this past year? It was unforgivable, of course. Perhaps it was precisely because of this year spent mining that Quintessa had become so docile. After a considerable time, Ghoulie recalled the special reward, the spark source. The spark source, the origin and dwelling of Transformer sparks, was the source of all things on Cybertron. Akin to the role the sun plays for Earth and humanity. It could create metallic life forms while also instantly repairing damaged Transformers. Ghoulie gazed at the cube in his hand, adorned with mysterious symbols and patterns, emanating faint blue energy waves. Once the spark source approached metal, it could instantly transform it into a transformer. So, that means I can now mass-produce transformers. Ghoulie inhaled sharply. This was somewhat revolutionary. If it fell into the wrong hands, its full potential might not be realized, but in his possession, he could infinitely produce true Edmund alloy. In other words, Ghoulie could manufacture transformers composed entirely of true Edmund alloy, a mechanical frenzy. Furthermore, if he were to obtain the molecular formula for URU metal in the future, he could create tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, of transformers made entirely of URU metal. What an astounding notion! Just standing there, Thanos could swing his blade and would likely tire himself out. I must acquire the molecular formula for URU metal. Ghoulie cradled Quintessa's head, planting a fervent kiss on her cheek, overwhelmed with excitement. From this day forth, ruling the universe was no longer just a dream. To grow and grow strong, and to create brilliance anew. Chapter 79. The Second-in-Command, New York. Farm Base. Jiu Li's emotions were difficult to articulate. A tumultuous mix of impulsiveness and restraint, anticipation and repulsion. Not for any other reason, but because the one serving him in the bath was none other than Quintessa, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Li Jussin. That face, that figure, that alluring demeanor. To be honest, in just a year and a half, Quintessa's transformation was so remarkable that Ghoulie felt compelled to visit the place where she had been mining. Was it really that terrifying? Ultimately, Ghoulie, overwhelmed by the sensation that his body might explode, decisively created a teleportation portal and slipped away. It's been a few days since I last saw Cersei. I do miss her. Once Ghoulie's figure vanished, Quintessa immediately grew anxious, glancing around nervously. 5 minutes later, she draped herself once again in a purple robe, concealing her spring-like allure. Quintessa's aura gradually revived, reverting to the regal presence she had when she first arrived in this world. Queen Quintessa. Meanwhile, at the farm base, the Tyrannosaurus Rex, Steel Cable, Pterosaur Boomerang, Triceratops Iron Slag, and Red Spider were engrossed in a card game when Shockwave suddenly sensed a profound suppression of their bloodlines. The group looked up to find a woman in a purple robe emerging from the spatial fluctuation, possessing an inexplicable connection to their master, Ghoulie. This revelation came from Dr. Zola, who had specifically informed them of this development. However, they were puzzled as to why this woman exerted such a strong suppression over their bloodlines. Even if she was one of their masters, could it be that she is a creator from Cybertron? Red Spider felt he had uncovered the truth. Without hesitation, he knelt on the ground. Great Creator, the second-in-command of the Decepticons, Red Spider, humbly welcomes your arrival, wishing you and our master eternal happiness. No, a happiness that lasts for 10,000 years. At that moment, Red Spider's only thought was how formidable his master was. Conquering love across species. No, it should be termed as conquering across species. The creators of Cybertron had been subjugated by their magnificent master. Indeed, following his master was the best decision Red Spider had ever made. He cast a glance at Shockwave, who was still in a daze and couldn't help but exclaim, "Buying a bed must be so pitiful. I doubt there are many left who can serve under him." Shockwave, known for his aloof demeanor, remained expressionless and motionless. What does it matter if she is a creator? She still has to warm the bed for our master. As for the three large transformers, Steel Cable, Boomerang, and Iron Slag, they merely exchanged glances before returning to their card game. Having originated from ancient Earth, their ties to the Cybertron faction were tenuous at best, and being fellow subordinates of their master, they saw no reason to kneel. Red Spider, you truly disgraced the Transformers. Quintessa nodded approvingly at Red Spider, pleased with his behavior. As for the others who remained unmoved, had they been on Cybertron, she would have undoubtedly given them a taste of her authority. After Quintessa declared her existence, she departed in silence, intending to research how to serve others, lest she be sent back to the mines again. That place was one she never wished to return to. Even in death, as she vanished into thin air, the Red Spider sighed in resignation as he sat on the ground. What the hell is going on? The position of the second-in-command is just gone. Quintessa had become their new leader, demoting the original leader, Steel Cable, to the role of second-in-command, leaving the Red Spider to settle for third-in-command. At the Cersei residence in London, the water sprite immediately quipped upon seeing Ghoulie, brother-in-law. How dare you show your face here? It had been nearly a year since she last saw him, aside from glimpsing him on the news. I've been a bit busy lately, you know how it is. Being a superhero is no easy task, Ghoulie awkwardly explained, thinking it inappropriate to tell the young girl that he only managed to come over at night to bond with her sister. Where's Cersei? Ghoulie inquired, sensing through the nearby aura that Cersei was not home. The Eternals are having a meeting. My sister went, but I didn't, the water sprite lamented. A meeting? Didn't you guys eliminate the deviants? What are you having a meeting for? Ghoulie frowned. It was only when he noticed the water sprite's furtive glances towards him that he asked, Is it about me? The water sprite nodded. They think you're also one of the Eternals and, having heard about your relationship with my sister, decided to hold a meeting. Brother-in-law, I tried explaining, but they didn't believe me. Ghoulie reached out to ruffle her hair, offering comfort. I thought it was something significant. He had nearly assumed that the plot was advancing too quickly. With the God Squad's offspring making an early appearance, let them discuss if they wish. If it truly bothers you, I can go give them a beating to vent your frustrations. Given his current strength, dealing with 7 Eternals should pose no significant challenge. Among the 10-member Eternal team, Ikaris had mysteriously disappeared, while the water sprite remained in London, and Cersei would likely act as a mediator. The remaining 7 Eternals might not necessarily be able to best Ghoulie. No, that's unnecessary, brother-in-law. Let's go find Dane for a meal. He harbors quite a deep resentment towards you now. Upon hearing this, Ghoulie smiled sheepishly, recalling how little-bearded Dane had been pursuing Cersei, only to have Ghoulie intercept him. The most awkward part was that Ghoulie's first meeting with Cersei had been arranged by Dane. That doesn't seem quite right. Heh, brother-in-law, are you really embarrassed? The water sprite remembered vividly how Uncle Tony had asked Jarvis to call Dane away, paving the way for the rapid development between Cersei and Ghoulie. Dane didn't mind, so you shouldn't be so coy. Are you really going to avoid seeing each other in the future? The water sprite, who had lived for over 7,000 years, was quite rational most of the time, except when facing Ikaris. All right, let's go find Dane. The water sprite grabbed Ghoulie's arm. Brother-in-law, there are quite a few fans of yours over here. They're a bit crazy. Crazy? They formed a Superman cult devoted solely to you. They view any other deities as heretical, and they can be quite vicious in their criticisms. So, it would be better for us to disguise ourselves. In South Dakota, in the secluded cabin of Eternal Leader Ajak, 8 members of the Eternals took their seats. To note, Ajak possesses self-healing abilities along with the power to heal others. Cersei, you've spent considerable time with him. Are you certain he isn't one of us? Before Cersei could respond, the rotund Gilgamesh interjected, I feel like he is one of our kin. Chapter 80. The Ebony Blade. Dane Whitman currently serves as a history professor at the Natural History Museum in London. His ancestors have been the Black Knights since the time of King Arthur, and the family possesses a treasured heirloom, the Ebony Blade. Crafted from an extraterrestrial meteorite by the great mage Merlin, this magical sword is also known as the Ebony Sword. It can sever all metals on Earth, including vibranium, and can withstand magic, absorbing the souls of those it slays while generating armor made of black material that envelopes the wielder. Additionally, it carries a curse that renders its user bloodthirsty, causing them to lose their normal rationality. From the post-credits scene of the Eternals movie, it appears that Dane is within the surveillance range of the London 13. Ghoulie and the water sprite's visit to Whitman Castle was motivated by Dane's concern that Superman fans might disrupt their gathering. The medieval castle that appeared to Ghoulie resembled his farm base, with the only notable difference being the abundance of female attendants in Dane's castle, as opposed to his own being filled with Transformers. Hi, Goo. I suppose I'll still call you that. Referring to you as Superman feels a bit odd. Dane's usual warmth made Ghoulie feel somewhat embarrassed. Thank you for preparing this dinner. Dane, I apologize for not being able to attend previously. Dane waved his hand dismissively. It's normal for superheroes. I understand, Otto, and please make sure to sign a few autographs for me afterward. The kids in the family are huge fans. The dinner proceeded in a cheerful atmosphere. But midway through, Dane hesitated briefly before leading Ghoulie to his study. Goo, my family has a complex history, and there's a sword that I may need your help with. Dane Whitman's expression grew serious as he earnestly requested this. He was unsure why he suddenly divulged his family secret to Ghoulie, Considering this was only their third meeting. Perhaps it was a matter of trust in the superhero, Dane consoled himself. All right, let me take a look. After expressing his gratitude, Dane retrieved a long wooden box from a hidden compartment in the study. The box, worn and ancient, bore the inscription, "Death is my reward." Upon seeing it, Ghoulie raised an eyebrow subtly. It certainly had a high flare, but he was curious about its power. Opening the wooden box revealed a long sword, shrouded in mysterious runes, lying quietly within. Through the gaps in the runes, Ghoulie noticed a flowing, unknown black substance on the blade. His first impression. It resembled a symbiote. Ghoulie extended his index finger to lightly touch the pitch-black blade, which immediately emitted a peculiar sound, akin to an excited roar. The black substance surged up his finger as if a pack of sharks had caught the scent of blood. Sand points plummeted. In an instant, his arm was completely enveloped by the layer of black substance. Just as it attempted to spread further over his body, Ghoulie's skin emitted a gentle pulse, instantly repelling the black material back to the sword. He suddenly recalled that his wave ability seemed to inherently counter symbiotes. Both Venom and Carnage were notably averse to noise, and creating sound was effortless for him. Dane, the black substance on the sword feels rather sinister. It strikes me as a symbiote, yet it appears even more bloodthirsty. Goo, what's a symbiote? Dane's inquiry snapped Ghoulie back to reality. The current Earth had no knowledge of symbiotes unless Venom happened to be around. A symbiote is an extraterrestrial life form that cannot survive on Earth alone. It must parasitize a host. After Ghoulie's explanation, Dane nodded in understanding. So the sword possesses its own consciousness? Pretty much. I sense it can influence the wielder's mind. Your family should have related records. Indeed. While Dane fell into silence, Ghoulie's thoughts began to swirl, contemplating two aspects. First, if he placed the source of fire near the ebony blade, what kind of transformer could be created? After all, this artifact could sever vibranium, and a transformer crafted from such material would undoubtedly be formidable. Even in the future, once he acquired exceptional metals, he could swiftly forge a transformer army. Second, if he could obtain the molecular formula for the metal used to create the ebony blade, he could mass-produce this unknown metal. But how could he bring the ebony blade back to have Grey Wolf study it? Voicing this desire seemed a bit presumptuous, and taking it under the cover of night felt rather dishonorable. Moreover, he had already committed a rather unethical act. Goo, can I entrust this sword to you for safekeeping? Dane's request was like a long-awaited rain after years of drought, timely relief. For a moment, Ghoulie was taken aback, remaining in a daze for quite some time. Goo. Dane gently tapped Ghoulie's shoulder, concerned that his request had been too forward, leaving Ghoulie momentarily speechless. After taking a deep breath to steady his racing heart, Ghoulie looked at Dane with confusion. Dane, this sword is quite powerful. I know, Goo. But for my family, this sword is akin to a demon, constantly tempting my kin, which is why I hope you can help safeguard it for a while. If one day in the future I am ready, I will come to reclaim it. Of course, I will provide a security deposit. Ghoulie shook his head and then placed a hand on Dane's shoulder, speaking with utmost sincerity. We are friends. This is something I should do. What else could he do but agree? Dane was a friend Ghoulie had resolved to keep. Dane, there is something I would like to discuss with you. I have established a superhero organization dedicated to safeguarding the Earth, and I wish to extend an invitation for you to join. Ghoulie earnestly stated once more. Initially, upon hearing these words, the mustachioed man felt a surge of joy, for the prospect of guarding the planet alongside Superman was exhilarating. However, after some contemplation, he shook his head. Goo, I am merely an ordinary person, and I am not yet prepared to wield the ebony blade. There is no need for concern. Ghoulie smiled as he retrieved the future warrior's nano-armor and heart-shaped grass from the system space. With the assistance of Wolfunkel, he had long been capable of mass-producing superheroes. It is worth noting that these pieces of equipment were possessed by several individuals, including Ms. Zhao and Sister May. From the moment he revealed himself to the world, he had initiated a plan to arm Ms. Zhao and the others. Those hidden adversaries, unable to contend with Ghoulie, would stand no chance against the women he protected. Open your mouth and eat. Chapter 81. New members of the explosive gang following Ghoulie's instructions. After consuming the heart-shaped grass, the mustachioed man briefly lost consciousness, only to awaken a minute later. As he regained his senses, breathing heavily, he recalled what he had just witnessed, his emotions surging intensely, and he clutched Gu Li's arm tightly. Gu? The Black Panther. It spoke. What on earth was that? Gu Li exerted considerable effort to soothe the disoriented mustachioed man. Here, this bracelet is a form of nano-armor. Becoming a superhuman was that simple. It can be stated with utmost confidence that, with the aid of the heart-shaped grass and nano-armor, the mustachioed Dane could at least hold his own against Captain 55, bang, accompanied by a shower of wood splinters. Gu Li looked up in disbelief at the sudden, gaping hole in the ceiling, then stored the box containing the ebony blade back into the system space. It seemed that every individual donning armor for the first time had a penchant for creating a hole in the ceiling. Tony did it, Ms. Zhao did it, and Sister made it as well. The reason Gu Li invited Dane to join and empowered him was purely because he believed this friend was worthy and held good fortune. Their initial encounter allowed Gu Li to meet Cersei, subsequently gaining abilities such as molecular reconstruction, heat vision, invisibility, and flight. During their third meeting, safeguarding the ebony blade granted him the opportunity to acquire a batch of metals capable of severing vibranium. If he could forge a batch of transformers from this metal, not only would they be exceptionally sharp, but they would also resist magic. TSK. Invincible. Dane soared through the air for a solid 2.5 hours, displaying an exuberance akin to a fledgling bird reveling in its newfound ability to fly. Upon his breathless return to the dining hall, he opened his arms and enveloped Gu Li in a hearty embrace. Thank you. Gu, what shall we call our organization? Dane was eager to embrace his role as a superhero. The Explosive Gang, and I am the leader. At the Grey Wolf Laboratory, accompanied by the crackling sound of the teleportation portal, a familiar voice emerged. Wolf Uncle, we've got a big job. After departing from Whitman Castle, the water sprite enthusiastically joined the Explosive Gang, not for any reason other than her sheer delight in the name. After escorting her home, Gu Li hastened back to the Grey Wolf Laboratory. Recently, Grey Wolf had struggled to adapt to a suddenly leisurely lifestyle, and upon hearing of the new job, he eagerly approached, asking, Boss, what is the job? The ebony blade is forged from a peculiar metal that can sever vibranium and withstand magic. Taking the pitch-black sword, wrapped in mysterious runes, from Gu Li's hands, Grey Wolf examined it for a moment before exclaiming excitedly, Boss, it seems to be enchanted. Upon hearing the term, enchanted, Gu Li quickly explained, the ebony blade was crafted by a highly skilled magician. The sorcerer Merlin, who has yet to make an official appearance in the MCU, is an all-powerful cosmic guardian in the comics. An entity of cosmic omnipotence cannot be understated. It is exceptionally formidable. The most elite beings of the omnipotent cosmos belong to the highest echelon. In the Marvel Universe, power is generally classified as follows: celestials, single universes, multiverses, hyperverses, omniverse, and above all, the one above all, OAA. The OAA is unique. Below the celestial tier, entities lack a name in Gu Li's perspective. This illustrates that Gu Li was fortunate to arrive in the movie universe. Had he found himself in the comic universes like 616 or 1610, or even the zombie universe, given the nature of the system he was bound to, survival would have been a question mark, not to mention connectivity, commencing in the zombie universe. Whom should I connect with? The molecular beings, transcenders, and transcendent deities in the comic universe. Merely thinking of such entities sends shivers down one's spine. The Avengers in those universes face dire straits, contending with such a daunting array of foes. Of course, if fortune smiled upon him, he might become even more powerful than now. After all, the comic universe boasts the Phoenix Force and various other formidable powers. With his current strength, venturing into the multiverse could prove challenging. Thus Gu Li resolved to wait a while longer, at least until he could contend on equal footing with the Celestials before exploring other universes. Seeking hosts for the Phoenix Force, Fairy Power, and Chaos Power. Returning to the present, after observing the ebony blade for a while, Grey Wolf confidently stated, Boss, give me 2 days, and I'll sort out the molecular formula. Thanks. Wolf Uncle. In Grey Wolf's eyes, there was no such thing as impossibility, and meeting him was Gu Li's stroke of luck. Oh, be precise. Ms. Zhao was his greatest fortune. Whether it was Kantasha or Grey Wolf, or the 2 superpower evolution cards, all were rewards earned through collaboration with Ms. Zhao. How about proposing to Ms. Zhao? In the current MCU Earth, Guli felt he no longer needed to hesitate. Marriage seemed like a splendid idea. However, when faced with his proposal, although Ms. Zhao appeared quite pleased, Guli was taken aback by her refusal. "Darling, I'm not ready yet." Zhao Helen nestled into Guli's embrace, playfully pleading, "Can we wait a little longer? Please." Guli shook his head, suddenly struck by an idea, and whispered softly into Zhao's ear. Zhao Helen's cheeks flushed slightly. "All right." It was worth trying a relatively novel approach. Jiuli contentedly entered the bath, having been tantalized by Kantasha in the morning, and now finally found release. Meanwhile, in a secluded cabin in South Dakota, the Eternals held an extensive meeting throughout the day, the overt agenda, to ascertain whether Guli was a member of the Eternals, while the underlying motive was to secretly confirm if Guli was a deviant as the leader of the Eternals. Ajak was the only member of the 10-person team who had not undergone a reset by the judgmental celestial Erishem. As previously mentioned, the essence of the Eternals is akin to the robots mass-produced by the Celestials in the World Forge. The Eternals' task is to ensure the safe emergence of celestial offspring within living planets, a phenomenon known as emergence. Following each emergence, all Eternals, except for Ajak, face a reset by the judgmental celestial, leading to memory erasure. Ajak had completed several emergence tasks, during which he witnessed deviants devouring and absorbing the powers of Eternals. Hence, Ajak suspected that Guli's molecular reconstruction and heat vision, akin to Akari's, were acquired by Guli through the consumption of Eternals from other planets. In other words, she suspected that Guli was a deviant, a human formed from their essence. Were Guli present, he would undoubtedly give Ajak a heartfelt thumbs up. "Here's the pin for you. You may write the subsequent plot." However, what Ajak did not anticipate was that Cersei would staunchly defend Guli. Even to the point of clashing with her, a dangerous plan began to take shape in her mind. She would personally test whether Guli was a deviant. Indian Star Kingo, observing the two women quarrel over a man, rolled his eyes and suggested, "Ajak, why not ask the celestial Erishem?" Chapter 82. Creating Transformers South Dakota. After the meeting concluded, Ajak watched her kin depart one by one. She had no intention of following Kingo's suggestion to contact the judgmental celestial Erishem to confirm whether Guli was an Eternal. Ajak had developed a resistance to the frequent emergence tasks over the millennia, and her 7,000 years of living on Earth had led her to fall in love with this place. Considering it her home, therefore, she was loath to witness the arrival of another emergence, let alone proactively reach out to the judgmental celestial. In this lifetime, it would be best never to meet again. Moreover, rather than contacting the judgmental celestial, she preferred to verify personally whether Guli was a deviant. While she could not conceive a better verification method, perhaps the most primitive means of reproduction among species could reveal the differences between deviants and humans. As her kin gradually vanished from sight, Ajak used her phone to book a flight to New York. Meanwhile, Guli, unaware that he was on the mind of a woman with superpowers, a member of the Eternals, was in the bath. Entangled with Ms. Zhao, Zhao Helen, her cheeks flushed and alluring, appeared quite enticing. After an indulgent and vibrant VIP chapter, Guli returned to the bedroom, cradling Zhao, who was draped over him. He retrieved the source of fire from the system space and placed it beside Zhao's phone. "Helen, let me perform a magic trick for you." Though Zhao Helen was 2 years his senior, the terms of endearment exchanged between lovers often led to delightful confusion. With a series of mechanical transformation sounds, a delightful scene unfolded before Zhao Hailuan's rosy cheeks. Her expressions transitioned from initial bewilderment to sheer astonishment, culminating in a joyous smile upon witnessing her phone morph into a robot. She had been aware of the existence of Xiamiluan and had envied the coolness of such transformers, but she never anticipated she would have the opportunity to possess one herself. "Muin," Ms. Zhao exclaimed, embracing Guli and planting a fervent kiss on him, reconnecting their recently separated bodies. The newly born little transformer, still trying to comprehend the scene unfolding before its eyes, was abruptly slapped back into the form of a phone by Guli, who remarked, "Little thing, dare you to spy?" Even Xiamiluan would not dare to do such a thing. The following morning, Zhao Hailuan eagerly dragged Guli to the garage, pointing at her white Bentley. "Darling, this one. Quickly help me." The excitement radiating from her was in stark contrast to their late-night endeavors until 5 in the morning. As if it were merely a trivial matter, among the Transformers Guli had previously acquired, most were Decepticons or Dinobots, whose vehicle forms were either F-22s or non-existent. The only exception was the Drift Transformer, which transformed into a blue-black Bugatti, currently accompanying Daisy to work. Upon discovering Guli's ability to create Transformers last night, Ms. Zhao employed all her skills and knowledge, yearning for her own exclusive Transformer car. As the spark source approached the white Bentley, accompanied by a mechanical roar, a pure white Transformer gradually materialized. "Hello, Master," greeted the newly born white Transformer, her gaze bewildered as she examined her own arms. And judging by her voice, she was indeed a female Transformer. Ms. Zhao, captivated by this novel creation, reached out to touch her. "From now on, I'll call you Xiaobai, okay?" Guli, somewhat perplexed, wondered how to determine the gender of the Transformers he created. Perhaps there was some hidden logic involved. He resolved to explore this later. Taking Ms. Zhao's hand, he paused momentarily before saying, "Let us proceed, my dear wife, to upgrade Xiaobai's configuration." As of now, Wolverine had yet to decipher the molecular formula of the mysterious metal required to forge the ebony blade. So they would utilize true Edmund alloy instead. It was not necessarily that the metal for the ebony blade was superior to true Edmund alloy. Guli was mainly attracted to its magical resistance properties. From Grey Wolf's experiments, it appeared that the ebony blade exhibited stronger magical resistance than true Edmund alloy, though it remained uncertain whether this was due to enchantments or the material itself. Through the crackling golden teleportation portal, Guli led Zhao Hailuan and the Transformer Xiaobai to the farm base. The sight that greeted them caused Ms. Zhao to gasp in astonishment, clutching Guli's arm. "Darling, when did you build a castle? Do you like it? It now belongs to you." However, Ms. Zhao's joy was short-lived as she noticed a beautiful woman in a cheongsam, appearing delicate, gazing at Guli with longing eyes. Her gaze almost palpable. Moreover, she had black hair and dark eyes, resembling an East Asian visage. Enraged, she pinched Guli's waist several times, voicing her frustration at his notorious flirtations. Remembering that Guli had to be with women to gain superpowers. "Miss," Zhao sighed in resignation. "Heavens, this is utterly unfair." To be honest, Guli was equally bewildered. He had not expected Kantasha to wear a cheongsam, and her seemingly vulnerable demeanor was undeniably captivating. Sensing the ire emanating from Ms. Zhao, Guli quickly leaned in to whisper an explanation. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hailuan's eyes widened in disbelief. How is that possible? The woman she found so appealing turned out to be a robot. How absurd. Seizing the opportunity while Ms. Zhao's attention was diverted, Guli retrieved the regeneration cradle from the system space and instructed the newly born Transformer Xiaobai to lie within it. Amidst a familiar radiant glow, Xiaobai emerged from the cradle, her entire form transformed into true Edmund alloy. "Thank you, Master," she spoke somewhat clumsily. Observing this, Guli commanded, "Your task from now on is to protect the mistress." "Yes, Master," Xiaobai acknowledged. Although Zhao Hailuan could not discern the exact nature of what transpired, she sensed that Xiaobai seemed to have grown stronger. "Darling, what is that device?" Following the direction of Ms. Zhao's finger, Guli could only shrug in resignation. The regeneration cradle was indeed a creation of Zhao Hailuan, yet the one awarded by the system was evidently far superior. Hailuan, this is called a regeneration cradle, primarily used for changing the body material of Transformers. Xiaobai's original body material was somewhat fragile, so I replaced it with true Edmund alloy. Ms. Zhao nodded thoughtfully, kissing Guli affectionately before saying, "Darling, take me to work." Guli nodded, reflecting on how the heart-shaped grass had remarkably enhanced her physical condition. In the past, after a wild night, Ms. Zhao would need a day to recover. Now, she seemed unfazed. However, she still could not compare to Carol's physique. Speaking of which, it was nearly time for the sparring session he had arranged with Carol. After bidding farewell to Ms. Zhao with a kiss, Guli returned to the farm base, intent on transforming the Edmund alloy robots crafted by Grey Wolf into new Transformers. After instructing Dr. Zola and several Dinobots to bring out the 17 alloy robots, Guli approached each of them with the spark source. With a cacophony of mechanical transformation sounds resonating in unison, it created the most enchanting melody in existence. Guli relished this sensation, transforming lifeless cold machines into sentient mechanical beings. However, he found himself grappling with a dilemma. Should he employ a mechanical tidal wave strategy or utilize the spark source for something grander? Perhaps a starship akin to Thanos's or a SHIELD aircraft carrier, transforming such behemoths into transformers? Or should he forge an entire transformer army? The Dinobots gazed upon their master with unwavering devotion, even more fervent than the likes of Red Spider and Shockwave. Master, you truly deserve the title. This is a monumental achievement only a creator could accomplish. Yet the most fervent and zealous figure among them was undoubtedly Dr. Zola. Bohim. Ghoulie represented the epitome of a Hydra leader. Akin to a creator, breathing life into new beings, an indescribable impulse surged within him, prompting him to exclaim, "Chief, let us eliminate Pierce." Chapter 83. The Healer and the Master of Weapons in New York. At the farm base, Ghoulie leaned quietly against the edge of the pool, with Kantasha, clad in a damp cheongsam, nestled beside him. The snug purple garment accentuated her exquisite curves, causing Ghoulie's throat to dry as he swallowed repeatedly. Truth be told, he felt akin to an inexperienced and playful gamer, fully aware that he could not resist the allure of Lee Jussin yet still yearning to try. Why not give it a go? He thought. His heart racing. After all, there were rewards to be claimed, and no one would know. In his mind's eye, he envisioned two little figures engaged in a fierce ideological battle. What is there to fear? We must uphold our principles. What good are principles if they don't grant superpowers or spark sources? They provide nothing. We must uphold our principles. Consider the dangers lurking in the multiverse, with countless mad villains. What will you use to resist them? We must uphold our principles. In the end, you will be powerless to protect anything, your women, your friends, left only to weep in despair. Taking a deep breath, Ghoulie's eyes blazed with fervor as he tore open the purple cheongsam, just as an irritating phone call interrupted him. "Goo Charlie, the water spirit has introduced a woman to you," teased Tony on the other end. "A woman? Which woman?" Ghoulie asked irritably, but if it weren't for Jussin bending over with her hair tied up, he would have hung up immediately. "She claims to be Cersei's sister. You're quite the charmer, but be careful, or Dr. Zhao might make you kneel on durian. Send me the address." After hanging up, Ghoulie leaned back against the edge of the bath. Cersei's sister? Is it a Jack, the leader of the Eternals, or Tina, the master of weapons? What could she want with me? The internal struggle he had just faced led Ghoulie to a profound realization. With the unique characteristics of his bound system, if he aspired to become a universal powerhouse, he needed to maintain a balanced mindset without any psychological burdens. As long as he worked diligently, success would inevitably follow. An hour later, Ghoulie reluctantly donned his attire. Let us see what a Jack requires. If it were not something of great importance, he could return to spar with Jussin afterward, and then perhaps give Tifa a try. That seemed plausible. Glancing at the address Tony had sent to his phone, Ghoulie furrowed his brow, puzzled. Why is it a hotel? He rarely stayed in hotels. Before acquiring superpowers, he deemed them unsafe and a breach of privacy, and now, he found them even less appealing. What on earth is a Jack up to? Is she testing me on behalf of Cersei? Ghoulie pondered for a moment, but could not fathom the reasoning. So he opted to teleport directly to the room a Jack had booked. The initial encounter felt somewhat awkward, not for any particular reason, but because a Jack emerged from the bathroom wrapped in a towel. She had clearly underestimated the power of the teleportation portal, not anticipating that Ghoulie could appear directly in her room. To comprehend the entirety of the spells associated with Camartage, Ghoulie had only mastered the art of portals, particularly the kind that did not require a sling ring. Greetings, I am Ghoulie. Salutations, Eternal One Jack. Following an awkward exchange of pleasantries, Ghoulie wasted no time and directly inquired, considering your connection to the Cersei lineage. Please, do tell me what brings you here. A Jack hesitated for several seconds, as if grappling with a significant decision, before fixing her gaze upon Ghoulie. I suspect you are a member of the Eternals, and I wish to confirm this in person. Ghoulie nodded with understanding. I see. It was clear that a Jack had misconstrued his possession of Cersei's reconstituted molecules and Ikari's intense scrutiny as indicators of his lineage. I apologize, but I am not an Eternal. I am human, purely human in fact. This was an unexpected turn of events for Ghoulie, who had never anticipated being mistaken for a kin by anyone, especially by the leader of the Eternals, a Jack. Therefore, I wish to ascertain whether you truly belong to the Eternals, a Jack continued. her unspoken thoughts revealing her desire to determine whether Ghoulie was a deviant. Intrigued, Ghoulie queried, "If that is the case, Ajak, how do you intend to verify this?" "I shall cooperate fully." Upon hearing this, Ajak abruptly discarded her towel, a gesture that left Ghoulie utterly astounded. "Is this your method of confirmation?" Ghoulie pondered, uncertain whether Ajak had truly found clarity in her inquiry, but he certainly concluded that her rationale was questionable. "If I were not, you would be at a considerable loss." Ajak, however, brushed off Ghoulie's concerns with indifference, stating, "It is merely a vessel. It is of little consequence." At worst, once the manifestation concluded, she could simply switch to another. "Are you certain?" To be frank, Ajak's physical form did not particularly captivate Ghoulie. He had encountered numerous beautiful women. Yet, Ajak's abilities were undeniably alluring. The power of healing, which allowed her to mend not only others but herself as well, an extraordinary capability that he lacked. "I am certain." No sooner had he spoken than Ghoulie embraced her, releasing the pent-up impulses stirred by Li Jusin not long before. However, Ajak swiftly ascertained that Ghoulie was neither an eternal nor a deviant, leading her to regret her earlier assumptions. She had finally persuaded herself that once this was over, she would return immediately to South Dakota to resume her secluded life. Yet, she had underestimated Ghoulie's combat prowess, bolstered by Serum and the Spider Totem along with the enigmatic Uni-power. Ghoulie charged forth like a rampaging bull. Time passed, and only when Ghoulie heard the system's melodious notification a second time did he cease his actions. At that moment, Ajak lay on the bed, her eyes glazed, breathing heavily, utterly spent. Ghoulie lit a cigarette, glancing at the system's notification. Character Ajak acquired healing, rapid self-recovery, and the ability to manipulate cosmic energy to heal others. Character Ajak acquired Master of Weapons, the ability to manipulate cosmic energy to conjure various energy weapons. After donning his attire, Ghoulie sighed. Healing was indeed the superpower he required. Although he rarely sustained injuries, unforeseen circumstances could arise, and this ability would serve as a substantial boon. Furthermore, it would prove invaluable should those around him find themselves harmed. As for the Master of Weapons ability, it derived from the Eternal member Tina, who was Thanos' cousin. Portrayed by Angelina Jolie, Tina's father was a brother to Thanos' father. Regarding the Master of Weapons, the ability to manipulate cosmic energy to conjure various energy weapons was somewhat redundant, echoing a power he had previously acquired from Carol. However, there were distinctions. Captain Marvel, Carol, could manipulate cosmic energy but lacked the finesse that Tina possessed. Carol typically launched energy projectiles from her arms, a reflection of her character and temperament. In contrast, Tina's mastery involved a more intricate control of cosmic energy, akin to the difference between coarse grain and fine flour. After covering Ajak with a blanket, Ghoulie remarked, "My dear, do exercise caution next time." In his 2 lifetimes, he had never encountered such a method of confirming familial ties. What if it were indeed genuine? That posed a conundrum. Yet, it seemed there was no pressing issue. Chapter 84. The third evolution card in the Grey Wolf Laboratory. From the moment he received the ebony blade from Ghoulie, Uncle Wolf had not rested for a single moment, nor had he sought out his beloved little leopard. This was because Grey Wolf discovered an immense enjoyment in the relentless pursuit of work. Challenging his own limits, in contrast, Ghoulie, who visited in the late hours, remarked, "Capitalists adore employees like Uncle Wolf. After all, if you do not exert yourself, how can I, your employer, afford new houses, cars, or even wives?" Even in this new world, Ghoulie found himself surrounded by overachievers, particularly Uncle Wolf, Dr. Zola, and the recently returned Quintessa leading the charge. During this time, Grey Wolf had, for reasons unknown, consistently requested additional tasks, leading Ghoulie to feel as though Uncle Wolf was intent on completing all future work at once. Meanwhile, Dr. Zola was diligently overseeing the inventory of the 17 newly created Transformers, assessing what items to retain, relocate, or destroy. Of course, each day he greeted Ghoulie with the customary inquiry, "Chief, did you deal with Pierce today?" As for Quintessa, since she had taken on the visage of Li Jusin, she seemed to have undergone a profound transformation, enticing her master in various ways. Ghoulie's mind was now filled with thoughts of long, elegant legs. On a related note, he felt fortunate that in this lifetime, he had the advantage of a cheat, sparing him from the plight of overachievers. free from financial worries, and without the burden of housing concerns. His mind was solely occupied with steadfast, albeit lustful, thoughts. What a perfect life! Reflecting on the fleeting moments of the past 22 years, Ghuli couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Indeed, a life of privilege is distinctly different. 5 years prior, he had been a mere boy without even the basic serum, yet now he stood as the most powerful man on Earth. This assertion was indisputable. Firstly, the Ancient One was female and therefore did not factor into the statistics. Secondly, the celestial being Tiamat did not belong to humanity. Thus, he truly was the mightiest man on Earth. Since acquiring the minor chaos ability, he had scarcely grappled with financial issues, and Quintessa's return had further alleviated this burden. Suddenly, Ghuli's wandering thoughts were interrupted by a weary voice. "Boss, the molecular formula has been completed. I'm off to rest." All right. Accepting the note from Uncle Wolf, Ghuli's thoughts activated a crackling golden halo that materialized before him. Subconsciously, he found himself at the farm base. Utilizing the superpower of molecular reconstruction, he produced a substantial quantity of mysterious metals, exhaling a sigh. Regrettably, the metals obtained are slightly inferior to the ebony blade. This likely stems from the enchantment. After all, the ebony blade had been forged by Merlin. Perhaps it was under the enchantment of that formidable figure that the blade possessed extraordinary abilities and resistance to magic. Ghuli toiled throughout the morning, transforming a vast quantity of mysterious metal, intending to craft an interstellar battleship from this unknown metal combined with true adamantium in terms of size and quantity. He ultimately opted for a larger vessel, the bigger, the better. Were it not for the constraints of technology and manpower, he might have aspired to construct a battleship comparable in size to the Celestial Group. Once activated by the forged source, it would undoubtedly be a sight to behold. A towering transformer, tens of thousands of meters high. Wouldn't that be impressive? If it weren't for the fear of inadvertently obliterating Earth, Ghuli would have considered utilizing the forged source to transform the Blue Giant Star Annihilation Cannon within his system space into a transformer. That weapon was indeed a formidable tool in his arsenal. Yet, he harbored concerns about potential mishaps during the transformation. If anything were to go awry, the entire family on Earth would be doomed. Few would escape. Lost in his myriad thoughts, Ghuli found himself unwittingly in the bathing pool, where Quintessa, ever so perceptive, shed her clothing and nestled into his embrace. This time, Ghuli chose not to suppress his impulses. After all, who could possibly refuse Li Jussin? Who could turn her down? The great sage Ghuli marveled aloud. Invincible, truly invincible. With Quintessa by his side, he felt as though he possessed all the women in the universe. Robots were merely robots. At that moment, Ghuli fervently whispered a silent declaration. "I love the system." In his youth, he had scorned the system with utmost fervor. Now, however, his affection had grown exponentially. After all, what man could resist such a means of empowerment? The outcome and the process were both remarkably exhilarating. In this instant, he felt an overwhelming sense of joy, neglecting to even glance at the rewards indicated in his mind, as he embraced Jussin and drifted into slumber. Even superheroes require rest. Moreover, in recent days, he had accumulated a considerable number of rewards, a testament to his relentless efforts. He did not awaken until the evening, when Quintessa assisted him in bathing and changing clothes. As he departed, he playfully pinched her cheek, instructing, "Maintain this appearance henceforth. As for what henceforth would entail, that would depend on his mood." "I truly am becoming more and more like a scoundrel," Ghuli sighed, reflecting on his transformation. Meanwhile, the system's notification chimed in. Connection with special character Quintessa successful. Acquired intermediate evolution card for superpower. Among the numerous superpowers he had acquired, the previously evolved powers included molecular reconstruction and shockwaves. This time, Ghuli did not hesitate. He instantly opted for energy absorption evolution, a power that would grant immunity to most cosmic energies, essentially enhancing his magical resistance, an upgrade worth pursuing. Successfully evolved by absorbing energy, now capable of assimilating greater amounts of energy. With a higher limit, the system's introduction, as per usual, is rather perfunctory. Regarding his physical strength, his magical resistance has reached its maximum. Should he engage in battle with the Ancient One again, Guli possesses the confidence to remain stationary while allowing the Ancient One to attack him for 2.5 minutes. He firmly believes that one day, he too will attain the level of immunity to physical damage. Enter the system. Name: Guli Race. Human. Age: 22. Superpowers: 50/50 Serum, Spider Totem, Destiny Cards, Shockwave, Intermediate. Molecular Reshaping, Intermediate. Invisibility, Dynamic Light Waves, Flight, Heart-Shaped Grass, Energy Absorption, Intermediate. Energy Manipulation, Healing, Weapon Master, Items: Little Cricket Pistol, Regeneration Cradle, Blue Giant Star Annihilation Cannon, Copy of the Dark Scripture. Affiliates: Drift, Sonic Wave, Tape Legion, Quintessa, Grey Wolf, Steel Cable. Red Spider, Dart, Iron Slag. Contracted Entities: Dormammu, Shumagorath. After exiting the system interface, Guli muttered to himself, "Am I now considered a celestial-level powerhouse?" Within the cinematic universe, the celestial-level powerhouses he is well acquainted with include the Supreme Sorceress Ancient One and Odin. The All-Father of Asgard. On the surface, the Ancient One appears to be a fragile mage, whereas Odin is well-rounded, capable of contending with the celestial hierarchy when adorned in the Destroyer armor, albeit for a mere few seconds. Nevertheless, this feat stands as an illustrious accomplishment in the annals of the Nine Realms, given that the Celestials never engage in one-on-one combat. When a battle occurs, at least 6 or 7 Celestials join forces to besiege their opponent. Hence the designations of the First Celestial Group, Second Celestial Group, and Third Celestial Group. They truly operate as a collective. After acquiring 2 superpowers from Carol, Guli feels justified in considering himself, albeit marginally, a celestial-level powerhouse. Although there are varying degrees within this classification, Guli possesses an impressive array of superpowers, including Shockwave, Molecular Reshaping, and Energy Absorption, which have all undergone evolution, surpassing even the original capabilities of their former bearer. Why shouldn't I be? Chapter 85. A Day Worth Celebrating. On the morning of May 1st, 2011, as Guli savored the delightful sensation of his face nestled amidst 2 soft, white pillows, the irritating ringtone of a phone abruptly shattered the tranquility. Who was this, really? Guli lifted his head from the facial cleanser, irritably exclaiming, "Which fool is calling on a weekend morning? Do they have no sense of decency?" The previous night, he had exerted considerable effort to ensure his nephew was occupied, allowing him to relish some private time with Maid Gia. To achieve this, he had even spent $300 to bribe little Peter's best friend Ned, coercing Peter to stay overnight at Ned's house. The 32-year-old May has become increasingly sensitive concerning her age and appearance. Recently, whenever she finds a moment of leisure, she spends it scrutinizing herself in the mirror, fearful of even a single wrinkle appearing on her face. Under her influence, the other 2 women in the household have begun to exhibit similar tendencies, significantly impacting Guli's blissful existence. With a wave of his hand, he summoned cosmic energy to answer the call, and Rod's excited voice resonated on the other end. "Hey, Gu, today is a day worth celebrating." Guli instinctively glanced at the date, May 1st. The realization rendered him momentarily speechless as a thought flashed through his mind. Are you all seriously commemorating the days of cotton picking today? Surely not. Today marks the 2nd anniversary of Tony and Ethan's escape from Afghanistan. We should gather to celebrate. All right. You all arrange it. After hanging up, Guli despondently rubbed his head, having initially thought Rod was losing his mind. It turned out to be a celebration of Tony and Ethan's escape from that cave in Afghanistan. Has it truly been 2 years already? Time indeed flies. Guli sighed contemplatively. Fortunately, the rewards of his diligent labor over the past 2 years have not betrayed his efforts. Feeling the boundless power coursing through his body, he was reminded of the ancestral wisdom that resonated in his ears, motivating him. The sharpness of the sword comes from honing, and the fragrance of the plum blossom emerges from the bitter cold. The road ahead is long and arduous. I shall seek diligently. Those who achieve great undertakings in ancient times possessed not only extraordinary talent, but also unwavering determination. Indeed, the ancients do not deceive. The wisdom of his ancestors invigorated Guli, filling him with the drive to grow stronger and strive for brilliance, aspiring to scale the heights of universal omnipotence. Just as he prepared to rise, Mei Jie was suddenly swept into his embrace, and once again, the labor belonging to Guli commenced. 2 hours later, with a wave of his hand, garments composed of countless molecular flows instantaneously enveloped him. Ever since he realized how to utilize molecular reshaping in such a manner, he has become too lazy to even dress himself. If he can lie down, why stand? The technological advancements of human society exist to liberate our hands for the sake of leisure. After gently covering Mei Jie with a blanket, Gu Li summoned a crackling golden halo, striding over with grace. Indeed, it had been a while since he last gathered with these individuals, primarily due to his recent workload being quite substantial. A significant portion of his time was dedicated to transforming true adamantium and mysterious metals for the construction of interstellar battleships. As for the remainder, it is better left unspoken. Stark Tower, top-level hall. A glance revealed a vibrant display of balloons, streamers, and flowers adorning the entire hall, with exquisitely arranged tableware and decorations set upon the tables. There was even a grand cake adorned with a prominent number 2. Among the gathered shadows, Gu Li spotted a helpless Tony, awkwardly standing beside the table. In truth, the hosting of this banquet was rather incongruous with Tony's character. That fellow would never orchestrate any extravagant celebration to commemorate his escape from the cave. What suddenly prompted you to organize this? Upon hearing Gu Li's inquiry, Tony shrugged helplessly, glancing subtly in Pepper's direction. Pepper thinks that May 1st marks the beginning of my rebirth. He paused momentarily before asking, by the way, was I really that bad before? Gu Li chose not to respond to his question, but instead retrieved several magazines from the system space and thrust them into Tony's arms. As of today, these are the cover girls of the first 5 months of this year. You're experienced. Give them a critique. Certain unpleasant memories abruptly assailed Tony's mind, prompting him to awkwardly rub his nose and retort, you're not exactly any better. Tony had long since lost count of how many women Gu Li had entangled with, and undoubtedly, there were many more of which he remained unaware. Pepper has invited Dr. Zhao and Natasha. They will both be attending. Observing the mischievous grin on Tony's face, Gu Li nonchalantly remarked, rest assured, there's nothing between Natasha and me. Well, for now, at least. As for what may come in the future, that can be discussed later. Tisk, I truly don't believe that you, Gu Charlie, can remain faithful. If the day ever came when Gu Li genuinely turned over a new leaf, Tony would undoubtedly pinch himself repeatedly to confirm he wasn't dreaming. Regarding Tony's teasing, Gu Li was at a loss for how to explain. After all, any explanation would be met with disbelief. So it was better left unsaid. Currently, Gu Li bore an abundance of superpowers, akin to a kettle filled with water of various hues, each color distinctly separated, failing to fully merge, resulting in a state where 112. It requires time for proper refinement. Unless he encounters a particularly enticing superpower, such as chaos magic or fragments of the Phoenix Force, he intends to take a break and conserve his energy until complete integration is achieved. Tony's peculiar behavior of clutching several magazines immediately attracted Rod's attention, who raised an eyebrow, looking at his old friend with concern. Are you planning to return to your old ways? Get lost. Just then, a beaming Coulson led a blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman into the venue. Upon seeing the newcomer, Gu Li awkwardly touched his chin. Why is she here? Tony, who had been feeling downcast due to Rod's misunderstanding, noticed the change in Gu Li's expression and followed his gaze to the woman beside Coulson. A smirk forming on his lips, when Tony spotted Dr. Zhao and Daisy arriving alongside Natasha, his smile grew even brighter. With a mindset of enjoying the spectacle rather than intervening, Tony gently tugged Rod's arm. Nodding towards Gu Li's position, let us watch the show. However, Tony felt something was still lacking. He pulled Rod over to the bar and gestured to the Ernest Banner and Ethan in an instant. The 4 men, whose ages collectively approached 200, leaned against the bar, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Finally, Coulson introduced the blonde woman standing beside him to Gu Li, saying, Mr. Superman, this is also our colleague from S.H.I.E.L.D. Sharon Carter. Chapter 86, Coulson's idol Mr. Superman, this is also our colleague from S.H.I.E.L.D. Sharon Carter. Coulson's enthusiasm prompted Gu Li to silently scoff. Of course, I know who she is. As former close companions, Gu Li was well aware of every detail concerning Sharon, both in stature and depth. Previously unnoticed, the ever-smiling Coulson harbored such an intriguing hobby of introducing others to his ex-girlfriend. Could it be that there is no record of him within SHIELD? A thought flickered through Ghouli's mind, yet he dismissed the notion outright. Although he had not discovered any documentation regarding himself during the last Sonic invasion of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s archives, it was merely because he had yet to enter the sights of Nick Fury and S.H. However, since he ceased to conceal his identity and had decisively confronted Hulk and Abomination on the streets of New York, one could only surmise that with the meticulousness of that rascal, he had undoubtedly investigated every aspect of Ghouli's life, from his early days in diapers to the types of girlfriends he had, and even his preferred genres of films. Observing Coulson's demeanor, it appeared he was genuinely unaware of Ghouli's relationship with Sharon Carter. Could that rascal truly be so cautious as to withhold information even from his own trusted aide? Ghoulie. It has been quite some time, Sharon Carter remarked wistfully, reflecting on how this once youthful companion had now grown into an unattainable figure for her. It felt like a dream. During their time together, Ghoulie had possessed no extraordinary abilities. Yet, after not seeing each other for merely a couple of months, he had suddenly developed a physique of remarkable perfection. I find myself inexplicably nostalgic, Sharon Carter thought, lamenting the fact that he had since found a new girlfriend. It has indeed been a while, Carter. Ghoulie grasped the outstretched hand before him, a hand he knew all too well, one that had once left marks upon his back. Sharon Carter, the woman from whom he first acquired his superhuman abilities, had been approximately 3 years since their last encounter, and now, circumstances had irrevocably changed. Due to her Aunt Peggy Carter's influence, Sharon had become Agent 13 of S.H. Meanwhile, Ghoulie had shed his previous navette. The quartet of onlookers by the bar suddenly lost interest, as none of the melodramatic scenarios they had anticipated unfolded. What baffled them even more was the sight of Ghouli's girlfriend, Zhao Hailuan, conversing merrily with his ex-Daisy, that carefree girl, was even linking arms with Zhao Hailuan. Witnessing this scene, Rode expressed his sincere admiration. Tony, Ghoulie surpasses you. At least he's adept at managing the dynamics between exes and current girlfriends. Who wouldn't desire a life like Ghouli's? He was strikingly handsome, hailed as the most attractive man in New York, and possessed considerable wealth, all while wielding strength akin to that of Superman. Most importantly, he had numerous girlfriends, all thriving in harmony. It's utterly unfair. It's as if all the good fortune in the world has been monopolized by Ghoulie alone. Rhodes' lament resonated deeply with Dr. Banner, who nodded in agreement. While he too was formidable when transformed into Hulk, that power came at a significant cost. He had to maintain a steady emotional state, avoiding excessive agitation or excitement, lest he suddenly become the hulking behemoth. Who could possibly understand such a plight? On the other hand, with Mrs. Zhao's assistance, Ghoulie managed to extricate himself from the awkwardness of encountering his ex. Mrs. Zhao was exceedingly considerate. After blowing a few playful kisses towards Zhao Hailuan, Ghoulie turned to Coulson, puzzled. Coulson, what has transpired? You seem unusually cheerful. It had been a solid 10 minutes since Coulson entered the banquet hall, and the smile on his face had yet to wane. Ghoulie's curiosity was piqued. Upon hearing Ghoulie's inquiry, Coulson cautiously surveyed their surroundings, ensuring no one else was nearby before leaning in to whisper, "The director has discovered another of my idols in the Arctic." Few were privy to Coulson's idols, at least within S.H.I.L.D. Not many knew. Ghoulie was aware because Coulson had candidly asked Superman for an autograph during their last encounter. His two idols were Superman and Captain America, before Ghoulie emerged and was dubbed Superman by the world. Coulson's idols were confined to the realms of comics and stories. Yet, in less than 2.5 years, starting from Iron Man's debut, Superman had become Coulson's colleague, and now Captain America was set to do the same. How could he not be elated? Upon learning that the frozen Captain America had been unearthed from the Arctic, Ghoulie clapped Coulson on the shoulder. "This is indeed wonderful news. Congratulations, Coulson. Your dream of gathering autographs from your idols is on the verge of realization." Captain America, the one with a charming smile, was on his way to ask for the beaming Coulson before him. If one were to consider the original storyline, he was quite the tragic hero, dying and resurrecting repeatedly, eventually disappearing from the MCU altogether, a situation intricately tied to the budgetary disputes between the Marvel film and television divisions. Following the television department's failure in budget negotiations, S.H.I.L.D. disbanded in the film Captain America, The Winter Soldier, and Agents of S. H.I.L.D. found a new benefactor, consequently establishing its own universe, thus parting ways with the Marvel Cinematic Universe. However, matters across the wall remained external influences that could not sway Ghouli's world. This meant that once he accomplished his mission to dismantle S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra, the organization might once again flourish under Coulson's leadership. Indeed, S.H.I.E.L.D. is thriving, Coulson remarked with a smile. Presently, S.H.I.E.L.D. boasted formidable assets such as Superman, the Hulk, Iron Man, and soon Captain America would join their ranks. Additionally, they had top-tier agents, Hill, Natasha, Clint, and Coulson himself, with Fury's plan to assemble the Avengers soon coming to fruition. Sharon Carter's attendance at the banquet stemmed from Natasha's abrupt recall by Nick Fury, citing a shortage of personnel. Leaving Sharon to oversee the liaison between Stark Industries and S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, Tony was both a consultant and the primary financier of S.H.I.E.L.D., and Fury was reluctant to entrust financial matters to others. Meanwhile, in a secret S.H.I.E.L.D. base in New York, Nick Fury took several deep breaths to steady his turbulent emotions. Not long ago, a Russian oil team had reported anomalies within the ice, and when the news reached him, he had been incredulous regarding the survival of Captain America. Yet, as fate would have it, the man who could even be deified in America was now quietly resting before him, encased in ice. The Avengers have assembled. Chapter 87. The Cosmic Shuttle. After receiving the news of Captain America's excavation from the Arctic, Ghoulie instructed Sonic to remain vigilant for any unusual occurrences on the streets of New York. Not for any other reason, but Ghoulie eagerly anticipated the moment when Steve Rogers would awaken to discover that 70 years had passed, particularly when he realized his leader was a man of color. 70 years had elapsed, yet for Steve, who had been frozen and thus lost all sense of time, it would feel akin to awakening from a mere nap. It would be as if he awoke to find a black man issuing commands. Would he not be utterly bewildered? After all, during Captain America's era, racial discrimination was starkly pronounced, in truth, regardless of the barriers that may exist. The division of class and race in modern America remains conspicuous. Recently, Ghoulie's efforts had largely been devoted to Quintessa, and for good reason. Tifa was simply extraordinary. The novelty of Justin had worn off after only 3 days. Far from meeting the conditions for the fourth reward trigger, hence, at Ghoulie's behest, Queen Quintessa assumed the form of Tifa. Tifa, the ultimate dream for me and I in terms of physique and beauty, Tifa was overwhelmingly impressive. The rewards Ghoulie received from Quintessa included a special reward for her hair being styled, the Source of Fire, an ability evolution card from their first connection, Intermediate, the reward from their 5th connection, the 12 Guardian Knights, and the reward from their 10th connection, the Quintessa Staff. The 12 Guardian Knights had originally served as Quintessa's guard, but upon discovering her desire to annihilate Earth, they betrayed her. The 12 Guardian Knights could combine to form a 3-headed mechanical dragon, Dragonstorm, a distant relative of King Ghidorah. The coolness of the 3-headed mechanical dragon far surpassed that of the Dinobot, making it Ghoulie's second favorite Transformer steed. Naturally, the first place belonged to the adorable Unicron. Unicron was exceptionally obedient, second only to the slightly less docile Starscream. Depending on the number of combined knights, Dragonstorm's size varied. In Transformers 5, the 7 surviving Guardian Knights once merged to unleash havoc as Dragonstorm. It would not be an exaggeration to say that when Loki led the Chitauri army into battle, Ghoulie would need not lift a finger. Simply the Transformers under his command could effortlessly vanquish what Rocket deemed the worst army in the galaxy. His significant investment in pure adamantium for his subordinates' new body materials was not in vain, and not even the wealthiest in the Marvel Universe, like Black Panther, could achieve such a feat. The countless tons of pure adamantium represented a fortune. Only Ghoulie, possessing the ability to reshape molecules, could afford such extravagance. He had long since lost count of how much alloy he had transformed. As for Quintessa's staff, it wielded terrifying power, capable of siphoning Earth's energy to restore the ravaged planet of Cybertron. The staff had once been brought to Earth by the 12 Guardian Knights and gifted to Merlin, the wizard of the Transformer world. Indeed, Merlin was quite busy. Back at the farm base, Dr. Zola had transferred a significant amount of materials and equipment from the Hydra base and commenced the development of interstellar battle armor. His deputy was none other than the 17 newly recruited Transformers, and Zola even bestowed upon their assembly a resounding name. The Hydra 18 Arhats, Gulli found himself ensnared in days of joy and fulfillment until May 8, 2011, when the enigmatic Grey Wolf delivered a startling revelation. The cosmic shuttle had successfully been developed. After hanging up the phone, Gulli accelerated his efforts to resolve the battle with Quintessa, and with a wave of his hand, his attire was restored before he returned to Grey Wolf's laboratory. However, what awaited him was a remarkably compact machine, a cosmic shuttle no larger than the palm of his hand. Grey Wolf, such a diminutive device. Can it truly traverse the cosmos? Gulli inquired hesitantly, clutching the compass-like apparatus. To be precise, the so-called cosmic shuttle was essentially a compass, its face adorned with intricate mechanical gradations and a screen, at best a highly advanced compass. It bore a striking resemblance to the time-traveling device acquired by the character in Deadpool 2. Rest assured, my friend, this product of mine is absolutely reliable. In reality, Grey Wolf had constructed two machines, one for Gulli and the other perhaps for his own use. After all, he had signed a 3-year contract when he was sent here. What would happen if the contract expired and no one was responsible for sending him back? Thus, he had to prepare a backup. Upon hearing Grey Wolf's assurance, Gulli nodded, as Grey Wolf was indeed a wondrous being, akin to Tom Cat, defying conventional logic. Grey Wolf, how do I operate this thing? Gulli was eager to experiment. If he could directly arrive at the cosmic dimension of death, he would certainly place a grand green hat upon Thanos. He was determined not to return to the MCU until he had fully harnessed the powers of the abstract entities. Even if it wasn't death, infinity would suffice, for as the sister of eternity, infinity possessed even greater potential, considering her brother was also a formidable figure. The 4 abstract entities: eternity, death, infinity, and oblivion. As for the planet Devourer, though he was birthed from the cosmic egg explosion alongside the 4 abstract entities, he was merely the last surviving being of the previous multiverse, embodying the will of the universe as a planet devourer. Hence, he did not belong to the current multiverse and was not classified among the abstract entities or the creators. The markings on the oscillation dial will display a random list of parallel universes on the screen. Simply select and confirm. Random? Gulli expressed concern. As navigating the entirety of Marvel's multiverse was fraught with peril, with the universe he inhabited being relatively safer, relatively speaking. The remaining individual universes in the multiverse were rife with chaos, brimming with madness. For instance, the avatar of the planet Devourer had not perished once, and even eternity, the great entity, could not claim absolute stability. There is a saying, small matters lead to the death of the planet Devourer. Significant matters lead to the death of eternity. And cataclysmic events lead to the death of the tribunal. If the planet Devourer had survived during a particular event, then such a level of incident would hardly be deemed significant point. One can only imagine the dangers present in the multiverse. Given Gulli's current capabilities, which barely reached celestial father levels, venturing into the multiverse was indeed precarious. Unless he were to travel to another cinematic universe, such as the Fox universe housing the X-Men. The X-Men universe is divided into 4 distinct realms. First, Earth, 10005. The universe preceding X-Men, Days of Future Past, encompassing X-Men 1, 2, The Last Stand, X-Men, First Class, Wolverine 1-2, and Days of Future Past. After the events of Days of Future Past, the timeline diverged in 1973, resulting in the universe designation changing to Earth, TRN 414, which includes Deadpool 1, X-Men, Apocalypse, and Dark Phoenix. Logan occurs in Earth, 17315, a different Earth entirely from the prior X-Men series. The final one is Earth, 41633, where Deadpool 2 is set, also not the same Earth as the previous ones. In short, it is a tangled mess. After a moment of contemplation, Gulli suddenly pondered a crucial question. Grey Wolf, there's no chance of going without return, right? Chapter 88. The Captain of Unsweetened Words, Steve Rogers. The original Captain America. His life can be divided into 2 halves. The first half began in 1918 when Steve Rogers was born in Brooklyn, New York, afflicted by chronic ailments such as asthma and hypertension. With his family unknown in that wartime era, Steve attempted to enlist multiple times, but was consistently turned away, standing at a mere 1.62 meters tall and weighing 43 kilograms, only slightly taller than Dr. Zola. No girl would be enamored with Steve during that time. He was merely the background to his best friend Bucky, the boy who, when cornered in an alley and beaten, would still brandish a trash can lid and exclaim, "I could spend all day with you." On June 6, 1943, Steve endured the transformation brought forth by the super soldier serum, acquiring a similar serum to Gu Li's. It was from that moment that he became the first super soldier in American history. His height surged to 188 meters, his weight rose to 109 kilograms, and all his ailments were miraculously cured. That year, he was 25 years old. After several months of rigorous training, Steve finally achieved his dream of leading the Howling Commandos on the front lines, accruing numerous military accolades. Yet, life played a cruel joke on him. While combating Hydra alongside his best friend Bucky, Bucky fell from a train and vanished without a trace on March 5, 1945, in an effort to thwart Hydra's schemes and save beleaguered New York. Steve single-handedly piloted a plane into the Arctic ice, becoming encased in ice for nearly 70 years. Thus concluded the first half of Steve's life, while the second half was just beginning. Now, like this, Steve Rogers broke through layers of S.H. security, standing bewildered on the streets of New York, surveying the surroundings that felt somewhat familiar yet overwhelmingly alien. Awakening to a transformed world, the streets resonated with the harmonious symphony of vehicles, playing the melody of the city's fast-paced rhythm, while the flickering neon lights painted a vibrant canvas depicting urban prosperity. Yet for Steve, everything felt unbearably loud, glaring, and foreign. Through certain landmark edifices, Steve could ascertain that he was indeed in New York. But what had transpired in this world? Why had everything changed so abruptly? Even an imposing one-eyed man approached him, stating, "Listen, I sincerely apologize for that performance, but we believe it's best to let you gradually acclimate, to prevent Captain America from being overwhelmed upon awakening." Nick Fury had transformed parts of the SHIELD headquarters into a World War II-era style, even dressing the nurses in attire from the last century. However, Steve, through a televised event, began to piece together the truth, leading to his hasty departure from S.H.I.E.L.D. to the streets of New York. Except what? Steve evidently had yet to grasp the passage of many years. "You've been in slumber, Captain, for approximately 70 years. Upon hearing that nearly 70 years had elapsed, Steve helplessly surveyed his surroundings several times. In that instant, one thought consumed his mind. Nearly 70 years, he had ultimately missed his date with Peggy Carter. Observing Steve's sudden silence, Nick Fury, intent on assembling the Avengers, quickly remarked, "Are you all right, Captain?" Fury was concerned that Captain America might react irrationally due to the overwhelming revelations. Though he believed the Captain's character would prevent any irrational behavior, one could never be too sure. Steve paused, exhaling deeply. "I'm fine. It's just that I had a date that I missed." Gazing at the scene playing out almost identically to the original narrative, Gu Li could not help but smirk. "This feels off. Is it because the Captain's words lack sweetness?" The Captain shouldn't say, "Don't get too close, fool. Go home and pick cotton." After receiving the alert about the sound wave, he had hurried over to witness this iconic moment. Could it be that he had previously watched a pirated version? Gu Li could only hope that one day, when he ventured to the universe inhabited by Hydra's Captain America, he might have the opportunity to truly witness the Captain with sweetened words. After all, that Captain America was indeed the leader of Hydra, and his demeanor would undoubtedly be captivating. And of course, Gu Li's primary motivation for wanting to travel there was the existence of the cosmic cube on that Earth. Within the Marvel Cinematic Universe, the 6 Infinity Stones each contained boundless power, undeniably the supreme artifacts. Collecting all 6 could enhance their effects, enabling feats such as Thanos snapping his fingers to randomly eliminate half of all life in the universe. Yet, within the multiverse, there exist artifacts that rival or even surpass the power of the Infinity Stones, such as the Cosmic Cube and the Heart of the Universe. The Cosmic Cube is not to be confused with the Tesseract, which is the alternate name for the Space Stone. The Cosmic Cube possesses near-omnipotent capabilities, and its diminished counterpart is an incomplete Cosmic Cube. An incomplete Cosmic Cube is already nearly all-knowing and all-powerful, able to manifest the deepest desires of its possessor into reality. The most potent of the Cosmic Cubes could even erase and reconstruct the multiverse. Indeed, there is not just one Cosmic Cube. Each Cosmic Cube is capable of evolution. Through interactions with diverse consciousnesses, the cube ultimately develops its own independent awareness, thoughts, and unique forms. Upon seeing Fury successfully ushering Steve into a vehicle, Ghoulie muttered, "Slipping away." Slipping away. Rather than squander time here, it would be far more prudent to select an appropriate target for conquest, one that promises 3 rewards before retreating. After all, the conditions for system rewards after the 3rd attempt are excessively stringent, demanding an immense investment of time and energy, an endeavor both mentally taxing and exhausting. If Ghoulie had maintained a more ruthless demeanor from the outset, perhaps he would be in a better position now, enjoying greater freedom. Yet, freedom often walks hand in hand with solitude. One must admit, he cannot embody the archetype of an unparalleled powerhouse, bearing the weight of eternal isolation and silence. He is a mere mortal. Rewinding to a short while ago, Ghoulie expressed his concerns about the cosmic transit device to Uncle Wolf. "Wolf-Uncle, surely it won't be a one-way trip." Uncle Wolf promptly rolled his eyes. "Boss, you can choose whether to go or not, but please don't insult my intelligence." So, aside from the destination's inherent randomness, everything else should be fine. At the very least, we can expect a round trip. Venturing to witness that cadre of deranged villains in other universes seems like a splendid idea. Yet thus far, he hasn't even explored the remaining life planets within the MCU. Never mind, I shall wait for Carol's return and venture into the cosmos with her. Then we shall make a decision. At the very least, a trip to Suvlin is essential to observe the towering 1.9-meter-tall High Priest Aisha. Just the thought of those long legs sends a thrill through him. Moreover, the rewards are substantial, even if Aisha's son, Adam Warlock, holds the title of a future life tribunal. Yet, given the nature of the system, it is likely that he could also acquire a portion of Adam's superpowers. Long legs, here I come. Chapter 89. Ghoulie's ambitions in the office of the Minister of the Security Council. Nick Fury reclined languidly on the sofa, his spirits remarkably high of late. On one hand, he had unearthed Captain America, Steve Rogers, from the Arctic glaciers and recruited him into FOD, even selecting an auspicious day to formally establish the Avengers. On the other hand, his old friend Carol, who had been leading the Skrulls' evacuation from Earth, might soon return. Double the joy prompted Fury to visit Pierce's office, eager to share his good fortune with another old friend. In stark contrast to Fury's buoyant mood, Pierce found himself inexplicably anxious upon learning of Captain America's induction into HILD. The remnants of Hydra's defeat during World War II loomed large in his memory. And he suddenly feared that the Insight program might also fail due to Captain America's involvement. After all, the previous downfall of Hydra was inextricably linked to that very man. Infuriatingly, Fury had the audacity to come and flaunt his success. This was intolerable. After dismissing Fury, Pierce immediately convened a secret meeting with his greatest asset, Dr. Zola and the superhuman Ghoulie. Doctor, we must expedite the execution of the Insight program." Pierce wasted no time in getting straight to the point. Ghoulie could only sigh. He had never witnessed someone so eager to hasten their demise. Had the mechanical Zola been present instead of his digital counterpart, Ghoulie had no doubt that the former would have laughed heartily. The execution of the Insight program signified the obliteration of both Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D, and it also heralded Pierce's own demise. To eliminate Pierce was among the greatest aspirations of the robotic Dr. Zola during this period. Mr. Pierce, rest assured, this diminutive S.H.I.E.L.D is no threat. When the opportune moment arises, we can effortlessly obliterate it with a mere wave of our hands. Pierce nodded in agreement with Ghoulie's assertion. The name of Ghoulie, the superhuman, was not merely a product of hype like that of Captain America. Ghoulie possessed genuine superhuman strength. Nevertheless, Pierce felt compelled to remind him, do be cautious. We must preserve as much of S.H.I.E.L.D's assets as possible. He was genuinely concerned that Ghoulie might become overly zealous and reduce S.H.I.E.L.D to ruins, leaving behind nothing but a mess. Pierce, fret not. The preparations for the Insight program are proceeding smoothly. We merely await the right moment. While Pierce found it somewhat unusual that Dr. Zola addressed him so casually, he dismissed the thought. Dr. Zola played a pivotal role in the reconstruction of Hydra, being the most critical figure in the endeavor. Although Zola had previously referred to him as leader, under the assurances of Dr. Zola and Ghoulie, Pierce's anxiety began to dissipate. The construction of 3 spacecraft carriers was swiftly elevated to the highest priority. Pierce could hardly contain his anticipation for the arrival of the Insight program, which would allow Hydra's brilliance to shine once more upon the world. After dealing with Pierce, Ghoulie returned to the farm base to meet with Robot Zola. Leader, most of Hydra's bases are now under my control. It is time to eliminate Pierce. Ghoulie had long since developed immunity to Zola's obsessions, calmly instructing, Doctor, do not forget to account for Hydra's assets. They must not fall into the hands of others. Since the conclusion of World War II, Dr. Zola had been invited to join SHIELD and had begun reconstructing Hydra from within. Only Zola truly knew the extent of Hydra's assets over the years, and ultimately, those assets belonged to Ghoulie. After all, earning money pales in comparison to outright seizing it. Moreover, Ghoulie felt no moral qualms about robbing Hydra. He did so with a clear conscience. He even wished for more such opportunities. For who would ever complain about having too much money? Doctor, I may need to venture into the cosmos for a preliminary reconnaissance. You can handle matters here on Earth. Once we've concluded our affairs on Earth, we shall advance into the universe. Ghoulie's aspirations were grand and ambitious. However, Dr. Zola recognized and wholeheartedly endorsed Ghoulie's vision for cosmic domination. He had no doubt that under Ghoulie's leadership, Hydra, no, the explosive gang, would reign supreme over the entirety of the Marvel multiverse. After the fall of both Hydra and S.H.I.L.D., a multitude of unemployed individuals would be recruited into the explosive gang, contributing their energies to the noble cause of human dominion over the universe. Hail Hydra! The robotic Zola exclaimed fervently. Upon departing the farm base, Ghoulie soared into the outer atmosphere, eager to rendezvous with Carol upon her return for a sparring match. His objective for this confrontation was straightforward: to fulfill the conditions for the fourth reward, as for the fifth. That posed a considerable challenge. Time was not on his side, and even though both he and Carol were superhumans with formidable physiques, bridging the gap from 10 connections to 100 within mere days was a daunting task. 90 connections, to be precise. Quite taxing indeed. 50 minus 10 equals 40. Let us settle for the fourth. There was ample time ahead. For now, he would satisfy the criteria for the fourth reward. While awaiting Carol, Ghoulie suddenly realized he had nowhere to stay. The villa awarded by the system was occupied by Mei Jie and Little Peter, while his new abode housed Ms. Zhao and Daisy, and the farm base was home to T. Kuntasha. Xiaomi Luan, swiftly assist your master in purchasing a house, one that is immediately habitable. Although Ghoulie exhibited a certain lack of integrity, he had not sunk so low as to bring another woman home in front of his girlfriend. Moreover, he still had a considerable sum remaining from the money transferred under Killian's name, so acquiring a new house would pose no issue. Furthermore, this was all for the purpose of acquiring superpowers. Should Ghoulie achieve the dual-star form he so fervently desired, he would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to claim Aisha as a father to Adam Warlock. Approximately an hour later, a colorful humanoid light streaked through deep space, revealing itself to be Captain Marvel. Carol. Their reunion after several days was marked by an unyielding rivalry. Carol was the first to speak, proposing, "Let us have a match before anything else." Without waiting for Ghoulie's agreement, she unleashed cosmic energy from her outstretched arms toward him. In the vast expanse of outer space, a breathtaking battle commenced. The clash between Ghoulie and Carol erupted in a dazzling display of cosmic energy, their figures moving with the swiftness of lightning, each punch resonating with thunderous might. Ultimately, after Ghoulie tempered his strength, the two found themselves evenly matched once again. Carol, satisfied, smiled. Even as Ghoulie grew stronger, she too was not to be underestimated. However, just as she prepared to depart, she heard Ghoulie call out, "Oi! Carol, my cat can do backflips. Would you like to see?" Chapter 90. The sparring match. Can cats really do backflips? It certainly seems plausible, especially since Carol was no stranger to such feats. Her own cat, named Goose, could perform backflips in an instant. Countless thoughts raced through Carol's mind, culminating in one simple response: "All right, I suppose I've never seen a cat do backflips." 3 hours later, Carol, exasperated, queried Ghoulie, "Is this what you call a backflip?" From the moment she stepped through the door, Ghoulie had pulled her into the study, presenting her with a mountain of books. Titles such as The Modern History of the Kree, The Ancient History of the Kree, and Concepts of the Galactic Empire were among them. "Do you truly love studying this much?" Carol exclaimed, astonished as she held the books. Ghoulie nodded emphatically. "Learning brings me joy." keeps me away from scrutiny, and steers me clear of the dark room. Were it not for the system's influence, who would willingly bury themselves in books? Over the past 3 days, Guli had risen at dawn, hastily making his way from Ms. Zhao's bed, only to return under the cover of night. However, he still did not meet the criteria for obtaining the 4th reward. At this point, he only wished that this time it would not be a reward akin to pilot driving skills. Initially, Guli could not fathom why it was referred to as pilot driving skills rather than flight driving skills, until he encountered Carol and finally understood the distinction. Immersed in his studies, Guli gradually gained a deeper understanding of the history of the entire galaxy. During their 3 days together, Carol did not mention any plans to leave Earth, nor did Guli reveal his intentions to visit Suvlin. After all, considerable effort was still required to attain the 4th learning reward. Just as he was preparing to recuperate and rest, an annoying phone call suddenly interrupted him. "Hey, Gu, we are running low on vibranium. Send some over." The weary voice of Tony came through the line. "All right, I'm on it." After hanging up, Guli hastily assembled an outfit and stepped into the portal leading to Stark Industries. Following the establishment of the new building, Tony had relocated both his and Ethan's laboratories there. Regarding the vibranium, the 1,000 tons they initially procured from Wakanda at no cost had long been squandered. Gu Li's subordinates alone required more than 1,000 tons just for the body of the Demon of Profit, not to mention the subsequent materials needed for the pterosaur darts, Triceratops iron slag, and the 12 guardian beasts that, of course, there was also the interstellar warship Dr. Zola was constructing, which would consume an unknown amount of true adamantium. Moreover, the Iron Legion that Tony planned to create only required less than 200 tons, meaning that most of the vibranium consumed later was bulk converted by Gu Li through molecular reshaping. Having worked tirelessly to develop the Iron Legion, Tony appeared somewhat fatigued, and Gu Li, equally exhausted from his efforts, bore dark circles under his eyes. The two, recognizing each other's state, exchanged a knowing smile. "Gu Charlie, I knew you couldn't quit." In response, Gu Li immediately retorted, "You know nothing. I'm studying. Do you understand what studying is?" This time, Tony refrained from further mocking him. Instead, he earnestly approached with a series of 3 questions. "Really studying? Is there such a way to study? How come I never knew before?" Tony believed that his younger self was far more frivolous than Gu Li now. If it were truly possible to cultivate in such a manner, then Tony Stark would have already been invincible in the world, rather than toiling away on the Iron Legion. Gu Charlie, the great deceiver, was taking advantage of honest folks. To this, Gu Li merely shrugged without offering any explanation, instead drawing a circle back to find Carol. If anyone else were to practice as he did, they would likely have long since perished. Only someone bound to such a system as he could recklessly strive for superpowers. "What can I do? I just want superpowers," he lamented. His tastes were quite ordinary. He preferred beautiful girls with ample busts, long legs, and perky rears. Sisters were acceptable too. Yet Carol, in his eyes, did not meet any of these criteria. Nevertheless, for the sake of superpowers, he was willing to compromise. After all, as the saying goes, earning money is not shameful. Gu Li's pursuit of superpowers was similarly unembarrassed in the past. His motivation for gaining superpowers was merely to avoid being whisked away for 5 years by the snap of the purple sweet potato monster. Though for those who were taken, it was merely a fleeting moment. Now, Gu Li had already become capable of effortlessly defeating Thanos without the Infinity Stones. If he could obtain the Dual Star mode this time, what would it matter if Thanos possessed all 6 Infinity Stones? Of course, this was merely Gu Li boasting. He was delusional to think he could let Thanos have the stones. His ambitions had grown wildly, leading him to consider the 6 Infinity Stones as already within his grasp. He merely needed to wait for the Chitauri and Loki to deliver the Mind Stone. Were it not for this, he would have already extracted the Space Stone, also known as the Tesseract, from Shield. Nick Fury believed his confidentiality efforts were impeccable, unaware that everything had long been monitored by Hydra. The intelligence that Hydra obtained held no secrets or concealments from Gu Li. Upon returning to Carol's side, Gu Li inquired, "Carol, are you familiar with the Suvlin people?" Upon hearing his question, Carol furrowed her brow and replied, "The supreme race. They are quite arrogant, technologically advanced, but rather timid." A flicker of doubt crossed her mind. Gu Li should not have left Earth. So how did he know about the existence of the Suvlin people? Timid? Yes, to put it differently, they are quite life-preserving in the face of even minor danger. They refrain from taking action themselves, opting instead to hire bounty hunters to do their bidding. At this, Ghoulie nodded in agreement. It was quite akin to the portrayal in the film Guardians of the Galaxy. Carol, when you have the chance, take me to see the Suvlin homeworld. I am quite curious about what aliens look like. All right. Just wait for me to rest for 2 days. In his eagerness to acquire superpowers, Ghoulie pulled out several books: History of the Shoddy Empire, Modern Era, History of the Shoddy Empire, Ancient Era, and Ancient Scroll History. Carol, could you help me go over the contents of these books? Finally, just as the two were on the verge of madness, Ghoulie heard the long-awaited prompt sound. Through the guidance of the character Carol Danvers, your cultural level has increased by 1, and you have obtained Dual Star Superpower Mode, Chapter 91. Dual Star Mode, just as Thor's awakening secret, longing for a father, and the Sentinel's dark persona, nothingness. Captain Marvel also possessed her own extraordinary ability, the Dual Star Mode. While in Dual Star Mode, she would connect with a mysterious white hole. The white hole serves as a source of cosmic ejection, continuously releasing energy and matter outward, yet never absorbing any, making it the antithesis of a black hole. The connection with a white hole signifies the ability to draw upon its immense energy, thereby significantly enhancing her power. Setting aside the immense strength of the Dual Star Mode as depicted in the comics, the celestial appearance she exhibited in the cinematic universe was enough to reward Ghoulie for his diligent companionship over the past few days. Crucially, it was undeniably magnificent, radiant like gold, exuding blinding brilliance. As if a deity descended from the heavens, enveloped in a dazzling aura. With the enhancement of the Dual Star Mode, Ghoulie felt that he might resemble a golden deity in the future. Content, he embraced Carol and drifted into slumber. Upon reflection, Carol appeared quite striking, radiating a unique beauty, strength and allure intertwined. Meanwhile, on the other side, upon receiving the vibranium sent by Ghoulie, Tony did not immediately dive into work. He found himself somewhat convinced that Ghoulie was indeed cultivating. Could it be that Goo's true superpower lies in continuously engaging with different women to grow stronger? For some reason, Tony was startled by his own sudden thought. That seems utterly absurd. It must be highly unlikely. It was completely contrary to common sense. Glancing at himself in the mirror, Tony recalled that after consuming the heart-shaped herb, his physical capabilities had notably improved, yet he still struggled to endure the relentless crafting of the Mark suits. Especially with Dr. Ethan, who nearly exhausted himself in the process. Perhaps I should ask Goo if he has any more heart-shaped herb to spare for Pepper. Tony mused aloud. The enhancement the herb provided to the body was simply excessive, according to J. Arvis's analysis. His current physical condition was akin to that of a 20-year-old. J.A.R.V.I.S. Can you still find any previous information on Goo online? Tony wanted to verify whether his earlier speculation held any merit. He sought to compare Ghoulie's formidable prowess with the number of girlfriends he had. Sir, I regret to inform you that all online records regarding M.G.U have vanished. However, information about Superman remains intact. Tony pondered for a moment before ultimately relinquishing the pursuit. It must be the work of Mr. Grey Wolf. In terms of intellect, Tony Stark held few in high regard. Princess Shuri of Wakanda was one, along with Dr. Bruce Banner and Dr. Ethan. Apart from these three, he regarded the intelligence of others as beneath him. Only Grey Wolf stood out as an exception. That peculiar wolf defied conventional reasoning, and after prolonged exposure, Tony found himself questioning his own life. If anyone were to ask why Ghoulie remained unfazed, Tony would have to say, the less you understand, the more happiness you find. The things that Mr. Grey Wolf researched were entirely beyond Ghoulie's comprehension, thus he bore no worries. Conversely, Tony Stark, who understood some but not everything, fell into self-doubt. Perhaps this is the curse of knowledge, Tony lamented, initially intending to contact Ghoulie to inquire about the heart-shaped herb, but upon seeing nightfall, he promptly abandoned the idea. There were 2 moments he could never reach out to Ghoulie. First, just before sleep, when darkness enveloped the sky. Second, just as he was awakening, when dawn broke. Outside of these 2 moments, it was best to contact Ghoulie between 1 and 2 p.m., when he would certainly be more spirited. The next morning, Carol awoke to find herself lying in Ghoulie's embrace, surrounded by books. Immediately, she disdainfully pushed him away, internally chastising herself. Carol, oh Carol, how could you allow yourself to become so debased? The universe is filled with oppressed peoples that need your salvation. Awakened abruptly. Ghoulie mumbled in confusion. What is the matter? His morning irritability was notorious, and Quintessa could attest to its severity. She had been sent to mine for a year and a half simply for waking him. However, in this instance, Ghoulie remarkably refrained from exploding in anger. Instead, he felt an overwhelming sense of comfort radiating from every pore. It was simply extraordinary. One cannot help but wonder how the energy from the white hole reaches him. His body is in a constant state of absorbing the warmth emanating from it. If given the chance to acquire another evolution card for superpowers, Ghoulie intends to evolve into the dual star form, eager to explore the depths of the white hole's energy. I will take a few days to rest before I escort you to Suvlin. Additionally, could you possibly disappear from my sight for the time being? Carol suddenly uttered this perplexing request to Ghoulie, for reasons unknown. Perhaps due to overexertion or still being in a sage-like state. Carol exhibited a hint of disdain towards Ghoulie. What is wrong with you? Ghoulie retorted. And with a crackling teleportation circle, he returned to the farm base. He surmised that Carol's lingering fatigue was the cause of her reluctance. This coincided perfectly with Ghoulie's own sentiments. For the time being, he would refrain from contemplating any aspects of the fifth reward concerning Carol. Excessive learning could prove counterproductive and mentally taxing. After a night of recuperation, Ghoulie resolved to engage in a thorough yoga session with Tifa. In the familiar warmth of the hot spring, with Tifa attending to him, he indulged in a refreshing bath. Were he to rate the system he was bound to, Ghoulie would undoubtedly award it a perfect score. 100 out of 100, if possible, as Tifa alone had rendered his life complete. Even though Tifa was a mechanical life form, Quintessa, Ghoulie had grown indifferent to such matters. Initially, he might have harbored some reservations, but after several interactions, he found the mechanical life form quite agreeable. Moreover, her unwavering loyalty ensured she would never betray him or show him displeasure, diligently attending to his needs in various ways. How could one ask for more? Tifa is truly marvelous, Ghoulie exclaimed sincerely as he departed the farm base. The reason he did not linger longer was that he suddenly recalled spending the night at Carol's place. Without returning home in the past, he would sneak out only after Ms. Zhao and Daisy had fallen asleep. But last night, he had made no such arrangements. It was easy to imagine the repercussions that awaited him. Indeed, upon returning home, he found Ms. Zhao, who had been jovial just moments before with Daisy, now sobbing. "Whoa, Daisy. My dear sister, we have been abandoned." Ms. Zhao's acting left much to be desired, as her voice was heard but no tears were seen. Jiuli scooped up one of his girlfriends and carried her back to the large bed in their room. If explanations are futile, action is the only recourse. Chapter 92. Absorbing life from the outside. The farm base resembled a castle of European medieval style, perhaps a reflection of Dr. Zola's Swiss origins that shaped its current form. After Ghoulie and Ms. Zhao assured her repeatedly that he would never again spend the night away from home, Zhao Hailuan forgave him and proposed a brief stay at the castle for a couple of days. She believed her man was enchanted by the mechanical life form Quintessa, leading him to desire a closer encounter to experience her texture. However, upon seeing Quintessa once more, she felt an overwhelming sense of unease. This, dear husband, can she transform? Ms. Zhao clutched Ghoulie's arm tightly, her address shifting as a powerful sense of crisis dawned upon her. It was no wonder Ghoulie had spent the night away. The last time Ms. Zhao visited, Quintessa had been an enchanting eastern visage, and now, she is stunningly beautiful, Zhao Hailuan murmured, finally grasping why Ghoulie had not returned home the previous night. This somewhat adorable yet alluring young lady evoked a sense of sympathy within her. To possess such a little sister meant encompassing the beauty of the world, including herself. Realizing that Ms. Zhao had misinterpreted the situation, Ghoulie shrugged helplessly, opting not to clarify anything. This was for the best, as it would avoid exposing his relationship with Carol. Quintessa, with keen perception, gracefully withdrew, prompting Ms. Zhao to hastily follow. Only Ghoulie and Daisy remained. After handing Daisy the Advanced Hacking Techniques book, Ghoulie remarked, "Let us commence your study of this material." Daisy raised an eyebrow in disbelief. Is this book truly that captivating? It was not that she was unwilling to teach. It was simply that Ghoulie's foundational knowledge was too lacking. After some time, a pleasant notification chimed. Through the guidance of the character Daisy Johnson, your cultural knowledge has increased by 1, and you have received the reward. Super ability, Absorb Life. The ability to absorb vitality. Gu Li nodded in satisfaction, pleasantly surprised to receive yet another superpower. This peculiar ability stemmed from his mother-in-law, the ambitious leader of the Inhumans, Jia Ying, a mother-in-law who was both pitiful and detestable. Entangled in a love-hate relationship with her rather lenient husband, this could easily be the plot of a drama titled My Wife is a Madwoman. Among Gu Li's various mentors, Ms. Zhao had provided the most rewards through learning, followed by Mei Jia, with Daisy coming in last. It was inevitable. Daisy was too playful and often found fault with Gu Li's intelligence. Over the course of more than a year studying hacking techniques, Gu Li's first reward was the superpower, Shockwave, followed by the second reward, Super Ability Evolution Card, and the third and fourth rewards, Terrigen Crystals and Activation Devices X2'd. The fifth reward, recently acquired, was Absorb Life, a rather commendable superpower. Daisy, is SHIELD on break? Gu Li suddenly noted an unusual occurrence and quickly inquired of the girl nestled in his embrace. It was strange that Daisy had not gone to work today. An abnormality indeed. Hearing this, Daisy rolled her eyes in exasperation. She had thought that joining SHIELD would allow her to become a superhero while spending more time alongside Gu Li. However, her good brother seemed to have hardly visited H.I.E.L.D. at all, aside from the day he had escorted her for her induction. Brother, I am on vacation. This was her exclusive term of endearment for Gu Li. Upon hearing this, Gu Li affectionately played with her hair. How about I take you out for a stroll? Really? Daisy, who had been curled up in his embrace, suddenly wrapped her arms around his neck in delight. Where are we going to have fun? The destination mattered little. The company one kept was of utmost importance. Let us go, Gu Li said, lifting his beloved into his arms and soaring into the sky. Surrounded by golden cosmic energy, the pair streaked across the heavens like a shooting star, from the apex of the pyramid to the depths of the Pacific. Soaring at 10,000 meters, traversing the asteroid belt of outer space, and visiting the moon. In the span of a single day, they explored countless locations, returning to the farm base only when night fell. Daisy's excitement had not yet waned, as she chattered incessantly while holding Zhao Hailuan's hand. Gu Li, having nothing pressing to attend to, sought out several Dinobot comrades engaged in a card game. Among his loyal subordinates, Soundwave, floating in outer space, was the most diligent, continuously monitoring Earth without respite. Wolverine, the brains of the group, effortlessly conjured various ingenious inventions. There was nothing he could not accomplish. As for Quintasha, she served as a life assistant. Now invaluable to Gu Li, Drift and Little Mischief primarily provided companionship, remaining by Gu Li and Daisy's side. The remaining Transformers were comparatively idle, including the Dinobot Grimlock, Pterodactyl, Triceratops, and the 12 Guardian Transformers, with the third in command. Black Widow, among them, currently assisting the robotic Zola in constructing the true Edmund alloy version of an interstellar battleship. The stoic Soundwave and the adorable Little Mischief were responsible for guarding the farm base. Regarding the combat capabilities of his subordinates, if ranked, Quintasha, wielding a scepter, undoubtedly held the top position. The 12 Guardian Transformers, capable of combining into a colossal three-headed mechanical dragon, the Dragonstorm, shared the second spot with the 329-meter-tall Little Mischief. The three Dinobots ranked third. Unfortunately, Gu Li had yet to acquire the fourth Dinobot, Spinosaurus, nor had he encountered the fifth Dinobot, who had not yet appeared in the films. As he recalled, the 5 Dinobots could also combine to form the legendary King Azura. Yet they included Grimlock, Triceratops, Pterodactyl, Roar, and Sludge, excluding Spinosaurus, who had fleetingly appeared in the movie. Should he have the opportunity to gather all 5 Dinobots, the combined form of the King Azura would likely rival even Quintasha. The remaining Transformers, including Drift, Soundwave, and Black Widow, would rank fourth, while Little Mischief and the Mechanical Dog would not be included in the rankings. The aforementioned rankings were based on the destructive power the true Edmund alloy versions could wield. As for Wolverine, he was not included in the overall assessment. Unless one day in the future, Gu Li were to acquire Red Wolf and Little Gray, then Wolverine would undoubtedly be ranked third. Brother Tongzi, this is rather unfair. You are ruthlessly dismantling Wolverine's blissful life, Gu Li quipped in jest, to which the system remained silent. In stark contrast to Gu Li's leisurely and blissful life, Steve, having joined S. Hield, after awakening, rejected the accommodations provided by the agency. He rented a small apartment in Brooklyn and frantically studied the life knowledge and specific terminology he had missed over the past 70 years. He even maintained a small notebook to record his findings, fearing he might become disconnected from society and unable to comprehend the conversations around him. It was only when he came across Superman comics and news about Ghoulie, the real-life Superman, that he felt a profound wave of emotions. Wang Defa. Perhaps only this exclamation could adequately encapsulate the tumult within him at that moment. In 1938, the year he had yet to become Captain America, Superman made his first official appearance in comic books. Steve could never have imagined that one day Superman would appear in the real world, and that he would be his colleague. That guy seems to hardly work. Chapter 93, Planetary Fortress. 7 days later. Carol, radiant with energy, waved her arms exuberantly. She realized that after her sparring session with Ghoulie, her strength had remarkably increased. This peculiar discovery left Carol at a loss for words. Could such activities yield such effects? After hours of deep contemplation, still perplexed, she finally notified Ghoulie, "Let us set off." The two companions embarked towards the vast cosmos. The Marvel Universe felt akin to a galaxy-sized expanse, whether considering the previous three great empires of the universe or the subsequent Nova Corps. Their dominions predominantly span the Milky Way, along with its companion galaxies, the Large and Small Magellanic Clouds, and the Andromeda Galaxy. The observable universe, however, boasts a diameter of 93 billion light-years, a scale far beyond the realm of mere words, comics, or films. When it comes to the universe, what we perceive is but a fraction of what we believe and what we imagine. After all, no one can produce evidence to counter such notions, just as no one can substantiate theories about the cosmos. But I digress. After a significant enhancement of their abilities, Ghoulie's flying speed barely reached the speed of light, yet relying solely on flight, he could not fathom when they might reach Suvlin. Thus, they opted to utilize a spatial jump point, akin to the one where Rocket Raccoon from the Guardians of the Galaxy navigated through with his crew, constructed by the three great empires within the Milky Way for the transportation of troops, supplies, and other strategic items, as well as to maintain the stability of their vast dominions. After all, the largest empire on Earth merely straddled 3 continents, while the renowned territories of the Kree Empire and Shi'ar Empire span light-years. Ghoulie had never experienced such a sensation. Were it not for the cosmic energy and shockwaves enveloping him, he feared his body might disintegrate within the spatial jump point, and it was rather disorienting. Time passed, though Ghoulie could not ascertain how long, before the two were ejected from the spatial jump point. Carol hoisted the dizzy Ghoulie onto her back and soared towards the planet where her spaceship was docked. Ghoulie felt utterly drained, as if every woman he had ever encountered had taken turns exhausting him. Apart from Carol's comforting voice, all that remained was a buzzing sound. You'll get used to feeling dizzy eventually. Much later, seated in the spaceship's cockpit, Ghoulie gazed skeptically at the steel planet below. Carol, whose planet is this? He felt an overwhelming desire, wishing he could immediately extract the source of fire from the system's space and awaken this fortress-like planet into a transformer. It was immense and perfectly aligned with Ghoulie's expectations. The Kree's War Fortress, constructed over thousands of years, with a dead white dwarf at its core. Upon hearing this, Ghoulie's fascination deepened. A war fortress, thousands of years, a white dwarf. This was a gift tailor-made for him. The blue-skinned Kree were incredibly hospitable, he resolutely decided. This planet would henceforth bear the surname Gu. Not even Jesus could change that. Carol, is this fortress-like planet entirely made of metal? He sought to confirm whether soil and water sources existed within. Though she found Ghoulie's infatuation baffling, Carol furrowed her brow and replied, "Yes, the Kree invested heavily in its construction. They say the metals used to build this fortress equate to a decade's worth of Kree Empire tax revenue." Ghoulie extended his hand. As if he could touch the planet below through the spaceship's glass, he had genuinely fallen in love with this planet. "Are you not worried about them discovering our ship if you land at the Kree's fortress? The most dangerous places are often the safest." In response, Ghoulie wholeheartedly gave a thumbs up. Who says Carol lacks intelligence? Not only is she fierce, but she also possesses a sharp mind and understands strategy. You pilot the ship away first. I'll perform a little magic for you. After instructing her, Ghoulie casually donned a mask and plunged towards the planet below. Oh, my dear, Daddy's coming. In mere moments, the sudden turn of events left Carol bewildered. Let me run first. Does this guy intend to dismantle the Kree's fortress? By the time she attempted to intervene, it was already too late. Yuli, clutching the source of fire, laughed maniacally. Your emperor has returned? Carol thought Guli had lost his mind. The fortress housed tens of thousands of Kree soldiers, armed with countless weapons. He should have told me sooner. Perhaps I could have experienced the thrill of dismantling someone else's property. Sighing, Carol piloted her beloved small spaceship, turning to flee. As a close friend who knew Guli well, she chose to trust him. Accompanied by Guli's raucous laughter, the entire planet trembled as if disturbed, akin to a startled child responding to a call. In that heart-stopping moment, the ground shook violently, the planet quaking intensely. Yet, it all transpired in an instant, and soon the planet returned to calm, as if nothing had ever occurred. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Alarms blared throughout the fortress, and squads of blue-skinned Kree soldiers swiftly assembled, weapons in hand. Hurry, hurry, hurry! The Kree soldiers, assembled within 30 seconds, awaited their commander's orders. However, upon hearing the report from the communicator, the fortress commander, bewildered, shouted, "No one! Are you joking? With such a commotion, you tell me there's no one? What? An earthquake?" Hanging up the communicator, the Kree commander wore a grave expression and began to question reality. Though the fortress appeared as a planet, it was not. It represented thousands of years of Kree labor, a testament to their technology and wisdom. How could an earthquake possibly occur? At that moment, a sound even louder than before reverberated. Thud, 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 echoing like a heartbeat. The entire planet began to tremble violently, each quake more intense than the last. As if something were attempting to emerge from within, the ground split open like a gaping wound, revealing horrifying fissures. The fortress structures collapsed like a house of cards, reminiscent of an apocalyptic scene. The entire planet seemed as if it were coming to life. The planet is alive. Retreat! To the spaceship, everyone evacuate. Kree ships screamed out like fleeing animals, soldiers wishing they had more legs to outrun the chaos. Those who ran slowly would surely be left behind. Yuli gazed at the now dull source of fire in his hand and sighed in resignation. Oh, little dog, and you wilted at the sight of a planet. Chapter 94. Planet-level transformers in the vast depths of space. The surviving Kree soldiers stood aboard their ships, gazing at the crumbling fortress planet, their hearts filled with myriad emotions. After countless competitions, they had finally secured a stable position, only to meet such an ending. Yet, in the next moment, their faces collectively reflected a look of astonishment, as if they had witnessed the most incredible scene imaginable. Before their eyes, the fortress planet began to transform. Its shape no longer resembled that of a round planet, but morphed into a colossal robot. This robot was approximately the same size as the former planet, radiating a dazzling light, as if it were a magnificent work of art. The soldiers stared in terror at the enormous robot, utterly unable to comprehend what was unfolding. The planet they had guarded for years had transformed into a giant robot. Could this be the true purpose behind the Kree ancestors' construction of the fortress planet? As the commander's incredulous words echoed, panic among the soldiers swiftly transformed into cheers of jubilation. Long live the Kree Empire! Long live the Kree! If one were to declare the swiftest joy in the world, it would be akin to the Kree soldiers' experience, transitioning from despair and fear to an overwhelming sense of pride in their empire. The Kree ancestors were truly magnificent. The empire shall be great once more. However, once again, the soldiers were left speechless as the giant, suspended in the depths of the cosmos, suddenly bent down in reverence towards a particular direction. Great Creator, we humbly praise you. The direction of its worship was precisely where Guli stood, gazing at the infinitely expansive giant. Guli found it utterly delightful. Who does not appreciate a colossal being? This sensation was akin to a connection, an exhilarating delight, as if every cell in his body were rejoicing. Had it not been for the source of fire proving inadequate, Guli would have dearly wished to create 2 additional planet-level transformers. Perhaps the current behemoth would not stand a chance against the Celestial Assembly, but just its sheer size commanded an overwhelming presence. And should he discover superior materials in the future, it would surely be exhausting, for this creation was simply immense. Henceforth, I shall call you the Cosmic Emperor. The creatively challenged Ghoulie once again showcased his innate talent. The Cosmic Emperor obeys your command. It seems he must take a moment to give Zeshur a little shock, as that fellow had caused Ghoulie concern for over a decade. From the moment he entered this world and became aware of the Marvel Universe, the young Ghoulie bore the weight of the world upon his shoulders. Resembling an old man in his worries, on one hand, he was anxious about securing system rewards through successful connections, while on the other, he was plagued by the looming dread of Thanos' infamous snap during the first 3 phases of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. As for the events following Endgame, his knowledge was limited, sparing him further distress. Now, with his power significantly amplified and confidence soaring, Ghoulie no longer regarded the purple-skinned fiend with any seriousness. In fact, he contemplated the possibility of simply eliminating the creature altogether. From the moment of the first tremor on the Kree homeworld to the full emergence of a planet-sized transformer, the entire process spanned approximately 1 hour. Commander Ronan of the Kree Empire, upon receiving the initial distress signal, swiftly led a patrol of elite Imperial forces to the spatial jump point for reinforcement. When Ronan and his Kree fleet arrived, Ghoulie was still grappling with the delightful dilemma of where to place the colossal entity. Although the Kree homeworld was not as expansive as Earth, it was at least comparable in size to the Moon. Leaving Ghoulie at a loss for suitable accommodations, he was not a master of dimensions, possessing no pocket universe to contain all. The system space could not accommodate such a vast being. And it seemed the system had never anticipated the need to house a transformer of planetary proportions. Ronan, having hurried to the scene, along with the surviving Kree soldiers, stood in stunned disbelief, fixated on the enormous robot. Can someone tell me what exactly has transpired? Where is our fortress? Noticing the lack of reaction from the crowd, Ronan seized a blue-skinned Kree soldier and barked his inquiry once more. Report, sir, the fortress, it has come to life. The blue soldier stammered, pointing at the robot in the starry sky. Following the soldier's gesture, Ronan hesitated, disbelief etched upon his face, and responded, "Are you jesting with me?" The soldier, caught off guard, found himself at a loss for words. Sinking into silence, Ronan, sharing the same azure complexion, furrowed his brow as countless thoughts raced through his mind. There had been no prior indication of such a grand scheme within the Empire. If such a plan existed, why would he seek Thanos' assistance? He could have simply led his forces to obliterate Xander without hesitation. This is truly astounding. The surviving Kree soldiers nodded in agreement, affirming Ronan's sentiment. Indeed, that thing was immensely large. Logically, the Kree Empire's mothership was already considerable in size, several times larger than an ordinary starship, typically serving as a strategic deterrent. Yet, before the planet-sized transformer, even this massive ship felt as minuscule as a grain of sand. Meanwhile, perched atop the transformer, Ghoulie's eyes sparkled with wonder. Not for any other reason than he had set his sights on the Kree mothership. Having departed Earth alongside Carol, Ghoulie had 2 objectives. First, to leave a coordinate on Suvlin in hopes of opening a portal that spanned hundreds of light-years, facilitating his plans to abduct the High Priestess Aisha after parting ways with Carol. Why wait until after separating from Carol to act? Because such matters were best executed discreetly, with as few witnesses as possible. His second aim was to convert an interstellar warship into a transformer, providing reference data for Zola's alloy version of a self-made starship. However, he had not anticipated the fortunate activation of a planet-sized transformer, even bringing the spark source to its knees. Retrieving the dim spark source from the system space, Ghoulie furrowed his brow and inquired, "Dear spark source, can you produce a few more ships?" The trembling spark source offered no response, but the cosmic transformer spoke up, "Creator, if you require ships, I can initiate a scan." Without hesitation, Ghoulie pointed towards the Kree mothership. "That one looks promising." "As you wish, Creator." If the transformation sounds of Autobots and Decepticons were akin to cool mechanical clicks, the sound produced by the cosmic transformer scanning the Kree mothership resonated like a thunderous roar. Chapter 95. That doesn't seem compliant? If one were to inquire about the most extraordinary experience in existence, the Kree soldiers would undoubtedly possess the most profound insights. They stood, eyes wide in disbelief. watching as the culmination of millennia of Kree technology and wisdom, the planet Fortress, transformed into an unimaginably colossal robot. They then witnessed the gigantic robot morph into the shape of the Kree mothership and take flight. This unforgettable spectacle transpired not long ago. Commander Ronan sat in silence for a protracted period, struggling to digest the shock of the mothership's departure. Nanotechnology? Not quite. Mechanical ascension? He was at a loss. Although he had considered launching an assault to prevent the mothership's escape, the combined firepower of his tens of thousands of troops paled in comparison to that colossal entity, and no matter how many ants there were. Could they ever bring down a Leviathan? Even their defenses would likely prove futile. Overwhelmed by the sheer size, Ronan was left speechless. "Commander, how do we report this situation to the Supreme Intelligence?" The officer responsible for the Kree fortress asked. Visibly distraught, his political career had reached its end. The loss of the fortress, vital to the Empire, left him with no prospects for advancement. The Kree Empire was governed by an artificial intelligence known as the Supreme Intelligence, composed of the thoughts of the greatest Kree scientists, politicians, and military leaders throughout history. Initially, the Supreme Intelligence assisted the Council in managing the Empire's affairs, but eventually, it became the true ruler of the Kree Empire. Ronan, immersed in his thoughts aboard the ship, paid no heed to the inquiries around him. How could that thing have come to life on its own? Meanwhile, after piloting the mothership transformed from the cosmic transformer, Ghoulie sought out Carol's small spacecraft. Upon witnessing the enormous mothership engulf her little ship, Carol was left speechless, pulling Ghoulie along to explore the vast interiors of the mothership. After some time, Carol suddenly proposed, "How about I become your girlfriend?" The mothership could easily serve as a mobile barracks, facilitating her heroic endeavors across the cosmos. Ghoulie neither accepted nor declined, but instead replied, "Carol, we should first get to know each other before making any decisions." Though his aspirations were grand, as a man destined to spread love across the universe, he could not remain tethered to just her alone. To maintain harmony at home, he vowed not to pursue any new relationships in the future. Carol, regaining her composure after a moment of reflection, agreed, "All right, let's get to know each other first." Taking a deep breath, she asked, "Shall we set off for Suvlin now?" Ghoulie raised an eyebrow in surprise, murmuring, "Did we not agree to get to know each other first?" At this, Carol's expression faltered as she gestured towards the ship's interior. "Here? Right now?" Ultimately, she yielded to Ghoulie's insistence, and within the pristine confines of the mothership, they began their introductions. "My name is Carol, female, and I enjoy acts of heroism." I am Ghoulie, male, and I also enjoy acts of heroism." The two leaned against the ship's cockpit, gazing into the boundless expanse of the starry sky. "Goo, your ship is enormous." "Ah? You mean the ship? It's called the Cosmic Transformer. Do you have a suitable planet nearby where we can temporarily dock?" Given the massive size of the Cosmic Transformer, ordinary life-sustaining planets would be insufficient for docking. It would be akin to trying to station the moon on Earth, with catastrophic results. Only a planet of colossal proportions could bear its weight. Suddenly struck with inspiration, Ghoulie thought, "Perhaps I should consult old Deng about any abandoned pocket universes or commandeer a dimension for temporary use." As for whether those dimension lords would consent, Ghoulie was not one to seek permission. The Blue Giant Star Destroyer had taught them a lesson. Due to a malfunctioning air conditioning system, Carol's complexion appeared slightly flushed. After regaining her composure, she remarked, "There is a planet that might suffice. It's a nascent gas giant with extremely harsh conditions." Upon hearing this, Ghoulie's face brightened with excitement. "Could you please indicate the way? We'll make a quick visit. It's just a temporary stop, not a long-term settlement." Following the star chart provided by Carol, the Cosmic Transformer surged forward at full throttle towards the target. However, due to its immense mass, it resembled a small asteroid barreling through the cosmos. Upon reaching the gas giant, Ghoulie finally grasped the meaning of Carol's description of its harsh climate. It was akin to a hellish landscape. The surface temperature soared into the hundreds of degrees Celsius, capable of melting aluminum. Violent winds raged, and frequent volcanic eruptions and earthquakes kept the entire planet in a state of turmoil. Thankfully, it was large enough to accommodate the massive interstellar mothership. Cosmic Transformer. "Perhaps you should make do for now," Ghoulie suggested to the Cosmic Transformer. Ultimately, he felt too weak, a mere player with advantages, incapable of even securing a dimension of his own, a failure. Moreover, Ghoulie was uncertain whether he could open a portal the size of the moon to directly send the cosmic transformer back to the solar system. Such an endeavor would undoubtedly require substantial magical energy, and what if Dormammu refused to provide power at that moment? Following your directive, I will learn to adapt to this environment, the colossal mechanical voice replied. The cosmic transformer's understanding left Ghoulie somewhat embarrassed. Unable to manage even his own subordinate, he resolved to find a way to secure a dimension for himself in the future. After ensuring the safe placement of the Cosmic Emperors, Ghoulie boarded Carol's small spacecraft and set off towards Savalin, following the coordinates indicated on the star chart. However, neither of them noticed a stealthy little ship shadowing their journey to the gas giant. Inside the cockpit sat an arrogant raccoon and a somewhat naive Treant. Groot, stay hidden. If we can handle that hulking brute from earlier, we'll never have to worry about our lives again. Rocket had never encountered such a colossal mothership in his lifetime. If they could manage to steal it and sell it, untold wealth would be laid at his feet. We're rich, we're really rich, Rocket exclaimed excitedly. Meanwhile, within Carol's spacecraft, Ghoulie sat idly in the cockpit, at a loss for conversation, resulting in a rather awkward silence enveloping the cabin. How about we introduce ourselves again? Ghoulie suggested. Carol rolled her eyes at this proposal, thinking that this individual was utterly clueless. Whenever they were together, it seemed to oscillate between bickering and stargazing. After setting the autopilot, Carol exited the cockpit. Moments later, a distant voice of discontent echoed back. Are you still not studying the recent history of Skuru? Upon hearing this, Ghoulie's spirits soared, and he rushed over, clutching a pile of books. I'm coming.